I reborn as a red dragon and I established the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 91. The strong centaur warrior Chiron, leading the former ogre leader, the ogre titan Fafnir, who had awakened the bloodline of the ancient demigod Siren, was climbing the Dragon Nest Mountains at the foot of the mountain. The mountains where the dragons built their nests were changing every day. The dragons used their powerful abilities to flatten the peaks of the selected mountains. In order to have enough space for activities, the mountain was almost cut to the halfway point. The flattened top of this mountain will be used to build the first castle of the dragon group, as well as the council hall and royal castle of the dragon group. Tall ogre slaves were processing the stone materials excavated by the dragons under the command of several former human noble stonemasons. They used newly built iron picks, round-headed hammers, and sledgehammers to knock pieces of stone from the huge stone veins, and then polished and cut these stones suitable for the foundation of the castle into neat square blocks of stone. At this time, the top of the mountain was only covered with paved stones and dust, and the clanging sound was particularly noisy. Domestication of land dragons and reindeer, enslaved by the dragon's family, pulled wooden carts loaded with discarded stone materials, back and forth on the mountain under the traction of goblins and green-skinned goblins. These domesticated animals are relatively docile and have excellent carrying capacity, making them very useful transportation tools in the dragon's territory. Unfortunately, these ogre slaves are not good at mining and construction, and their efficiency is low. If there are races in the dragon's family who are good at construction, the construction speed of the castle will be much faster than it is now with the supply of sufficient stone materials. However, the centaur warrior Chiron and the ogre titan Fafnir did not set foot on this mountain peak, but walked along the winding and wide mountain road excavated by the ogre slaves to the adjacent mountain peak. This mountain peak is close to the red dragon's lair and is located upwind, so it has not been affected. The dragons gather here to rest. From the halfway of this mountain, it can be clearly seen that the mountain belonging to the red dragon is now growing and rising. The lava flow that flows day and night surges and overflows, mixes with soil and dust, and dries to form new rocks on the top of the red dragon's mountain. These flowing lava flows have even spread to the middle of the mountain, covering the upper half of the mountain to form a dark red and grey-brown mountain, and the centaur warrior Chiron and the ogre titan Fafnir can even feel the heat coming from there. Even with the power of the centaur warrior after bloodline radiation, which is enough to challenge ordinary young dragons, Chiron could not help but be shocked by the unique power of the dragons. In his eyes, even many creatures stronger than dragons find it difficult to do this kind of thing. This is the talent of dragons, a near-perfect creature. The eyes of the ogre titan Fafnir flickered with brilliance. She awakened the bloodline of the ancient demigod Siren and possessed soul and spiritual power that ordinary creatures could never reach. Adult titans can even easily influence adult dragons, but even if she grows again, she will be far from reaching the influence that the red dragon can cause at this time. Greetings to you, my great master. Greetings to you, great master, your humble female slave Fafnir sends greetings to all true dragons. The centaur warrior Chiron and the titan Fafnir saw the active dragon group on the top of the mountain. The red dragon was talking in the surrounding of other young dragons. The strong and sturdy dragon body was obviously prominent under the surrounding of the dragons, even the juvenile blue dragon axe was inferior. It seems that the master has grown a lot during this period. The centaur warrior Chiron and the titan Fafnir prostrated on the ground, and this thought arose in their hearts. However, there was no fear in their hearts. For the dragon's family, they hoped to see an increasingly powerful family master. Moreover, the ogre titan Fafnir is now not only the red dragon's slave in name, but her soul is also controlled by the red dragon, and her life and death are tied to the red dragon. She only hopes that the red dragon will be stronger, and the more feedback she gets from the red dragon. Moreover, being strong is the nature of all creatures, not only titans, but also dragons. Discovering that the centaur warrior and the ogre titan had arrived, Chiron nodded, signaling them to wait aside. He turned to look at the blue dragon opposite. The blue dragon Dos was telling him about the investigation, and the red dragon Clinea was nestled beside him. The white dragon Gamot and Kamid surrounded him on his left, the black dragon Rosani and the green dragon Antagena were opposite him. Next to the blue dragon Dos, the pixie was lying on the thorny crown of the green dragon Antagena, grooming the scales for the green dragon. The pixie has long become a friend of all the dragons. Even the green dragon who likes to eat this kind of forest pixie no longer regards raven as food. The two get along very well, and the pixie raven is no longer afraid of the green dragon. However, the green dragon Antagena now has a new habit. She always likes to hold the pixie in her claws and lick it carefully every day, euphemistically saying that she is promoting her feelings. Although in the magical world, there are always some races who express the strong's love for the weak by licking their fur, Kalran did not find this way in the dragon's inherited memory. Obviously, this behavior does not exist in the dragon's group. However, Kalran didn't care. His dragons are different from ordinary evil dragons. Although the green dragon Antagena is still a green dragon who likes to confuse people and play with tricks and conspiracies, at least she will not be so vicious when treating her friends. The Sahuagin tribe lives in a very deep trench, about 500 miles from the land. I followed the traces of the returned murlocs and found that there are still about hundreds of murlocs in the trench. The blue dragon Dos told the situation of his Inax's investigation one by one. On the way back, I also found some figures of deep-sea Nagas. They seem to be hostile to this Sahuagin tribe. They are spying around the Sahuagin tribe's residence. Maybe when they find that the main force of the Sahuagin tribe has been wiped out by us, they will launch an attack on the Murloc tribe. The young dragons nodded. In the sea, Sahuagin and Naga are mostly in opposition. This is the squeeze and collision of living space. Although there are a few times when the two will cooperate, the cooperation time often does not last too long. Axe also discovered the breath of aquatic dragons in the sea, maybe it is a sea emperor dragon. We didn't get too close to avoid being noticed by the other party. Sea emperor dragon? I really want to see these sea dragons. The black dragon Rosani's eyes lit up, and his tail swayed unconsciously. Sea emperor dragons and black dragons are often natural enemies. Sea emperor dragons hate black dragons very much, because black dragons are the worst enemies for sea emperor dragons. Most of the time, sea emperor dragons always live in the water. Although they can leave the water for a period of time, it is an unnecessary option for sea emperors. Black dragons, who like to incubate polluted water and charm and control underwater reptiles, are on their top list of strikes. Of course, all evil dragon species are on the sea emperor dragon's list of strikes, and black dragons are at the top of the list. Black dragons also like to disgust and attack this kind of dragon species that live in the sea all year round. Cunning and evil black dragons always enjoy this. Some black dragons also like to run to the sea emperor dragon's territory to pollute the water and run away. Even if they have been beaten many times, they will not change their original intention. Well, you did the right thing, Kalran affirmed the blue dragon's caution. These sea emperor dragons like to form close alliances with bronze dragons. Discovering the traces of sea emperor dragons may mean that there is still one or even a nest of bronze dragons nearby. We can't manage the sea area for the time being. Let's put the Sahuagin treasure house on hold for the time being. There is no need to take risks for a little treasure. Kalran made a final conclusion to the surrounding young dragons. Our current focus should be on the forest, focusing on protecting the people and land that open up the land, so that they are not violated, and they can grow food for the dragons with peace of mind. This will be the dragon group's rich granary. Only with enough food can the dragon group have the spare capacity to expand and consolidate its territory. Otherwise, relying solely on hunting can only limit the scale of the dragon group's family to a certain scale. Exceeding a certain scale, the dragon group's territory can only fall into a vicious circle of infinite expansion, which is not good for the current steady expansion of the dragon group. Kalran has gradually felt the pressure around the dragon group's territory. In the past, the dragon group's territory was not wide, so the monsters and other races that bordered them were not strong. But now the dragon group's territory is several times the original, and many monsters and tribes around are worried that the strength of these dragons will increase again, and they have begun to constantly test them. The contradiction of living space is irreconcilable, and maybe conflicts and wars will occur with the dragons soon. The other dragons nodded. They had no objection to the red dragon's decision. Although they all wanted to scavenge the Sahuagin treasure house, these dragons would not put themselves in danger because of their greed. Kalran withdrew his gaze from his companions and put it on the centaur warrior and ogre titan standing aside. Chapter 92. Karen looked at the centaur warrior, his draconic eyes, naturally cold and proud, softened with warmth. Chiron. After careful selection with Kali, the leader of the centaur tribe, we've chosen 200 strong centaur warriors to teach them the true heritage of the centaur tribe. They will become a powerful asset to the dragon territory, and I will train them into the most formidable cavalry in the world. Chiron, the former young king of the true centaur tribe, a descendant of the legendary hero of the centaurs and namesake of his great ancestor, bowed respectfully. The centaur tribe is now experiencing a population boom due to the stable living environment and abundant food supply, with an increasing number of newborns. A few years ago, the tribe could barely muster 200 warriors, but now, they can spare a portion to guard the Dragon Nest Mountains and still select 200 warriors for regular training. The kobold servants are in a similar situation. Originally, kobold tribes would automatically split into two once they exceeded 1,000 members due to food scarcity and limited territory. However, under the leadership of their chief, Bag, the kobold tribe has become a vassal of the dragons. With guaranteed safety and ample food, their population has nearly reached 3,000. Kobolds have a reproductive capacity comparable to humans, and they mature much faster. They can become adults in just a few years, with 6-year-olds considered adults. These kobolds are now an essential part of the dragon territory. The smartest individuals are assigned as artisans, learning various forging techniques from human and dwarf craftsmen, mastering weapon crafting and ore smelting. The strongest are hunters and warriors, responsible for hunting and foraging for the tribe and the dragon's retinue. The most resilient are assigned to the mines to extract ores and treasures for the dragons. Others are assigned to the grasslands as dragon herders, taming and grazing captured animals and beasts, such as white-horned bison, giant antelope, land dragons, and reindeer animals with relatively docile temperaments. Even the weakest kobolds can contribute, such as gathering mushrooms and wild vegetables in the forest as supplementary food, caring for the young, and training captured young beasts. Moreover, these kobolds understand that their work contributes to the survival of the entire group. In some ways, Karen finds these kobolds, who worship dragons and possess a strong sense of collective consciousness, more useful than most other servants. Unlike the lazy and disorganized goblins, even under the management and supervision of the kobold servants, these chaotic creatures can only serve as servants and guards. And even then, they are prone to negligence. Therefore, these green-skinned goblins are regarded as expendable by the dragons and other servants. They are used to fill any manpower shortage, and their loss is of no consequence. However, these goblins excel at digging, so many are now employed by the kobolds, toiling in the dark mines. Although some remarkably intelligent goblins are naturally skilled at trading with other races and have caught Karen's attention, they are few in number and not enough to change the status of the entire race. I will have the dwarf Kragan prioritize supplying you with weapons and armor, equipping you with sharp weapons and sturdy armor. The grasslands are your proving ground. Go conquer the weak, seize their territories, and leave the insurmountable foes to the dragons. Do not be reckless. The red dragon stood up, its red scales shimmering with captivating beauty under the sunlight. In Karen's eyes, these dragon spawn and centaur tribes were the dragon's most important forces. They would become crucial assistants in the dragon's future expansion. Centaurs equipped with fine armor and weapons are stronger than even the best trained cavalry of human kingdoms. This is an innate racial advantage that is difficult to overcome. Moreover, at Karen's direction, Chiron will impart the true heritage of the centaur tribe to these centaur warriors, greatly enhancing their combat power. A unit of 200 heavily armored centaur cavalry is enough to defeat enemies several times their number, and even transcendent warriors will be reduced to bloody pulp under the iron hooves of the centaur warriors. Bang! The centaur warrior slammed his large iron fist hard against his chest, his eyes flashing with warlike fervor. He lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "To fight for the master is our duty. Chiron will not disappoint you. I will be watching you." The red dragon's massive dragon claw enveloped the centaur warrior's head. "Go, the glory of the dragons is with you." The centaur warrior turned and strode down the mountain peak, his powerful steps appearing remarkably light. Karen's gaze shifted to the ogre enchantress, who was prostrate on the ground, revealing her alluring curves. Even to the dragon, the ogre enchantress Fafnir was a perfect beauty. Even though the enslaved ogre was dressed in simple cloth, it could not hide her innate allure. Her skin was white and rosy, possessing a luster that even the most beautiful jade in the world could not match. Her disproportionately long and supple legs and bare jade feet carried unimaginable allure. Her breasts, full as the moon, and her hips, like ripe peaches, aroused a desire to conquer and ravage in every male who saw her. Her crystalline jade face was exquisitely charming, and her eyes, rippling like water, and her moist pink lips, moving slightly, always carried a silent seduction and invitation. This was a natural, spontaneous charm, far surpassing affectation. This allure was difficult for even the young dragons to resist, but they all knew that the enchantress before them was the red dragon's private property, Karen's female slave, and they could not offend or covet Karen, so they quickly turned their heads away. Only Antagina and Clinia, two female dragons, glared at the ogre enchantress, their gazes putting great pressure on the enchantress's sensitive mind. Only the curious pixie raven flew around the enchantress, for these pixies also loved beauty. Even Karen, who had seen countless illusory beauties, had to admit that the enchantress before him was a representative of beauty and charm combined, but this did not affect Karen's thoughts. The red dragon lowered its head, looking down at the ogre enchantress, who was trembling unconsciously on the ground, causing a wave of hip movement. Its deep voice stirred a wave in the enchantress's ears. Fafna, my slave. Hearing the red dragon's voice, the ogre enchantress Fafna quickly crawled to the red dragon's feet like a small dog, her slender and supple fingers holding the dragon's claw on the ground, her pink lips kissing the back of the red dragon's claw, and then she said, "My master, your female slave Fafna listens to your will." An interesting light rose in Karen's vertical pupils. Because he did not have a good initial impression of the ogre enchantress, he did not trust Fafna. It was not that he felt that the enchantress was difficult to control, but simply a matter of impression and attitude, so Karen did not receive Fafna after returning to the territory, and continued to let the centaur tribe enslave these ogres as before. And the enchantress Fafna's sensitive mind also discovered this problem, so she was so humble and flattering, because the red dragon in front of her could easily control her life and death. But now the dragon's territory is short of talents. Fafna is smart enough and relatively smooth, as can be seen from the previous greetings. The dragon spawn centaur warrior Chiron is radiated by Karen's bloodline, so he only has Karen in his eyes, and although he is respectful enough to the other young dragons, he will not treat them as if they were gods like he treats Karen. Fafna is different. Although she points out that she is the red dragon's humble slave, she also gives the other dragons respectful greetings. This is the difference in personality and handling things. So Karen intends to let Fafna also participate in the management of some territorial affairs to reduce the burden on the dragons. "I can give you a chance, Fafna, a chance to improve your living conditions." Karen's vertical pupils were filled with reason and indifference. The enchantress before him, with her allure equal to a succubus, did not stir a ripple in his eyes, and his voice was low and flat. Fafna quickly kissed the back of the red dragon's foot, and then blinked her large, watery eyes, looking up at the red dragon's lowered eyes, and said in a soft, almost whispering voice, "Ah, great master, Fafna follows your will, only hoping to gain your favor and praise." "Very good," Karen's rumbling voice echoed in Fafna's ears. He said, "Manage the seaside town well for me and the dragons. You will be appointed as the town's administrator. Callie will tell you your duties. Do not disappoint me, Fafna." The ogre enchantress Fafna widened her watery eyes, and her plump body trembled, surging a dazzling white wave. She did not expect that even as the lowest slave, she would be reused by the red dragon. You must know that in the gradually established territorial order, the administrator is equivalent to the administrative chief of the town. With great power, even the dragon's retinue of the security officer must be subject to jurisdiction. She thought that the red dragon in front of her just simply wanted to play with her body. In the eyes of other races, the red dragon has a long history of this kind of thing. And the entire dragon race is even more notorious. Even those humble and unintelligent beasts, these dragons can do it after they are in heat. What's more, she knows her charm and allure. You must know that the ancient demigod Siren can even charm gods, although it is not necessarily successful. Her watery eyes blinked for a long time before Fafna came back to her senses. Her white forehead hit the back of the red dragon's foot, and her soft, almost moaning voice sounded. "Following your orders, my lord." Chapter 93. The sky is clear, with occasional white clouds dotting it. The grassland is vast, and wild animals roam in all directions. A white dragon spreads its wings and flies through the sky. The gale driven by its wings shatters the clouds, and the dragon's massive body casts a swift shadow on the ground. The centaur warrior Chiron leads the centaur cavalry galloping across the grassland, as if chasing the shadow cast by the dragon from above. Each of these strong centaur warriors is a carefully selected elite from their tribe, averaging 3 meters in height. Their limbs are bulging with muscles, and their full, robust muscles demonstrate their formidable strength. Under the leadership of the dragon-born centaur, these warriors trample the grassland with their hooves. Their wild and fierce aura sends all the beasts on the grassland scattering in fear. Even the ferocious berserker species avoid these numerous centaur cavalry from afar. These berserker species, beginning to develop intelligence, know that the centaurs clad in fine armor and wielding sharp weapons can trample them into bloody pulp with a single charge. Scattered around these swift centaur warriors are over 100 kobold warriors and green-skinned goblin warriors riding grassland grey wolves. These relatively strong warriors, carefully selected from their respective tribes, ride captured and tamed grassland grey wolves, following the centaur cavalry on their rampage. Although these grassland grey wolves are not as fast as the centaur warriors, they excel in endurance and can keep up with the centaur warriors' pace. However, these kobold warriors and green-skinned goblins only wear leather armor and tough animal hides. Their weapons consist of short bows made from a type of tough wood found in the forest and a few short-handled hunting spears. Halt! Chiron, the centaur warrior whose body is covered with a layer of fine red scales, shouted. He raised the fine iron spear in his thick right hand high, and his trampling hooves gradually slowed down. All the centaur warriors slowed down with Chiron's rhythm, stopping in place within a few steps. These centaur warriors are still in the process of practicing cooperation and discipline, but their reaction is quick. This alone is enough to take elite human cavalry a long time to train, and this is even with these centaur warriors needing to familiarize themselves with the commander's instructions. Chiron walked forward. A huge beast carcass lay across the grassland. It was the body of a grassland giant elephant, with tusks nearly 2 meters long. The gnawed clean bones stretched nearly 11 meters from head to tail, and the scattered flesh and bones exuded a fierce aura. This was a berserker species, and the leader of the elephant herd. Woof woof, chattering sound. As the centaur cavalry stopped, the grey wolf riders following behind also gathered around. The kobold, whom Chiron had appointed as the grey wolf rider captain, grabbed the fur of the grey wolf he was riding and stepped forward, using dragon language and the kobold language to chatter and communicate with Chiron, who was squatting on the ground to check the situation. Speak common tongue, the centaur Chiron said sternly. As scout cavalry, you kobolds won't only communicate with the dragonborn. In the future, Lord Kalen's subordinates won't only consist of these races. More and more other races will pledge allegiance to the dragon. Every scout cavalryman needs to learn common tongue. Those who can't learn it can go back to the dark caves and mine. Yes, Lord Chiron, the scout captain kobold stuttered in common tongue as he asked the centaur for instructions. Next, what should we do? Take these grey wolf riders and scatter in teams of 3 to 5 to scout the surrounding area, the centaur warrior Chiron said with a solemn expression. We've already discovered many giant elephant carcasses along the way, and now we've found a powerful berserker species giant elephant. This is the leader of the elephant herd, so there must be a creature or tribe more dangerous than this giant elephant nearby. If you discover anything, report back immediately. If you encounter danger, fire a signal arrow, and I'll rush over immediately. The current area is already on the edge of the dragon territory, surrounded by undulating low hills. Chiron is leading these centaur warriors out for training for the first time, and he can't afford to make mistakes. Therefore, he chose to have the centaur cavalry, who had been galloping all the way, stop in place to rest and recover their strength in order to cope with any dangers that might arise. Yes, Lord Chiron. The kobold captain received the order and passed it on to the grey wolf riders while riding his grey wolf. Amidst the barks mixed with common tongue, the grey wolf riders quickly scattered in teams of 3 to 5 towards the surrounding area. Chiron and the other centaur warriors stayed in place to rest. He looked up at the sky, and the white dragon's massive body appeared and disappeared above the distant clouds, which made him feel much relieved. Captain, these kobolds and green-skinned goblins may not be reliable. Should we send some more warriors out to scout the situation? The centaur tribe leader Kali stepped forward and asked. The elite warriors selected this time are the strongest batch of warriors in the centaur tribe, so the centaur leader Kali and her mate, the male centaur Zwudge, are also present. Except for the centaur girl Sunaya, who is unable to get away as a town law enforcement officer, almost all the elite warriors are here. And in order to facilitate management and command, these outstanding warriors were appointed by Chiron as squad leaders, with each squad leader in charge of 20 knights. Kali, Zwudge, and the centaur tribe warrior chief A and I each controlled 20 knights. But in fact, this is equivalent to dividing the power of the centaur tribe. Over time, Chiron's position will inevitably replace the original centaur leader Kali. But Kali doesn't seem to have any objections to this. On the one hand, these loyal centaur warriors have always regarded the will of the red dragon as sacred and have no intention of resisting. On the other hand, Chiron is also a member of the centaurs, and as the young king of the orthodox centaur tribe, a direct descendant of Chiron, the once most powerful hero of the centaurs, his bloodline is nobler than that of ordinary centaur warriors. He has also brought the missing heritage to the centaur tribe here, so he has not been resisted, but is instead very supported. No need, as the strongest warriors, our task is to maintain our energy and fight with all our strength. Chiron shook his head and said, we must learn to use and trust other companions in order to exert the greatest strength. After years of war with the Carthage Empire, Chiron now has some of his own experiences. He began to learn some human training and combat methods, no longer as simple and chaotic as the original tribe. Whoosh! A signal arrow shot into the sky from behind a distant hill. The sharp sound immediately alarmed the centaurs who were resting in place. Without Chiron's reminder, these elite warriors had already stood up and tightened their grip on their weapons. Let's go and see. The strongest centaur warrior Chiron was still at the forefront of the cavalry formation. Under his command, the 200 centaur cavalry spread out in formation, forming an attacking triangular wedge formation with 2 riders as a group, and galloped towards the place where the signal arrow was fired. After a short rest, the centaur cavalry's stamina was somewhat restored, so their speed was extremely fast. Under the trampling of their hooves, they quickly crossed the hills. Chiron immediately saw the kobold scout riding a grey wolf and desperately fleeing back. The scouts, who were originally in teams of 3 to 5, now had only 2 lucky grey wolf cavalry scouts left, and following behind them was a pack of jackals. This creature, resembling a hyena, is not very tall. Compared to the grey wolf, it is even smaller, but its nature is extremely fierce and cruel. Driven by the Wolf King, this pack of up to 50 wolves bit the grey wolf riders' buttocks, trying to tear these 2 scout cavalry to pieces. Chiron waved his thick arm, and under his command, the remaining centaur cavalry changed from a triangular wedge formation to a line formation, and then took out the long bows hanging on their waists and backs, aiming at the pursuing jackal pack. Release! Chiron gave an order, and these elite sharpshooters, comparable to elves, released the bowstrings in their hands. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, countless arrows fell like rain. These iron arrows cut through the resistance of the air, and with a strong wind-breaking sound, they easily pierced into the running jackals. None of them missed, and each jackal had at least 2 arrows embedded in it. Some lucky jackals were even rewarded with 5 or 6 arrows. These jackals were basically pierced through the eyes or ears by the arrows, and they fell to the ground without even letting out a scream. Only the powerful leader, hiding behind the jackal pack, let out a low moan from within the jackal's corpses. Kali rushed out from the ranks, retrieved the jackal leader who still had a breath left, and threw it at Chiron's feet. Bang! The arrow on the jackal leader's head hit the ground, immediately piercing through both ears, and the faint moaning stopped, and its limbs kicked out and died. But the collar made of rope on the jackal leader's neck caught Chiron's attention. He bent down and tore off the collar from the jackal's neck, looked at it carefully, and then sniffed it with his nose. A special putrid smell rushed into his nose, causing Chiron to frown. These jackals are enslaved by other creatures. Judging from the collars on their necks, it should be a humanoid race, Kali also came to the conclusion. Chiron nodded and said, "This putrid smell is either from trolls and gnolls, or from orcs and ogres. From the traces on this jackal, it can be seen that there should be casters in this race, so we need to be careful. Should we find their lair now and launch an attack directly?" The strong centaur warriors which stepped forward. These centaur warriors are all warmongers, with fighting, bloodshed, and hedonistic indulgence as their goals. Chiron looked up at the gradually slanting setting sun, shook his head and said, "Night is about to fall, which is not conducive to us centaur warriors. The dark night will cause powerful centaur warriors to stumble, and our arrows will not be able to exert their greatest advantage. Let's come again tomorrow. We can go straight here, but we can leave some Grey Wolf scout riders to monitor and investigate from afar." Zwitch nodded. These warriors have become accustomed to obeying the leader's orders, which is a necessary rule for survival in the wilderness. By the way, take these jackal corpses back. Their fur can be peeled off to make winter clothes, or sold to the humans in town. Their corpses can also be used as food. Although we don't like to eat these dirty creatures, the green-skinned goblins don't care. The centaur warrior Chiron had his cavalry take all the jackal corpses with them. The centaur, who once managed the dragon's subordinate, knew how to cherish food. Although the centaurs liked hedonistic indulgence, they never wasted anything. Chapter 94. Chiron led the Grey Wolf Knight leader up the wide stone steps carved out by the ogre slaves. The high steps forced the short kobold to use both hands and feet, and occasionally the strong centaur had to lift him up a couple of steps to barely keep up with the centaur's pace. In the world of dragons, everything is about grandeur and size, even the stone steps for climbing mountains are wide and tall. This mountain, which doesn't seem very high, can deter ordinary people with just this staircase. By the time they reached the summit, the short Grey Wolf Knight leader was crawling on the ground, which showed the kobold's awe of the dragon. However, Chiron didn't see the red dragon. This rooftop, which served as a gathering place for the dragons, only had a few young dragons squatting on the ground playing card games made of slate. The pixie, Raven, was still sitting on the green dragon's crown, shouting and directing the green dragon's moves. "Oh, Chiron, you're here again," the white dragon, Kamide, who was sitting opposite Chiron, quickly noticed the centaur warrior's arrival. His face didn't show the arrogance and condescension of a dragon. The other young dragons also stopped and turned to look at the centaur warrior and the grey wolf knight, who was lying on the ground, not daring to breathe loudly. Dragons respect strength. Chiron, the dragon-blooded centaur, and Saha, the dragon-blooded werewolf, were currently the most powerful retainers under the dragon's command, so they were treated with relative politeness by these young dragons. "Lord Kamide, esteemed true dragons," Chiron bowed to the dragons. Although Chiron's status in his heart far exceeded these young dragons, a dragon-blooded being should remain humble in front of dragons. He would not develop any presumptuous thoughts because of the power he possessed. "I have come to report some situations discovered in the past few days, which require the dragons to make a decision," Chiron said in a deep voice. "Charon is still sleeping. I'll go wake him up." Kamide stood up. In this white dragon's mind, the red dragon was his external brain, and he would want to notify the red dragon as soon as anything happened. Reporting this matter to the true dragons is the same. There's no need to trouble Lord Kamide. Besides, don't disturb a sleeping dragon. The centaur warrior was unwilling to disturb the red dragon's rest. With his position of deep trust with the dragon, he could actually step onto the red dragon's mountain directly. "Tell me, Chiron, what exactly is the matter?" The blue dragon, Dos, had been sitting quietly, observing the centaur warrior's reaction. Only now did he suddenly speak. Chiron recounted the events he encountered at the edge of the dragon's territory and then pointed to the kobold leader, who was lying on the ground, not daring to move. "These Grey Wolf Night Scouts have been waiting there for 2 nights and only then discovered some traces." "Woof, woof," the kobold knight barked twice before successfully switching to the increasingly fluent common tongue. "True dragon lords, we waited for 2 nights and finally discovered that jackal wur lairs are hidden under those low hillocks. These jackal wurs have hollowed out the continuous hillocks and built connected passages underground. There are many jackal wurs. We used all our fingers and toes to count, but we couldn't figure out how many jackal wurs there are. Anyway, there are many, and there should be many jackal wurs hiding in the caves that haven't come out yet. We also discovered some bugbear figures." Woof, woof, the kobold knight ended with 2 mutated dragon words. Wisdom flashed in the blue dragon Dos's pupils. He said to the centaur warrior, "With a jackal wur tribe of this size, they will definitely give birth to some jackal wur spellcasters. Don't be careless. Go, I allow you to launch an attack. The dragons will be behind you. Defeat and capture these jackal wurs. Those who dare to resist will be trampled into bloody mud." Yes, Lord Dos, the centaur Chiron had come for this. He received the dragon's permission to conquer, so he picked up the kobold, whose limbs were sore, and strode away. "Should we tell Charon about this, Dos? Charon might get angry when he finds out. After all," he said, "the current focus is on the forest." The black dragon, Rosani, stretched out his long neck and looked at the reddish-brown mountain, which seemed to never be quiet, steaming with heat and volcanic fire. The blue dragon, Dos, shook his head and was about to speak when a crisp voice rang out. "Charon won't be angry about this. He will only be happy about it." The green dragon, Antat, looked at the black dragon, Rosani, with disdain and said arrogantly, "You idiot, Charon has always distributed the affairs of the territory to each of us dragons. He never cares about the power in his hands being divided. He only hopes that we can grow. If you continue to be so stupid, you will be left far behind by us, Rosani. Then you will be a drag on the dragon group. Besides, Charon only said that the forest is the focus of the dragon group, and he didn't explicitly say that we can't continue to expand in the grassland. We just need to act cautiously and not make mistakes. You, damn Antat, do you want to have a fight with me?" The black dragon, Rosani's, dark face was almost as red as a red dragon's. He became angry and bared his fangs and claws at the green dragon. The white dragon, Gamot, wagged his tail boredly, watching the farce in front of him without saying a word. This kind of thing is not uncommon in the 5-colored dragon clan. Even in this dragon group, which is different from other dragon groups, the nature of these young 5-colored dragons still exists and has not been weakened. They just have more things than other five-colored dragons, not less. However, he didn't think highly of the black dragon, Rosani. Among the five-colored dragons, although the green dragon is not very powerful, it can steadily suppress the black dragon and the white dragon. Of course, the white dragon, Gamot, who is now on the path of returning to his ancestors, cannot be regarded as an ordinary white dragon. In the past, the black dragon, Rosani, had been beaten by the green dragon many times. It seems that the black dragon, Rosani, is just angry for a moment and is not really looking for a beating. Sure enough, the green dragon, Antat, also understood that the black dragon, Rosani, was just bluffing. She just lazily stared at the black dragon with her disdainful eyes, flicking her tail. Humph, a good male dragon doesn't fight with a female dragon. The black dragon, Rosani, withdrew his roaring face dejectedly, sat back and said the famous words he learned from the red dragon. How boring! Why didn't they fight? Rosani, aren't you afraid of not being able to beat Antat? Go teach Antat a lesson. I want to see blood flowing like a river, the female red dragon, Clinea, yawned. Karen is currently sleeping in his volcanic lair. She can't rub against the magma lake, which makes her very unhappy. The red dragon's belligerent nature makes her can't help but instigate. Humph, Karen said that instead of using our strength on infighting within the dragon group, it's better to use it on external battles. The black dragon, Rosani, glanced at Clinea with disdain, stood up. I'm going to see Chiron and the others. I, Rosani, am very active in doing things for the dragon group, unlike you guys. Chapter 95. The black dragon Rosani contracted her body like a big cat hugging its paws, curling into a ball. Her wide wings were pressed tightly against her body, and her vertical pupils, gleaming with a ghostly light, stared at the distant low hills, trying her best to conceal herself within the low bushes of the grassland. The bright night was like water, spilling across the grassland. The river that cut through the grassland sparkled with moonlight, like a celestial river in the sky. The sound of the flowing water masked some of the agitation of the centaur warriors, who eagerly awaited the appearance of their prey. These gnolls liked to be active at night, always hiding in caves under the hills during the day. This habit made it difficult for even dragons that occasionally flew across the sky to discover their tracks. Moreover, even if the dragons discovered these gnolls, there was nothing they could do about it. The dragons could not possibly dig through these hills one by one, and then drag the gnolls out to deal with them. It can only be said that every race that can survive in the wilderness has its unique survival skills. The tall bodies of the centaur warriors were not suitable for entering this kind of terrain to fight. Letting those thin kobold and goblin warriors enter the caves would only be sending food and equipment to these ferocious gnolls. These gnolls loved to eat these intelligent creatures, loved to hear their dying wails and screams. Their brutality was comparable to that of the red dragons. The centaur warriors had thought about using fire to attack, piling wood and animal dung from the grassland in front of the gnoll caves, using thick smoke to force these gnolls out of the caves, and then eliminate them. But after careful observation, the centaur warriors discovered that this continuous range of hills had more than 2 or 3 cave exits. Perhaps all the hills in this area had been tunneled through by these cunning gnolls, so the method of fire attack would naturally not work. So Chiron chose to launch an attack at night. Night was the gnolls' home field, but Chiron cleverly chose to act at night, which was particularly bright. The stars in the sky were shining brightly, and the moonlight was like water. Even ordinary people could clearly see everything on the grassland, let alone these strong centaur warriors. They would not lose their advantage. The black dragon Rosani and these dragons' kin did not wait too long. In the bright moonlight, figures of gnolls began to appear among the hills, one after another, as well as groups of hyenas enslaved by the gnolls, and also many trolls and hobgoblins. These adult gnolls were mostly over 2 meters tall, and their weight was close to 500 grams according to their size. Their heads were like the hyenas they tamed. The skin exposed outside the animal skin wrapping was greenish-gray or blackish-green, and most of them had dirty dark yellow or grey-red manes. From the head, they looked like grassland hyenas, with yellow teeth and blood-red eyes or blue-white eyes. The black dragon Rosani and the centaur warrior Chiron quietly poked their heads out of the low bushes to look. They were not those stupid kobolds. They knew how to accurately estimate the number of these gnolls. More than 400 gnolls. After observing for a moment, the black dragon Rosani said, "But I didn't see any gnoll spellcasters. They should still be in the cave. According to the number of gnolls coming out to hunt for food, the number of people in this tribe is at least over 1,000, Lord Rosani," Chiron said, pointing to the gnolls that were becoming active in the distance. At the front are the strongest gnoll barbarian soldiers with bone chainmail and warmers. Riding on hyenas are the thin gnoll scouts, trackers, and sentries with wooden bows. Their leaders and spellcasters have not moved out. It seems that this area is ruled by these gnolls. Although they might face enemies several times their number, there was no fear on the faces of these centaur warriors. The ogre tribe of the past was even stronger than the centaurs, but they still fought with the ogres for nearly 10 years. What's more, these centaur warriors have now replaced their equipment, from bone-made arrowheads and wooden spears to ironware and leather armor. If the territory's production capacity was not insufficient for a while, Chiron would also like to put these centaur warriors in heavy armor. How is it, can you solve these gnolls? The black dragon Rosani asked, turning her head. It is not difficult to solve these gnolls, but if the gnoll reinforcements hiding in the caves are drawn out, the warriors will definitely need to bleed. Chiron replied. Fighting for the dragon is the glory and duty of the dragon's kin, the centaur leader Carrie stated without hesitation. This was also what she thought in her heart. Perhaps these centaur warriors were the most loyal warriors to the dragon among the current kin. Although those kobolds were loyal to the dragon, they were also prone to rout in the face of disadvantage or danger to their lives. This was the nature of the race, just as the kobolds were born to be the dragon's bootlickers, which was difficult to change. As for those green-skinned goblins, they would have even less bottom line than the kobolds. Without the supervision of the kobolds, they might run away in the event of a real war. They cannot be called a rabble, but they are not much different from scattered soldiers. There are no warriors who can become strong without seeing blood. Only through the baptism of blood can these cavalrymen grow into unstoppable warriors. Chiron also agreed with Carrie's words. The black dragon Rosani glanced over the centaur warriors behind her with firm eyes and gave the order. Go, do not disappoint the dragon's expectations. Let me see if your bravery is worth Chiron's attention. When you lure out the gnoll reinforcements, I will find a chance to cut off their escape route back to their lair. Chiron took the order and led his centaur warriors and the kobold goblins who were lurking beside him, covering the mouths of the grey wolves, and quietly followed the gnoll team that had already moved forward into the distance. In order not to be discovered by the gnoll's keen sense of smell, the centaur cavalry tracked against the wind, trailing far behind the gnoll team. They did not take action when they saw the gnolls chasing prey along the way, until they were far away from the hills, when the leading Chiron instructed his warriors. You grey wolf cavalry spread out to block those gnolls who might escape. The rest of the centaurs will kill these gnolls with me, but leave some alive so that they can send out a signal for help, so as not to ruin my plan to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Yes, the centaur knights and grey wolf knights replied in unison. A strong murderous aura suddenly rose in the quiet grassland under the moonlight. Charge! The centaur Chiron waved the black iron spear in his hand, pointing to the gnolls in front who were indulging in killing prey, and his four hooves gradually galloped. The kobolds and green-skinned goblins riding grey wolves also waved their short spears and shouted wildly, scattering to the rear, encircling the gnolls' retreat. Rumbling. 200 powerful centaur knights lined up in an offensive formation, their four hooves trampling the grassland, the turf flying, galloping away like a rushing mountain torrent, moving forward without hesitation. This movement stirred up countless ripples in the calm grassland, and countless animals hiding in the bushes and low forests were startled and fled from their hiding nests. Those gnolls also discovered the centaur warriors galloping towards them, but they felt that they had the advantage in numbers and were not afraid. Gnolls themselves prefer to attack when they have a numerical advantage, using human wave tactics and their strong strength to drown their opponents. Therefore, these gnolls felt that their prey had arrived tonight, and their brutal and bloodthirsty nature made their beast pupils light up. Under the leadership of the gnoll barbarian captain, they charged towards the centaur knights instead. Kill these centaurs, and you can have a full meal tonight, sucking their blood and marrow. The gnoll barbarian leader waved his heavy double-headed flail and drove his gnolls to launch an attack. The trolls and hobgoblins in the team also waved their big sticks and roared and rushed up. These creatures are the gnolls' allies when the numbers are equal, and the gnolls' slaves and spare food when the numbers are small. Under the gnolls' drive, these creatures also erupted their bestiality. Boom! The two teams collided together, and a faint brilliance surged throughout the centaur Chiron's body. His muscles swelled up, and the dense dragon scales covering his body were also stretched open by the swollen muscles, like exploding scales. Kill you! The tall gnoll barbarian soldier pounced up, waving a bone rod made of the thigh bone of some creature. The powerful force allowed the gnoll to easily leap over the height of the centaur, and the bone rod struck down with a whistling wind, trying to shatter the centaur's head. Chiron was not afraid, his thick arms surged with brilliance, wrapping the thick iron spear, and the unstoppable sharpness directly pierced through the Gnoll barbarian soldier who was pouncing up. The brilliance on the spear instantly surged, blasting the Gnoll hanging on the spear from the chest and abdomen. The Gnoll's body exploded into two halves, and the waving weapon lost its power support and fell to the ground. Kill you all! The rest of the Gnolls also pounced on both sides of the centaur team, and their bodies, which were not weaker than the centaurs, burst out with powerful strength, trying to kill these centaurs. Kari and Drogo, who followed Chiron on both sides, also inherited the centaur's inheritance. Although the time was short, they were still much stronger than before. They held the spears in their hands tightly and charged. The powerful force and the momentum of running made the spear an incredibly terrifying weapon. Pucci, Kari waved the spear in her hand, knocking down the troll's bone rod. The spear swept across the troll's body and galloped away. The troll screamed and covered the gap exposed on his neck with both hands, but was then pierced by the centaur warrior's spear behind Kari. The long iron spear was more like a long stick in Drogo's hand, waving in his thick arms, smashing the hobgoblin's head, and red and white sauce flowed from the hobgoblin's head. The hobgoblin, who was strong enough to survive, had not died for a while, and was panting on the ground, but was immediately trampled by the cavalry behind him, turning into minced meat and blood mud. These centaur knights easily pierced through these gnolls wearing animal skins with their spears, skewering the gnolls on the spears like wild fruits, and then the spear tips slid down, shaking off the gnolls' bodies, and continued to charge forward. The collision between the gnolls and the centaurs instantly created a battlefield on this cyan grassland, and countless splashing blood and minced meat stained the land under their feet red. Most of them were the gnolls' flesh and blood, and only a few unlucky centaurs were injured when they became the target of multiple gnolls. The impact and speed of the cavalry made it difficult for these gnolls to bite. Under the leadership of the powerful Chiron and the other centaur warriors, the centaur cavalry easily pierced through the gnolls' team. Even those strong gnoll barbarian soldiers could not resist this formation of cavalry offensive. In just a simple round of impact, nearly half of these gnolls died. The leader of the gnoll barbarian soldiers was so frightened that his tail was caught when he saw the centaur cavalry passing through his camp. "Run, these centaurs' weapons are too powerful, we have to go back and tell the leader." It howled, letting the rest of the gnolls flee in all directions, and it also mixed in with the fleeing gnolls and ran towards the hilly lair. The gnolls desperately fled, while shouting loudly, "Howoo!" This was a signal for help and warning. The rest of the gnolls also howled, and for a time the grassland was full of jackal sounds. But death followed them closely. The centaur cavalry that broke through the gnolls' camp regrouped and turned around under Chiron's adjustment. They were not human cavalry who needed to adjust and control their horses. They were one step further than the combination of humans and horses, so their speed of regrouping far exceeded that of human cavalry. The centaur cavalry followed behind the gnolls, staring at their prey like death. When these gnolls were about to approach the hills and the signal for help was enough to be conveyed, they launched a charge again. The gnolls in front could no longer care about the centaur cavalry behind them, because the kobold knights and goblins who were good at fighting headwind battles were blocking them. These two creatures are more fierce and brutal than any race in headwind battles, and they also like to torture their opponents more. These goblins and kobolds riding grey wolves twice their size cunningly roamed around, and the short bows and short spears in their hands were desperately thrown out, filling the limbs of these gnolls with arrows and short spears. The garbage that used to be weak in the eyes of the gnolls and could be pinched to death with one hand became a deadly murderer, and one after another gnolls fell on the way back to their nests. Blood spilled all over the grassland along the way. They widened their eyes and looked at the bright moon in the sky. The eyes that still had light were unwilling and humiliated. They died in the hands of these green-skinned goblins and kobolds, and they died with their eyes closed. Chapter 96. Within the underground cave in the hills, contrary to what outsiders might expect, the cave was excavated to be wide and tall, not appearing cramped at all. Torches soaked in animal fat were placed in the recesses of the cave walls, burning fiercely. Additionally, bonfires made of dry grass mixed with animal dung from the grasslands provided light for the spacious underground lair. Even so, some sections of the cave remained dim. A slender gnoll sentry hurriedly moved through the dimly lit cave passage, bypassing gnolls and trolls huddled around the bonfires, passing the cave where dragon beasts were kept, and then passing the rooms specifically set aside for the gnoll spellcasters, finally reaching a large cavern. This cavern was extremely wide and tall, easily accommodating even dragons. More than a dozen wide and long passages connected to it. The cave's walls and dome were decorated with murals painted with the blood of various beasts and bizarre pigments. The murals depicted a tall gnoll clad in exquisite scale armor, wielding a masterwork adamant triple flail, battling various monsters. The most frequent image was of a huge minotaur demon with a golden mane, wielding a long-handled heavy blade. This was the gnoll's revered guardian deity, the Gnoll King Unigu. According to legends, the Gnoll King Unigu was a lord of the abyss, possessing immense power, and was the ancestor and guardian of all gnolls in the world. However, while most gnolls revered the Gnoll King Unigu, they did not regard Unigu as a deity, but merely as a powerful gnoll warrior and ancestor. Some arrogant gnolls even aimed to defeat the Gnoll King Unigu. The golden-maned demon minotaur wielding a long-handled heavy blade, who opposed the Gnoll King Unigu, was the Gnoll King Unigu's opponent and nemesis, the Minotaur King Baphomet. This virile, cruel, and ferocious Minotaur King was also a lord from the abyss in legends, with resounding titles such as Horned Lord or Lord of Horns, and Lord of Beasts. He was the object of worship for evil rangers and barbarians, and the deity of faith for minotaurs. He hated the Gnoll King and all gnolls, and would kill every gnoll he encountered. Beneath these tall dome murals, a wide stone chair was occupied by a dozing gnoll. Among the gnoll race, even the strongest gnoll barbarians were only about 2.5 meters tall, while this gnoll was over 3 meters tall, almost reaching 4 meters. Crimson fur draped smoothly behind his head, and the corners of his grey-red muzzle were free of the drool that most gnolls had. His grey-red fur also appeared exceptionally clean, lacking the unique rancid odor carried by other gnolls. This was a clean and powerful gnoll. This gnoll called himself Yugu. From birth, he was stronger than other gnoll pups and was the leader of that generation of newborn gnolls, so he was ambitious from a young age. After he came of age, he single-handedly hunted a dragon lizard said to possess dragon blood, gaining the support of most of the gnolls in the gnoll tribe. This aroused the vigilance of the previous gnoll leader, but Yugu openly challenged the leader, who was in his prime, during a gnoll gathering, easily killing the previous gnoll leader with his bare hands, thus becoming the leader of the gnoll tribe. Under his leadership, the gnolls moved to these hills, which were originally the lair of the dragon lizard he had killed. With a stable lair, the gnolls no longer had to wander like wild dogs on the plains. With an ample supply of food, the gnoll tribe rapidly grew from a tribe with only 200 members to a large tribe with over 1,000 members. They not only possessed many gnoll spellcasters but also enslaved many slaves of other races, such as trolls, half-orcs, hobgoblins, and bugbears. They also captured many dragon beasts and ferocious beasts to enslave and tame, as well as many animals and beasts from the grasslands. Under his development, the gnoll tribe had become the ruler of this area. Therefore, the gnoll scout did not dare to disturb him loudly, stopping at the entrance of the cave passage. 2 strong gnoll barbarian guards stood here. Each passage had 2 gnoll barbarian guards, guarding the king of this tribe. At the low report of the gnoll barbarian guard, the gnoll Yugu opened his eyes. Even in the cave illuminated by the blazing light of countless torches, the gnoll's blood-red eyes still radiated their unique brilliance. "What's the matter?" Yugu's rough, hoarse voice echoed in the cave. "Leader, the hunting party that went out earlier sent a distress signal. They must have encountered an irresistible danger. Now we can't hear their voices anymore. Maybe they have all been killed." The gnoll sentry knelt on the ground, extremely humble in the face of Yugu's powerful aura. "What? Several hundred powerful gnolls going out could encounter irresistible danger? What kind of enemy did they encounter?" Yugu's hyena-like face showed dissatisfaction, and he frowned. In Yugu's impression, no creature on the grasslands in this area ruled by gnolls could resist the power of his warriors, and he was very restrained. He had not encroached on the territories of those ferocious species near the dragon's territory. These gnolls did not know that the territories of those ferocious beasts had been occupied by the dragon's subordinates, and the dragons never ventured out of their territory, so Yugu did not understand the current situation. "I'm not sure, but some time ago, sentries discovered centaurs appearing in groups nearby. It may be these centaurs who clashed with our hunting party," the gnoll sentry replied, lowering his head. "Centaurs?" Yugu muttered to himself. In his impression, although centaurs were all powerful warriors, if they wanted to make his gnoll barbarians feel dangerous, there should be many of them, a powerful centaur tribe. "Go gather the warriors and spellcasters in the tribe, take up their weapons, and bring those dragon beasts too. I want to see what kind of power these centaurs possess." Daring to offend the gnoll territory, Yugu stood up, his tall body draped in blood-red fur, a triple flail shining brightly to the left of the stone seat. Restless sounds rose from every corner of the cave. Countless gnolls picked up their weapons and gathered, then rushed out of their lair in groups, waiting for their leader on the grassland. The spellcasters with purple manes, who had a special status in the gnoll tribe, also waited quietly outside the cave. Obviously, Yuga's status was supreme among the gnolls, possessing absolute authority. The gnoll Yuga finally stepped out of the cave, but his tall figure was riding on a dragon beast. This dragon beast, with coarse fur and toenails growing on its hind feet like huge sickle-like bone blades, was more than 6 meters long and resembled a dinosaur. This was an Achilles dragon, said to possess dragon blood, a ferocious predator on the grassland, and a powerful creature at the top of the ordinary food chain. But this dragon beast with great power was tamed by the gnoll Yuga to become a war beast and pet, which shows the power possessed by this gnoll. The gnoll Yuga waved his heavy triple flail and shouted loudly, "Attack! Follow me to kill those intruders who dare to violate the gnoll territory, drink their blood, and decorate our lair with their bones." Chapter 97. Rumbling, the gnoll chieftain Yugu, with his robust body, rode his massive Achilles dragon beast across the hilly grasslands, its long, blood-red mane fluttering like a cape in the wind. The enormous three-headed adamantite flail in his thick arms seemed like a toy, swinging with the rhythm of the run. The dragon beast's massive body pounded out huge footfalls on the solid, heavy earth, followed by neatly arrayed gnolls, their trampling hooves kicking up dust from the green grass of the prairie. Following gnoll chieftain Yugu on either side were gnoll barbarians, also riding dragon beasts and dire wolves. Each of these gnoll barbarians was the most elite warrior in the gnoll tribe. These gnoll barbarians all stood around 2.5 meters tall, wielding heavy flails and warhammers. They were the guard of this ambitious gnoll chieftain, his most trusted warriors. They were also typically the assault troops of the gnoll tribe. Their armor was the finest in the entire gnoll tribe, with many gnoll barbarians clad in beast hide clothing made from the tough hides of dragon beasts, or the most durable furs from the ferocious creatures hunted by the gnolls. Behind the gnoll barbarians followed gnoll spellcasters riding dire wolves. These gnoll spellcasters were also called Watchers. These relatively frail gnolls, distinguished by their purple manes, possessed innate natural magic that made many foreign druids and shamans weep with envy. Even these gnoll spellcasters themselves struggled to understand the source of this power, unable to discern whether their abilities were magical or divine, and thus generally avoided wearing extra armor to prevent interference with their spell casting. Typically, these gnoll spellcasters would use their magic to enhance the bodies of the gnoll warriors under their protection. Of course, they could also directly attack enemies with their magic, and possessed spell-like abilities similar to a fear aura, gradually inducing fear in the hearts of enemies around them. Some carrion crows and vultures circled overhead, cawing noisily. These were scout birds enslaved by their magic, allowing them to see the surrounding area through the bird's eyes. Dozens to hundreds of the friliest gnoll scouts rode dire wolves, scattered far and wide. These gnolls were clever scouts, dangerous assassins, and ranged troops, rarely exceeding 2 meters in height, carrying bows and blowguns loaded with poisoned darts. Bringing up the rear were the majority of ordinary gnoll warriors and slaves such as troll bears and hobgoblins. These gnoll warriors and slaves could only run on foot, but their strong bodies allowed them to run no slower than most beasts on the prairie. Although these gnolls were still in a scattered formation, they showed a clearer division of labor than the hunting gnoll warriors before. If this loosely structured race possessed an especially strong leader, they could unite and fight with a clear division of labor, exhibiting a degree of discipline rarely seen in monster races. Clearly, Gnoll chieftain Yuga was such a strong and powerful tribal leader. Caw, caw, caw. A bald-headed vulture about 2 meters long flapped its somewhat balding wings and landed on the arm of a gnoll spellcaster, whose pale pupils returned to blood red. "Chieftain, my little birds have discovered the bodies of the fallen warriors." Just a short distance ahead to the left, a gnoll spellcaster spurred his dire wolf to keep pace with the Achilles dragon, reporting to his chieftain. These gnolls possessed their own racial language, but could also speak Trollish, Orcish, or Goblin, as well as some Common. In fact, gnolls were a rather intelligent race. Moreover, gnolls had a great advantage not only in learning languages, but in other aspects as well. The main reason hindering the further evolution of gnolls was their loose social structure. If properly guided, these gnolls might become an immeasurably powerful force. What about those centaurs invading our territory? Have you found any trace of them? Gnoll chieftain Yugu asked, frowning, his voice steady despite the rise and fall of his running mount. No trace of the centaurs has been found. Perhaps they saw the warriors' signal for help and, knowing they couldn't withstand our retaliation, fled. Those cowardly and detestable centaurs, the Knoll spellcaster replied, tearing off a piece of jerky and feeding it to the balding vulture perched on his arm. The vulture swallowed the long strip of jerky in one gulp and flapped its wings, soaring back into the air. After running for about several more miles, Knoll Chieftain Yugu's excellent vision could already see traces of blood staining the prairie red. A thick, rotten stench unique to gnolls, mixed with the reek of blood, assaulted his sensitive nose. Knoll Chieftain Yugu swung the three-headed flail in his hand, creating a violent sound. He shouted loudly, "All warriors halt! Watchers, send your pets into the sky to scout the situation. The rest of you, search the ground for any surviving warriors and traces of those centaurs." The huge force of over 600 gnolls came to a halt. Although still somewhat chaotic, not comparable to trained human soldiers, they maintained a clear sense of discipline. The night crows and vultures enslaved by the Knoll spellcasters flew in all directions to scout the situation. The Knoll scouts on dire wolves scattered around the perimeter, heading towards the low bushes and burrows on the prairie. These gnolls were familiar with every part of their territory, and the night was their domain. The remaining Knoll warriors also dispersed, using their keen sense of smell to pick up the traces and scent left by the centaur warriors on the prairie. Only the Knoll barbarian guards and the Knoll spellcasters remained around Knoll Chieftain Yugu, examining the battlefield. Knoll Chieftain Yugu jumped off the tall Achilles dragon beast, his tall and sturdy body dragging the heavy three-headed flail as he walked through the remains of the battlefield, his blood-red eyes searching for every detail left on the battlefield. Hiss, hiss. Knoll Chieftain Yugu looked at the bodies of the Knoll warriors lying in pools of blood along the way, sniffing the air with his sensitive nose to discern enemy information. There's the scent of prairie grey wolves, and the stench emanating from green-skinned goblins. This smell should belong to kobolds, Knoll Chieftain Yugu analyzed in his mind. Prairie grey wolves were everywhere, and wolf packs often became the gnolls' prey and sexual partners. And green-skinned goblins and kobolds were everywhere. The gnolls had slaughtered no fewer than a dozen green-skinned goblin and kobold tribes, so Knoll Chieftain Yugu was very familiar with these smells. The strongest stench of sweat should be from those centaurs. It seems these enemies may have formed an alliance, or become the followers of some powerful creature. Most likely those annoying chromatic dragons. Metallic dragons wouldn't like to take in weak and lowly races like kobolds and green-skinned goblins. Damn it, when did a dragon appear? Hopefully, it's not an adult dragon, or the tribe will have to migrate. Knoll Chieftain Yugu was an ambitious guy. Although these evil races like to attach themselves to dragons, Yugu didn't want to lose his power and status from the bottom of his heart. Chieftain, we've discovered traces of the centaur's escape. Should we follow these traces and kill all the centaurs? A thin Knoll scout riding a dire wolf ran over, pulling the dire wolf's ears, jumped off the dire wolf's back, and knelt on the ground to report, pointing in the direction of the centaur's escape. Knoll Chieftain Yugu looked in the direction the scout indicated. He knew very well that a powerful orc tribe bordered the Knoll territory in that direction. He had secretly investigated it at night and found that it had many strong individuals, and there were strong individuals who could compete with him. He had always ordered the Knoll tribe not to cross the edge of the territory to avoid conflicts with those orc tribes. Although he was not afraid of those orcs, the current Knoll tribe was not strong enough to fight against the orc tribe. Could it be that those orc tribes are no longer satisfied with their territory and have allied with the centaur tribe? With the abilities of these orcs, it is normal to enslave those weak goblins and kobolds. Knoll Chieftain Yugu had some thoughts in his mind, and at the same time shook his head. No need to chase. Leave some Knoll sentries to patrol the edge of the territory, and leave a few watchers here to maintain contact. The rest of the Knoll warriors follow me back. Now is not the time to conflict with those reckless orcs. We must continue to accumulate strength. After speaking, he climbed onto the Achilles dragon beast that was devouring the Knoll corpses on the ground, whistled a signal, gathered his gnolls, and led his tribe back to their lair. On the back of the hill at the top of the Knoll lair, the centaur warriors and grey wolf knights who had quietly arrived here had hidden in the leeward side, quietly waiting for the Knoll reinforcements who had left the nest to return. After the war with the human kingdom, Chiron had learned how to use his advantages. He made full use of the flexibility and mobility of the centaur cavalry and grey wolf knights. He led the centaur cavalry and grey wolf knights in a large circle on the prairie and returned to this place. With the vision and guidance provided by the black dragon Rosani from the sky, they easily avoided the Knoll's direct route. They squatted on the back of the hill near the Knoll lair, preparing to catch the Knolls off guard when they returned to the lair and were extremely relaxed. These centaurs ran much faster than those Knolls, so even though they had made a big circle on the prairie, they still had enough time to rest here. Now these centaurs had recovered a lot of physical strength and were quietly replenishing their strength with the water bags and jerky they carried. They knew that the next step might be the real challenge. They never underestimated the enemy, nor were they afraid of blood. The black dragon Rosani was also lying on the back of the hill. The black dragon could not be too active in the bright moonlight, otherwise, it would be discovered by the Knoll spellcaster's little pets and make them alert. Even if the black dragon was naturally proficient in stealth, he could not underestimate the enemy's keenness. The black dragon Rosani just quietly poked his head out. The dragon's excellent vision allowed him to see farther than the giant eagle in the sky. "Those putrid gnolls are coming," the black dragon said to Chiron beside him. From far away, the black dragon could find traces of the enemy, even if the distant gnoll team was just a black spot in the eyes of the centaurs. And those huge Achilles dragons attracted the black dragon's attention. These tough hides grew rough hair, and the dragon beasts with huge sickle-like toenails were almost as long as the black dragon. Moreover, as the black dragon aged, his face and body became closer and closer to the image of a skeleton, and the outer skin around the base of the horns and cheekbones would continue to undergo changes like degradation, so it was sometimes called the skeleton dragon. The current black dragon Rosani was in the juvenile dragon stage, not so obvious, but his body was still thin. Even if he was more than 7 meters long, he still seemed weaker than the Achilles dragon. However, even if these dragon beasts grew stronger, they were just prey in the eyes of the dragon. The black dragon and Kalong had hunted countless of these beasts that relied purely on their claws and teeth and their own strength when they were young. But this kind of huge dragon beast was still a powerful enough beast for the gnolls. The black dragon Rosani could not sense the breath of the gnoll riding on the Achilles dragon, but he knew that this gnoll chieftain must be very strong. "You have to be careful later. That gnoll chieftain is estimated to be very powerful. He can actually tame the Achilles dragon, a predatory and ferocious dragon beast," the black dragon Rosani said what he saw. These juvenile dragons all liked the warriors of the centaur tribe, especially the black dragon Rosani. When he was young, he discovered the wild beauty of the wild horses galloping on the prairie. These centaur warriors especially met the black dragon's aesthetics. The dragon-born centaur warrior Chiron squinted his eyes and looked at the approaching shadows, nodded in response. Dragon followers are never afraid of challenges. Then he turned to the cavalry captains such as Carry and ordered, "Pick up your weapons and bows and arrows, prepare to fight." Rumbling. The gnoll warriors followed their chieftain and ran towards their lair. Because they were close to their lair, these gnolls had relaxed their vigilance. The relatively neat formation that was originally maintained was now as scattered and chaotic as the goblin and kobold queues. Those gnoll spellcasters also took back their night crows and vultures. They never thought that there would be enemies near their lair. All races that could pose a threat to the gnolls nearby had been slaughtered or enslaved by these gnolls. Even those ferocious beasts with their clans could only become the gnolls' food and farmed poultry. The gnoll scouts also lazily drove the dire wolves under their seats to join the gnoll army. Those arrogant and conceited gnoll barbarians even hung their weapons casually on the waists and backs of their mounts. Even the gnoll chieftain Yuga gave up his vigilance and led his tribe into the hills. He looked at the underground lair entrance in the distance that was still faintly lit with fire and light, only 2 or 3 miles away from him, but suddenly he was stunned. The figures of centaurs, kobolds, and green-skinned goblins appeared one after another on the hills on both sides of the underground lair entrance. Like hunters aiming at their prey, they opened the long bows in their hands, raised the throwing spears in their hands, and aimed at the gnoll tribe's warriors. A black dragon, its scales reflecting the bright moonlight with a dark, silvery sheen, beat its wings, preparing to take flight and hunt its prey. I, along with the warriors of the gnoll tribe, were surrounded, with kobolds and goblins eyeing us hungrily from the flanks, and the centaurs opposite radiating a thick aura of bloodlust. The enemy was aggressive and revealed their ferocious intentions, yet we received no warning. "Damn it, carelessness," Chief Yug of the gnolls thought, shouting, "Brace yourselves, prepare to withstand the arrows." Before the gnoll chief could finish speaking, and before the gnoll warriors could react, a rain of arrows, like a dark cloud, poured down. Buzz, whoosh. The centaur's powerful arms drew each bow to its fullest extent, the bowstrings vibrating with a buzzing sound as the arrows were released, the iron-tipped arrows slicing through the air with a sharp whistling sound, hammering down upon the gnoll ranks. The kobolds and green-skinned goblins also shot their short arrows and javelins. Although these kobolds and green-skinned goblins were weak, the rain of arrows and short spears fired from the high ground could still inflict casualties. After all, gnolls only possessed greater strength, not scales like dragons that could defend against ordinary weapons. Ugh, ah! Caught off guard, the gnolls were pierced through their heads and bodies by the arrows. Even those wearing tough dragon beast hide cloaks could not stop the arrows, collapsing to the ground with brief groans of pain. The hyenas and dragon beasts beneath them panicked and scattered, some even charging into the gnoll ranks with the corpses of gnolls still clinging to them, causing chaos. Gnoll Chief Yug swung his heavy flail impenetrably, blocking all the arrows fired at him. Only the Achilles dragon beast beneath him took an arrow. The dragon beast, startled by the pain, was about to rampage when Yug smashed it on the head with a heavy punch, causing it to roar in pain and calm down. Bang! Yug swung his flail, smashing the head of a rampaging dragon beast to pieces, shouting loudly, "Don't run around! Gather together and listen to my orders! Submit or die!" Chiron the centaur stepped forward on the hill, not ordering another attack, his tall frame holding a huge longbow, aiming at the gnoll chief as he shouted. "Submit or die!" All the centaur warriors and grey wolf riders shouted in unison, the huge sound echoing through the hills, and the giant dragon in the sky also roared. "Submit or die!" Dragon Keen. Gnoll Yug's blood-red pupils dilated as he looked at the agitated tribe and the bodies on the ground. After just one round of attacks, the tribe had lost more than 100 powerful warriors. The gnoll spellcasters were particularly targeted, defenseless. These gnoll spellcasters were as fragile as blank paper, and several had already died. But the gnoll chief before them was still unruly. Although he could see the difference in the dragon keen centaur opposite, their strength was not enough to be his opponent. Moreover, the black dragon in the sky, although a pure-blooded true dragon, was too small, only a little over 7 meters, looking very weak. Such a thin body could not have much strength, far from making him want to submit. So he drove the Achilles dragon beast beneath him forward, laughing loudly, "I would rather be the head of a pheasant on the prairie than the tail feather of a phoenix. If you want me to submit, you must defeat me in battle." Gnoll Yug looked at the black dragon landing on the hill, disdainfully saying, "Just a black dragon is enough to make you willingly submit? It's not a red dragon, you really like being slaves. Watch your words, Gnoll. We are members of the dragon's family, and the black dragon is also a respected member of the dragon's family. As for the red dragon, I don't think you'd like to see his face and fury. Be humble before the dragon, or choose death." Chiron's expression turned cold. "Even a red dragon in its juvenile stage would have difficulty stopping my power." The unruly gnoll chief finally showed his attitude with his actions, waving his heavy three-headed flail and shouting, "Follow me and charge! Kill all these enemies! I want to see the power of these dragons! Kill them!" The rampaging gnolls followed their chief and launched a charge, the gnoll spellcasters using their magical abilities to strengthen the gnoll berserkers charging in the front. "Base, lowly vermin! How dare you provoke the majesty of a true dragon!" Black Dragon Rosani was furious at the gnoll chief's words. It was one thing to be provoked in the dragon group, where he really couldn't win, but to be despised by a lowly race like gnolls made the evil dragon blood in his veins boil. Black Dragon Rosani spread his wings, releasing the dragon might of a juvenile dragon, roaring in the sky, magical light flowing over his body, making a pouncing motion. The centaur warriors and kobold followers had already fired their arrows, continuing until they had shot all the arrows they had brought. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The rapid rain of arrows shot down a large number of charging gnoll warriors, but the gnoll spellcasters' spells provided defense and strength enhancement to these gnolls. Many gnolls who were shot down without fatal injuries stood up again and continued to charge. Some gnoll spellcasters were chanting spells, and a mist appeared on the field, and ghouls with fangs and ugly, ferocious faces crawled out of the mist, following the gnoll tribe's army forward. "Throw away your bows and follow me to charge, for the dragon." Chiron threw down his longbow without arrows and tightened his grip on his weapon. "For the dragon! For the master!" The other centaur warriors also threw their longbows on the ground, then drew the spears hanging at their waists, the centaur ranks quickly gathering into an attack formation, stepping down the hill. Those kobolds and green-skinned goblins riding grey wolves also rushed down the hill, harassing the gnolls from behind with throwing spears and blowgun darts. The gnoll and centaur forces collided halfway up the hill like rolling torrents, and with a boom, the magical shield that the gnoll spellcasters had cast on Gnoll Chief Yug shattered instantly under the intense impact. The centaurs charging down from the high ground carried powerful force and momentum, and the thick iron spear in Chiron's hand was indestructible, instantly shattering the magical shield that was strong enough to withstand the attacks of a juvenile dragon. But Gnoll Chief Yug abandoned his mount. At the moment of contact, he slapped the huge Achilles dragon beneath him, and then his entire body flew up, stepping on the back of the huge dragon beast and leaping to the left, jumping over the first wave of the most powerful impact. At the moment the magical shield shattered on his body. The huge Achilles dragon beneath him became the first obstacle to weaken the impact of the centaur cavalry. The dragon beast, more than 6 meters long, was abandoned by its master, and its huge body could not withstand the centaur cavalry charging down from above. The tall dragon Keen centaur was not much weaker than the dragon beast in strength, and they were also charging down from above. The Achilles dragon was directly knocked over by Chiron, rolling down the hill like a thrown sandbag, unable to hold on for even half a second. The centaur cavalry behind him rolled down, directly crashing into the gnoll ranks charging upwards. Base vermin, your head will become my toy. Black Dragon Rosani was not as tolerant as he was in the dragon group at this moment. He revealed his cruel black dragon nature, fixing his eyes on Gnoll Chief Yug, who had dodged the impact. The black dragon roared and swooped down from the sky, his wide wings flapping slightly, passing over Gnoll Chief Yug's head, and then spitting out an acid breath from above that could corrode weapons and armor. Moreover, the spell he had awakened was also released under the urging of magic. Under the bright moonlight, a darkness suddenly enveloped the gnoll's body, causing the gnoll to lose his sight. Gnoll Chief's blood-red eyes were suddenly pitch black, as if an ordinary human was in the darkest night without starlight or lamplight, and even a gnoll with dark vision could not see through this deep darkness. He could only vaguely see the shadow of the black dragon. This was because the black dragon's mastery of spells was not up to par. However, Gnoll Chief Yug had powerful combat intuition and talent. He quickly dodged to the side, the heavy three-headed flail striking towards the black dragon's abdomen in his impression with a vibrating, sharp whistling sound. Black Dragon Rosani had been trained in the arena, and after many battles, he was no longer the black dragon who only hunted beasts. He knew that his abdomen had no scale defense, and that the three-headed flail was a heavy weapon, and even if it was covered with dragon scales, it could not block the damage from a heavy blow. So he had already controlled the distance, and the heavy three-headed flail roared past under his abdomen, and the strong wind raised could actually make the muscles of his abdomen feel a threatening stimulation. Huff! The black dragon who brushed past seized this opportunity in an instant, and his long tail swung at the last moment, striking down on the temporarily visually impaired gnoll with a force no weaker than a heavy hammer. Bang! Gnoll Yug's excellent combat intuition and sensitive ears helped him block this blow, the thick handle of the three-headed flail colliding with the black dragon's tail. The black dragon only felt his tail was a little numb, but then he turned back and pounced again, and as he was preparing to take advantage of the gnoll chief's visual impairment to repeat his old trick, suddenly the gnoll's blood-red pupils bloomed with a bright light. A powerful aura rose from the gnoll's body, and the heavy three-headed flail left the gnoll's palm with unparalleled terrifying force, flying towards the black dragon's chest and abdomen. Damn it! Black Dragon Rosani looked at the heavy flail roaring with great force and could not pull his body away, so he could only block his wings and thick limbs in front of his chest and abdomen. Boom! A violent tremor and impact came from the wings and limbs. The black dragon's wing bones and limb bones were directly broken by the heavy three-headed flail. Fortunately, the force was reduced after buffering, but it still seriously injured the juvenile black dragon. Roar! Black Dragon Rosani let out a painful roar, falling from mid-air. Charon's huge body floated up and down in the rolling lava lake. The heat and heavy sulfur smell surrounding the red dragon, countless heat and magic permeating the red dragon's scales, absorbed by the red dragon's skin. Now, under the supply of sufficient magic energy and food nutrition, the red dragon's body has reached more than 14 meters. Even Akazi, the blue dragon who has reached adolescence, is only 14 meters long. Charon has now surpassed the adolescent blue dragon Akazi, becoming the largest and longest dragon in the dragon group, and with the red dragon's current physique, perhaps the blue dragon Akazi no longer has the qualification to fight the red dragon. Under the talent of over-limit growth, Charon is growing almost every moment, and the red dragon seems to be a bit contrary to common sense. Generally, creatures and dragons grow and develop faster when they are young, and their growth and development will slow down as they get older, until they stop growing and developing. But Charon is the opposite. He is developing faster now than he was in his early childhood. It seems that as he gets older, his development and growth are also accelerating, especially after entering the volcanic lava lake to sleep. Charon's current state is somewhat similar to that of dolphins, one brain thinking and one brain sleeping. His original brain is in a state of rest, but the sub-brain is still in operation, and countless magic runes and spell models and formulas are flowing in the sub-brain. At the moment when the black dragon fell in the distance, the sub-brain flowing with endless information suddenly sent out a signal, activating the sleeping red dragon. That was the seed of protection that the red dragon planted on the juvenile dragons. Once the juvenile dragon in the dragon group encounters a fatal danger, it will transmit information to Karen, and Karen can also perceive the dragon's location information and state through the power of the mind. So the red dragon buried in the dark red lava lake opened his eyes, and the sleeping dragon was disturbed. His huge body emerged from the boiling lava, and the hot lava flowed down his crimson scales, like raindrops rolling off lotus leaves. Boom! The red dragon stretched out his wide and strong wings, and the wide wings that grew with the growth of the body cast a shadow over half of the lava lake under the projection of the moonlight. A surge of wind arose on the flat ground, rolling the boiling and scorching lava, and the red dragon jumped out of the crater and soared straight into the sky. You don't seem to be afraid of the coming of death, Your Excellency the dragon. The powerful and cunning Knoll Chief Yug looked at the black dragon without changing his face. Even though he had suffered heavy injuries and endured the pain of broken bones, the black dragon's face was still full of the dragon's arrogance and ferocity. If I and these dependents don't return to the dragon's lair before dawn, the dragons will follow the trail, and you won't want to face the wrath of the dragons. Even if you have touched the realm of the holy domain, Karen's anger is a price you can't afford. The black dragon smiled coldly. He had blind trust in the red dragon. You always pride yourselves on being members of the dragon's family. I remember that you black dragons have always liked to live alone. How could you join the dragon's family? Could it be that your dragon's family is a family established by a blue dragon? The head of the family should be an adult blue dragon. Out of some concern, Knoll Chief Yug did not kill the black dragon. He was also probing the dragon's family's information in his words, which would determine his next actions and choices. You don't need to probe. I can tell you that the head of the family is just a juvenile dragon, a juvenile red dragon. Black Dragon Rosani glanced at Yug, who was different from ordinary gnolls. He continued, if you can't make a decision right now, I suggest you have your warriors stop. These familiars are favored by Karen, and Karen will be angry at their loss. The centaur warriors were indeed very strong, especially under the leadership of the dragon-blooded centaur Chiron. They charged back and forth through the gnoll ranks, and many gnolls fell under the iron hooves of the centaur warriors. However, there were too few centaur warriors, and the difference in numbers between the gnolls and the centaurs was too great. Moreover, the warriors guarding the gnoll nests heard the commotion and came out to support them. With the replenishment of fresh troops, the gnoll warriors became even more fearless. These centaurs not only had to face the entanglement of the powerful gnoll barbarians but also had to deal with the magical interference and support of the gnoll spellcasters. There were also the gnoll guard regiments riding dragon beasts, and they were also concerned about the black dragon's imprisonment. Therefore, many centaurs were injured, and dozens of centaur warriors fell on this land forever. They were surrounded. Although Chiron had done well enough, some things would always be unexpected, such as the gnoll leader Yugu, who was far more powerful than ordinary creatures, and these surprisingly disciplined gnolls. The dragon cares about these familiars. The gnoll Yugu seemed to have heard a bad joke. And you seem to have a lot of faith in the red dragon's abilities. Of course, he is not only the king of the dragons but also the master of the wilderness and forests, leading the dragons from weakness to strength, and is loved by dragons and their familiars. The black dragon Rosani spoke of Karen like a young brother speaking of an admired older brother. Karen's power is comparable only to those powerful dragons with unique titles in the dragon heritage. Even the golden dragons of the same age are far inferior to Karen. He is the only dragon I have ever seen who can control and master the blood of the evil dragon, especially since he is the most insane and chaotic red dragon. If it is as you say, then perhaps the dragon clan is worthy of the gnoll's allegiance, but if the dragons of the dragon clan are as weak as you, I think I will become the dragon-slaying hero that those boring human bards talk about. The gnoll leader's face remained unmoved. He only believed what his own eyes saw. Rumble. A thunderous sound suddenly came from the horizon. The rapid sonic boom chased after the thunder and came from afar. A blazing fire rapidly fell from the sky, and the rising flames tore through the air, bringing a white line that seemed to cut through the night sky. The surging fire seemed faster than sound. The gnoll leader Yugo looked up at the horizon in astonishment. Under the moonlight, a huge figure revealed its true form amidst the rising flames. The black dragon Rosani was also a little surprised, but then a stern smile appeared on his face. Gnoll, pray for yourself. Pray that you can get the result you want. Snap! The violent sonic boom chased after the behemoth from the sky. The red dragon, shrouded in rising flames, crashed down from the sky, as if a divine punishment had fallen to earth. Whoosh, bang! The Gnoll leader Yugu, who relied on his strength, only felt an extremely intense mental pressure descend, and boundless heat and the purgatory of dryness descended at the same time as this mental pressure. The red dragon's huge body directly stepped on his head. The Gnoll leader was stunned for a moment, and an extremely deadly sense of threat finally awakened his mind, which had been suppressed by the terrifying aura. He shuddered, quickly bent his legs, and stomped hard, and his strong lower limbs burst out with unimaginable power, leaping dozens of meters away. Boom! The force of the red dragon hitting the ground was so powerful that it created a large pit in the solid ground. A strong shock wave spread out in all directions from the dragon's landing point, overturning the turf on the grassland, splashing mud and rolling boulders. The nearby Gnoll warriors were overturned by the shock wave, their internal organs were impacted, and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. The violent impact silenced the entire field. Even the strongest Gnoll barbarians stopped their steps and stayed away from that scorched purgatory. The black dragon Rosani, who was affected, screamed. The violent shock wave touched his wound. Fortunately, the black dragon was heavy enough to avoid being blown away. When the dust settled, the red dragon, with its scales and horns, stood proudly at the top of the hill. Flames rose around it, the grassland was scorched, the land was dry, the rocks were broken, and everything melted. His red and indifferent eyes quietly looked down at the astonished Gnoll leader. Is this a young dragon? The Gnoll Yugo looked at the red dragon's huge body, with the unscattered flames and sulphurous steaming all over it, making this red dragon seem to have returned from the endless purgatory. The thick and strong body was like cast iron, revealing unparalleled power and violence. The thick and knotted forked dragon horns were the dragon's scepter of power, the demon king's crown. The hideous head, covered with thorns on both sides of the cheeks, was the embodiment of majesty and the representative of ferocity. The white fangs were the dragon's sword to break through the constraints of the world, and the thick tail covered with thorns was the giant god's whip to smash the shackles of the world. I can't beat this red dragon, the Gnoll leader thought. His heart to challenge the dragon had sunk into that bottomless abyss and was buried by the rotten silt. Yugo deeply lowered his always high head and lamented, Your Excellency! Bang! The red dragon's huge body seemed incredibly agile, and the surging fire was his bridge to reach the horizon. He slapped the Gnoll leader into the mud. Pfft! Even the Gnoll leader, who possessed powerful talent and touched the edge of the Saint Realm, was as fragile as a child before an adult under this casual palm of the dragon. Yugu's bones were almost broken, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. He fell limply on the ground. Karen, the black dragon Rosani limped over, but did not approach the fire and greeted the red dragon. The red dragon nodded, then turned to the Gnoll lying on the ground and said, Stand up, Gnoll, I don't like anyone being so humble in front of me. The Gnoll Yugo quickly got up and straightened his waist with force. Bang! Karen slapped the Gnoll who had stood up again. He said coldly, You should learn to be humble in front of the dragon. The Gnoll barbarians and Gnoll spellcasters looked at each other, not daring to move. Cough cough, the Gnoll leader Yugu, who was constantly overflowing with blood, supported his body with his hands and knelt down to the red dragon, silent. Karen, these Gnolls should submit now. The black dragon Rosani saw the fire dissipate and came over to persuade the red dragon. Karen nodded, his eyes swept over the corpses of the centaurs on the battlefield, and then his eyes narrowed. Then a red line of fire lit up from the red dragon's chest and abdomen, quickly spreading to his neck and throat. The red dragon opened his mouth, and the rolling torrent of magic and the flames merged into one, and the tyrannical dragon fire was overwhelming, turning into a cone-shaped flame and spewing out. Whoosh! The flames swept over the Gnoll barbarians who were still hesitant, and the rolling flames burned their bodies, causing them to let out sharp screams. Raise the spell shield, the Gnoll spellcasters screamed, and a thick spell shield rose up from around them, meeting the dragon fire that burned everything. Crackling, the thick spell shield was rapidly weakening, and the dense magical aura quickly dried up under the burning of the dragon fire. After a few breaths, it finally shattered, scorching these spellcasters who had exhausted their magic into coke. The red dragon moved his head, pouring the dragon fire of destruction onto the Gnolls who had surrounded the centaurs. These Gnolls wailed, not daring to resist without the leadership of their leader, not daring to escape under the dragon's gaze, and turned to ashes in place. Those dragon beasts that wanted to escape also received the red dragon's care. Once the condensed flames touched their fur, they were like maggots on bones, until the host turned to ashes. The Gnoll leader Yugu, who was kneeling aside, felt the high temperature of the dragon fire roasting his face, but a chilling chill rose behind him, but he just lowered his head and did not dare to speak. This terrifying scene frightened these always ferocious gnolls. Finally, some gnolls who had woken up knelt on the ground and shouted loudly, "The gnolls are willing to submit to the great true dragon, become the dragon's loyal servants, and live for the dragon's will." Chapter 98. Dawn was approaching, and the rising sun had already faintly revealed its rosy glow on the horizon. Although Karen had stopped the dragon fire, which grew increasingly terrifying as the dragon matured, after these gnolls submitted to the dragon's feet, the entire grassland in these hills was turned into wasteland by the red dragon. The dead monsters were also burned to ashes by the dragon fire, waiting for rebirth in the coming year along with the green life buried deep under the yellow earth. For Karen, these intelligent gnolls, trained with a certain degree of discipline, were suitable dragon followers, so he had to control the destructive desires and fiery rage brought by the evil dragon blood. He needed to be mindful that the influence of the evil dragon blood would also increase with his growth, just like constantly maintaining a certain state of mind and a state similar to being cautious when alone. So even though each release of dragon fire and destruction made the red dragon feel extremely happy, allowing him to particularly enjoy and indulge in this unrestrained feeling, he would quickly be restrained by Karen. The will to control the evil dragon blood had become his subconscious instinct. He only destroyed what he wanted to destroy and killed who he wanted to kill. Under the tempering of this will and state of mind, Karen always had a feeling that when he passed through the sleeping period of his youth, he would usher in a huge evolution and improvement. From the long-term development of the dragon territory and his own interests, accepting the allegiance of these gnolls was also the optimal choice that the red dragon, as the lord of the dragon group, should make. Besides, he had already demonstrated the power and majesty of the dragon, established absolute authority in front of these evil races who only feared power, and also punished the Gnoll tribe. After the war with the dragon's followers and the dragon's punishment, this Gnoll tribe, plus the enslaved trolls and hobgoblin slaves, had approximately 600 members. This number, coupled with the strength of the Gnolls, still counted as a relatively powerful tribe, and these Gnolls would replenish the dragon territory, which was in dire need of manpower. The surviving Gnolls, led by the Gnoll leader Yugu, would move their tribe to the core area of the dragon territory, settle there and be redistributed, while the remaining centaur warriors and grey wolf knights were the supervisors escorting the Gnolls. However, these Gnolls were the closest to a civilized tribe of monsters that Karen had ever seen, not only possessing their own Gnoll language, but also having a relatively stable and distinct social class structure, with a relatively clear division of labor within the tribe. Moreover, these Gnolls had accumulated a certain amount of wealth, including poultry and animals domesticated in their nests, and food crops planted. This was a crop that looked like foxtail grass on the grassland, and under the Gnolls' rough planting management, it would bring a considerable amount of food to the tribe every year. The vacant nests after these Gnolls left would become temporary residences and fortresses for the kobolds and green-skinned goblins who patrolled the territory for the dragon every day on grey wolves. However, Karen didn't care about these things. The dragon group was not short of the wealth accumulated by the Gnoll tribe, and he had no intention of looking for treasure in the Gnoll's treasure trove, but directly returned to the dragon's lair with the black dragon Rosani. When the two dragons landed on the top of the mountain, Karen saw the figure of the green dragon Antagina, the beautiful female dragon shimmering like emeralds in the morning sun, lying prostrate on the mountain where the young dragons usually gathered to rest. The green dragon's slender neck and head rested on a stone-carved round table, while she was boredly tapping her long tail and slowly yawning. The green dragon was responsible for patrolling the dragon territory last night, so she was a little sleepy from lack of sleep. She was waiting for the young dragons who had slept enough to come out and take over the patrol duties. Karen, Rosani, Antagina noticed the arrival of the red dragon and the black dragon, and quickly got up. Her slender neck rubbed against the red dragon's shoulder blades. This slightly intimate way of greeting was limited to the red dragon. For the black dragon, Antagina simply said hello. To be honest, Karen felt that he had two split but unified aesthetics. On the one hand, he felt that the appearance of the green dragon Antagina was not beautiful, especially the thorny bat wing-like tissue growing on the top of her head and back made him feel ugly. On the other hand, the dragon's instinctive aesthetics were telling him that the green dragon in front of him was a rare beauty. From the dragon's point of view, she was a beautiful dragon among the five-colored dragons. So although Karen knew that the green dragon Antagina had been deliberately trying to please him, he never gave his response. "Was everything smooth last night, Rosani?" the green dragon asked casually. She didn't know that Karen had stepped out of the nest for the black dragon. She thought they happened to be returning at the same time. The black dragon Rosani looked at the red dragon, then at the green dragon, and then said in a low voice, "It's okay." Karen didn't know what the black dragon was thinking, so he walked to the edge of the flat ground on the top of the mountain and looked down, overlooking his territory. The territory had already begun to become active in the morning. In addition to those followers who were on duty at the foot of the mountain, other followers had gradually appeared. The Kobold tribe, which followed the dragon earliest and was most useful to the dragon, was allowed to open up a home in the forest at the foot of the Dragon Nest Mountains. They lived next to the centaur tribe that had moved in. The ogre slaves and green-skinned goblins lived in the middle and edge of the Kobold camp and the centaur camp, which was convenient for the dragon's followers to monitor and control these two races. So many newborn Kobold children and centaur children appeared at the foot of the mountain. Under stable living conditions, these two tribes were now in a period of rapid population growth, with newborns born every month. Although the ogre slaves and goblin tribes had a relatively low status in the dragon territory, the dragon group's rich territory could also provide sufficient food. Even if they went into the forest to dig wild vegetables and collect mushrooms, they could easily feed these monsters, which were much more tenacious than humans. However, the cubs of these ogre slaves and green-skinned goblins were not allowed to run around in the territory, partly because of the group's class status. On the other hand, the kobold cubs, who were particularly brutal to other races, always liked to abuse the cubs of these slaves, leading to a high mortality rate among the ogre and green-skinned goblin cubs. This was the racial nature and status class difference of these monsters. Even if the dragon did not appreciate this practice, it was difficult to change in a short time. Besides, the dragon's gaze could not pay attention to these details every moment. Karen's gaze was now focused on the newborn cubs of these followers. These newborn cubs looked particularly strong and energetic, and their physical condition was better than that of their parents when they were young. Some kobold cubs living near the foot of the Red Dragon Mountain would also grow fine red scales, only revealing white skin between their chests and abdomen. The short horns on their heads were also different from their parents. The short horns on their heads were thicker and longer than those of their parents. Occasionally, there would be kobold cubs growing wings. These cubs were generally the leaders of the cubs of the same age, leading a group of kobold cubs to shuttle through the dense forest at the foot of the mountain and cause damage. They dug out pits and installed traps and alarm devices that would trigger crossbow arrows. This innate talent was fully reflected in these kobold cubs. The centaur cubs did not have any special changes, but the cubs became stronger. Perhaps the centaurs themselves had more talent than the kobolds, so the dragon's influence on them was not obvious. Obviously, although Karen was high on the top of the mountain, he was still uncontrollably influencing these kobold followers, causing these kobolds to gradually change. However, Karen himself was not sure whether these kobold followers were affected by the nest effect or because the kobold bloodline was naturally more susceptible to the dragon's influence. After all, in Karen's impression, only legendary dragons had a wide enough nest effect. The influence of the nest effect of dragons below the legendary level was generally limited to the surroundings of their caves. Karen's nest was located on the top of a high mountain, so in theory, it was difficult to affect these kobold followers. Karen had once tried to actively control the influence of the dragon's nest effect, but with little success. So Karen chose to build his nest on the top of the high mountain also with the idea of reducing the impact on the surrounding environment. After all, the red dragon's changes to the environment were not as relatively gentle as the green dragon's. At that time, the grasslands and forests would be full of cracked earth and endless wildfires that could not be extinguished. The influence and destructive power of other young dragons were not to be outdone, especially the white dragon and the blue dragon. The blue dragon would gradually desertify the nearby land, and the white dragon would turn the place into a natural ice store. Karen didn't want to destroy the surrounding environment. It wasn't that the evil dragon suddenly had a kind heart, but that a complete territory could bring more benefits to the dragon group. He now needed to look at most problems as the lord of the dragon group. Karen shook his head. No wonder those five-colored dragons who once built their nests near the residential areas of humans and other races were easily slaughtered, or at least beaten up and driven away. Even if these five-colored dragons stayed honestly in their nests and wanted to develop, they would be discovered by the surrounding humans as their influence on the environment gradually deepened. It can only be said that whether actively or passively, every five-colored dragon living in the world is constantly causing damage. The fact that they cause permanent damage to the environment alone can give these humans an excuse to attack the five-colored dragons. In Karen's red pupils, the world had changed in some way, as if it had suddenly switched to another perspective, and the whole world had become real and specific. The real world was composed of countless entangled and intertwined flowing lines and energy trajectories, yellow earth, blue water patterns, cyan flowing wind, green life, and red flames. These elements were running in the real world every moment, not interfering with each other but intertwined and fused with each other at a certain moment. This was the real vision possessed by those who were attuned to and controlled the elemental realm, a part of Karen's own real vision. In addition, Karen also saw many incomprehensible fluctuations and traces of energy lines. He could not understand them, could not touch them, and could not use them. But Karen could see that, in addition to the mass of elements representing his own flames, metal and earth intertwined and distinct from each other, there were also some attribute-less radiation field forces with almost no energy fluctuations emanating from the surface of his body, intersecting with a certain energy and node in the real world. This radiation-like force was like some uncontrollable passivity, which could gradually form a diffused field in the intersection with the real world, and gradually infect every place in this field. Karen's gaze turned to the nest where he lived, the volcanic magma lake. In his vision, the radiation field force he unconsciously emitted was converging towards the nest along a certain track and trace in the real world. His own nest had formed an extremely special and thick field because of the long-term contamination and the fact that it belonged to a special magical intersection node. This field could only be felt as a mental pressure similar to dragon might in the eyes of those who did not have a real vision. This was why many dragons usually restrained their dragon might, but many creatures still did not dare to approach the dragon's nest. The range of the dragon's marked territory would not be like that of ordinary beasts, marking their territory with the smell of urine, but the dragon's own radiation field would naturally leave a unique aura in the intersection with a certain energy in the real world. However, although dragons could not control the effects and influences of this power themselves, it was easy to erase their own aura. But Karen's radiation field force was not strong enough at this time, and it did not connect and resonate with the field formed by the nest, and eventually disappeared in a corner of the real world. This perspective was extremely clear. Without the interference of the various strong elemental traces of the volcanic nest, Karen could easily find his own radiation field force. Karen frowned. He remembered that the treasures in his own dug treasure trove were also contaminated with this unique radiation field force of the dragon. Moreover, the accumulated treasures had gradually formed a node and amplifier similar to field radiation under the influence and contamination of the dragon's power. Every dragon's ability would be amplified in its own nest. The specific amplification depended on each dragon's talent and control. This was why many dragons' combat power in their own nests far exceeded their combat power when walking outside. As for the legendary white dragon who was rumored to have been single-brushed by someone blocking the door, Karen had to attribute it to the fact that the white dragon race had the title of Shame of the Five-Colored Dragons, which affected the white dragon's performance. However, the fact that the treasures in the dragon's nest could amplify and diffuse the dragon's own power and field effect was a common sense that was not found in the dragon's inheritance, and Karen felt some doubts in his heart. Without the inheritance of this knowledge, ordinary dragons would find it difficult to discover the existence of this power. They were not like Karen, who had the talent of real vision, but passively controlled and responded to the talented elements in the world. Perhaps only after ordinary dragons became adults or entered the legend could they discover the existence of this power, or possess this contaminating power. At this moment, some rumors about dragons' love of collecting treasures appeared in Karen's mind. It was said that these treasures, gold coins, and countless precious treasures that creatures were keen on were entrusted with thoughts and wishes about some sentient beings. They were attached with powers similar to special magic or faith power. This power could be absorbed and used by dragons with special talents, could supplement their own abilities and bloodlines, and could allow dragons to achieve leaps and evolutions at critical moments. Therefore, if any race in the world, as numerous as the sands of the Ganges, deems something precious, a treasure or valuable item, the dragon will conceive the idea of plundering it, be it money or other treasures. Even a princess of a human kingdom, if she possesses such qualities and is regarded as a treasure by her kingdom, will be targeted for abduction by a dragon. Furthermore, in Kalen's inheritance, it is mentioned that dragons have a certain path to transcend during their final evolution, requiring them to devour all the treasures they have collected. Then, they undergo sublimation and evolution in slumber, and upon success, they leap up, transforming into a god-sealing dragon, which is an exclusive path for dragons to achieve life sublimation. However, this transcending ritual can only be attempted when a dragon reaches a certain life threshold, at least surpassing the boundary of life and death. Although dragons can theoretically grow infinitely and possess infinite lifespan, each dragon faces trials from the world and limitations of time upon reaching extreme old age. Overcoming these trials leads to becoming an ancient dragon, possessing greater lifespan and power. Failure to overcome these trials results in demise, returning to the embrace of death like other races. Consequently, many dragons choose the alternative path of becoming dragon liches to extend their lives. It can only be said that theory belongs to theory, and actual circumstances belong to actual circumstances. This inevitably brings up the white dragon among the 5 chromatic dragons. After other chromatic dragons become ancient dragons upon surpassing the extremely old age stage, they generally possess the power to contend with legends, regardless of their talent. However, a typical white dragon, even after becoming an ancient dragon, is still insufficient to contend with legends and needs to continue growing to the peak of an ancient dragon before possessing such power. From this perspective, the title of disgrace of the chromatic dragons attached to the white dragon seems to be indelible. However, Kalen's inheritance only briefly mentions this path of God-sealing dragon, without specific methods of implementation, perhaps because Kalen has not yet reached that stage, and it will only be open to Kalen when his life level reaches a certain threshold. This situation is normal because the dragon's inheritance is as vast as the misty sea, and it is impossible to transmit all inheritance information to a dragon at once. A dragon's inheritance needs to be unsealed and sorted through each slumber before it can become knowledge that they possess and master. Even the offspring of gods would not be able to withstand receiving all the dragon inheritance information at once, let alone these young dragons. Or perhaps each dragon needs to attempt their own god-sealing ritual according to their specific circumstances, with each dragon requiring different rituals and methods, which is why there is no specific knowledge retained in Kalen's own inheritance. But in any case, such knowledge does not exist in the inheritance of every dragon, and the unevenness of the world is vividly demonstrated in this aspect. Perhaps those dragons who have once crossed this step did not choose to pass down this information. This is normal. The nature of dragons is greedy and selfish. After I die, who cares if there's a flood is a natural trait possessed by every dragon, difficult to change. Or perhaps those dragons who know this knowledge do not want it to be widely spread. After all, if they choose this path, all dragons will become potential competitors to each other. Even if dragons do not know this information, their greed drives them to plunder treasures. How much more so if the path to sublimation and evolution is clearly defined. That would drive the dragons to an extremely frenzied state over the world's treasures. Valuing money over life would become the epitome of most dragons, and it is even more likely to set off endless dragon wars. Every dragon would covet each other's treasures and vaults, although it is almost the same usually, but dragons generally do not actively launch wars against another dragon because of greed for treasure. No wonder the statues of Tiamat, the dragon queen of the 5 chromatic dragons, always gaze at the dragon nests of every dragon follower with an extremely greedy gaze, Kalen thought. Even if these chromatic dragons become followers of Tiamat, they would not choose to place the dragon queen's statue inside their nests. Generally, they would casually place the dragon queen's statue outside, praying when something happens, and treating the statue as non-existent when nothing happens. It seems to be to prevent Tiamat from coveting their treasures, and there are legends that the dragon queen of the 5 chromatic dragons has stolen some dragons' treasures. Kalen does not know if this information is true. But based on his own evil dragon nature, it would not be strange if Tiamat really did such a thing. The dragon queen of the 5 chromatic dragons is a dragon god, but she is first and foremost a dragon. Her power is not because she is a dragon god, but because she is a powerful dragon. She possesses all the characteristics and abilities of all 5 chromatic dragons in the world, and is far stronger than the 5 chromatic dragons by 1,000 or 100 times, and certain characteristics of the 5 chromatic dragons will be amplified by 1,000 or 100 times in her. It seems that the master behind those dragon merchant guilds also knows this information. Kalen recalled some knowledge. There are some famous merchant guilds on the continent of Acania that are controlled by those metallic dragons, and several of these merchant guilds have also come to the dragon's territory to do business. Kalen was very impressed with these merchant guilds because he found the aura of true dragons on the leaders of these merchant guilds, including a silver dragon who used polymorph magic to transform into a human. Under Kalen's true vision, these dragons who have not reached master-level polymorph magic cannot hide their figures, even if they possess magical secrets that can cover up their true dragon aura. It seems that I also need to establish a merchant guild belonging to the dragon clan as soon as possible, Kalen thought. Plundering treasures is only the lowest level means in Kalen's eyes. The profit earned from doing business is much faster than plundering treasures. Robbing a bank is not as profitable as some businesses. But if you want to embark on this path, the treasures required may be immeasurable, otherwise, there would be no information about dragons successfully becoming gods in Kalen's inherited memories. However, although Kalen may not necessarily embark on this path of the God-sealing dragon, he is accustomed to preparing in advance. Having a backup path is never a bad thing. Kalen urged his magic power and entered the state of mind overclocking, using his powerful will to control himself into overclocking mode. In this state, Kalen has an extremely focused spirit and absolute control over his body. His strength, speed, reaction vision, etc. are also increased to the highest level that his own qualities should have, but this is not for combat, but to try to control his own lair effect, the kind of power that naturally emanates from himself, similar to field radiation. His will controls his body and spirit to restrain, every scale on his body is tightly attached to his skin, and every tiny pore on his skin that is difficult for ordinary eyes to find is also closing. His own power is contracting, and the ever-active evil dragon blood is also entering a dormant state under his will. Kalen's spirit began to try to touch and control the field radiation power revealed in the true vision. This energy, similar to fluctuation, is extremely subtle and difficult to detect. However, Kalen's current spiritual power is strong enough. The abundant soul and spirit of the ogre giant Fafnir has been providing Kalen with buffs. Kalen's current spiritual power is about to surpass those high-level scholar mages who are good at exploring the mysteries of magic with their spirits, so he easily touched the fluctuation of field radiation energy after trying a few times. He began to integrate his spirit into this field radiation energy fluctuation. He is using his spiritual power to find the rhythm and changes of this radiation power fluctuation, and gradually feels that his own field radiation power is interacting and resonating with a certain energy and field from the outside world. The energy fluctuations form diffusion in the real world with the help of a certain medium, and then dissipate after reaching the limit. Bang, bang, bang. A rhythm similar to the rapid change of a slight heartbeat reacts in Kalen's spirit. He finds the rhythm point of change in an instant, and his spiritual power merges into it. His spiritual power seems to instantly enter a certain extremely subtle vision. Under the macro gaze of the true vision, he sets foot in the micro field of the world, and can perceive every subtle structure and connection along the fluctuation of power radiation. His spirit can follow every subtle structure of the stone and go deep into the stone to observe, just like discovering the element particle structure that makes up the stone, flowing along the structural gaps between these element particles, every grain of soil, every tree, every ore. He can use this radiation fluctuation to resonate with the outside world and enter the internal observation. The microscopic part of the world is opening the door to him. Kalen left his own mark in a true corner of the world. In this rhythm state, he can restrain the energy fluctuations emitted by his own field radiation like restraining his own dragon might. As this fluctuation of his own field radiation power converges, Kalen's own aura is like every stone, every tree, every inch of land in the world, no longer emitting his own aura and energy fluctuations, but similar to all things in the world, generated from the root. From the perspective of the black dragon Rosani, the red dragon in front of him stands on the top of the mountain like an eternal rock, and he can hardly feel the red dragon's life fluctuations and soul aura. Whoosh! Kalen withdrew from this resonance, and the strange perspective instantly switched and disappeared. He took a deep breath, and in front of him was a green wilderness and barren mountains, full of vitality. Kalen felt the consumption and fatigue of his spiritual power. Now, in the state of starting his own mind overclocking, he can persist for a long time. He has been practicing mastering this state in his daily activities every day before. So now, after a long period of training and adaptation, Kalen has far more flexibility and concentration than other dragons, and his overall combat effectiveness has also been greatly improved. The relative clumsiness brought by the dragon's huge body is not reflected in Kalen at all. In addition, the sub-brain node group is constantly analyzing and adjusting the red dragon's daily posture and power output model, which causes Kalen to be in a constant state of practice in his daily life. However, exploring and restraining in this perspective in the state of opening mind overclocking consumes a lot of his spiritual power, which is not enough for him to stay in this state for a long time. However, the benefits brought by this attempt are huge. Kalen can feel the situation in which he opens the two states. He happily scratched his thick jaw with his thick dragon claws, turned his head and smiled at the black dragon Rosani behind him. Rosani, I seem to have learned your race's talent ability, a red dragon who can sneak, it's really interesting. Kalen's harvest was beyond his expectations. Originally, Kalen hoped to control this influence that was not controlled by the dragon only because of his habit. Kalen is accustomed to controlling everything about himself. In the eyes of outsiders, this kind of person with obsessive-compulsive self-control tendencies belongs to a potential self-abuser. They enjoy the sense of accomplishment of controlling themselves, just like those who enjoy indulgence enjoy this pleasure of controlling themselves. Kalen is also like this. Controlling himself is not only to prevent his free will from being affected by the outside world and the evil dragon blood, but he is also enjoying the sense of accomplishment brought by successfully controlling himself, which is the same as the sense of accomplishment brought by seeing himself constantly improving. Kalen enjoys this feeling, and also enjoys the feeling of indulgence, but he prefers to enjoy the process of relaxation after successfully controlling himself. This feeling is like the indulgence after honing himself, so the red dragon is not like those ascetic monks who only want to control himself, he is just enjoying this success. Kalen, it seems you have become stronger again, the black dragon Rosani said with joy on his face, stepping forward, only one step behind Kalen, and looking down on the dragon's territory side by side with the red dragon. And the figure of the green dragon Antagina has disappeared, and she should have returned to her high mountain nest to rest. Flying above the sky is the blue dragon Axi, and today this juvenile blue dragon is responsible for patrolling the dragon's territory. Kalen shook his head, it's not a matter of becoming stronger, it's just a matter of discovering another way to become stronger, and learning a more useful ability. The black dragon Rosani was silent, with some frustrated emotions on his face. He looked up at the huge red dragon and said a little bit, Kalen, I don't know what to do anymore, I don't have such a strong talent like you. Even if I work hard and actively want to do something for the dragon group, I still failed to achieve a successful record last night. Not only did I lose a lot of dragon dependence, but I also need you to rescue me. I don't know what I should do. Dragons are also creatures and have their own weak side, even evil dragons. The black dragon Rosani also has his own weak emotions, but other dragons will laugh at this emotion. The black dragon will only show this emotion when facing the red dragon. This is certainly not that the dragon is too weak, but that the black dragon Rosani feels the pressure and produces anxiety. The black dragon belongs to the tail end of the 5 chromatic dragons, and its own talent is not outstanding. Not to mention the ordinary red dragon at the head of the 5 chromatic dragons, who can fight 2 black dragons at the start, even the green dragon can stably suppress the black dragon in a one-on-one duel. Even the weakest white dragon, the current Gamut, after the growth and tempering of his heart, has embarked on the road of reviving the bloodline of the previous generation, and can stably suppress the black dragon in a one-on-one duel. As for the white dragon Kamid, although he is the bottom of the dragon group, Kamid has a special status in the hearts of these dragons and will not despise Kamid. Because the white dragon Kamid is the most reckless dragon in the dragon group, even if he is weak, as long as Kalen gives an order, he dares to flaunt his claws and fangs. Even if the opposite is an adult dragon, this white dragon seems to have no fear in his heart, even the iron-headed female red dragon Kleinaya is not as reckless as this white dragon. So, the black dragon Rosani was now feeling troubled and anxious. He didn't want to be a burden on the dragon group, he wanted to be useful and prove his worth. The red dragon didn't comfort the anxious black dragon. He turned his head and slapped Rosani across the face with his thick dragon claw. Smack! Karen! Black dragon Rosani looked at the red dragon with a shocked and bewildered expression. Rosani, you need to act like a male dragon. What's wrong with you? Karen's calm but powerful voice gave the black dragon a sense of peace. Is this what you learned from me and the dragon group? Being as weak as those human women, the red dragon said, his calm eyes fixed on the black dragon's eyes. What to do, what kind of rubbish is this? The red dragon's words didn't have a mocking tone, but they were firm and resolute enough. He said, the world of dragons is not the world of humans and those short-lived species. There's no need to rush to listen to those stories of young achievers. Rosani, time is on our side. To grow, you must make a decision. Or you can grow freely like other dragons. You will always be part of the dragon group, and the dragon group will not abandon you, but you must be firm in your choice, not hesitant like a coward. Karen gazed at the black dragon. His words were what he truly felt. He wouldn't demand every dragon to grow like him or Krana. Each dragon has their own choices and talent limitations. He accepted the diversity and unevenness of the world. Moreover, whether it's controlling the evil dragon nature or honing oneself through battle, it's extremely difficult for the dragon's lazy, pleasure-seeking, and indulgent nature. It's difficult to change one's nature, and Karen wouldn't try to change it. He would only subtly influence things that could be changed. I understand, Karen. Black Dragon Rosani received assurance and support from the red dragon's eyes. His eyes also became firm, and he laughed, damn it, there's nothing a dragon can't conquer. Karen, maybe I need to conquer myself like you. Dragons don't allow anything to control them, not even their own bloodline. Karen's long tail swung and hit the black dragon Rosanni's back with a whoosh. A smile also appeared on his face. This is the mentality that a proud dragon should have. Those powerful and proud evil dragons aren't even afraid of the dragon god, let alone the influence of some evil dragon blood. Black Dragon Rosanni nodded, then said sheepishly, but I won't give up those beautiful little mares on the grassland. Dragons should pursue powerful strength, but they also need beautiful embellishments. Although the red dragon knew the dragon's aesthetic, dragons could find unique beauty in all creatures in the world. Even in ugly slimes and rock giants made of stone, dragons could discover their unique beauty, but the black dragon's hobby was too unique and niche for Karen. For some reason, Black Dragon Rosanni was particularly fond of equine creatures. Even with the centaur tribe he had taken in, Black Dragon Rosanni often lingered among them. Now, those centaurs had the closest relationship with Black Dragon Rosanni. Smack! Karen slapped Black Dragon Rosanni away with his wing. Karen took the opportunity to flap his wide wings and took off, leaving his words behind. Control doesn't mean prohibition, but your hobbies and aesthetics, tisk tisk, never mind, I'm too lazy to care about you. Hehe, Black Dragon Rosanni flipped over from the ground, spread his wings, and took off, returning to his lair. Whoosh, Karen landed on the summit of his lair. The two peaks were not far apart. Now, the red dragon, with wings nearly 30 meters long, only needed to flap them lightly to reach his lair. The heat from the ever-surging magma and the volcanic ash brought out from the depths of the Earth's core enveloped the entire mountain, making it difficult for even sunlight to penetrate these ashes and the misty heat. This made the red dragon's lair appear somewhat dark, like those legendary doomsday volcanoes. As soon as Karen landed here, the unrestrained field radiation instantly connected with the field remaining in the entire lair. In this lair, the red dragon could grasp information from every corner and exert several times his own power. Even if a young red dragon came to Karen's lair, they would be severely beaten by Karen and then leave behind treasures to buy their life and redeem themselves. The warning spell Lucid Dream that Karen initially set up had gradually spread in all directions under the intense magical supply of the volcano, expanding from initially covering the entire mountain. However, this spell did not block the other young dragons. The arrival of these young dragons would not trigger the warning in Karen's settings. So, Karen wasn't surprised when he discovered the red dragon Krana hiding in the lava lake pretending to be asleep. Karen knew very well the help that the lava lair brought to the red dragon's growth. This female red dragon had been coveting his lair, which made Karen have a sense of mischievousness. Subtle magic power quickly gathered between Karen's claws, condensing into a fireball under Karen's wool. This was his awakened talent spell, not magic, so it was extremely fast. He quietly raised the fireball and smashed it towards the red dragon in the lava lake. Bang! Chapter 99. Roar! The young red dragon, who had buried his head under his broad wings and curled up to sleep with his claws holding the tail spread under his jaw, slowly opened his eyes. Karen lazily stretched his red wings, which were covered in magic patterns, and yawned, unintentionally flicking his tail, spraying a burst of intense sparks from his mouth and nose. The scales on the young red dragon's body had become the size of an ordinary adult human's palm, and the color of the scales was also the softest period in the red dragon's life, transitioning from the bright scarlet of infancy to a deep crimson. The scales all over his body were scarlet with a soft metallic luster, emitting a faint halo in the somewhat dim volcano lair, like a shining treasure in the deep magma. Karen floated up from the surging molten flow, shaking off the dried magma clumps that clung to his body. These clumps slid off Karen's smooth scales along with the dark red magma, splashing up nests of radiating blazing molten flow. The red dragon, connected to the field fluctuation of the entire lair, had already discovered the adolescent blue dragon axe waiting below the summit. In fact, even without the field, Karen knew that if there was a single dragon's aura lingering outside his lair, it must be the adolescent blue dragon axe. Because the other young dragons would directly step onto the summit, although they would not enter the red dragon's lair, they would also yell and shout to wake Karen up, because these young dragons were familiar enough with Karen and had become accustomed to this way of getting along. Karen usually wouldn't deliberately display the so-called majesty of the dragon pack leader, he thought this behavior seemed a bit foolish. And the young dragons in the pack also knew very well that as long as they didn't touch Karen's will and decisions, the red dragon was actually a very easygoing dragon, he was more approachable than those so-called good dragons. The red dragon was often more like a young elder brother to all the young dragons in this dragon family, powerful and tolerant enough, but with a wicked personality that was bad enough, well, to the extent that these bad-tempered five-colored dragons all thought it was bad enough. Only the adolescent blue dragon Axie, when he came alone, would always patiently wait for Karen to appear below the summit. This was not because the adolescent blue dragon had high quality. It was ridiculous to ask a five-colored dragon to be polite, like asking a dwarven blacksmith to embroider. Rather, the adolescent blue dragon always seemed to have some difficulty integrating into the core atmosphere of the dragon. He didn't grow up, play, hunt, fight, and experience hardships together with the other young dragons since childhood. The other young dragons didn't intentionally alienate the blue dragon Axie either. This was the influence of the atmosphere formed naturally. The adolescent blue dragon Axie was only most familiar with the white dragon Gamote. He usually appeared at the same time as the white dragon Gamote when the dragon group gathered. Perhaps the blue dragon Axie, like the black dragon Rosani, hadn't found his place in the dragon yet. So he was particularly respectful and in awe of Karen, the dragon pack leader, and Karen keenly noticed this. The red dragon shook off the debris on his body, restrained his broad wings, stepped to the edge of the summit, watching the blue dragon Axie's quiet waiting figure, the scales on his body shimmering with fascinating brilliance in the setting sun. His body shone brightly in the sunlight, but his head and eyes, facing away from the sun, were in dim shadow. The blue dragon Axie looked up at the increasingly huge red dragon, the scales on his body blooming with soft and smooth luster, thick and neat, like the most perfect gem in the world. Under the red dragon's unknowingly but increasingly powerful pressure, the blue dragon Axie actually had an irrelevant but strange enough idea in his mind at this time. If the scales on Karen's body were sold to those greedy human merchants, one piece might be worth at least 2,000 gold coins. The dragon's innate talent for appraising the value of treasures was reflected in the blue dragon. The thought that flashed through the blue dragon's mind began to subconsciously calculate the value of all the scales on the red dragon's body. "Come forward, Axie, stand shoulder to shoulder with me." The red dragon lowered his head, calmly watching the blue dragon Axie, whose mind was full of flashing golden glory. In Karen's heart, the blue dragon in front of him was also an extremely special dragon. When the dragon was still in its infancy and didn't have enough ability to hunt alone, it was this blue dragon who alone guarded and fed the young ones. The nominal dragon leader Kalite didn't actually put in much effort, except for initially conquering this territory with the blue dragon Axie. She nested in her lair to sleep, and by the way hatched those dragon eggs that she didn't know whether she picked up or stole. Most of the time, Axie was maintaining the territory, so Axie changed from a lazy and pleasure-seeking five-colored dragon into the world's only model dragon. Compared to this, the adolescent blue dragon Axie was more like a dragon family leader than the female blue dragon Kalite. In his opinion, this transformation was more difficult than a dragon embarking on the road to revive the bloodline of the previous generation. Even Karen himself sometimes couldn't overcome his lazy thoughts, even though Karen could easily control the will of the evil dragon's blood. But laziness was not a characteristic only possessed by the evil dragon's blood, but a universality that every creature has. The evil dragon's blood would amplify it, so it can be seen that the blue dragon Axie was actually moving towards the road of conquer the evil dragon's blood in some ways. The adolescent blue dragon Axie crossed the boundary of dreamlike state, stepped onto the summit, and then stood a few steps behind Karen. Axie, like the other young dragons, was not rejected by dreamlike state. After passing through the sleep period of the young dragon and adolescent age, the blue dragon Axie has also been developing. Although the speed of physical development and growth is not as rapid as in the young and juvenile period, the adolescent stage is the last stage in most dragons' lives that can develop rapidly. When they reach the youth stage, the dragon's physical development will gradually slow down, and begin to shift towards digging the bloodline talent inheritance. Most ordinary dragons may only awaken 1 or 2 spells during this relatively long stage from young to youth. But once they reach the youth age, no matter how poor their talent is, they can use the evil dragon's blood to accelerate the awaken of corresponding spells. Every young dragon can be called a magical all-rounder. However, the talent spells that dragons awaken are quite subjective. For example, dragons with strong aggressiveness are very likely to awaken spells that can cause great damage. And dragons with relatively peaceful personalities tend to awaken spells that are more inclined to control and practicality, but in any case, the spells that each dragon awaken are in line with the dragon's nature, and these spells are far more terrible in the hands of dragons than the same spells released by other mages. This is also one of the reasons why dragons are at the top of the food chain. Although dragons also have a sufficiently weak young period, human adventurers can also overturn the dragons in the young period if there are enough of them who are good at using tools and conspiracies. However, the growth and strength increase of dragons are disproportionate. When they reach a certain key stage, the dragon's strength will suddenly increase like an explosion. Like the dragons in the youth stage, the dragons with strong talent at the peak of this age are enough to contend legends, and have the strength to destroy kingdoms. Of course, this is only achieved by dragons with exceptional talent. Some young white dragons are still being enslaved by frost giants, or being chased around by human adventurers. In short, the youth stage is the watershed of dragon strength, the strong become stronger, and the weak become weaker. The adolescent blue dragon Axis certainly knew this. If it were an ordinary evil dragon, it might re-challenge Karen's position as the leader of the dragon after reaching the youth stage, but the blue dragon Axis did not have this idea. During the rapid development and growth period of the adolescent stage, Axis' body had reached more than 14 meters. Blue dragons are not dragons with slender bodies like white dragons and black dragons. So Axis' body is now extremely strong, especially the huge, thick horn growing between the head above the nose, which looks particularly deterrent. But Axis standing next to Karen felt as if he was shrouded by the red dragon in front of him. The huge wings, which far exceeded the usual dragon ratio and did not conform to the norm, seemed so wide that the blue dragon could hide under them to resist the storm. Axis, when did you learn those human-like etiquette? Ha! Karen swept the quiet adolescent blue dragon's eyes and said casually. Karen, you are the dragon pack leader, the supreme ruler of the Golden Land, the monarch of this land, and you deserve the respect and awe of everyone, even dragons are no exception, the blue dragon Axis said calmly. The status and ranks between dragons have always been particularly distinct. In some particularly strict dragon families, if a dragon with a lower status shows the slightest disrespect to a dragon with a higher status, it may even lead to the ruthless killing of the dragon with a higher status. Even blue dragons who like to live in groups have a clear division of labor in their families. The young dragons in the dragon also experienced this on the blue dragon Axis in their young period. At that time, Axis was proud and aloof. Even Karen's flattering was difficult to move the blue dragon Axis' attitude. The red dragon watched the blue dragon Axis' calm eyes, shook his head, and patted the blue dragon's broad shoulders with his thick claws, and said in a deep voice, "There is no need to pay too much attention to these red tape between dragons. Tell me, Axis, what are you here for?" The Knoll tribe escorted by the centaur warriors has arrived, but the original leader of the Knoll tribe, the Knoll named Yugu, said that he would dedicate the treasure trove in the tribe to the dragon. I saw something called ambition in that Knoll's eyes. He is different from ordinary Knolls, he is very smart, Karen. The blue dragon Axis' pupils flashed with sea-like shimmering light, revealing a rather interested expression. Karen nodded. Although he had only met the Knoll leader Yuga once in a short time, the Knoll whose social structure was as loose as green-skinned goblins could condense into such a powerful combat-capable and well-organized tribe, this Knoll Yuga was not simple. Originally, I didn't have the idea of confiscating the wealth of the Knoll tribe, but since he proactively proposed to dedicate it to the dragon, I will not refuse. I will give him a chance to see how much value this Knoll Yuga's ambition can create for me. I hope his ability matches his ambition. It seems that the dragon's treasure trove can be supplemented with some fresh stuff. The red dragon smiled and revealed his thick, white fangs. As a superior, he would not fear and undermine the ambition of his subordinates. He even expected those dragon dependents to have their own ambition. Having ambition means having motivation, and Karen will guide the motivation brought by these ambition to drive in the right direction. And Karen would not be afraid of betrayal and other small actions. He is a red dragon, he can overlook these dependents, as long as he is always on the summit. Well, then I'll go patrol the territory. The blue dragon Axis stretched his wings, preparing to take off. The red dragon opened his right wing and stopped this blue dragon who was so diligent that he was a bit out of tune with the five-colored evil dragon, and smiled. Axis, since the beginning of the dragon agreement, you have been a member of the dragon. These Knoll's wealth also belongs to you. Go, summon the dragon for me. Today is a small feast for the dragons, and the treasure of the Knoll will adorn our lair. The adolescent blue dragon Axis looked at the red dragon, then nodded, soared from the summit, and the blue lightning shuttled through the steaming hot wind and thick smoke clouds like a free wind. Roar! The adolescent blue dragon's broad wings soared in the sky, roaring loudly, the dragon's voice rumbling, like rolling thunder spreading in all directions. This is the signal for the dragon to gather in the past. The blue dragon Axis, today, is summoning the dragon. Chapter 100. The sunset had already sunk into the far reaches of the sky, and the moon had just begun to rise, but the territory at the foot of the Dragon's Nest Mountains was never completely swallowed by darkness. In the distant forest, birds that should have been resting flapped their wings and flew low, sweeping across every area of the sky. Beasts that should have been returning to their lairs treaded softly through the forest, gazing at every inch of the land. These creatures were the eyes and voices of the dragon clan, and there were always active members guarding the dragon's nests. The camps of several monster clans beneath the dragon's nest mountains were brightly lit, surrounded by giant trees. These torches and lamps, made from special resins from the forest, could burn for the entire first half of the night, and then the sentry attendants would replace them with new lights, ensuring that the dragon's nest was always surrounded by light. Even assassins skilled in shadow stealth would find it almost impossible to break through the heavy defenses of the dragon's nest and reach the dragon's peak. Centaur camps held bonfires every night. These warrior races, fond of indulgence and battle, seemed to possess inexhaustible energy, just like the dragons. Even after a hard fight, these warriors still displayed their wild nature. From every corner came the not-so-gentle but pleasing chants of the female centaurs, and the loud roars of the wild male centaur warriors. Compared to their calm and composed demeanor on the battlefield, these centaurs seemed to be truly entering the fray at this moment. As for the kobolds, nighttime was their active time. These monster servants, especially keen on causing trouble in dark caves, did not have the habit of holding banquets, but their traces were everywhere in the forest. After receiving the protection of the dragons, the kobold tribes developed rapidly. Now, every resource and territory valued in the dragon's territory was covered with traps and warning devices set up by these kobolds. They were now the dragon's capable assistants, although not in terms of combat power. Only the camps of the ogre slaves and green-skinned goblins were relatively quiet. Although both races were relatively chaotic creatures, they did not have enough freedom within the dragon's territory. They needed to prove their value to the dragons in order to gain the dragon's attention and favor. Karen led the dragons down from the high mountains, and the intense dragon might spread, causing the birds in the forest to land, the beasts to hide, and the servants to fall silent. The dragon clan came to the camp temporarily set up by the Gnoll tribe, which was an open space under the control of the Centaur tribe. Many Gnolls knelt down to salute the dragons under the leadership of their chief, Yugu, with trepidation. Honorable dragons, the supreme masters of the Gnoll tribe, Gnoll chief Yugu knelt down, burying his head deeply like the fiercest hyena on the grassland. The dragon-born centaur Chiron also arrived upon hearing the news and saluted the dragons. Noble dragons, my lord Chiron. But these dragons' gazes were not on the servants in front of them. They looked at the treasures of the Gnolls piled on the open space, transported by dire boars and carts. Every dragon's eyes shone with a glittering light, shining like bright beams even in the brightly lit camp. The greed of the evil dragons made them eye the Gnolls guarding the treasure covetously, baring their sharp claws. The female red dragon Crana and the green dragon Antagina even stepped forward, sweeping away these obstructive Gnolls with their tails and dragon claws. The other dragons also followed the red dragon, excitedly scanning the treasures plundered and accumulated by the Gnolls, looking eager to move. Karen, however, was not as impatient as the other dragons. He first signaled the Gnoll chief Yugu and the centaur Chiron to stand up before turning his gaze to the wealth piled into a small mountain in the open space. The dragon's innate talent for appraising treasures immediately reacted and evaluated. Some statues of monsters and gods, roughly carved by Gnolls or dug from the ground, were simple but decent. Karen even found subtle spiritual light on some of the statues, which could only be said to be barely acceptable and could be used as collectibles for those wandering, poor dragons. Some magical protective gemstone ornaments made by Gnoll spellcasters based on their magical abilities were somewhat useful, but for dragons, the value of these magical ornaments lay more in the fact that the materials were made of gemstones. There were also some chestnut seeds cultivated by the Gnolls using plants similar to foxtail grass from the grassland, which were quite mature grain crop seeds. Although they were assessed as worthless by the dragon's treasure appraisal instinct, they were precious enough in Karen's eyes, so Karen changed the dragon's evaluation and set them as high-value items. This not only showed that these Gnolls had the ability to cultivate grain seeds, which could provide quite useful value to the dragons. Moreover, this grain crop similar to millet could also be planted in the dragon's territory. As a native grain crop, it could be planted on land reclaimed in the forest with almost no need to adapt to changes in soil and water. There were also some simple armors and weapons. These Gnolls were not good at smelting and casting, so these weapons and armors were evaluated as chicken ribs. The crude technology limited the effectiveness of these weapons and armors, but they were better than nothing. There were also many coins that the Gnolls had plundered and dug up from who knows where. They looked like treasures left over from ancient times, and these coins were different from the current styles. But these gold, silver, and copper coins were things that dragons liked. Even if some coins were covered with traces of rust, these things could quickly regain their brilliance in the dragons' nests, which was due to the influence from the dragons. All treasures could have a long lifespan by the dragon's side, just like the dragons themselves. Only by losing the nourishment of the dragon's power would these treasures and wealth be worn away by time, which was also one of the reasons why the dragon's treasure trove was coveted. In Karen's inherited memory, in a distant era, there was a legendary mage who specialized in using treasures to lure dragons, and signed a contract with a silver dragon, letting the silver dragon guard his treasure trove for him, and the price the mage paid was all the treasures in the treasure trove. Because this silver dragon coveted this legendary mage's treasure trove too much, he voluntarily became the legendary mage's partner. Karen didn't know whether the silver dragon had earned or the legendary mage had lost, only the parties involved knew best. The most remaining were the oddly shaped nuggets and some unrefined gold ore and naturally formed uncut gemstones. The dragon's gazes lingered on these things. Every dragon had the ability to appraise treasures, not to mention that they didn't even need this ability, they could see the value of these things with the naked eye. Noel Chief Yugu also stood next to the dragons to introduce the origins of these things to the dragons. The Noel tribe discovered a fairly large mine at the bottom of the dragon lizard's nest, which not only has abundant gold mines, but also various symbiotic precious minerals and gemstones, but we Noels do not have the talent to distinguish minerals, so we only mine some gold. Noel Yugu secretly looked at the red dragon. The red dragon's reaction was not as eager and impatient as the other dragons. I will dedicate this mine to the dragon clan as the Noel's offering to the dragons. Karen nodded. Tell the location of the mine to the kobold bag. He will handle this matter for the dragon clan, and send these unrefined ores to the kobold tribe. They will arrange the subsequent refining and smelting. Then the red dragon turned to look at these dragons who could no longer hold back. A faint smile appeared on his thorn-covered cheeks. According to the original agreement of the dragon clan, these treasures belong to all the dragons, all members have a share. The little female dragon Krana excitedly gave a low roar. Her long neck couldn't help but linger on the treasure, constantly sniffing the treasure's scent. The other dragons also happily gathered around. The steady blue dragon Dos also blinked his large eyes, revealing a look of desire. Karen divided these coins, nuggets, and gemstones into several parts, because it was not the annual agreed dividend time for the dragon clan, so he almost divided all the treasures equally. Then the red dragon allocated the largest portion of gold coins and treasures. Rosani, although the Noel's treasures are voluntarily contributed by them, you contributed the most, so you deserve the most. Roar! The black dragon Rosani gave an excited low roar, and couldn't wait to walk up, using his slender dragon claws and slender tail to surround his share of the treasure. Chiron, come forward, this is the spoils of war belonging to you centaurs. The dragons will not forget the dedication and sacrifice of their servants. This is also what you should get. Karen allocated almost the same amount of treasure as the black dragon Rosani, signaling Chiron to come forward to receive it. Praise the great dragons, thank you my lord. The centaur did not refuse or show false politeness, but knelt down and saluted, and then signaled his warriors to move the spoils back to the tribe. This belongs to you, Krana. Karen allocated the remaining almost equal treasure to the female red dragon. Krana jumped up and pounced on her share of the treasure. Akaz, Dos, Comet, Gamot, and Tagina, these are your shares. Karen allocated the remaining treasures. These dragons all squeezed up, swallowing their treasures into their storage stomachs. No dragon would politely refuse the treasure, they were dragons, not dinosaurs. Finally, Karen allocated the largest part to his name. This was the rule that had been set from the beginning of the dragon clan's agreement, so even if the dragons coveted the treasure in front of Karen that was almost more than all the dragons combined, they were very well behaved and honest, because the red dragon was glaring at them with his dragon claws that were bigger than sandbags. Very good, the Noel's offerings have pleased the dragon clan. The red dragon turned to look down at the Noel Chief Yugu and said, now I am very happy. Tell me, what are your demands? Maybe I can satisfy you and give you the reward you deserve. Chapter 101. Venerable Red Dragon, Supreme Master of the Noel Tribe. Noel Chieftain Yug, nearly 4 meters tall, bowed and prostrated himself at the red dragon's feet, like a weak fledgling. He lowered his head, knowing that his thoughts and intentions were difficult to hide from the intelligent red dragon before him, so he stated them directly. I hope to receive a favor from you, to become a dragon king like that centaur. I am sure that after I become a dragon king, I will be more powerful than that centaur, and I will become the strongest warrior to carry out the will of the dragon. I will prove my ability to you and will not disgrace the glory of the noble dragon blood. I long to have the same favor and honor as the centaur warrior." Noel Chieftain Yug raised his head slightly, his eyes filled with fervent anticipation as he looked at the layer of scarlet, fine scales covering the muscles of the red dragon's body, a distinct feature of the dragon king. Becoming a dragon king not only meant possessing greater power but also a longer lifespan, although the increase in lifespan varied greatly between individuals. Even the weakest green-skinned goblins and kobolds could gain at least 150 years of life. For races with strong physiques and bloodlines, gaining more than 1,000 years was not uncommon. The average natural lifespan of gnolls was about 35 to 40 years. Each gnoll was considered an adult between the ages of 6 and 8, and they began to enter middle and old age after 25. So, although Noel Yug was still at the peak of his growth and far stronger than other gnolls, possessing power that most gnolls could never achieve in their lifetime. Without breaking through the barrier of life's essence, he would enter the cycle of decline and death like other ordinary gnolls, unchangeable. Perhaps he could survive longer than ordinary gnolls with his great strength and talent, but he would not last forever. This was the hindrance and sorrow of short-lived races. Even if Noel Chieftain Yug could easily challenge and defeat ordinary juvenile chromatic dragons, he could not stop time from stagnating on him. This was the unique advantage of dragons. Even if some short-lived races could surpass dragons in the early stages, it was insignificant. Dragons emphasized late development. Of course, even the weakest fledgling dragon was not to be offended by ordinary races. Now, Noel Yug was 16 years old, at the peak of adulthood for gnolls. In a few years, he would enter a period of decline. Therefore, he yearned to become a dragon king like Chiron the centaur, to extend his peak and hope to continue to break through in the days to come. The reason Noel Chieftain Yug did not rush to kill the black dragon Rosani after defeating him was partly due to his fear of the dragon's power and partly because the gnolls harbored the idea of using a living dragon to strengthen themselves by bathing in its true blood. However, although Noel Chieftain Yug was smarter than ordinary gnolls, he did not know that Dragon Keen could not be created so easily. Every dragon's true blood was highly corrosive and poisonous to other creatures. If he dared to bathe in the black dragon's tainted blood, he would not only fail to gain the imagined enhancement but would also suffer torment from the corrosion and poison of the tainted blood. Perhaps he could survive with his great strength, but he would likely enter a period of decline prematurely. Although the black dragon Rosani was not strong, his tainted blood was far superior to the gnoll's foul blood in essence. Therefore, stories of bathing in dragon blood to obtain a dragon keen bloodline and physique and becoming a powerful warrior were only born in boring tales. As soon as Noel Chieftain Yug finished speaking, the most powerful red dragon before him had not reacted, but the dragons who had been overjoyed to receive the treasure instantly changed their faces, revealing their fangs and growling at Noel Chieftain Yug, who was prostrating on the ground. "You lowly, insignificant reptile, how dare you covet the true blood of a dragon? I will crush you." The female red dragon Krulnea swallowed her treasure into her storage stomach and rushed up, baring her fangs. The furious female dragon completely disregarded that the gnoll had just offered her treasure. Her massive body stepped into the crowd of gnolls kneeling on the ground, directly trampling several gnolls who dared not react. Then, she headbutted Noel Chieftain Yug to the ground. This action fully exposed the evil dragon nature of these dragons. Even if you contributed to these dragons the previous moment, they would instantly turn against you once their interests were touched. These dragons were only different when facing other dragons. To the outside world, they were always representatives of evil blood. If Kalen had not made a decision, Krulnea would have torn the gnoll into pieces. However, the little female dragon was still unwilling to give up, directly stepping on Noel Yug's body and pressing him down with her thick dragon claws. "Let me kill him. This arrogant reptile should become a piece of minced meat in my mouth." The black dragon Rosani walked up, his cold eyes filled with killing intent. He ground his jagged fangs next to the red dragon, and a chilling coldness surged up the gnoll's back, who had not yet figured out what was happening. The green dragon Antagina's bright green eyes were filled with disgust and cold indifference towards the gnoll's actions. She approached Kalen's massive body, almost touching the red dragon's scales, as if she was coquettishly pleading. "Kalen, give me this gnoll and all the gnolls. I will use vines from the forest to pierce through the limbs of these shameful reptiles and let them feel the consequences of offending a dragon. Let those lovely pets in the forest, poisonous insects, ants, scorpions, and snakes, crawl into their bodies through the wounds pierced by the vines, gnawing at their flesh until they die. Then, I will bury the corpses of these inferior species in the dragon's orchard to become fertilizer to nourish the orchard." The green dragon Antagina's voice was crisp and sweet, but the sweet voice of a young girl was filled with chilling ruthlessness. The green dragon's cruel nature was displayed in Antagina. Let me freeze them all into ice blocks and place them at the foot of the Dragon Nest Mountains. I will control my power so that they will not die immediately even if they are frozen, but can only watch each other's lives gradually fade away, repenting in fear. The white dragon Germit sneered. White dragons especially like to freeze their prey and defeated enemies into ice blocks and display them as trophies to show their power. They also like to freeze food into ice blocks before eating it. During the years when Kalin and the dragons fell to the Carthaginian Empire, countless monsters and humans who came to spy on the dragon's territory had been frozen in the white dragon Germit's lair. Only creatures that the white dragon liked would be displayed outside the lair. So, if a white dragon takes a liking to you, don't be too surprised. It doesn't necessarily like you, it may just want to collect you as a figure. The white dragon Kamide was always a dragon of few words. He did not show his methods to Kalin like his brothers, but sniffed around the shivering knolls like a hunting dog. The white frost mist spewing from his mouth and nose became more and more intense, and several knolls were accidentally stained with traces of frost. Humph, let me turn them into charcoal with lightning. These stupid reptiles annoy me even living for a moment longer. Blue Dragon Doss's wings lit up with lightning-like patterns, and tiny lightning bolts crackled on his horn, as if they would lose control at any moment. The blue dragon Axe also reacted like Doss, but Axe had already spread his wings, obviously not intending to let go of any gnolls who dared to escape. Axe's gaze had already swept over the gnolls on the edge of the camp, watching their every move. The blue dragon's speed was second to none among the five-colored dragons. The blue dragon, who controlled lightning and storms in the sky, had a pure flying speed that even gold dragons could not match. However, because there was a freak like Kalin in the dragon group, the blue dragon's advantage was not displayed, so the blue dragon was very confident in not letting go of any gnolls. Kalin knew why these dragons would have such a violent reaction, even wanting to kill the entire gnoll tribe because of a few simple words from gnoll chieftain Yug. Even the cruel five-colored dragons would not massacre an entire tribe simply because they felt offended. This was because of the method of creating dragon keen. Every dragon's inheritance contained the knowledge of creating their own dragon keen, and they all knew how to create powerful dragon keen. But in fact, dragon keen did not appear often in the world because dragons generally did not create dragon keen. The appearance of each dragon keen, besides the descendants born from other dragon keen, or dragon keen born for some accidental, unrepeatable reasons, required the dragon to create them with their own tainted blood. This tainted blood was not ordinary blood flowing in the dragon's body but the essence condensed from the tainted bloodline, somewhat similar to the heart's blood of humans, but more important than the heart's blood. The dragon keen centaur Chiron and the dragon keen wolf Saha, and that batch of dragon keen born in the arena, were actually dragon keen species formed under the influence of the nest effect of dragon blood radiation and resonance in some difficult to replicate state. It was more appropriate to call them dragon-attributed monsters, just like the surrounding monsters born under the influence of the nest effect of legendary dragons. Although they were radiated by the dragon's bloodline, they did not have dragon blood themselves, but possessed some dragon characteristics and power under the dragon's strong bloodline radiation, and their own bloodline also underwent some kind of mutation under the dragon's influence, transforming towards dragon blood. The reason why the dragon keen centaur Chiron and the dragon keen werewolf Saha had strong dragon keen characteristics was also because they were too close to the red dragon's sleeping place. The influence of the red dragon's resurrected previous bloodline under the resonating nest effect exceeded the red dragon's expectations, but this scene was almost impossible to replicate. The power of the five-colored evil dragons was closely related to their own evil dragon bloodline. The tainted blood condensed by these juvenile dragons with their current strength was only a dozen drops. Even losing a drop of tainted blood would affect the strength of these juvenile dragons and put them into a not short period of weakness. Once ordinary dragons lost their tainted blood, it was almost impossible to replenish it. Even if they reached a more powerful level in the future, the condensed tainted blood was only the new tainted blood bred by the increased life level and powerful strength, not to make up for the old shortcomings. The tainted blood was also related to the dragon's future bloodline potential and talent growth, so almost no dragon would choose to create dragon keen. Even with Kalin's current strength, the condensed tainted blood was only dozens of drops. If he gave his tainted blood to the Gnoll Yug before him and turned him into a dragon keen, Kalin would also enter a long period of weakness and even have to go into hibernation to make up for the consumption of tainted blood. Therefore, these juvenile dragons would react so violently, even wanting to kill the entire Gnoll tribe. In the eyes of the dragons, the Knoll chieftain Yug not only did not know how to advance or retreat but was also greedy, daring to covet the dragon's tainted blood. Even destroying all the Knolls in the world was not enough. Although Kalen's previous bloodline was more powerful than other dragons, he could make up for the consumption of tainted blood through hibernation and growth, and would not be deficient like ordinary dragons. Losing tainted blood would even affect Kalen's growth and evolution potential for a period of time, and what he would get in return was just a dragon keen dependent that was dispensable to the dragon. Of course, Kalen would not make such a rash move. For him, his own growth and potential were more important. However, Kalen realized that when he passed this juvenile stage of hibernation, perhaps the red dragon who grew again could create some dependence at the smallest cost without affecting his potential and growth. But Kalen decided that even so, he would not easily create dragon keen. Rarity increases value. Too casual a gift would make others despise it, and they would be greedy and difficult to satisfy. However, Kalen felt that creating dragon keen with the dragon's tainted blood could also be used as a promotional gimmick for the dragon group after he grew again. Only those who created great enough value for the dragon and paid enough loyalty could have the glory of bloodline granting. This should be able to arouse the enthusiasm of those monster clans. Perhaps many monsters and clans would take the initiative to join the dragon group. Even those humans, there are not a few who covet the dragon's lifespan. Some creatures whose lives were about to end would do anything to extend their lives. But now he should be low-key. Before the dragon stepped into a higher level, Kalen would not choose to create dragon keen dependence. As for the Knoll chieftain Yug, who was afraid to move under the claws of the female dragon Krolnea, he did not know the method and cost of the dragon creating dragon keen. Although he overstepped, he was ignorant and innocent, and Kalen would not punish the Knoll and the entire tribe for this. Kalen stopped the anger of the dragons, calmed their anger, and then let Krolnea release the Knoll Yug, who was stunned by the dragon's ability to turn his face so quickly. Cough cough, Knoll Yug took a deep breath and then spat out a mouthful of blood suppressed in his chest. Even if his strength was enough to challenge the female red dragon Krolnea, his body could not withstand the dragon's attack, so he had been injured under Krolnea's claws. The Centaur warriors have already proven their loyalty and value to the dragon clan. Their wholehearted service to the dragons has been long enough, a virtue that cannot be measured by treasure. Even if you offer more wealth, you cannot obtain the same favor and honor as the Centaur warriors. The red dragon's lofty head looked down upon the humble Knoll leader, Yugu. His voice was deep and powerful. Prove your loyalty to me, prove your worth to the dragon clan, Yugu. When you have made enough contributions to the dragon clan, my gaze will naturally fall upon you, and the dragon clan will grant you the glory you desire. Yes, my supreme master, honorable lord of the dragon clan, great true dragon. The Knoll, Yugu, prostrated with his forehead on the soft earth, respectfully replied. The Knoll no longer heard the dragon's voice, only felt a sudden gust of wind rising from the ground, as if the flowing wind between heaven and earth was gathered at this moment. The Knoll raised his head. The immense figure of the dragon clan spreading its wings was already far away on the horizon, at the unreachable summit of the high mountain. Huff! The Knoll leader, Yugu, sighed and silently watched the high mountain gradually shrouded in clouds and mist. The gap between the short-lived and the long-lived seemed incredibly clear at this moment. In the eyes of the dragon, several years might only be enough to prove the loyalty and value of a dependent, but in the world of the short-lived, it was already an incredibly vast period of time. Only now did the unruly Knoll realize that the summit of the high mountain shrouded in clouds and mist might be a realm he could never reach in his lifetime. Chapter 102. Karen nestled in his volcanic lair, feeling every inch of his body undergoing subtle and almost imperceptible changes as it soaked in the warm, spring-like magma flow. Every dragon has a limit to the amount of magical elements they can absorb, requiring time to digest them. Even though Karen's talent and bloodline were stronger than other dragons, he couldn't absorb corresponding magical elements and energy without limit. It was just that his limit far exceeded other dragons of the same age. But even if he couldn't absorb more magical energy elements to accelerate the growth of his dragon body and bloodline, Karen never interrupted the process. In Karen's true vision, he used his own field radiation to constantly expel excess magical energy elements, allowing these energies, tainted with the will and bloodline radiation of the evil dragon, to continuously contaminate the spatial limit reachable by the field radiation's diffusion. Within the limit reachable by Karen's own field, aided by the field radiation of the entire dragon's nest, every inch of soil, every stone, and even every piece of air was filled with Karen's aura and energy radiation. This caused Karen's volcanic lair to be enveloped in a layer of exclusive field, and every creature that stepped onto the Red Dragon's summit would feel the rejection and suppression of the entire space. Only the power of the Red Dragon could be brought into play in this space. In this way, perhaps before long, Clanea, the female Red Dragon who liked to secretly use the volcanic magma lake, would no longer be able to set foot in Karen's exclusive private domain. This was a little advance preparation Karen was making for his future slumber. Although he had the protection of many monster familiars, there was absolutely no shortage of strong individuals in this world who could break through the defenses of these familiars and reach the summit. Therefore, Karen was constantly striving to build his nest, not only needing extra warning magic protection but also some means of counterattack and suppression. In Karen's vision, through this control of field radiation, after a long period of infection and immersion, the entire mountain would eventually form a domain similar to that possessed by the Red Dragon itself. Within this extremely exclusive domain, Karen's own strength would not be affected and would even be amplified by the field energy, while enemies would be severely suppressed and might even find it difficult to obtain supplementary energy from the domain, needing to expend their own power to resist the field's suppression. The enemy is weakened, and Karen is strengthened, which, by a rough calculation, equals double the strengthening. While constantly releasing and expelling excess magical element energy, the Red Dragon was also drawing on the accumulated energy from the depths of the Earth's core, which had been hidden for countless millennia, from the ever-burning volcano. Countless violent or scorching magical forces and energies were stirred by the Red Dragon and then filtered and neutralized by the Red Dragon's scales and skin, before being absorbed by the Red Dragon's body. Karen's own evil dragon bloodline was running almost every moment. When he was sleeping, Karen's will released the suppression of the evil dragon blood, allowing it to almost frantically swallow the countless accumulated energy and magic of the underground volcano. These energies and magic, purified and refined by the evil dragon bloodline, constantly nourished every inch of the Red Dragon's skin, every organ and every blood vessel under the action of the evil dragon's blood. Then, from macro to micro, from large to small, penetrating into every cell, the Red Dragon's body was slowly growing and strengthening imperceptibly. And on the stone walls of the volcanic nest, which had been eroded by magma into countless holes and cracks, were embedded countless dense, large magical gems and crystals. These magical gems covered the stone walls around the entire nest, like the starry sky at night, shining brightly within the slightly dim dragon's nest. These gems and crystals, which could serve as excellent magical carrier materials, had some kind of mysterious connection. Each gem and crystal was located on a magical node of a vast magic array, releasing flashing light and pure energy under the fluctuations of the array's frequency. And all the gems and crystals embedded in the walls were connected, forming a huge magic array covering the entire mountain. The magical rune trajectories composed of beast blood runes exuding powerful life energy and tiny energy crystals were the channels and energy transmission convergence lines of this magic array. The Red Dragon, enveloped by this vast magic array, could withstand several times its own energy and receive several times the life enhancement. This was the magic that Karen had learned from the old mage Lappers, life growth. The former high-level extraordinary warrior, Will Clarence, had already reached his limit by enduring just one spell from the squinting mage Hyser, while the current Red Dragon could withstand the vast blessing of the entire magic array. This was the innate advantage of dragons. Their overly large life origin and bodies, stronger than the vast majority of creatures in the world, gave dragons unparalleled magical carrying capacity. And this kind of blessing magic, under the influence of the Red Dragon's subjective will, would not elicit a reaction from his magic resistance. Karen's body was enjoying the immersion and strengthening of energy, but his spiritual will sank into his sea of mind. On the vast and boundless, yet incomparably dark, sea of spirit, Karen's own spiritual will condensed into the shape of a red dragon, almost identical to his physical body in the outside world, but much smaller and appearing insignificant on the vast and boundless dark sea. On this dark and vast boundless sea, the only thing that could emit light was the mind energy vortex, floating and sinking on the sea surface, spinning endlessly. The light emitted by the mind energy vortex was almost colorless, but in Karen's perception, it was like a black hole emitting a soft white light. Countless mind energy forces connected to the mind energy vortex from the void, being absorbed, extracted, and accumulated by the mind energy vortex. The newly acquired Knoll tribe also began to produce a lot of mind energy, but it was temporarily weak, not even comparable to those muddle-headed green-skinned goblins. This still required time to change. As Karen's rule and influence over these Knolls deepened, the entire Knoll tribe would also become Karen's granary of mind energy. Only the Knoll leader, Yugu, his mind energy seemed particularly firm. The mind energy he provided was already not less than that of the kobold familiars, partly because of the Knoll leader's outstanding strength and powerful spirit, and partly reflecting that Karen's influence on him was already strong enough. Under close-range conditions, Karen could clearly perceive the source and location of each mind energy, but for those humans far away from the Red Dragon, Karen found it difficult to perceive who their mind energy came from, only being able to perceive the approximate location. However, some of the mind energy provided by humans was particularly abundant, even comparable to the Knoll Yugu and those kobold familiars loyal to the dragon group, but the number of people was relatively small. The rest of the mind energy provided by humans was mostly equal to that of the green-skinned goblins. If divided by believer level, this part belonged to the kind of pan-believers. And the dragons in the dragon group provided Karen with the most steadfast mind energy. Each mind energy was much thicker than the rest, like thick vines standing among thin grass. Although the dragons in the dragon group had different strengths, the mind energy they provided was almost the same, which could also show some differences. The weakest juvenile white dragon, Kamid, could provide the same amount of mind energy as the strongest adolescent blue dragon, Axe, which was enough to prove the white dragon Kamid's obedience and trust in Karen. And the adolescent blue dragon, Axe, had changed slightly, from providing the least mind energy in the dragon group before to being similar to the other dragons now, proving that he was also integrating into the core rhythm and atmosphere of the dragon group. However, even though these dragons were more powerful than the other dragon familiars, the total amount of mind energy they provided was not the most. The most mind energy provided to Karen was from the Centaur tribe and the Kobold tribe. But the Centaur tribe had far fewer members than the Kobold tribe. Although the Centaur warriors were generally stronger than the Kobold familiars, even juvenile Centaur warriors could easily deal with several Kobold warriors, but this was enough to prove the loyalty and support of these elite Centaur warriors for the dragon. As for the Ogre tribe, the energy they provided was roughly equivalent to that of the green-skinned goblin tribes. Only the ogre giant Fafnir, now the mind energy he provided actually crossed several levels, reaching the same level as the kobold familiars. Moreover, due to the ogre giant's talent for counteraction, he had been continuously benefiting Karen in terms of spiritual soul power, which was equivalent to Karen getting 2 benefits from 1 fish, providing the red dragon with double the value. Although these accumulated energies had been consumed in the arena, allowing Karen to evolve and generate sub-brain clusters, the current total, after later replenishment, was still a considerable amount. Continuing to accumulate at this rate, when Karen entered his adolescent stage and crossed into his teenage stage of slumber, it might be enough for Karen to carry out a major direction of strengthening. Karen was currently thinking about the direction of his next strengthening. In his opinion, this kind of energy, which possessed magical abilities and could almost change the essence of creatures, should be used wisely, to make up for his own perfect abilities and create a possibility, rather than simply being used to accumulate and strengthen power. Just like the sub-brain clusters he chose to evolve and generate when he was trapped in the Carthage Empire, in his vision, they would continue to improve and evolve in the future, eventually evolving in the direction of having the ability to help Karen analyze the rules of the world, rather than being used as a simple data information collection and analysis library. Individual abilities are ultimately limited, but Karen can amplify this power that belongs to the individual. This is the magical change brought about by mind energy, and it is also Karen's policy for the use of mind energy. As for which direction to strengthen next, Karen's mind moved, and he retrieved the key information engraved in his evil dragon bloodline from the information of the bloodline talents that had been condensed after his previous 2 strengthenings. These pieces of information were displayed in a form that Karen could clearly understand. Bloodline solidification, over-limit growth. All-round qualities of your body will be maximized within the growth range of your bloodline, and the potential of your own bloodline talent will be maximized in development and growth. Bloodline solidification, mind overclock. You can use your firm mental will to control yourself to enter a certain body-bearing overclocking mode. You can perfectly control all your attributes, and freely exert all the power and abilities you possess. These 2 talents were considered the best solution in Karen's initial choice. The bloodline solidification, over-limit growth talent perfectly fits the advantages and characteristics of the dragon race. All dragons have increasingly high growth curves, but even dragons that develop to the later stages, powerful individuals who have recovered the bloodlines of previous generations, even those evil dragons with powerful titles in the Endless Star Realm, rarely have been able to exert all of their bloodline potential. According to Karen's inherited memory, even a famous powerful white dragon wandering countless star realms has not fully developed his dragon bloodline potential, but has embarked on another correct path. There are also other dragons that terrify countless Star Realm civilizations. They almost all have their own unique paths and methods. In Karen's inherited memory, these powerful evil dragons, favored or hated by the five-colored Dragon Queen, have almost become another race among the dragon race. They have one same title, Aberrant Dragon. Karen's situation is special. In theory, he should also belong to the category of aberrant dragons, but Karen has simultaneously received the legacy of the Old World and the gift of the New World. He is regarded by the New World as a creature born from the Source, but he also retains traces of the Old World. But no matter what, Karen's talent gives him an advantage. At the same bloodline level, he is far more comprehensive and powerful than other ordinary dragons. Even those dragons who have recovered the bloodline of their ancestral dragons can only suppress him with high-level power and bloodline, but cannot compare with Karen's comprehensive advantages. The latter talent made up for the shortcomings and weaknesses of the dragon's large body being relatively clumsy. The dragon's criticized agility is no longer a weakness on Karen. Moreover, as Karen gradually adapted and practiced, this state was about to become a permanent state. In time, it would become Karen's fixed talent ability like the scales and armor on his body, rather than a state that needed to be turned on. As for the next strengthening direction, Karen looked at the two talents engraved in his evil dragon bloodline and already had an idea in his mind. He wanted to give full play to his advantages. Not only through the dragon's own growth and evolution, but also to move forward on the orthodox path mentioned by the mage lappers. The two complement each other and will not cause interference and conflict. Karen's own domain, everything turns to ash, can be regarded as a condensed system of a small part of the world's true power. And the other two domains about earth and metal elements that Karen is gradually awakening will also be regarded by Karen as the carrier for constructing his own unique system about the truth of the world. And Karen will make up for his own shortcomings in constructing his own system of the real world in this strengthening, and initially construct his own cognitive system and power system with the 5 elements and 5 attributes. According to the analysis and speculation of the knowledge collected by Karen's subbrain clusters, Karen's approach has a success rate of nearly 60%. This exclusive path belonging to Karen has such a high success rate before being explored, which has exceeded Karen's expectations. But the most important thing at present is to accumulate enough mind energy. The mind energy that may be needed in the next strengthening may exceed Karen's prediction. Karen has set a goal for himself, only more, not less, so as not to delay his growth pace and limit his development. Bang! A loud noise came from the foot of the distant mountain, somewhat startling the sleeping red dragon. Although the sound of the tremor was much weaker when it reached the summit, Karen, connected to the entire lair's field, keenly detected the vibration's fluctuation. However, the red dragon didn't open his eyes. He generally wouldn't pay attention unless something special happened in his territory. The dragon minions he had were meant to serve him, and he didn't need to handle everything personally. Besides, there were other dragons, so he ignored it. Bang! Bang! A roaring sound came from the Green Goblin's camp. Along with the vibrating loud noise, several wooden houses collapsed in the grey mist, creating a rumbling mess. Occasionally, the screams of green goblins buried in the ruins could be heard. Damn it, it's that Bang Bang guy again. How many times has this guy blown up his own house this month? This time, he even collapsed my house. What an annoying goblin. I really hope this annoying goblin gets crushed to death by his own house, so we don't have to deal with this several times every month, jibber jabber. An adult goblin, enraged, gesticulated wildly, standing in front of his collapsed house and shouting loudly, his anger greater than the sorrow of his house collapsing. The other goblins shouted, "Quick, quick, dig out the unlucky, death-loving Bang Bang from the ruins. Don't let this death-loving fool die in there. He's a goblin who has been received by the dragon. This guy always likes to cause trouble for himself and us." Many goblins clamored, tearing apart the collapsed wooden house, moving away thick logs and furniture that was large enough for the small goblins. Finally, they dug out a young, dazed goblin from the corner of the ruins. This goblin was ugly and deformed, even uglier than ordinary goblins. Upon closer inspection, his face and body were covered in various scars. These healed wounds made this otherwise normal goblin look incredibly hideous. The goblins didn't care about the wood pressing on the young goblin named Bang Bang, they directly swarmed forward, grabbing Bang Bang's exposed arms and upper body. A few ingenious green goblins even hugged Bang Bang's head and neck, preparing to pull Bang Bang out of the ruins like pulling a radish. "Ah, slow down, the green goblin Bang Bang cried out in pain on his dazed face, "My leg is broken." Don't pull me anymore. Pulling any harder, the entire goblin Bang Bang will break. Finally, amidst the screams of the green goblin Bang Bang, the other goblins abandoned this overly rough method, pried open the wood pressing on Bang Bang, and finally rescued the young goblin Bang Bang. The unlucky goblin Bang Bang sat crookedly on the ground. The other goblins stopped caring for him after pulling him out, leaving him to fend for himself. Even Bang Bang's neighbor stopped his ranting. He was tired and didn't bother with Bang Bang. My leg is broken, what should I do with this house? The young Bang Bang sat on the ground, frowning at the house that had been turned into ruins again, but he seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and he shouted, "Ah, I forgot my toy. I have to find it. I hope it hasn't been destroyed." The young, ugly goblin Bang Bang quickly dragged his short legs to the ruins of his house, rummaging through the debris with his thin hands, constantly searching in the dust. Elf trap ball, not this, the green goblin found a round tool emitting a unique fragrance and threw it away without hesitation. Cobalt vision enhancement glasses, not this, a pair of glasses with two lenses connected by a thin string, similar to wire-rimmed glasses, was discarded by the goblin Bang Bang. Centaur estrus inducer, not this, a black-green bottle was thrown away by the goblin Bang Bang. His short hands kept rummaging, throwing away one strange gadget after another, his ugly face already covered with a layer of fine sweat. "Don't let them all be destroyed," Goblin Bang Bang muttered. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and a happy expression appeared on his face. He found something similar to a stove used by humans for heating, and he hugged it tightly in his arms. He laughed heartily, "Not broken, not broken, the magic furnace hasn't been completely destroyed. I, Goblin Bang Bang, am going to get the dragon's reward." The Green Goblin Bang Bang is a famous death-seeking inventor in the Green Goblin tribe. He always has a strong curiosity about everything in the world and constantly explores under the drive of his curiosity. Although most of the things invented by the Green Goblin Bang Bang based on his exploration of the world are strange and useless, occasionally one or two extremely useful things or inventions with some development potential will appear. The Green Goblin Bang Bang, who has an extraordinary sensitivity to the characteristics of something in the world, once ground a certain stone extracted from the mountain at the foot of the Red Dragon into powder, and then mixed some pungent substances contained in the volcanic soil with charcoal ground into powder to create some kind of pungent medicinal powder that could burn. Although after inventing this medicinal powder, the Goblin Bang Bang burned half of his house and the neighbor's house on the spot because he failed to grasp the amount, the Goblin Bang Bang really didn't do it on purpose. He invented this powder only to drive away the ubiquitous mosquitoes and poisonous insects in the forest, and he didn't expect that the powder he casually tinkered with would produce such a reaction after encountering flames. Then the Goblin Bang Bang was reported to the Kobold leader who managed the Goblin camp by the Goblin leader, and the Kobold leader Bag chose to report it to the dragon because of this special invention, so Karen also learned about it. After the Red Dragon received this death-loving unlucky goblin, he discovered that this goblin had accidentally created gunpowder. Although Karen was not surprised by the advent of gunpowder, in Karen's perception, this world is very different from the original world. Even if some underlying rules have common ground, gunpowder can exert its power as it did in the original world, and Karen will not pay attention to it. In Karen's view, without a mature industrial system and a formed productivity system, it is simply a fantasy to make good use of these gunpowder. Moreover, even with a matching system, before it develops to a certain height, the power of these gunpowder cannot even harm a prepared low-level mage. The resources consumed by input and output are far from proportional to the returns obtained, and the magic of this world is prosperous, and the magic civilization has gradually reached its peak. Some means of using magic far exceed the industrial technology of the previous life, such as the huge floating city high above the 9 heavens in Karen's memory inheritance, various golems with magical and powerful powers, and various powerful forbidden spells, whose lethality is not inferior to any means of the previous life. So Karen never thought about engaging in any industrial development in this world and focusing on it. In the Red Dragon's view, it is extremely stupid to not change, analyze specific problems specifically, adapt to local conditions, and copy mechanically. However, some practices in the previous life also have advantages. He can take the advantages of both sides. When the productivity of the territory develops to a certain level, he can appropriately establish a basic related product flow production line and industrial infrastructure system. The purpose is only to make the life and basic construction of the territory more convenient, and of course, the most important thing is to serve the dragon's ideas. However, although the invention of the young Goblin Bang Bang failed to arouse the Red Dragon's surprise, the Red Dragon felt that this goblin was a rare talent, so he gave this young goblin a relatively unique and detached status and reward, allowing this green goblin to directly contact the kobold leader Bag, and then see the Red Dragon through Bag. After the Red Dragon received the goblin, he gave the green goblin Bang Bang a task, which was to let the goblin find a way to make the gunpowder into fireworks. In Karen's memory, from gunpowder to fireworks, only a few simple steps are needed to complete. For example, adding some metal light-emitting agents and color-developing agents can make the fireworks bloom in colorful colors. Karen thinks that these fireworks may bring some lovely gold coins to the dragon. However, the Green Goblin's head is like the green orcs in a certain world, full of various chaotic and unpredictable ideas and blessed by some I think so power. After taking on the Red Dragon's task, although the Green Goblin Bang Bang was still studying how to make the gunpowder into fireworks that could rush into the sky and release various colors of flames, another idea came to his mind. The young goblin Bang Bang once used a hollow ball and a closed iron pot filled with water connected by two hollow tubes, and heated the bottom of the pot to make the water boil and then turn into steam. This steam entered the ball through the tubes. Finally, the steam would be ejected from both sides of the ball and make the ball rotate. This interesting toy was called a steam rotating ball by the goblin Bang Bang. It was rotating in the Green Goblin's house every moment and giving Bang Bang countless inspirations like gushing steam. So today, the young goblin Bang Bang came up with an idea to make a magic rotating ball toy powered by the ubiquitous magic in the air based on the steam rotating ball he made. In order to prevent the magic concentration from being insufficient to drive the toy, the goblin Bang Bang boldly used a small grain of magic crystal that the Red Dragon had rewarded him last time as the core power to drive it, and as a result, he blew up his house and the wooden house next door. Fortunately, the goblin Bang Bang used the refined iron shell rewarded by the Red Dragon on the shell of the magic rotating ball toy. The power of the magic instability only spewed out from the two outlets, otherwise, no matter how much the god of luck favored the goblin Bang Bang, today's goblin could not have just broken a leg by the collapsed ruins. Hee, the lucky goblin Bang Bang smiled foolishly holding the dark furnace in his hand. This toy is so powerful, like the bomb that the dragon said. Did I cleverly invent that thing called a bomb? I have to quickly find Chief Bag, I can't wait to get the reward from the dragon. The goblin Bang Bang stood up dragging his broken leg, puffed out his shriveled chest, and strode through the goblin camp, heading towards the kobold camp. He was granted a unique status by the Red Dragon, and he also wore the identity card given by the Red Dragon around his neck, allowing him to freely enter and exit all tribal camps. The kobolds on the road looked at the limping goblin Bang Bang and kept mocking him. In the eyes of these kobolds, these chaotic and stupid goblins were like those low-status ogres, not worthy of being looked at by the kobolds. Even if the goblin Bang Bang had been praised by the Red Dragon, it was difficult to change the entire race's external impression and status. Hey, green midget, what's wrong with your leg? Did you get hurt by your own invention again? Be careful, it doesn't matter if you hurt yourself, but if you destroy the noble true dragon's territory, you deserve to die. Ha ha ha, every month you can see some fun things happening in the camps of these green dwarfs. Hey, dwarf, I think you can join those human circuses and definitely make everyone laugh. The kobold, who was also short, unscrupulously mocked the limping and silent goblin Bang Bang. The lively kobold camp was immediately filled with laughter caused by these kobolds. Every kobold passing by would look at the green goblin with contemptuous and arrogant eyes. They were the favored family of the dragon and should be arrogant. But the goblin Bang Bang ignored these taunts and slowly walked to the house of the kobold leader Bag and knocked on the door of the kobold Bag. Bang Bang! After a while, the persistent goblin finally saw the wide and tall door open, revealing the head of the kobold leader Bag, who had become old. When the kobold leader Bag saw that it was the green goblin Bang Bang, an impatient look immediately appeared on his old and thin face, and an indifferent and arrogant look was also revealed in his eyes. Bag shouted loudly, Bang Bang, you want to use those ridiculous little toys again to try to please the noble true dragon? I said, don't bother me without proof of success. I don't want to disturb the great dragon because of some toys and bear the dragon's wrath. The green goblin Bang Bang, who looked even thinner compared to the short and thin kobold leader Bag, bowed to Bag. Then Bang Bang said softly, Good day, Lord Bag. I think I have made the powerful bomb that the great dragon mentioned. The collapsed houses of me and my neighbor are proof of success. Saying that, the goblin Bang Bang raised the dark and scorched little furnace in his hand. Look, Lord Bag, this is my invention. I don't think it will disappoint you, and maybe the honorable dragon will be happy about it and reward and praise you. The kobold leader Bag originally wanted to reject the goblin's request, but after hearing that he might get a reward and praise from the dragon because of this, he hesitated for a while before finally nodding. He said in a dry and old voice, "Okay, then come with me. You better make sure that what you say can come true, otherwise the offerings that you green goblins need to hand over to the dragons this month will be more." The kobold threatened the green goblin in front of him. Goblin Bang Bang nodded silently, gritted his teeth, and followed the kobold leader Bag's pace, hopping along. Under the leadership of the kobold leader Bag, he quickly arrived at the foot of the mountain and met the dragonborn werewolf Saha, who was patrolling and guarding the mountain climbing passage, and explained his intention to the dragonborn werewolf. The dragonborn werewolf Saha raised his head and looked at the setting sun, and said, "It's getting dark, how long will it take for you two short legs to climb to the top of the mountain? You can't disturb the dragon's rest. You guys continue to patrol and guard here, I'll take them up for a bit," the werewolf instructed his guards. Having said that, the werewolf stretched out his thick arms, picked up the kobold leader Bag and the goblin boom, one in each hand, like carrying two light pieces of jerky, and ran towards the red dragon's summit. In the eyes of the kobold and goblin, the tall steps were crossed rapidly as if they were flat ground under the feet of the powerful dragonborn werewolf. The dragonborn werewolf, in order not to disturb the dragon's rest, increased his speed, and the kobold Bag and the goblin boom swung back and forth like two swings hanging on the werewolf's arm. Ugh! The rapid running and shaking caused the two weakling familiars to retch, while the goblin boom closed his eyes and tightly hugged the small stove-like toy in his arms. When they finally reached the top of the mountain and slipped from the werewolf Saha's arms, the two familiars almost vomited out their lunch, collapsing on the ground and retching continuously. "My lord, Saha comes to pay respects." The werewolf Saha stopped at the foot of the mountain top nest, not daring to climb to the top rashly. His powerful strength and keen intuition had already sensed a suppressing force and threat emanating from the red dragon's lair, and like other dragonborn familiars, he had no intention of overstepping his bounds with his master. Rumble! The werewolf Saha heard the sound of the red dragon stretching its body and leaping out of the lava, bringing up a lava waterfall. The next second, the red dragon's huge body appeared in front of the werewolf. "What is it, Saha?" Karen's huge head stretched forward, looking down at the waiting familiar at the foot of the mountain top steps. "My lord, I brought these two guys up to see you. They said they have something you'd like to see." The dragonborn werewolf Saha knelt on one knee, lowering his head with a pair of dragon horns, his attitude extremely respectful. "Speak, what is it? I hope you can satisfy me." Karen's eyes showed some dissatisfaction. In order to be lazy, he had assigned most of the affairs in his territory to other dragons and trusted familiars, focusing on exploring his future path, and did not want to be disturbed casually. "Great Master, the goblin said he invented a powerful thing, he said it was the bomb you once mentioned, you will definitely want to see it, and told me I must bring him over." The slippery kobold leader Bag knelt on the ground, expressing respect, but began to shirk responsibility in his words. "Bomb?" Karen frowned. He didn't mean to promote such a thing when he mentioned it, and with the current methods, even if this thing was invented, it would only be used like throwing stones. Maybe it could only scare those mortals, and couldn't even hurt low-level warriors who had stepped into the extraordinary. Maybe the goblin saw that he had mentioned such a thing, so he wanted to make a bomb to please him, Karen knew very well. Karen's huge red eyes glanced at the kobold, then looked at the goblin boom, who was also kneeling at his feet, and a low, calm voice sounded, "Present it, let me see." The thin goblin boom raised the dark furnace high above his head with both hands, and then whispered to the red dragon about the operation and power of this item. The red dragon took the furnace named bomb by the goblin boom, and the frown that had been furrowed slowly smoothed out, and a hint of a smile appeared on the red dragon's ferocious face. "This is not a bomb at all. According to this goblin's description, this is clearly the prototype of a steam engine, but a magic steam engine driven by magic power, or it would be more appropriate to call it a magic furnace." Although Karen couldn't understand the structure of the object in front of him, he still discovered some clues after the goblin's explanation. "But it's okay to call it a bomb. The power of this magic furnace exploding is no less than that of a bomb." A satisfied smile appeared on Karen's face, looking at some magic patterns engraved on the furnace, which were obviously magic runes used to absorb and gather magic power, and some magic patterns were magic runes representing magic energy output. "I don't know where this goblin got these runes from, and this ingenious idea, could it be that these goblins, like those green-skinned orcs, have the innate power of 'I think it works'?" Thoughts were racing through Karen's mind, but the eyes that had been surging with some morning grumpiness returned to calm. Karen didn't express his excitement and joy, but calmly said, "Goblin, tell me your name." "Great Dragon Master, my name is Boom, I have been received by you before." The goblin Boom's ugly head slammed hard on the ground. "Okay, stop it." Karen frowned again, not because he didn't like others kowtowing, or because he had any equality and freedom of doctrine, but because he was afraid that this goblin would break that rare clever head. But the goblin said that he had been received by him before. Karen didn't have any impression, he generally wouldn't keep such small things in his heart, and he was too lazy to mobilize the sub-brain node to find and check his memory. The red dragon nodded, and a low voice echoed in the goblin's ears, "Goblin Boom, your name has been remembered by me, I like your invention very much, you should be rewarded by me. Speak, what reward do you want? As long as I can satisfy you, even if it is to make you a dragonborn, with endless life and powerful strength, I can reward you." Overjoyed, the goblin Boom kowtowed 3 more times on the ground, and then raised his head, shouting in a happy voice, "Great Dragon Master, Goblin Boom doesn't want anything, just wants the goblin tribe to be like the kobold tribe, to become the Dragon Master's true family." Chapter 103. Karen's massive red form stood atop the mountain, silently overlooking the slender, insignificant figure at the mountainside. The green-skinned goblin, Bang Bang, gave the red dragon a special feeling. Every race would give birth to special individuals, whether with powerful strength or a great personality. Such individuals, upon reaching their peak, would have a common title within their race: heroes. These heroes might possess extraordinary strength that surpassed the boundaries of their race, breaking the limitations of their bloodline. Or they might lead their race to prosperity through their actions and special abilities. Even a weak race like the green-skinned goblins had given birth to members like Bang Bang, proving that no matter how insignificant a race might be, as long as it existed in the world, it had its unique qualities. Karen looked forward to Goblin Bang Bang continuing to grow and becoming a hero within the goblin tribe. In the red dragon's eyes, Goblin Bang Bang was already of immeasurable value, a goblin talent that no amount of ordinary treasure could ever replace. However, although Karen had mentally raised the importance of Goblin Bang Bang, he did not agree to Goblin Bang Bang's request. He gave Goblin Bang Bang another kind of reward. That was, Goblin Bang Bang possessed a chance to grant someone the title of Dragon King. Anyone who gained Goblin Bang Bang's recognition would be blessed by the dragon, granted his bloodline, and become a Dragon King with a long lifespan and powerful strength. This was not because Karen was too strict or cruel, wanting to keep the goblin tribe as slaves forever, but because Karen would not allow others to easily guess his true thoughts. With the combination of humanity and dragon nature, Karen had gradually become a dragon with the characteristics of a political creature. Just like what Karen had done to the kobold familiars in his youth, he would not let his subordinates think that they could make requests of him by grasping his interests and thoughts. However, Karen gave Goblin Bang Bang a promise that as long as Goblin Bang Bang could improve and perfect the 2 power cores, Goblin Bang Bang's hope would be fulfilled. Karen could already see the changes that the advent of the Otherworld steam engine would bring to the dragon's territory after the steam conversion orb was improved by Goblin Bang Bang. The emergence and application of this tool had epoch-making significance in any suitable world, unlike the application of black gunpowder, which was simple and limited. It could have an extremely profound impact on all aspects of the world. Even the simplest and earliest steam-powered applications could fundamentally change the transportation technology system. The transportation capacity of steam locomotives and steamships was unmatched by those huge beasts and dragon beasts. And those sailing ships and multi-masted ships that were still being used and built in large numbers would soon be replaced by steamships with better safety and handling. As the starting point of this change, the dragon's territory would usher in great development. Moreover, with the excavation and in-depth development of technology, the extremely convenient and advantageous transportation network of railways could naturally develop. It could also trigger an industrial revolution to some extent, having irreplaceable advantages in industries such as textile, mining, metallurgy, and printing and dyeing. It could bring earth-shaking development and changes to the dragon's territory's original low productivity, gradually covering those production methods that mainly relied on human, animal, and water power. The improvement of labor efficiency would be multiplied, which could liberate productivity and make the entire dragon's territory's productivity undergo a qualitative change. Many structures of the entire society needed to be built on a certain foundation of productivity. They could not be fabricated according to one person's simple ideas. Without reaching a certain level of productivity, one could only maintain the simplest social basic relationships and structures. In this world, almost all the living structures of the upper and lower classes were relatively separated. Those mages and nobles who possessed magical knowledge and extraordinary power could live a relatively convenient life with their knowledge and power. The magic airships made by mages were also extremely convenient means of transportation, as were magic puppets and golems. These were all extremely convenient tools. However, these mages and nobles would not use this knowledge to change the fate and lives of the bottom population, partly because of cost reasons. On the other hand, there was the issue of class. No mage or noble would care about the lives of those at the bottom. Even the gentlest nobles would only collect slightly less taxes. These had nothing to do with the people at the bottom, who accounted for the vast majority of the world's population. They still lived in a relatively primitive stage where transportation basically relied on walking and communication basically relied on shouting. Horses, which were common means of transportation in the eyes of merchants, were precious creatures that these bottom people might not be able to afford in their entire lives. These mages and nobles did not care about these bottom people, but Karen knew how much value they would create for him once their productivity was liberated. Yes, Karen was not trying to liberate the so-called humans or bring a better life to others. What he cared about was the wealth and value that this thing would bring to him and the dragon group. As for the changes brought about by this tool that could allow those at the bottom and the dependents to enjoy a more convenient life, it was only a side effect. Karen would not stop this trend. He would welcome any changes that were beneficial to him and the dragon group. Of course, Karen valued the magic furnace more, or rather, the magic power core. In this world where magic civilization was flourishing, the magic power core was destined to shine brilliantly. It would represent the dragon's territory's mid to high-end products, a road parallel to the steam power core. It would not conflict, and there was a complementary relationship because the application of the steam power core could never be compared to the magic power core until it had developed to a certain height. The steam power core could use ordinary fuels and resources to generate power, bringing development to the territory's foundation, while the magic power core used magic abilities and resources to create mid to high-end products and value. The combination of these two could greatly utilize the dragon's territory's effective resources. It could be said that every resource in the dragon's territory would not be wasted in the future. And the mobile aerial cities floating in the sky in Karen's memory, perhaps after the magic power core developed to a certain extent, the magic floating city belonging to the dragons would no longer be a fantasy, but a possibility with tangible success. However, these all belonged to the future development plans of the dragon's territory. In the red dragon's eyes, the current giant dragon territory was still too rudimentary, without a mature productivity system, and the social relations and structure had not yet stabilized, because productivity always determined the relations of production. The reason for everything ultimately came down to the fact that the dragon group and its subordinates lived closer to those nomadic civilizations, and the residents of Golden Seaport Town were more like merchants in trading places. Therefore, Karen now focused on changing this social form and structure, so that this territory had a real foundation. There was no such thing as overnight success in the world, and the development of the territory would not immediately leap into a kingdom with a mature basic system because of Karen's wishful thinking. When the dragon's territory could basically be self-sufficient and no longer needed to hunt every day to ensure life, the dragon's territory would be considered to have initially embarked on the right track. And food was the foundation of the foundation. Without enough food, everything was empty talk. If one couldn't fill one's stomach, any ideas were a mirage in the water and a castle in the air. All of this required a large labor force to develop and produce in the dragon's territory. Therefore, Karen was not dissatisfied with the black dragon Rosani and the centaur Chiron's conquest behavior. On the contrary, he would vigorously encourage this behavior, as long as it was not too rash. The newly acquired Knoll dependents were also valued by Karen, possessing the same status as other dependents, but the red dragon did not value the fighting power of these Knolls, but rather their trained discipline and the Knolls' ability to cultivate good breeds. These Knolls had already gone to the forest under the leadership of the kobolds to open up land. Opening up land in the forest was actually a very troublesome and arduous task. Especially those trees that had grown for countless years, whose huge and thick roots were difficult to clear with the strength of those humans, but this was not a problem in front of these strong Knolls. Especially since these Knolls also liked to tame dragon beasts and use these beasts to help them open up land, the efficiency of opening up the forest increased greatly for a while. However, the land opened up by these dependents was across the river from the land opened up by those humans. This was the exclusive land of the dragon group's dependents, which would be planted with the seeds of those food crops purchased from human merchants and the chestnut varieties cultivated by the gnolls. Even if Karen was interested in attracting those humans to settle here, he would not open up land for these humans for no reason. The land they needed to be created by their own hands, so that they would cherish what they owned more. Karen's red eyes looked at the Dragon King werewolf Saha, who was standing respectfully beside him, and said to this loyal Dragon King, Saha, go tell Dose to focus on Goblin Bang Bang. The resources of the dragon's territory can be tilted towards Goblin Bang Bang. You also let 2 Dragon King take some smart dependents to follow Goblin Bang Bang in turn. On the one hand, pay attention to protecting the goblin's safety, and on the other hand, pay attention to keeping it secret. Don't let Goblin Bang Bang's invention leak out. If anyone dares to steal the goblin's achievements, I think you will know what to do. Although the red dragon's voice was calm, an unconcealable cold-killing intent was undoubtedly revealed in his words. Yes, my lord, I will pay extra attention to the goblin. The Dragon King werewolf Saha did not know why the giant dragon valued the weak goblin so much, but he would only faithfully execute the order and would not have any other thoughts. The red dragon nodded with satisfaction. What he was most satisfied with about the Dragon King werewolf was that he was like a loyal hound, who would only listen to the master's orders and resolutely obey them, unlike other dependents, who, although still surrendered to the giant dragon's powerful power, still had their own thoughts. Of course, Karen would not hate this behavior. He did not want his territory to be lifeless. He allowed the existence of each other's little thoughts. He hoped that the territory would be full of vitality and that 100 flowers would bloom, as long as it did not affect the interests of the giant dragon. Also, let Dose issue a reward, telling everyone, regardless of race or identity, as long as someone can find the missing species and missing technical skills in the dragon's territory, or a unique enough treasure, they can dedicate it to the giant dragon, and the giant dragon will reward them with gold and treasure equal to their body weight. Karen instructed the Dragon King werewolf. He did this entirely to imitate Shang Yang's establishment of a pillar and buying bones with 1,000 gold. Even if those merchants and adventurers or ordinary humans offered the giant dragon things that were not needed in the early stage, the giant dragon would give them rewards. Now the dragon's territory needs a lot of talent to supplement it. Even Goblin Bang Bang, although his mind is surprisingly clever, Karen would not expect to rely on Goblin Bang Bang to improve and perfect the magic power core and steam power core with his individual strength. He needs to recruit a large number of smart talents who have knowledge. And these talents need the dragon group to show their credibility, so that others know that even the 5-colored evil dragon can have order and credibility, so that they can get the initial trust of others. Karen will show the image of the dragon group being rewarded for every reward and punished for every mistake, paying attention to credibility, and highlight the image of the Kogmagora dragon group from other chaotic 5-colored dragon images. This is the foundation of having a strong kingdom. Social relations without order can never become a strong civilization. And Karen's goal is to abandon the giant dragon's 2 free and lazy living habits due to the giant dragon's 2 strong strength and adaptability, and build his dragon group and territory into a civilization where giant dragons and all other races are integrated. An open and inclusive civilization ruled by giant dragons, rather than a narrow and small society like the Dragon Islands gathered by some giant dragons born in other planes in Karen's inheritance memory. Yes, my lord, the Dragon King werewolf did not know the red dragon's plans and ideas, but looked at his dragon lord's cheeks to see if Karen had any other orders and requirements. Okay, there is nothing else to tell you for the time being, you go down. The red dragon waved his claws, signaling that the Dragon King werewolf could leave. The Dragon King werewolf Saha got the giant dragon's hint, then stood up and strode down the mountain. Although he had a pair of wings that were no less than those of the wyverns that lived in the jungle, this werewolf never flapped his wings to take off in front of Karen. This was the Dragon King werewolf Saha's heartfelt respect for the giant dragon. The usually unruly werewolf completely changed his appearance after being truly tamed. The red dragon watched the werewolf's figure. He remembered the power of the heart energy in his sea of consciousness connected to the heart energy vortex. He did not need to guess and was very sure that he felt a fact that would definitely happen. If his soul and spiritual power were to grow again and break through the current limit, he would be able to pluck these heart energy powers and use the connection of these heart energy powers to communicate with those dependents and supporters who were firm enough, and maybe there would be some additional surprises. Just like the ability of telepathy and mental transmission, maybe when his soul power is strong enough, he can use the power of heart energy to build a mental network, which can communicate with his loyal dependents and supporters at any place and at any time. However, Karen's ability is not enough to do this yet. He scratched his thick and strong chin with his dragon claws and muttered to himself, maybe I should have some attendants specially used to spread the word, but these attendants are obviously not suitable to stay in my dragon's nest. The red dragon stood up. The grey clouds and heat that often enveloped the top of the mountain could not block his view. The dragon castle not far away was still just a prototype. The castle being built for the dragon was far too large and wide, so even with the diligent work of the dragon's kin, the entire dragon fort only had a solid foundation and low walls. Although these dragon forts, built entirely of huge, whole stones, looked particularly imposing, the open-air castle was clearly not suitable for habitation. There was still some time before the entire dragon fort would be completed. The red dragon estimated the speed and then shook its head. Forget it, let's leave it at that for now. I can't stay in the lair all the time. Although it's beneficial for growth, staying too long might turn me into a shut-in dragon, which is detrimental to my physical and mental health in the long run. Karen's first hero unit, the Goblin Bang Bang. However, unlike other definitions, it's not purely based on attribute power templates. Chapter 104. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door, the people inside open the door immediately, or I will kick the door open. The rough voice of a man accompanied by violent knocking on the door rang out. Nora and her grandmother trembled and hugged each other, hiding in the small room, staring wide-eyed, not daring to say a word. Even their breathing was subconsciously held back, for fear that the weak breathing would be heard by the people outside. Nora is a free person without status, or rather, a vagrant. Ever since she was born, she has lived in this wilderness far away from prosperous towns. Gathered in this dangerous wilderness are some serfs, hunters, and civilians who have fled or avoided from other places, but after coming to the wilderness, they have become free people with freedom. However, although the wilderness has the freedom that is difficult for most ordinary people to have, it needs to face the dangers that most people do not need to face. Because there are many visible dangers in this wilderness, wandering gnolls and goblin groups, half-orcs and kobolds who like to be bandits, and sometimes even ogres break into the village walls and wreak havoc. What's more, there are many dangerous beasts in the wild. Many neighbors may still be talking and laughing with Nora today, and tomorrow they will be lying in a corner of the wilderness, accompanied by death. Nora's parents also left Nora in this way, leaving Nora and her elderly grandmother to depend on each other ever since. Although Nora heard from the old people in the village that the place where they lived belonged to the territory of a red copper dragon, Nora had never seen this supposedly powerful dragon. The small village would always encounter some accidents and dangers from time to time, and she never saw the red copper dragon lord come out to help. Maybe it's because the territory is too large, and this dragon can't manage it. Nora sometimes has this idea when she expects the dragon to save the village. Fortunately, because they live in this kind of environment, the people in the village are relatively united. Even if their lives are not good, they are willing to lend a helping hand occasionally to help the young Nora and her elderly grandmother, so Nora and her grandmother were able to survive. However, even with such a difficult life, these spontaneously gathered free people would rather risk various dangers to open up land in the wilderness and then settle down, than return to that painful, confined, and hopeless past life. Nora thought that this dangerous and peaceful life would continue forever, until she grew up, her grandmother accompanied her parents away, and she would have a new family in this place. Until today, the tranquility of the village was broken again, but it was not those monsters and beasts, nor the dragon, but a group of humans like robbers. This group of humans is more ferocious and brutal than those half-orc and kobold bandits. Sometimes, even if those half-orc and kobold bandits break through the village's defenses, they only take away the village's food and livestock, and occasionally plunder some women. But these human bandits not only take away the food and livestock, but also pull out the villagers hiding in the houses and take them away together. In Nora's eyes, the village chief, who is the most powerful in the village, was also overwhelmed and defeated by those human bandits when he went up to ask questions. However, the only advantage of these human bandits is that they will not kill these villagers. Every defeated villager is caught by these bandits, and their hands are tied and their feet are locked, like slaves to be sold. Nora was small, and when she saw this scene, she ran back to her home and locked the door with her grandmother, hoping to escape this disaster. But the people outside were already impatient. They directly kicked the already dilapidated door open and walked in. This is a tall middle-aged man. His dark and cracked skin and greasy hair make him look extremely downcast, but he is wearing a set of excellent leather armor, and the weapon in his hand is also a top-quality product. Even if Nora doesn't understand it, she can see it. In Nora's eyes, these robbers look more like those mercenaries in the village chief's uncle's mouth. The middle-aged man bent down and looked under the table, a look of disappointment appeared in his eyes, and he muttered, "How come it's a girl and an old woman, not very valuable, I knew I would have chosen another family." "Uncle, we don't have any money." "The most valuable thing is this house," Nora said timidly, desperately blocking her old and dizzy grandmother, but she plucked up the courage to say, "I can give you this house, or I can go with you, please don't hurt my grandmother." "Hee, this broken house is worth a few coins. The most valuable thing is you. Come out and go with me. Although your grandmother is very old, she can still be sold for some money. Don't force me to do it. Get out obediently." The middle-aged man didn't care about Nora's request, and threatened with a scimitar carved with exquisite patterns in his hand. "Let's go, Nora, don't disobey this adult's order. I will go with you, maybe I can take care of you for the last journey." The elderly grandmother's dim eyes overflowed with tears, and her skinny hands stroked her young granddaughter's face. "Okay," Nora bit her lip and nodded, helping her grandmother crawl out from under the table, and followed the middle-aged man out of this dilapidated house that belonged to the warmest and safest world for her. My lord, I am just a wandering bard borrowing a place to stay, not a person from this village." Nora followed the voice and saw a young man who was wearing ordinary clothes but looked fancy being dragged out of a house not far away by another robber. However, the young man did not dare to resist, but desperately explained. Nora knew this young man. He was a tourist who came to the village chief's uncle's house to stay some time ago. It is said that he came to collect material. The young man knew many stories and would walk around the village to talk every day. He would also tell stories to the children in the village from time to time. Nora liked him very much. Bards are also worth money." Another robber ignored the bard's explanation and tied his hands. Nora watched as many villagers and her little friends were tied up and taken to the center of the village under the threat of these robbers. Perhaps because Nora and her grandmother had no ability to escape or threaten, these robbers did not tie up Nora and her grandmother. Nora saw the most powerful person in her heart in the center of the village, Uncle Village Chief, but Uncle Village Chief was called Fane Knight by those robbers. "I didn't expect you to be hiding here, Fane. It is said that you disobeyed the Pope's order back then and were charged with blasphemy." The dignified head of the church knights was reduced to a savage in the wilderness. "What a pity." The bandit leader teased the village chief while riding on a tall red-blooded horse. Village Chief Fane's expression remained unchanged, but he asked in return, "Your mercenary group can be considered a well-known one in Northland. How come you are now doing this kind of dirty work?" The bandit leader laughed, "There's no way, those dragons in the Golden Land seem to be very ambitious and need a lot of population to enrich their territory. I didn't like doing this kind of dirty work, but those dragons gave too much." Village Chief Fane's calm expression changed, and he said in a deep voice, "You actually trade with those evil dragons? Aren't you afraid that those dragons will go back on their word? And once those noble lords know that you are colluding with the evil dragons, even if you are the most powerful mercenary group in Northland, you will be wiped out." "Haha, Fane, no wonder you were expelled and hunted down by the church. You are too naive." The bandit leader couldn't stop laughing. "Those evil dragons are kinder than gold dragons as long as they give me lovely gold coins. Even gold dragons are evil creatures if they don't give me gold coins. And do you think only our mercenary group is doing this kind of thing? Those nobles are doing even worse than us. Your village is just lucky for me to find you before they do," the bandit leader sneered. Although those five-colored dragons are still arrogant and conceited, they are surprisingly trustworthy. Everyone who goes to the Golden Land will realize this. Besides, how can there be no risk in doing business? As long as I succeed, I can make a lot of money, and this risk is nothing to me. These people gathered and talked in the village, but they did not notice that in the far reaches of the wilderness, on the towering peaks, there were two dragons overlooking the entire wilderness, and everything that happened in this village was taken into the eyes of the two dragons. One of the male dragons was about 16 meters long, and the dense and solid scales on its body emitted a soft and warm reddish-brown luster. A pair of thick drumstick-like horns grew on its head, and leathery tissue similar to flippers grew on the horns and cheeks. This is a red copper dragon, and also the dragon lord here, Alfred. And a pair of wide wings are like a pair of huge bony sails, growing and connecting from the wingtips of the dragon to the tail of the body. The smooth scales on the other female dragon are deep and rich bronze color. The dragon claws grow connected flippers, and the pupils are like glowing green balls. The body is about 15 meters, only a little smaller than the male dragon. The rest of the body structure is not much different from the male dragon's body. The head, neck, and tail all grow bat wings, only the wings, more like triangular sail wings without bones. This is a young female bronze dragon, and is the pursuit object of the red copper dragon Alfred Alina. At this time, the young female bronze dragon Alina was frowning, staring at the innocent-looking red copper dragon Alfred, and said with a bit of anger in her voice, "Alfred, this is the promising territory you mentioned. You even sold these humans who can barely be used for leadership to those bandits. What do you want me to govern? Rule those ignorant beasts and those despicable monster bandits? I am not those stupid five-colored dragons who are so hungry and thirsty that they don't choose dependents and accept any monsters." The young bronze dragon Alina was furious, and her slender fangs moved sharply, seeming to want to give the red copper dragon in front of her who was pretending to be innocent a hard bite. The female bronze dragon Alina has different hobbies from other members of her race. The bronze dragon race is very curious, especially fascinated by war. They often turn into small friendly animals or humans to observe adventurers and humans who enter their territory. And in order to get close to the war, they use transformation to become humans and join the army as war observers. Their race meets and talks about the art of war enthusiastically, just like the British Empire likes to talk about the weather when they meet. Alina prefers to talk about the art of ruling territories and governing countries. For this reason, she once turned into a human and entered the libraries of major human kingdoms to read materials and books. She also asked her parents to hire a human teacher to ask the teacher about the knowledge of governing territories. When the female bronze dragon crossed the juvenile stage and became a young dragon, Alina, who was independent from her family, did not choose to find a territory to conquer in the sea like her parents. In her opinion, no matter how vast the territory in the sea is, it is not the country she dreams of. Those stupid fish people and arrogant evil Nagas also made her feel disgusted, so she chose to come to land and find lords who needed territorial officials to apply for a job, wanting to prove her ability, but most of them ended in failure. These lords did not believe that a woman could govern the territory well and bring much help to themselves. Alina, who concealed the identity of the dragon, was born as an educated young woman from an ordinary family and was not trusted at all. In fact, even if Alina revealed the identity of the bronze dragon, these lords would not accept her. Although the bronze dragon is also a member of the good dragon, it is not as popular as the gold dragon. During Alina's travels to try everywhere, she met the young dragon lord red copper dragon Alfred at a gathering of metal dragons. Although the red copper dragon Alfred did not understand the bronze dragon Alina's thoughts, and could not understand Alina's so-called art and wisdom of governing the territory, Alfred, who coveted the beauty of the bronze dragon Alina, quickly expressed his love and pursuit to the female dragon. And he promised to hand over his territory to the bronze dragon Alina to rule and take care of, which moved the bronze dragon and let the bronze dragon follow Alfred to Alfred's territory. Who knew that the red copper dragon Alfred had already been bought by the gold coins of these humans and no longer cared about the residents living in the territory, allowing these residents to be looted and sold, and he could not regret it. Of course, the most important thing is that these humans signed a contract with the red copper dragon Alfred, and the other half of the gold coins will be sent after the transaction is completed. So when the bronze dragon Alina saw this scene, she was so angry. Alina chose to apply for a job under the lord of the human kingdom because she looked down on those monsters who only knew how to plunder and wander without producing anything. Now the humans in Alfred's territory are also losing, which makes her very angry and gives her a feeling of being scammed. "How about this? You give me half of the gold coins you received from those humans, and I will forgive your deception and seriously reconsider the possibility of being your partner." The bronze dragon Alina took a deep breath. After her goal was not achieved, this young mother dragon wanted to make a fortune first. The red copper dragon Alfred, who had an innocent look on his face, immediately changed his face. Treasure is an untouchable area for dragons. Even Alfred, who seemed a little boiling dragon before, would not give up his treasure. Even if the platinum dragon god Bahamut stood in front of the red copper dragon and made such an impolite request, Alfred would think about the possibility of whether to give the platinum dragon god Bahamut a big mouth. But ultimately, he still coveted the beauty of the mother dragon before him. Alfred, the copper dragon, tried to persuade her, and he exclaimed, "Alina, I can even give you the management of the territory that is most important to a dragon lord. Doesn't that prove my sincerity? Moreover, you can earn treasures through my territory. After you become my partner, you will have a share of all the treasures in the territory." "Tch, the female bronze dragon Alina sneered, "your territory is so desolate that even birds don't like to stay? Forget it, Alfred, save those words to coax the next mother dragon. The bronze dragon Alina spread her wings, preparing to leave. The copper dragon Alfred's eyes darted around, and a flash of amazing wisdom gave him a glimmer of inspiration. He shouted, "Wait, Alina, isn't what you want is to govern a territory with humans? I have a way." "What way do you have? You're not trying to fool me again, are you?" The bronze dragon stopped, looking suspiciously at the confident male dragon. "I warn you, my parents are the great lords of the phosphorescent sea. If you dare to deceive me, be careful of getting a good beating," the young female dragon warned, baring her fangs. The copper dragon Alfred's eyes changed from vertical pupils to round pupils, darting around. Then, he patted his sturdy chest muscles with his thick dragon claws and exclaimed, "Do you know the Gogmora dragon group that rules the Golden Land? The leader of this dragon group, Karen, is my good friend. I learned from the adventurers I caught from the seaside that the Golden Land is gradually prospering under the rule of the dragon group. There are not only many humans, but also many other races becoming the dragon's subjects. It is just right for Alina to display her talents and prove her wisdom and art of governing the territory." Although the copper dragon Alfred had only met the red dragon once and talked a few words, their relationship was far from familiar. But now, with the arrow on the string, he couldn't lose his momentum in front of the beautiful dragon for the sake of his proud dragon face, so he confidently assured the mother dragon he liked. "The territory ruled by Karen and the dragon group far exceeds my territory, but they lack talents to manage the territory. You also know that the familiars that the five-colored dragons can accept are all useless misfits. With Alina's ability and my relationship with Karen, you will definitely be treated with courtesy when you go there. Maybe Karen will let you manage a large area of territory because of your knowledge. Moreover, the dragon group is recruiting talents to manage their territory. Can't Alina's knowledge surpass those mediocre races?" The copper dragon used the most peak eloquence of his life to persuade this female bronze dragon, using seduction and aggressive tactics without being taught. Alfred planned to entangle this mother dragon no matter what. This is also the secret of courtship taught to him by the other copper dragon elders. Even the most proud and fierce female dragon is afraid of the male dragon who is constantly entangled. Karen Gogmora, and the dragon group he rules, I know. I heard that under the leadership of this red dragon, the dragon group burned the imperial capital of the Cathay Empire to white ground, the magnificent palace was forever sunk into the underground magma by the dragon group, and countless elite imperial soldiers were slaughtered. The bronze dragon Alina had also heard about this from her elders. Although dragons are quite proud and conceited, and like to stay in their nests and be self-contained. But among the metal dragons, except for the copper dragon and bronze dragon, which are slightly strange dragon species, the other three metal dragons, gold, silver, and bronze dragons, pay more attention to the movements of human civilization. Especially these three dragons are keen on using transformation techniques to mix into humans. In some human countries in the southern continent, there are examples of gold and silver dragons serving as human kingdoms' earls and dukes. Are you asking me to surrender to those evil dragons and work for those stupid, conceited, and chaotic five-colored dragons? You, copper dragon Alfred, are a kind metal dragon. How can you be friends with those evil dragons? The female bronze dragon Alina, like all bronze dragons, is kind by nature. Some kind bronze dragons even reach the level of some silver dragon saints. They don't even hurt intelligent animals, except for the Sahuagin race that these bronze dragons like to eat. However, these bronze dragons therefore do not recognize Sahuagin as an intelligent race, so it does not violate the kind nature of the bronze dragons. Alina therefore has no good feelings towards the five-colored dragons, especially the Gogmora dragon group that launched a massacre in the imperial capital of the Cathay Empire. If it weren't for knowing that she couldn't beat the dragon group, and the other metal dragons she knew were too lazy to move, she would have gathered a group of metal dragons to cause trouble for Karen and his group. TCH, the copper dragon Alfred clearly had his own subjective judgment. He even sneered at his goddess dragon, Alina, don't let your stereotypes blind your clever mind. If you were caught by those humans, your parents would definitely not hesitate to destroy the entire Cathay Empire to wash away the shame. Moreover, Karen and his dragon group are not as stupid, conceited, chaotic, and evil as the other five-colored dragons. Some truths and conclusions can be drawn from those human adventurers. If you don't believe it, you can use your own eyes to see and your own ears to hear. I don't want the mother dragon I like to be a self-righteous idiot. The copper dragon Alfred raised his head proudly, as if despising the short-sightedness of the mother dragon in front of him. This is also the secret taught to Alfred by the copper dragon elders. You can't always obey the female dragon, and occasionally you need the female dragon's overly proud heart and conceited personality. Of course, this must be done when facing those truly clever female dragons. Some brainless and conceited female dragons will become even more angry because of these words, and will not reflect on their own problems like clever female dragons. Sure enough, a hesitant look appeared on the face of the female bronze dragon Alina. She was also curious about the dragon group ruling the distant Golden Land because of the words of the copper dragon Alfred. She was curious whether what the copper dragon said was true, and also curious about what kind of charm the other party had that could make a metal dragon speak for the five-colored dragons. As for the matter of these robbers looting humans and selling them to the dragon group's territory, these small things are considered basic operations in the eyes of dragons, and have nothing to do with evil. Those metal dragons also buy a lot of slaves from the human kingdoms when they build their own territories, especially the gold dragons buy the most. Okay, I admit that I have been somewhat persuaded by your words, Alfred. The female bronze dragon Alina also raised her head high. She also didn't like being considered a self-righteous and short-sighted dragon. I plan to go to the distant Golden Land to see if the situation you said is true. The bronze dragon Alina glanced at the copper dragon's revealing happy eyes, and her vertical pupils revealed agility and cunning. She said in a clear voice, I wonder if I have the honor to invite this copper dragon mister who has a good relationship with the Gogmora dragon group to accompany me. After speaking, without waiting for the copper dragon Alfred to react, this young but clever enough female dragon flapped her wings and flew away into the distance. The copper dragon Alfred was overwhelmed by the words of the mother dragon, and for a moment forgot the secret taught to him by the copper dragon elders, always maintain his own relatively high posture, so that the female dragon can admire and obey for a long time. He quickly spread his wings and followed the female dragon in front, shouting, You flew in the wrong direction, Alina, you should go that way, and I told you, when I met Karen and the dragon group at that time, that Red Dragon praised me for my graceful and powerful figure, my relationship with him is extraordinary. Recruiting pioneer immigrants, every immigrant who signs up to go to the Golden Land will be granted the status of a freeman, with free food, drink and accommodation, and free travel expenses. Immigrants who go to the Golden Land can freely develop land, and the developed land belongs to them. People who go to the Golden Land will also receive a settlement allowance and be properly settled. People with skills will also receive some copper coins as a reward, and those who immigrate with their families will also receive copper coins as a reward. The conditions are generous, don't miss it. The soldiers on the street were holding notices in their hands, constantly advertising loudly while patrolling the streets of the slums, recruiting so-called pioneer immigrants. In the past, only naked, numb-faced paupers and ragged, smelly beggars haunted the slums, but now it has become extraordinarily lively. Not only are there patrol guards who are rarely seen in a century, but also many elite mercenary groups and stewards of merchant groups are scurrying back and forth in the slums with their subordinates in groups. Under the lure of food, the people in these slums began to show some interest in their propaganda. The crowd began to move, and some expectant expressions appeared on the numb faces of the people. And in other parts of the city, teams of prisoners were escorted by soldiers to the docks outside the city and sent on big ships. These soldiers were also particularly careful to patrol the streets they passed, to see if there were any sneaky or fraudulent things happening. These soldiers were looking forward to catching those who disrupted the order, and every head meant shiny copper coins. Now the public security in all the cities in this territory is unprecedentedly good. The petty thieves on the streets in the past have disappeared, because everyone who is caught disappears from the city. Even the black gangs hiding in the sewers and corners of the city have been wiped out. This made the residents in the towns applaud. The security problems that were difficult to eradicate in the past have disappeared under the strict crackdown of the Lord, making the people living in the territory begin to praise the Lord. However, these changes cannot affect the majestic castle that sits high above, built on a mountain, and located on a high slope. This family castle belonging to Duke Istvan is like the residence of a noble spirit overlooking the mortal world. The tall and thick city walls block the praises and slanders of the mortal world. It rules the mortals, but is isolated from the world of ordinary people. Even in the daytime, countless candles and brocade lamps need to be lit in the tall castle to keep the castle bright. The candles and lamp oil consumed by the castle every day are enough for an ordinary family of 3 to use for a year. Dense knitted white carpets cover every hall and aisle of the castle, and each carpet woven with exquisite patterns is enough to spend the savings of an ordinary family for 10 years. The intricate and gorgeous murals above the high dome of the castle, the exquisite screens placed in the castle, the furniture made of precious wood, and the silverware used for dining on the dining table, all of these things are precious things that those mortals outside the castle cannot imagine owning. And in a certain banquet hall of this castle, only 3 people were sitting on a wide dining table made of precious wood. One of the old men was sitting in the main seat with his back to countless oil paintings by famous artists. His hair was white at the temples, but his eyes were piercing. He was the patriarch of the Istvan family and the ruler of this territory, Duke Istvan. After the Cathay Empire split, the free territories originally belonging to the Cathay Emperor were divided and annexed by various families. Duke Istvan, as a high-ranking nobleman of the Cathay Empire, was also allocated a wealthy territory. Now the power of the Istvan family is even stronger, and its strength is among the first-class ranks among the many kingdoms and duchies in the north. Another young woman sitting on Duke Istvan's right hand has a beautiful face with eyes like 2 pools of green water, but her eyes reveal the aggressiveness of a lion. Her bulging breasts are tightly bound in close-fitting soft armor. Obviously, she is a very ambitious woman. This is Countess Bathory, the eldest daughter of Duke Istvan. She is a controversial countess. She has admired bravery since she was a child, and she is stronger than the men of her clan. Her strength is also more outstanding than the men of her clan. At a young age, she has crossed the realm of high-level transcendence and touched the edge of the holy rank. Earl Kyle, who had a good relationship with the Istvan family, had admired Bathory's character and beauty since he was a child. After becoming the earl in charge of the family, he chose to propose to the eldest daughter of Duke Istvan. Based on the idea of a strong alliance, Duke Istvan agreed to Earl Kyle's request, and the 2 families officially combined and married. But on the 2nd day after marrying Earl Kyle, who had a good relationship with the Istvan family, Bathory persuaded Earl Kyle to go hunting with her in the mountains. As a result, an accident occurred during the hunting process. Bathory and Earl Kyle's party were lost in the barren mountains and ridges. When other soldiers found the whereabouts of this party, everyone except Bathory was already dead. The soldiers found all the claw marks of wild animals behind Earl Kyle and his entourage. Only Bathory relied on the soft armor on her body to avoid the wild animals' attack from behind. Although these soldiers were also wondering how a beast could quietly approach the Earl's party and successfully sneak attack in front of a high-level transcendent warrior. You must know that the Earl and his entourage were also powerful warriors with keen intuition. Although these soldiers did not dare to express their doubts on the surface, rumors also spread as a result. Especially after Earl Kyle's younger brother, the only remaining heir of the Earl's family, also died of a sudden serious illness shortly afterwards, rumors spread in the territory of Earl Kyle's family. Some loyal warrior legions even publicly accused Bathory of killing the 2 earls before and after, and wanting to replace them. But after the leaders of these warriors who accused Bathory died bizarrely one after another, the rumors within the territory gradually came under control. Even if there were still some secret slanders, they were limited to dark corners. Since then, Bathory inherited Earl Kyle's title and became a rare female earl. And sitting opposite this controversial female earl was a squinting mage wearing a gorgeous robe, Husel, or perhaps he should be called Husel Istvan. After all, being able to cultivate a high-level mage is beyond the means of ordinary nobles. Without money, wanting to learn magic is like hoping a dragon will gift you its treasure. 3 nobles were elegantly enjoying their dinner. Even though the servants had been dismissed, thanks to habits ingrained in nobility, the 3 did not speak during the meal, maintaining a silent yet relaxed atmosphere. After a long while, having spat out the last of his mouthwash, the white-haired, grizzled old duke finally spoke, as if having pondered for a long time, still carefully choosing his words. Hughes, has your teacher, Grand Mage Rapus, made his final decision? Although Hughes was accustomed to the free and unrestrained demeanor of a high-level mage, he still maintained a respectful and courteous attitude before his old father, acknowledging the authority of the family patriarch. Hughes nodded slightly, showing respect for his father's question, before beginning to answer. Teacher has not made a final decision, but he has indicated that we should gradually shift the focus of our mages towards the dragon clans. As someone who can observe some of the scales of fate, there must be a reason for what teacher does. Duke Istvan nodded slightly, pondered for a moment, and then said, even so, our family's resources cannot be tilted too much towards those dragons. The reason why nobles can endure for so long, even outliving empires and dynasties, is because we never put all our fragile eggs in one basket. We learn from those cunning rabbits, digging holes everywhere, to ensure the family's retreat and stability. Mage Hughes squinted and nodded, expressing his agreement with the Duke's words, but then said, forgive my bluntness, father, but delivering charcoal for warmth in the snow is far more impressive than offering flowers after success. What the dragons currently lack is not a significant resource in our family's eyes. The Duke shook his head. Managing a large family means that you can't always do as you please. Even as the family head and the lord of the territory, there are many interests to reconcile, and the newly acquired territories also need to be maintained and developed. The resources and support currently given to you are already the maximum I can mobilize within my power. All right, father, if that's the case, then I will go to the Golden Land, the dragon's territory, as a mage, not as a representative member of the Istvan family. Also, forgive my boldness, esteemed father and duke, but I think it's time to let my younger brother participate in family affairs. Perhaps young people can bring some fresh ideas and vitality to this aging family. Mage Hughes maintained a respectful attitude, but his words clearly expressed his dissatisfaction. Humph, I am not yet senile, I possess sufficient wisdom and vitality, and I am still capable of managing and leading the family. Duke Istvan was angered by the mage's audacious words, threw down the silk handkerchief he was using to wipe his mouth, stood up, and stormed off in a fit of anger. The Countess Bathory, who had been quietly watching the exchange between the two fathers and sons, slowly sipped her sweet cream of mushroom soup. After seeing the old duke leave in anger, she leisurely picked up a silk handkerchief and wiped her sensual and supple lips. These old fellows are always easily trapped by their own stubbornness and experiences, always believing that their experience is the most reliable, and dare not try new ideas and paths. The boldness and courage of their youth have long been worn away by time. Hughes, don't pay too much attention to that old fellow's thoughts. The young and beautiful, voluptuous Countess Bathory smiled and extended goodwill to her younger brother. SHH, keep it down, father's strength hasn't diminished too much. Mage Hughes raised his index finger to his lips, and a smile appeared on his otherwise indifferent face. However, you have been in contact with those dragons. Are those dragons really, as you say, worth our investment? The young countess's eyes, like pools of emerald water, shone brightly, like a lioness on the grasslands staring at its prey before the hunt. An aggressive aura emanated from Countess Bathory's gaze. Even Hughes, who had grown up with her since childhood, felt the pressure from his elder sister. The mage's eyes involuntarily shifted slightly, and then he nodded. Success in life is mostly temporary, while failure occupies the main theme, but how one faces failure can distinguish everyone into different types. Some people are crushed by failure and wallow in it, while others can constantly get up and move forward. This is a trait that, apart from facing death, is bound to achieve success. In my opinion, Kalen, that red dragon with terrifying power, belongs to the kind of creature that possesses this trait. Countess Bathory's bright and aggressive gaze quietly subsided, and then she nodded. I believe in your vision, Hughes. You have been the smartest child in the family since childhood. Perhaps I can personally take a trip to the Golden Land and get in touch with those dragons. Mage Hughes was shocked. He knew his sister's personality. Bathory, don't tell me you want to. The young countess interrupted the mage's words. She stood up, leaving behind a hearty but crisp laugh. Hughes, ruling a small, narrow earldom has already bored me. I want to challenge a bigger stage. My life is too peaceful. Mage Hughes sighed and shook his head. Bathory, you believe in my mind, but I'm a little afraid of your madness and courage. Chapter 105. Life at sea is not as interesting and exciting as most bards say in their stories. Following the safe routes that have been opened up, life on board is mostly boring. Nora, her grandmother, and the villagers from her village were all assigned to the same large ship, along with other villagers captured from scattered villages in the wilderness. Perhaps because she was young, obedient, and had a pleasing appearance, and would often take the initiative to help other robbers mend their torn clothes, Nora was not like the other captured people who could only come out of the cabin for half a day every 10 days. You should know that the voyage at sea lasts for several months. If these people are kept in cramped cabins without a clean living environment, they are not only prone to illness due to psychological problems, but also extremely susceptible to plague. In order to reduce losses and increase the survival rate of the captured slaves, these robber mercenary groups would also allow these slaves to come to the deck in batches at fixed times to move around, clean the cabin, and take out those who were sick for isolation, and in severe cases, they would even throw them directly into the sea. Nora was allowed to come out for some fresh air every afternoon. At this time, she was following behind Uncle Farn, the village chief, wandering around the deck of the ship. Uncle Farn, the village chief, was able to receive some preferential treatment from these mercenary robbers because of his former special status. Although he still could not escape the fate of being sold as a slave, he could at least have a say in front of the mercenaries and pirates who respected strength, and he was considered the most prestigious person among this group of slaves. "Hey, give me 2 glasses of rum, one with a little less, one with a little more," village chief Farn shouted at the mercenary robber passing by with a wine barrel. During long voyages, fresh water is difficult to store and will deteriorate for various reasons in a short period of time, either because insects or mice get in, or because of wind and rain erosion at sea, etc. Only cheap rum is the reserve water resource for almost all long voyage ships. So even though the taste of rum was not delicious in Nora's opinion, the little girl still pursed her lips subconsciously after hearing village chief Farn's words. The dead skin had already appeared on her somewhat chapped lips. Nora had also developed a habit and love for drinking rum in the past few months on the ship. The pirate holding the wine barrel glanced at the two of them, cheerfully opened the wine barrel, took 2 large glasses from the wine glasses hanging from his buttocks, filled them to the brim, and handed them to village chief Farn and the little girl Nora with a look of longing. The big bearded mercenary opened his mouth and smiled, "Drink as much as you like, and come and pour it yourself if it's not enough. We are almost approaching the Golden Coast, and the captain has ordered that rum can be supplied at will." The little girl Nora carefully held the oversized glass for her with her 2 small hands, took a small sip, and then smiled and thanked the big bearded mercenary. "Thank you, Uncle Big Beard." "Ha ha ha," the big bearded mercenary hugged the heavy wine barrel with one hand and waved the other, striding away. "Uncle Village Chief, Uncle Big Beard said that we are almost at the Golden Coast. Is that place really as good as they say? Won't those evil dragons swallow us as snacks in one bite? Also, can my grandmother and I have our own new house, where no beasts and monsters dare to disturb us?" The little girl Nora looked at Uncle Village Chief, the most powerful and knowledgeable in her heart, with a face full of expectation, and asked impatiently. In the initial sea life, Nora would still yearn for the vast and boundless sea. The sea and the sky are the same color, clear and blue, birds fly and whales sing. Nora, who grew up in the wilderness inland, felt novel about all this, but the sea is always like this and will not change for thousands of years, so Nora also felt very bored during the long journey. Only occasionally seeing those mercenaries who drank too much rum and went crazy would make her feel that her dull heart was active. Glug! Village Chief Farn swallowed a large mouthful of strange-tasting rum, wiped his unshaven face that looked particularly decadent because he hadn't taken care of it for a long time, and then said, "Little Nora, never have too high expectations for an unknown thing, otherwise the frustration you get will exceed your imagination." Village Chief Farn looked at the strange heads that occasionally emerged from the distant sea, sighed, and rubbed Nora's head with his rough hand. "Nora, never believe what others say, always be skeptical of what others say, you must learn to see with your own eyes and listen with your own ears. Sometimes even your own eyes and ears will deceive you, then you have to believe your intuition and thoughts." The little girl Nora hummed from her small and delicate nose and nodded. Although she didn't understand what Uncle Village Chief said, she would remember it in her heart. Maybe one day she would forget these words and forget who told her these words. But when she encounters a lesson from something at a certain moment, similar insights will arise in her heart, and then these insights will also become her knowledge and experience and be passed on to the next generation. However, before Nora's little head could figure it out, the excited shouts of other mercenary robbers came from the deck. The big bearded mercenary who was holding the wine barrel simply threw the wine barrel into the sea, picked up his steel fork from his waist and shouted, "Business is here, brothers, there are Sahuagin haunts nearby, copy weapon and kill these idiots. Woohoo, let me see, where are these cute fishman heads? Get out of the way, get out of the way, I used to be a fisherman, these Sahuagin are also fish in my eyes, the harpoon in my hand can't wait." The mercenaries who were originally bored suddenly became energetic, and each of them squeezed to the edge of the deck with weapons in their hands, looking at the monster heads that were looming on the distant sea with glowing eyes. Village Chief Farn and the little girl Nora were squeezed to the back, surrounded by the pirates who did not squeeze to the front. Farn grabbed a pirate. He asked curiously, "Your fleets that often sail at sea should have a good relationship with those monster tribes in the sea. Why do you all want to hunt these Sahuagin? Aren't you afraid that these Sahuagin will cause trouble for your fleet?" In fact, what Farn said is in line with the practice of most fleets sailing at sea. The sea belongs to the home of these monsters, and although the Sahuagin are not very powerful individuals in this world, elite human soldiers can easily defeat a few. However, there are more than tens of millions of Sahuagin living in the vast and boundless sea, which is wider than the land. Moreover, these monsters often live in groups. Although their tribes have friction and opposition, they will unite with each other when they encounter enemies. Similar to metal dragons will bring old ones if you beat the young ones, and if you beat the old ones, 2 ancient dragons will come. If you even beat the ancient dragons, and it happens that these 2 ancient dragons have some face and a lot of gold coins, then congratulations, you may have enough luck to see the legendary Ancient Gold Dragon Council and Silver Dragon Paladin Order. And the Sahuagin are like this: if you beat this group, another group will occupy the territory of this group of Sahuagin, and there is a high probability that they will continue to hate you and oppose you. As long as you can't kill all the Sahuagin in the ocean, there will always be Sahuagin as your enemies and opponents, and they are hard to guard against, annoying. Unless you can deter these marine demons with absolutely powerful and terrifying means, they will superficially submit to you, at least not openly oppose you. Hehe, the mercenary with strange patterns tattooed all over his body smiled indifferently and said, this group of stupid and ignorant fishmen offended the Lord of the Golden Land, who rules the Dragon Group of the Golden Land. The Dragon Group has issued a racial hunting order for the Sahuagin. Each fishman's head can be exchanged for 20 copper coins at the Public Security Office in the Golden Seaport town, and each living Sahuagin can be exchanged for 50 copper coins. Although the individual price is indeed not high, this kind of stupid monster is countless in the sea. The mercenary patted his chest triumphantly and said, every fleet now regards these Sahuagin as shining gold coins. They are our only fun and activity at sea. I have saved a sum of money because of these fishmen, a sum that can allow those women to open their legs as much as they want for a whole month. Damn it, you confiscated my weapon, can you return my weapon to me? Village Chief Farnzadam's apple moved involuntarily. He felt that he might be able to save some savings for himself before arriving at the territory of the dragon. TCH, didn't you see that I can't even squeeze up there? The mercenary with tattoos all over his body sneered, stretching out his bulging arm to show off his huge muscles. Alfred the Red Copper Dragon and Arena the Bronze Dragon flew north from Alfred's territory along the coast in the direction that Kalong had pointed out. They crossed the high mountains and saw dangerous beasts in the endless mountains staring at them, such as the spine-tail cat that preyed on dragons. This legendary creature would always sneak silently when it didn't want the dragons to find it, but this spine-tail cat obviously didn't think much of the 2 young dragons, so it followed the 2 dragons openly all the way. The 2 young dragons did not dare to provoke this strange legendary creature. This creature is extremely vengeful. Although the dragons can't be harmed by even the strongest spine-tail cat as long as they don't land, the dragons don't want to be targeted by this extraordinary hunter. After all, this small-minded legendary creature has had cases of sneaking into the dragon's territory and successfully hunting an adult bronze dragon. After getting rid of the spine-tail cat, the 2 bronze dragons became more careful and often followed the ships coming and going on the sea route. However, when the 2 young dragons stopped to rest once, they encountered a group of storm giants. Fortunately, although these storm giants, like other giants, are descendants and creations of the Titan, they do not have the old grudges and hostility that the Titan and dragons have when they meet. The Titan belong to the Titan, and the giants belong to the giants. Moreover, the 2 young dragons are both metal dragons, and these storm giants are also concerned about the tradition of these metal dragons, so even if Alfred the Red Copper Dragon and Arena the Bronze Dragon proposed to rest in the territory of the storm giants for one night, this group of storm giants agreed. Moreover, the storm giants also warmly invited the 2 young dragons to share dinner. The young dragons certainly would not refuse this invitation. Regardless of the bronze dragon driven by curiosity, who naturally likes to understand other intelligent creatures, even Alfred the Red Copper Dragon is a talkative chatterbox who likes to talk. Only the brass dragons among the metal dragons have a kind of bad taste. The brass dragons prefer to listen to others tell stories, and these brass dragons often take the initiative to grab those adventurers and bards to tell themselves stories under the drive of loneliness and loneliness. If the story does not satisfy the brass dragon, then the captured adventurers and bards have to keep telling the story and cannot leave. According to legend, a very unlucky bard was caught by an eccentric brass dragon. He racked his brains but could not satisfy the brass dragon. He was forced to stay in the brass dragon's nest for as long as 1001 days. It is said that the villain in the 1001 Nights story that is circulated among mortals was written with this eccentric brass dragon as a template. Ah, you are talking about those 5-colored dragons that passed through the territory some time ago. The leader of the storm giants sat cross-legged on the ground, and his upper body could still be parallel to the 2 young dragons sitting down. In the eyes of the storm giants, even if several decades have passed, it is probably considered some time ago, so the 2 young dragons did not feel surprised. That dragon group is very interesting. The leader among them also talked to me. He tried his best to invite me to settle in his territory, saying that there is a more beautiful and richer sea area than here waiting for us. If I were not too lazy to move, I might have led the tribe to accompany those 5-colored dragons. The storm giant's dull voice is not inferior to that of the dragon. He is grilling a huge sea fish in his hand, and the sizzling oil drips down, giving off a burnt smell. The young storm giants on the side are eager to try, and these meats are also delicious snacks for the storm giants. Curiosity arose in the eyes of the bronze dragon arena. Although the storm giants have a different attitude towards dragons than Titan, they cannot be said to have friendly feelings towards the 5-colored dragons, but she was surprised that they would have the idea of accompanying the 5-colored dragons. So the young female dragon asked the old giant leader, "What is so special about that dragon group that can gain your favor? With your strength and tribe, you should be able to easily defeat those young dragons and then occupy their territory." The old storm giant shook his head, his huge voice like thunder before a storm. In that dragon group, although the red dragon as the leader is the strongest, the other dragons do not fear this red dragon, but obey from the bottom of their hearts. This can prove that this red dragon is a very good and successful leader. As for defeating those dragons, young bronze dragon, don't be defined by the justice and kindness on the parchment and in the mouths of those hypocrites. Moreover, to survive and grow in this world, you not only need to rely on your own strength, but sometimes you also need the help of others. This is my old mate's experience of living for countless years. The bronze dragon arena nodded. The bronze dragons are always more convinced of the words of the powerful predecessors. This benefits from the good upbringing and habits of the bronze dragons from childhood to adulthood. The reason those chromatic dragons don't have this habit, being arrogant and conceited, is also related to their race's upbringing. Many evil dragons abandoned from childhood don't even know about the existence of a halberd like the Fang Tian Huaji. Otherwise, every evil dragon would be proud to forge such a weapon. The next day, the 2 young dragons resumed their journey. Along the way, they encountered many dangerous creatures and some friendly, magical beings. Most of them had an impression of the dragon packs that had passed by before. For example, a group of woodland elves harbored resentment towards the 2 young dragons because the previous dragon packs had wanted to uproot their tree of life planted in the forest, and they spoke harshly to them. Of course, if it weren't for the faint aura of the holy domain emanating from the leader of these forest elves, the copper dragon Alfred would have also wanted to uproot that nascent tree of life. Greed drives all dragons, and even metallic dragons are no better than chromatic dragons. The tree of life can provide many benefits to the creatures living near it. Prolonged exposure to the aura of the tree of life can grant dragons some increase and strengthening of their lifespan. Moreover, the tender leaves of a mature tree of life are a useful magical material, and the life energy they contain can sometimes be used as a healing potion. A dragon possessing a tree of life is like holding a small mine that produces gold coins. After months of long-distance flight, the 2 young dragons vaguely sensed a strong dragon aura in the vast area ahead. Dragons don't need to mark their territory with the scent of urine like ordinary beasts. Instead, their unique aura naturally remains after prolonged contact between their field and the world's field. Therefore, even from a great distance, the 2 young dragons could still sense that there was a group of active dragons ahead. "Look, Alina, there are gnolls in the distance actually developing the land like those humans, and some gnolls are patrolling the territory. It's unbelievable that these ignorant and lazy monsters appear so orderly. See, I told you I was right." The copper dragon Alfred said triumphantly, as if the better Karen's territory was, the more face he had. It is indeed a bit unbelievable. The bronze dragon Alina had always looked down on these disordered, chaotic, and ignorant monsters. In her eyes, these monsters were members of the disruptors of order and extremely difficult to manage. Even if the monsters were suppressed by the power of dragons, these monsters would not be so serious, because their nature is hard to change. But in the Gogmora dragon territory, they have become orderly members of the territory, which made her admire the entire dragon pack. Let's go down and take a look. There are some gnolls fighting forest trolls there. That gnoll leader looks like a pretty powerful guy. Maybe he knows more things." The bronze dragon Alina signaled Alfred to follow her. Pfft! The gnoll leader Yuga pulled his upgraded hunting spear from the fallen troll corpse. The sharp spearhead, flashing with a cold light, seemed even more dangerous after being stained with blood. He was very satisfied with this weapon, which was lighter than the previous 3-headed flail and killed faster. He could use this spear to kill in the troll tribe for a day and a night without feeling tired. Yuga swept across the jungle, confirming that there were no trolls who came to the territory to make trouble and poach. He nodded with satisfaction, and just wanted to speak in Gnoll language, but forcibly restrained himself and changed to common to instruct his soldiers. Drag these stinky forest trolls back and give them to the goblin tribe as a gift from the Gnolls. We have just become dragons' dependents and should build good relationships with other dependents. These stinky forest trolls, maybe even those goblins don't like this smell. The Gnoll spellcaster behind him hesitated. These trolls have colorful moss growing on them, and the stench they emit is comparable to some swamps in the forest that have been deposited for countless years. Maybe only the carrion vultures on the grassland can eat the troll's corpse. It's okay, first ask those goblin tribes. If even the goblin tribes don't want them, drag the troll corpses to the dragon's orchard. Lady Antagena has been very concerned about the orchard recently. The corpses of these trolls can become fertilizer for Lady Antagena to cultivate fruit trees. The Gnoll Yuga replied casually. The current goblin tribes have almost become the garbage recycling center for the dragon's dependents. The saying "if you don't eat it, give it to the dog" has been changed to "if you don't eat it, give it to the goblins." Whoosh! A strong wind sound came from overhead. Even the thick branches that had grown for countless years were lowered by the strong flowing wind. The two young dragons came from the distant sky and hovered in the mid-air in front of the Gnoll. The Gnoll Yuga's eyes condensed, and the momentum of the killing that had just stopped rose again. While signaling his subordinates to prepare to release the messenger birds and crows and vultures, he gripped the weapon in his hand and took the initiative to greet the young dragons in the sky. Distant and noble true dragons, stop your steps. The front belongs to the dragon's territory. Entering rashly will be regarded as an act of invasion by the dragon pack. The Gnoll Yuga said in a deep voice. He felt that maybe today was the time to show his loyalty to the red dragon, and with his strength, he could try to delay the two young dragons in front of him until the dragon pack came to support him, as long as he didn't confront them head-on. He was much more flexible than these two dragons in the forest. The copper dragon Alfred and the bronze dragon Alina looked at each other, and at the same time, they both had the thought in their hearts of why the opposite side was not afraid of them, and judging from the Gnoll's actions, he actually wanted to fight the two young dragons. However, the two dragons were after all metallic dragons, not the chromatic dragons who would roll up their sleeves and fight at the slightest disagreement. So the copper dragon Alfred and the bronze dragon Alina landed on the ground, indicating that they did not intend to invade the territory. Gnoll, I admire your courage, but Alina and I are not planning to offend the dragon pack's territory, but to find my friend, Karen Gogmora. He will welcome our arrival. The copper dragon Alfred explained to the Gnoll in front of him. Dragons always particularly appreciate loyal and brave dependents, and copper dragons and bronze dragons are no exception. They rarely put away their high posture towards this despised monster. The Gnoll Yuga nodded, but did not relax, but said neither humble nor arrogant, I am just a newly recruited dependent under my Lord Karen and cannot know these messages. I will send a message to other dependents through the flying birds and let them report to the dragon lords. Perhaps the two noble true dragons can also go to the Gold Coast town and register their intentions at the administrative office there. The administrative officer Fafnir is qualified to take the two noble dragons to the dragon's lair to see my lord. The bronze dragon Alina and the copper dragon Alfred looked at each other, nodded, and then said to the Gnoll Yuga, okay, we won't embarrass you either. We just want to see what the territory under the dragon pack's rule looks like. The Gnoll Yuga then bowed and pointed to the direction of the sea and said, fly straight from here, and you will see the Gold Coast town in about 300 miles, noble true dragons. Whoosh, the two young dragons flapped their wings and flew away into the distance. Chapter 106. Today's Golden Seaport town has become a small city. After the last impact and destruction by the Sawa Fishman tribe, many buildings were torn down and rebuilt. The newly appointed administrator of the town, the ogre Fafnir, adhering to the giant dragon's view that big is good, has replanned and rebuilt the town. After the last Sawa Fishman tribe attack, the entire town's planning and reconstruction has shifted a distance towards the shore, ensuring sufficient time and distance to deal with sudden situations at sea. The original docks and coast near the town now belong to the area outside the city and are not included in the small city's planning, but they are still included in the city's defense system. The newly recruited Gnoll spellcasters and Kobold spellcasters, led by several Dragon Keen, have become a rotating guard force stationed at the seaport. Golden Seaport City is currently the central area of the Dragon territory, so it receives the most power. 200 Kobold warriors are responsible for patrolling the seaport's safety and maintaining daily public order, and in addition, the dragon ensures that one of the two blue dragons comes here every day to station and patrol. The sea and sky are the blue dragon's main battlefield, and the blue dragon, which controls storms and tides, is the best choice for guarding the sea. With the constant influx of people and expansion, the town has now become a city covering an area of about 5 square kilometers, and the total circumference of the 16-meter-high wooden wall around the small city is about 18,000 meters. Fortunately, this place is located on the edge of a thriving forest, and those huge timbers are inexhaustible, so there is no need to worry about the basic materials for building the city. Including resident population, the number of merchants and adventurers coming and going plus the dragons dependent and other races is about nearly 20,000. With the increasing active population, the construction of the small city cannot be three-dimensional like modern civilization, and it can only maintain the layout of the small city by expanding the occupied area. Moreover, under the instruction of the Red Dragon, to avoid a chain reaction of fires in the city's mostly wooden buildings, the newly built buildings are separated by a certain safe distance. 4 wide streets that can accommodate 16 huge earth-walking dragon beasts passing at the same time crisscross each other, leading directly to the 4 main gates of the small city, and 16 smaller streets are connected to each other by the 4 main streets. 72 alleys are connected to other nearby streets, and 92 main streets and alleys form a complete and regular urban transportation network. Despite the low space utilization rate in this flat layout city, a population of 20,000 is still difficult to fill this city, which is considered huge in planning, so the whole small city seems a bit empty even though many places are still under construction. But after the framework of the entire city is established, all that is needed is enough population to fill it. Under the auspices of the Ogre Fafnir, the basic operation of the small city has gradually gotten on the right track. Each tall city gate has a team of powerful centaur warriors and kobold-dependent guarding and patrolling to prevent another incident like the Sawa Fishman tribe impacting the town from happening again. These warriors are all wearing well-made leather armor and holding iron spears and swords. Under the hard work of the dwarf Kragan and a group of apprentices, these kobold warriors with mediocre combat effectiveness have also been equipped with iron swords. In this way, under the leadership of the centaur warriors, these soldiers are enough to resist any beasts and ordinary monster attacks. And in the incomplete arrow towers built above the city gates, there are also some human soldiers mixed in. These are mercenaries and adventurers who have settled here and swore allegiance to the dragon. They have been temporarily arranged by the Ogre Fafnir in the ranks of the City Defense Guard. A city's patrol and public order team cannot be entirely dragon-keen and dependent monsters. Adding some humans will quickly gain the trust of city residents and visitors, even if it is only superficial trust, it can quickly stabilize people's hearts. So when Nora and other villagers who had been pillaged here experienced the initial panic, they got off the big ship and followed the soldiers who maintained public order towards the small city in the distance, carefully scanning the surrounding situation while chattering in amazement. This is simply a big city. The towns I used to pass by that belonged directly to the noble lords were not as wide as this city. I thought we were coming to a wilderness, but it looks much better than most towns. The people who got off the boat marveled at the town in front of them, not only those villagers who lived in the wilderness, but also some pioneering immigrants who had been recruited. This gave these people a glimmer of confidence and expectation for the future. At least they were not facing a desolate land of monsters, and there was a solid city that could serve as a place of stability. Wow, these kobolds look so well behaved, even better than my dog. A little boy with clear and stupid eyes tugged at his parents' sleeves and pointed at the kobold guards who were escorting the slave team. This sentence drew a glare from the kobold next to him. This human child is really annoying. I am a noble dragon dependent. The kobold guard silently tightened the weapon in his hand, afraid that the weapon would fly out accidentally. His parents quickly covered the little boy's mouth and repeatedly apologized to the kobold guard. I'm sorry, Mr. Kobold, the child is ignorant and talking nonsense. Humph, the kobold guard proudly turned his dog head, too lazy to pay attention to these stupid mortals. Look, that's a dragon, a blue dragon, a child exclaimed, and the entire team also became agitated in surprise. Some villagers who did not understand the situation were even so frightened that they wet their pants, and traces of water dripped from their crotches. The kobold guard had to patiently stay in place and wait for these ignorant mortals, secretly admiring the expressions of shock and panic on the faces of this group of mortals. The blue dragon dose leapt from the deep blue sea, biting a huge sea fish in its mouth and soaring into the sky. The blue dragon's taste is somewhat similar to that of the bronze dragon. They both like to taste the sahuagin and sharks in the sea. Other kinds of sea fish are also delicious snacks in the mouths of the blue dragon and the bronze dragon. However, because the dragon issued a race hunting order to the Sahuagin, it is difficult to find traces of the monster's activities in the nearby sea area. Those sharks also sensed that there was a natural enemy in this sea area, so they rarely swam in this sea area. The blue dragon Dos is also responsible for patrolling the sea area. He cannot leave too far for hunting, so he had to randomly select a lucky red flag tuna as his snack. The blue dragon Dos landed at the city gate, threw the huge, 5-meter-long sea fish on the ground, and said to the guards at the city gate, "You two guys, carry this fish to the halfling chef's restaurant and let him make me a delicious meal." The blue dragon Dos then spat out 2 pearls, one large and one small, from his mouth. These pearls were found by the blue dragon while hunting in the sea. However, the blue dragon did not like them and happened to be given out by the blue dragon as rewards and hard work fees. "Give the big pearl to the halfling chef and tell him that this is enough to be worth half a year of making dinner for me. Take the small pearl and drink it. It's a reward for you running errands for me." The blue dragon Dos deliberately amplified his voice, which rumbled. Under Kalong's suggestion, these dragons have been showing their attitude, an attitude different from other chaotic monsters. Of course, the dragon's greedy nature will not be so generous, but under Kalong's influence, the dragons in the dragon group have regarded this behavior as an exchange of interests, rather than a pure gift, so the blue dragon Dos is not stingy. "Yes, Lord Dos," several guards smiled and saluted the blue dragon. The human soldiers and kobold guards discussed it, first summoned other companions to fill their vacancies, and then happily carried the huge sea fish towards the city. The blue dragon Dos squatted leisurely at the city gate, scanning the newly arrived batch of territory members. At the same time, he was trying hard to hold back a kind appearance on his face, but the huge and thick horn and ferocious face on the blue dragon's head were really not good. These dragons now see these members who come to the territory as if they see glittering gold coins. Each batch of people who come makes the dragon feel a sense of accumulation, just like watching the gold coins in the nest increase one by one. Well, the quality of this batch of people is okay. Although there are many old people and children, their physical fitness is good. They will definitely become capable residents in the dragon territory. The blue dragon Dos is very satisfied with the mental outlook and physical fitness of these humans in front of him. Although this group of people looks a little thin because of their poor lives, the humans who can survive in the wilderness are extremely tough. But next time, we should let Rosanni act. Black dragons are the most cunning and insidious. Rosanni should like this deceptive performance. The blue dragon Dos scratched his horn, which was a habit he had developed when thinking. "Hey, Uncle Fane, these dragons don't seem to be as fierce and brutal as the bards say, who like to take away humans and children as snacks. On the contrary, they are much kinder than the tax officials who come to the village to collect taxes, and this blue dragon looks so majestic, and that big horn looks very powerful." The little girl Nora supported her grandmother and followed closely beside the village chief Fane, while whispering to the village chief. Perhaps it was the blessing of good luck. The bumpy voyage did not cause any accidents to the elderly grandmother, so the little girl is now in a state of trepidation and expectation, mixed with joy. Fane, who was once the leader of the Knights of the True God Church, although his strength has been half-wasted, his eyesight has not disappeared. When Nora spoke of the dragon, Fane clearly saw the posture of the blue dragon that passed by become more arrogant. The originally strong chest and abdomen were even more raised, and the head was unconsciously raised. Fane's corner of mouth turned up a smile, touched Nora's little head, and then stepped into the tall city gate. The thick and tall city walls seemed to isolate the two worlds inside and outside. Stepping into the city, these people felt the boiling voices in the streets where people came and went. Even the wide streets, which were comparable to the main streets of those noble territory, gave everyone a feeling of shoulder to shoulder. This is the area near the seaport, and it is also the area with the most mobile population. At present, almost all people are active in this area, so it brings an extra shock to these villagers in the lonely wilderness. Even if they had raised their expectations when they saw the city, they did not expect that life in the city would seem a bit prosperous. This is the distant land of monsters? The kingdom of dragons? Incredible, it turns out that those bandits did not deceive themselves. Many humans originally did not believe that the kingdom belonging to dragons and monsters would be stable. The stereotypical land of monsters was normal for them. Looking at the people coming and going on the streets, the dragons dependent, those monsters and humans are not particularly different. All races live together peacefully in this land, and even the most ignorant ogres have become particularly orderly. Although some conflicts and frictions are always unavoidable, they are quickly harmonized under the suppression of those city defense guards who are mixed with various races. Shops, taverns, blacksmith shops, tailor shops, chamber of commerce transaction halls, scattered goods trading markets. This is just a small town for dragons, but it is a huge enough city for these humans is on the road to prosperity. Fane stopped his steps, looked at the scene on the street, let go of the little girl Nora's hand, and thoughtfully said, "Nora, maybe we can really get a stable life here and have a hopeful future. Who says the kingdom of dragons cannot be a place of light?" "Stop, strange true dragon, the Golden City does not allow outsiders to fly over, otherwise it will be regarded as a provocation and invasion." The human soldiers on the sentry tower have placed the whistling arrow on the longbow. The improved bow and arrow has changed from the original flat-backed longbow to a recurve bow, and the range has been improved by 1 level compared to before. The whistling arrow fired by the soldiers on the sentry tower is enough for all the soldiers in the city to see. The remaining centaur captains and kobold guards also picked up their weapons and faced the 2 young dragons that fell from the sky without any fear. Even the kobold dependent who often deserted in battle, before the red dragon was defeated by the other dragons with the dragon group, also had the courage to wield a knife against other dragons. Not to mention these more powerful centaurs, they provide the red dragon with a strong enough psychic power, and the red dragon also feeds back its will and power to these loyal centaur warriors. However, because this kind of connection from the soul is too secret, both sides have never discovered this problem. The red copper dragon Alfred and the bronze dragon Alina stopped at the city gate. When they came to the dragon's territory, they should of course abide by the Lord's rules. This is the consensus of all dragons, unless the dragon wants to start a war. So the 2 young dragons used transformation technique to transform into human form. When all dragons reach the young stage, they can find the knowledge of transformation technique from the dragon's inheritance, but generally only green dragons among the 5-colored dragons like to transform into human form, and the remaining 5-colored dragons prefer their original form. The red copper dragon Alfred is a thin and tall young man with yellowish-brown hair that makes him look a little malnourished, while the bronze dragon Alina is transformed into a tall and full young woman, and her greenish-blue hair shining in the sun makes her look exotic. "Are there any other requirements, faithful guards?" The red copper dragon Alfred shrugged indifferently and joked. "The Golden City welcomes you, noble true dragons from afar," the centaur captain bowed, signaling the other guards to open the way. The 2 young dragons, in their human forms, gracefully stepped into this emerging city. The clean, orderly, and grand appearance of the city and its architectural planning amazed them. Even Hobbies, the imperial capital of the Cathay Empire, a large city, seemed crowded due to its large population and gradual expansion. Most importantly, it was clean. Green-skinned goblins with armbands constantly swept the streets, and some would catch those who littered, tugging at their sleeves and demanding a fine of 5 copper coins. The 2 dragons found it hard to associate the dirty and smelly green-skinned goblins with cleanliness, so they were intrigued along the way. Once they entered the crowded streets, the differences between the 2 dragons became apparent. The copper dragon focused on the dazzling array of strange goods and the bulging wallets of the merchants. The bronze dragon, Alina, focused on the conversations of the people and the many laws and regulations posted on the notice boards. She occasionally used her beautiful appearance and tall figure to entice the city guards patrolling the streets, hoping to learn more from them. Of course, one couldn't expect these monster dependents to have high morals or professional ethics, so the bronze dragon Alina gradually pieced together a general picture of the dragon territory from many people's mouths. As a result, the bronze dragon Alina became even more energetic. "Look, Alina, that's the administrative office governing this city. The administrative officer Fafnir, mentioned by the dependents, should be inside." The copper dragon Alfred pointed to the crowded, tall building ahead. The 2 dragons walked towards the front, wanting to see what was happening. "What's your name, what skills do you have, and did you come alone?" A human clerk stood on the high steps, asking a middle-aged man at the front of the crowd surrounded by soldiers. "Respected sir, my name is Ron. I'm a blacksmith, able to forge ordinary weapons and farm tools. I also have 2 children and a wife." The middle-aged man timidly pointed out his family members as he answered. "Very good, you stand to the right." Next, the human clerk wrote down the information in his register and continued the inquiry. The bronze dragon Alina nodded silently, then shook her head, suddenly whispering, "Although the current dragon territory is developing towards order, many aspects are still in a state of chaotic management, and there are many problems. If I were to do it, I would do it better." The copper dragon Alfred chuckled. He hoped this female dragon could stay so he would have more time and opportunities to pursue her. He responded in a low voice, "This administrative officer Fafnir doesn't seem to be as knowledgeable and profound as you. Perhaps you can replace her in governing this seemingly promising city." Pride rose on the bronze dragon Alina's face. She felt it was only natural that she was more knowledgeable than the administrative officer Fafnir here. It was partly due to the pride of a dragon and partly due to her confidence in her knowledge. "Let's go, I still need to see the other situations in the territory. It's too crowded here, so there's no rush to contact the dragon group," the confident Alina summarized her observations and knowledge. She planned to give the upcoming dragon group a big surprise, letting them understand how outstanding her abilities were. She, the bronze dragon Alina, was determined to take this job, no matter who came. Alfred and Alina wandered around the city, and even as a dragon, the copper dragon Alfred was starting to feel exhausted. Alina not only became more and more excited along the way, but she also bought many novel things she saw. The copper dragon Alfred gloriously became a porter, carrying large and small bags while enjoying the surprised gazes of the city's residents. Finally, the bronze dragon Alina stopped in front of a tall building with a vast area. Through the gaps in the large and small bags, the copper dragon Alfred saw wooden signs hanging on the eaves of the building, written in large common characters. The copper dragon Alfred subconsciously read aloud, "Dragon Basic Academy." What is this thing? Is it a place for dragons to learn? Alfred was confused, looking at the two stern-faced kobold guards standing on both sides of the academy gate. "This is a place for the territory's residents to learn and understand knowledge, sponsored by the Dragon Lords," the bronze dragon Alina said in a muffled voice, looking at the notice board on the wall. For the first time, the bronze dragon Alina showed a solemn expression as she learned a lot of information from the notice board. This Dragon Academy was sponsored by the dragons ruling this place. Every resident who wanted to learn knowledge could enroll. Adults only needed to spend 5 copper coins to enter the academy gate, learning writing and some basic knowledge. Children were allowed to enroll for free, without any fees. However, after receiving education from the academy, they must promise to serve the territory after completing their studies, and this would be effective for life. If they chose to pay tuition, they could only complete the general literacy course through the academy, and the rest of the knowledge would not be open to them. Everyone who entered this academy would be taught the common language as the basic language. In addition, languages of various races, such as Elvish, Giantish, and Trollish, must be abandoned. Only Draconic was offered as an advanced elective language, and only elites who could complete their studies with excellent grades and pledge allegiance to the dragons could take this language. Alina could see with her dragon senses that there were many members in this academy, most of whom were descendants of the dragon's dependents. The naughty kobold cubs and centaur cubs were not well behaved in front of the human teachers. However, the badges made of dragon scales worn on the chests of each human teacher gave them the power and courage to ruthlessly suppress them, and the teaching whips made of the toughest wood in the forest gave every cub who tried to provoke the teacher a profound lesson. There were also quite a few human children, all of whom were descendants of humans permanently living in the dragon territory. They appeared extremely well behaved and obedient in front of the naughty kobold and centaur cubs, looking at the dignified teacher with expectant and adoring eyes. "It seems that my plan should be changed," the bronze dragon Alina's originally proud heart sank. She realized that the lord of this place clearly had a clear plan for the future kingdom. The chaotic management was only a small problem caused by the rapid expansion and insufficient manpower. Dong, dong, dong. The heavy bell rang, and the quiet academy suddenly became as lively as a herd of wild horses released from their reins. Countless cubs ran and jumped out of the study rooms, frolicking in the academy's square. Occasionally, a few daring cubs tried to rush out of the academy and into the street, but they were beaten back by the kobold soldiers guarding the academy gate. While beating these cubs and making them howl, they muttered, "I told you not to learn well, always thinking about playing. In the future, you'll only be able to guard the door like me." At this time, a tall figure walked out of the academy. It was a strong centaur warrior, with dense scales growing all over his body, showing his noble dragon bloodline. The kobold guards on both sides quickly saluted when they saw him. "Lord Chiron, you've worked hard." The centaur warrior Chiron nodded expressionlessly and walked out. The copper dragon Alfred seemed to see a savior and quickly shouted, "Chiron, Chiron, come here, I'm Alfred." The centaur warrior wanted to pretend not to recognize the copper dragon Alfred, but he knew that the copper dragon was a friend of his master. Moreover, for powerful transcendent beings like them, it was even easier to distinguish people's identities. Every creature's aura had a unique form of expression, so he could only walk up helplessly. Lord Alfred, why are you here at this time? Our lord will surely be very happy to know of your arrival. Bang! The copper dragon Alfred quickly threw all the large and small bags on the centaur, and also hung some particularly heavy packages on the centaur warrior's broad back. Only then did he catch his breath and say, I was curious about the situation of the territory governed by Kalen, so I came to see, and also to accompany this knowledgeable and beautiful lady who has unique insights into governing the territory. Alina will show her talent here, and I believe the dragon group will welcome her. But Chiron, you are a powerful warrior, why are you in this place? Do you also need to study? The copper dragon Alfred pretended not to see the expression on the centaur warrior's face and said this. Patrol, patrol, Chiron continued expressionlessly, the dragons attach great importance to this. I have to manage this place well for the true dragons, so that these stupid kobolds don't make mistakes. Without waiting for the copper dragon to continue speaking, Chiron said directly, in that case, I will lead the two noble true dragons to the dragon nest. Since you've come, I didn't expect the two noble guests to bring gifts. Lord Kalen and the other dragons will be very happy. The copper dragon Alfred was immediately stunned and secretly glanced at the bronze dragon Alina's face. The young female dragon hummed softly. The copper dragon Alfred wanted to say something but stopped, wanted to stop but still couldn't open his mouth, and could only follow behind the centaur's butt towards the dragon nest with a look of dejection. Chapter 107. The setting sun slanted, the evening clouds merged, and the setting sun melted gold. The dragon nest mountains seemed to grow with the red dragon. Not only the red dragon's peak, but the entire mountain range was also growing taller and wider under the traction of the red dragon's power and the surge of energy from the Earth's core. In the past, the highest point of the mountain range was only about 1,000 meters, but now the highest peak of the mountain range has become the red dragon's nest, with a height of more than 1,000 meters. The other peaks were also gradually rising. The changes in the dragon nest mountains, which occurred every day and night, were slow, but that was only relative to the eternally existing mountains and rocks. For the dragon keen dwelling around, frequent and violent mountain tremors had become commonplace. The lava flow, which spewed out day and night, covered the highest peak of the mountain range. It appeared particularly dark red under the golden sunset. Even with the surrounding twilight clouds, one could still feel the sulphurous smell, like a scene of the end of the world. The rising mist and smoke gradually mixed with the twilight, like the dark side of the world, shrouded over the peak of the red lava flow. Perennial frost covered the other two peaks, reaching halfway up the mountain. Under the glow of the setting sun, wisps of cold air seemed to freeze even the air above the peaks. The frozen ice transformed the upper part of the mountain into an uneven ice mirror, reflecting brilliant colors. Occasionally, birds flying through the air would pause in front of the huge ice mirror, admiring their gorgeous feathers. Two waterfalls cascaded down from the frost-covered peaks, refracting the golden light of the setting sun, like a Milky Way hanging in the sky, crashing into the mountainside, and finally flowing into the water veins in the forest. On top of another mountain covered by green forests, a huge green canopy occupied the entire peak, with countless huge, twisted trees forming the pillars supporting the canopy. Above the canopy was a palace, decorated with ancient vines, poisonous flowers, and thorny leaves, exuding vibrant vitality. The cliffs were lush with vegetation, and the ancient trees that welcomed the wind were gnarled and strong. Birds often nested on the ancient trees on the cliffs, their figures appearing and disappearing in the clouds. There were also two peaks often shrouded in dark clouds, with countless frictional lightning bolts flashing between the clouds, and rainstorms lurking within the clouds, about to erupt. The peaks were like those eroded by the wind and sand in the endless desert, becoming a land shrouded in wind and sand. Surprisingly, some plants that only grow in the desert grew between the mountain walls, prickly cacti, scaly saxaul trees, and red willows. There were also dozens of species of poplar trees with different leaf shapes growing on the cliffs, as well as tall sweet wormwood. These seeds, brought by birds from unknown places, took root and sprouted here, forming their own kingdom. The last unique peak was filled with a foul-smelling thick fog, staining the twilight clouds black. The entire peak was like a swamp that had been deposited for many years. Birds stopped here, and beasts disappeared here. Only when the weather was clear could a vague, enormous figure be seen emerging in the thick black fog. Among the peaks, either overlooking or guarding, was a massive fortress that was slowly rising. This castle abandoned the redundant structures of human castles, such as sentry towers and walls, leaving only the main structure. This made the castle look more like a huge palace, which would be the future sanctuary of the dragons, the future royal fortress of the dragons. Even when looking up at the foot of the mountain, the copper dragon Alfred and the bronze dragon Alina could still imagine the future magnificence and grandeur of the castle. The dragon nests and royal fortress, high on the peaks and surrounded by clouds, gave the copper dragon Alfred and the bronze dragon Alina an extremely strong sense of shock, which had nothing to do with power, but was a kind of imposing manner. Even the bronze dragon Alina's parents, 2 adult bronze dragons, had built a nest in the sea that was wide enough, and the treasures accumulated by the adult dragons made the nest look radiant, but it seemed particularly stingy in comparison to the dragons. Alina even felt that even owning a floating city as her nest could not compare to the shock brought to her by the dragons. The copper dragon Alfred felt that his nest was just a doghouse. Alfred was almost looking up as he walked. He said to the centaur warrior leading the way, "A male dragon should be like this." The bronze dragon Alina did not speak, and she was immersed in the process of walking up the mountain. As night fell, many kobolds and green goblins rode dragon beasts and grey wolves along the steps, and the torches they held high lit the lights on both sides of the wide stone steps. The tall torches burned fiercely, spreading up layer by layer until the top of the mountain. Alfred and Alina, 2 young dragons, looked back with a feeling in their hearts. Above the sky, the Milky Way was rolling, and on the earth, the stars were shining. Countless lights were lit in the neat villages at the foot of the mountain, and the area near the Dragon Nest Mountains seemed to have become a city that never sleeps. Even though the Golden City in the distance was too far away, they could still see the halo of light diffused by the soaring lights. These halos dispelled the surrounding darkness, and in the eyes of the dragons, they were like striking blooming flowers in the wilderness, like the brilliance on gold coins, making the 2 dragons obsessed. "What a beautiful scenery," the bronze dragon Alina sighed. "The sea has its profound and gorgeous aspects, but the myriad lights on land are also colors that are difficult to compare within the sea." The distance of the stone steps from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain was not far for the dragons, but the copper dragon Alfred and the bronze dragon Alina followed behind the silent centaur warrior, as if they had walked a long distance. Finally, when all the mountain roads leading to the dragon's nest were lit by lights, the centaur warrior Chiron stopped and turned to the 2 young dragons and said, "I have already conveyed the message through the birds. The dragons are waiting on the top of the mountain, so I can no longer send the 2 distinguished guests." Alfred nodded, looked at the departing figure of the centaur warrior, and then looked at the bronze dragon Alina. In the perception of the 2 dragons, the aura of the dragons gathered on the top of the mountain was like a bright light, as if waiting specifically for distinguished guests from afar. The bronze dragon Alina took a deep breath, and then took the first step onto the last 2 steps. The copper dragon Alfred followed closely behind, and then the 2 dragons finally saw the figures of the dragons. At this time, the top of the mountain was already surrounded by blazing torches. The figures of the dragons lined up under the light of the tall torches were like the lords of the Shadow Realm lurking in the dark. The white dragons Gremot and Kamid, the green dragon Antagina, and the black dragon Rosani, 4 young dragons, were lined up on the right-hand side, and the blue dragons Axi and Dos and the red dragon Kleinuria squatted on the left-hand side. The eyes of the dragons converged on the 2 dragons that climbed to the top, and the scrutinizing eyes made the 2 young dragons feel pressured. The red dragon, sitting in the center of the dragons, with its huge and majestic body and majestic and ferocious face, was half in the light of the lights and half hidden in the shadows. Its scarlet eyes condescendingly looked down at Alfred and Alina. The eyes of the dragons bloomed with a light that was more brilliant than gold and brighter than the lights. Even though the bronze dragon Alina had seen many adult dragons and many old dragons, although those dragons were powerful, they were far less powerful than the pressure that the dragons gave her. Although the scene in front of her could be described as simple, it revealed a wild and unrestrained atmosphere. The copper dragon Alfred was also the same. He even forgot that he had become friends with the Lord of the Dragons. Under this silent pressure, the 2 young dragons involuntarily lifted the transformation spells on their bodies, revealing the bodies of the dragons. The copper dragon Alfred slightly lowered his head to pay tribute to the dragons, and then said, "Greetings to all the noble true dragons, Charon, the king of the dragons, I hope my arrival will not disturb you. Greetings to the dragon lords, and sincere greetings to you from the bronze dragon Alina." The bronze dragon Alina also lowered her head slightly, subconsciously temporarily abandoning the bronze dragon's prejudice and arrogance towards the chromatic dragons, and paid tribute to the dragon group. The red dragon, sitting in the center of the dragons, stared at the courtesy of the 2 young dragons, and then suddenly smiled after the 2 dragons saluted, revealing his thick and white fangs. "Alfred, you don't need to be so polite. You are my friend. I said that you are very welcome to come to my territory, and my territory will shine because of your arrival. As for you, the beautiful bronze dragon Lady Alina, you are Alfred's friend and will become a distinguished guest in the territory. Please don't be restrained, otherwise it will be the fault of the dragons. Along with the red dragon's smiling face and gentle words, the oppressive and awe-inspiring atmosphere of the dragon's gaze also melted away, and the two young dragons felt relieved and were able to face the dragons squarely. The copper dragon Alfred looked at the red dragon in front of him. At this time, the red dragon's body length had reached 15 meters. In front of the copper dragon with a body length of 16 meters, it was impossible to tell that this was just a young dragon. Because the young copper dragon looked more like a thin young man meeting a strong adult in front of the red dragon. This contrast was particularly obvious when the body lengths were similar. The red dragon was now in the most dazzling period of scale color on a dragon's body. In the eyes of the copper dragon Alfred, at this time, perhaps only the gold dragon with an outstanding appearance and the silver dragon known for its beauty could become the red dragon's companion. Those chromatic dragons were not worthy of the red dragon's power and appearance. Even the proud dragon, Alfred, could not help but feel a strange feeling called self-deprecation in his heart. He couldn't help but say, "Karen, you have become more beautiful, more powerful." Karen's increasingly majestic and ferocious head shook gently, and the red dragon, who was skilled at carrying sedan chairs since he was a child, praised, "Alfred, your posture has also become more graceful and majestic." Ha! The expression on the copper dragon Alfred's face immediately became active. He smiled happily, and even the bat wings on his back fluttered. Alfred happily said, "Karen, my friend with excellent vision and beautiful and powerful, I yearn for the dragon's nest. I wonder if I am lucky enough to join the dragon group and occupy a nest on this mountain top." In the copper dragon Alfred's view, his territory that was not even visited by birds was completely incomparable to the territory of the dragons in front of him. Not to mention his nest, he really wanted to join the dragon group, even if this dragon group was dominated by chromatic dragons. The copper dragons and yellow dragons belong to the alternative among the metallic dragons. One is mindless and the other is unhappy. Most of them belong to a relatively chaotic state. They completely ignore the camps of good dragons and evil dragons and act completely according to their own preferences. The copper dragon Alfred had now completely forgotten the purpose of his visit with the bronze dragon Alina. This is the selfish nature of the dragon. Under his own interests, let alone that Alfred had not yet formed a partner with the bronze dragon Alina, even if they had become partners, Alfred would give priority to his own demands. In the expectant eyes of the copper dragon Alfred, Karen shook his head. This matter did not require the dragon group to decide at all. He could give an answer immediately. The red dragon said solemnly to the copper dragon, "Alfred, as a distinguished guest of the dragon group, you can stay and play in the mountains at will. I and the dragons all welcome your arrival. But if you want to join the dragon group and have your own nest on the top of the mountains, you must prove your ability and bring contribution and value to the dragon group. This is the only way to get the dragon group to accept you." The red light in the red dragon's eyes flickered with a light called flickering. He slowly said, "Otherwise, even if I allow you to directly join the dragon group, these dragons will not sincerely accept you." The expectant light in the copper dragon Alfred's eyes dimmed, and he muttered, "Contribution and value, what contribution and value can I bring to the dragon group? What else can I do besides bragging and telling stories? I am not very good at fighting either." "Alfred, quickly use your smart brain to think about it." Karen couldn't help but find the copper dragon's performance amusing. He liked this dragon's special temperament very much. Karen had never seen a trace of prejudice in the copper dragon Alfred's eyes, as if that clear stupidity had occupied all of the copper dragon's eyes. But for the bronze dragon Alina, Karen directly asked, "Beautiful Ms. Alina, I probably already know your intention. If you pass the dragon group's approval, then I guarantee that the guys in the dragon group will never exclude or target you just because you are a bronze dragon." Karen's eyes swept over the dragons, and he saw the reactions of the dragons clearly. The young dragons were all wagging their tails quickly. The chromatic dragon's prejudice against the metallic dragons was still there, but under the friendly meeting, the male dragon's instincts began to take over. With the gradually developing and improving sexual reproductive system, these young male dragons were beginning to become restless, and the bronze dragon, who could be described as beautiful in the eyes of the dragons, also became their object of reverie. The young blue dragon axolotl repeatedly, without the calmness of the past. He hurriedly said, "Ah, yes, 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 what Karen said is right. Only 2 female dragons, the female red dragon Kleineria and the female green dragon Antagina, did not care. In fact, in the eyes of these dragons, most of the time, Karen's decision was equal to the dragon group's decision. What Karen said about the dragon group's approval was just that Karen himself wanted to test the bronze dragon Alina's knowledge. The bronze dragon, Alina, nodded and then said, I don't know if the dragon group just wants to become lords ruling over one area or establish a normal kingdom ruled by dragons. If they only choose to become lords ruling over one area, then I can only give the dragon group advice on some minor aspects. Well, just assume we want to establish a kingdom ruled by dragons, Kalen nodded, signaling the bronze dragon, Alina, to continue. If you want to establish a kingdom, then you should first determine the system of the kingdom. Even if there are few people in the early stage, you should build the framework of the kingdom system and gradually fill and replace it later. This can also avoid some chaotic operation of power in the early stage and create some kind of hidden rules. If this continues for a long time, these hidden rules will become tumors and troubles. The bronze dragon, Alina, spoke eloquently. For example, the administrative office of the Golden City takes overall charge of all affairs of the Golden City, but without detailed responsibilities and relevant officials, it not only leads to extremely chaotic operation, but also becomes an obstacle in the subsequent division of power. Moreover, when establishing the kingdom system, after referring to many kingdoms, I think the dragon group's territory is more suitable to remove those inherent lord classes. Although those lords can help expand the territory rapidly in the early stage, they often become obstacles to the kingdom in the later stage. The kingdom's orders cannot override the will of these lords. There is no need for a country within a country in the dragon's kingdom. It can be changed to administrative officers and military officers governing local cities appointed by the ruler. Those who perform well will be rewarded, and those who perform poorly will be dismissed and punished. Kalen's expression was calm, but he inwardly agreed with the bronze dragon's statement. However, he did not expect that the bronze dragon, Alina, would propose this kind of system similar to feudal centralism. In the northern countries, federal systems, this kind of composite state structure, are very popular, but the unitary state structure proposed by the bronze dragon is rarely marketable. Moreover, dragons often hope to have a territory of their own. He originally thought that the bronze dragon, Alina's, request was also the same. However, Kalen continued to listen. The bronze dragon, Alina, expressed her opinions from the national system to the implementation of specific laws and policies. There is also the policy of reclaiming wasteland. According to the dragon group's laws, all humans and other races who come to settle in this land will become free people and be provided with a fixed amount of food, housing, and agricultural tools. They can also freely develop land and have a series of preferential policies. The bronze dragon looked at the red dragon, she breathed out and said, but I think that only those who come to this land as free people and voluntarily settle can have these preferential conditions, while those who are sold as slaves should be regarded as serfs. Accept the dragon group's jurisdiction and cultivate and reclaim wasteland for the dragon group. It is difficult to provide enough food in a short time only by relying on the dragon's dependents, and giving overly generous conditions will not be cherished by those people. A certain class should be divided so that these serfs can work for 3 years before they can obtain the status of free people and have the rights of free people. Moreover, not only these serfs need to be divided into classes, but all members of the territory need to be divided into fixed classes. Only those who perform well can be rewarded and jump to higher class levels. Among them, the dragon is the supreme ruler, which can never be surpassed, and below it is the division of various classes. Kalen looked at the bronze dragon, Alina, with some surprise. As a kind bronze dragon, she would not show her kindness when substituting into the ruling class, and she also had the supreme dragon's doctrine, but the class division similar to the caste system was not what he wanted. Kalen interrupted the bronze dragon, Alina's, speech, and he solemnly said, Alina, I agree with and appreciate many of your ideas, but everyone and every race under the dragon will have the equality of personality, and the division of social status will replace the division of racial class, which is enough. What I need is a kingdom ruled by dragons that is full of vitality and where all races coexist, not a stagnant pool, a lifeless puppet country with the dragon as the only will. The expression on the bronze dragon, Alina's, face froze. She felt that maybe this time she had failed again, and in order to cater to the red dragon's preferences and get the opportunity she wanted, she had also made up her mind to change some of her ideas. A strong sense of frustration arose in the bronze dragon, Alina's, heart. She was a little afraid of the verdict issued from the Red Dragon's mouth. However, your suggestions in many aspects are in line with the will of the Dragon Group. I can give you a chance to become the person in charge of the new reclamation area, responsible for developing and building new cities in the Dragon Group's territory. You have great potential, Alina, and I look forward to your growth. The Red Dragon expressed his affirmation and stretched out his dragon claw towards the Bronze Dragon, Alina, who seemed to be in a daze. The Bronze Dragon, Alina, suddenly came back to her senses. She did not fail, but was affirmed by the Red Dragon. The surprise like discovering treasure poured into the Bronze Dragon, Alina's, heart. She happily lowered her head, held the Red Dragon's thick dragon claw and kissed it. Thank you for your trust, Honorable Lord of the Dragon Group, King who controls the earth and flames, Master of metallic power. Go, my trust in you will be the same as the trust in every dragon in the Dragon Group, Alina, repay the Dragon Group's trust in you with your performance. The Red Dragon withdrew his dragon claw, spread his broad wings, and soared to the highest peak among the mountains. The other dragons also nodded friendly to the two young dragons, and then each flapped their wings and flew back to their mountain nest. Soon, only Alfred and Alina were left here. Let's go, Alfred. The Bronze Dragon, Alina, walked down the top of the mountain, looked back at the dragon nests in the mountains, turned her head to look at the Copper Dragon, Alfred, and said, Alfred, I understand your intentions. If you want to become my partner, it should be when you build your nest on the top of the mountains. The Copper Dragon, Alfred, nodded a little confused, and suddenly exclaimed, It's over, Alina, Kalen hasn't said where we should live tonight yet. Chapter 108. The sun had just risen, and the temperature hadn't yet climbed when a commotion broke out in the camp outside the Golden City, where the migrants and slaves who had been sold there were housed. The crowd fell into chaos, with many people running out of their temporary dwellings. This camp, which housed migrants and slaves, consisted mostly of tents and crude wooden huts, hastily built by the Dragon King and human artisans who had settled here, so there wasn't much space. Each tent and hut was packed with people. Now, those filling the tents and huts were being forcibly driven out by kobold soldiers wielding spears and swords, who then gathered the slaves and migrants in the open space within the camp. The little girl Nora, supporting her grandmother and village chief Farn, was among them. These villagers, in an unfamiliar environment, spontaneously gathered together, which brought them a small sense of security. Alina, the Bronze Dragon, used her shape-shifting ability to take human form, standing in front of the open space, quietly waiting for the migrants and slaves to gather. The tall Alina stood beside a thick flagpole, which was made entirely of wrought iron and was quite heavy, but in Alina's hands, it was like a baton, easily wielded. The flag, made of fine silk fabric, was not unfurled but rolled up. The migrants and slaves gradually gathered, waiting quietly before the kobold soldiers' blades and spears. Although they wore expressions of fear, their morale was not bad. This was because the territory had been providing these migrants and slaves with enough food, distributed in 2 meals a day, and it was enough to satisfy most of their hunger. It should be known that many migrants might only have a full meal every few days. Even those humans living in the wilderness were frugal and could not afford to eat their fill at every meal. Only the most important laborers in the family could be sure of having enough to eat. Seeing that everyone in the camp had been driven over by the kobold soldiers, the Bronze Dragon Alina slowly untied the ribbon that bound the flag. A gentle breeze blew, and the flag fluttered in the wind. All the migrants and slaves couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. A beautiful, magnificent, and imposing flag shone with a moving brilliance under the rising sun. The images on the flag seemed to come to life, as if they could leap out at any moment. 6 lifelike dragon shadows were woven into the exquisite flag, soaring and flying, divided into 6 colors, arching over the red dragon in the center above the dragon horde. That particularly prominent red dragon's head was majestic and ferocious, as if it could burst out at any moment. Like the other dragons, whose eyes were adorned with various colored gemstones, the large, scarlet, crystalline gemstones were the red dragon's eyes, as if looking down at everyone from above, reflecting a soul-stirring halo in the sunlight. The Bronze Dragon Alina's bluish-gray hair fluttered in the wind. She raised her head high, her eyes sweeping across every face in the crowd. Her clear voice echoed in the ears of the frightened and bewildered people. This is the symbol of the dragon horde, the banner of the dragons, representing the will of the Dragon Lord and all the dragons, Alina shouted, effortlessly raising the fluttering flag. Those who submit to the dragon horde and accept the rule of the dragons, kneel immediately and pay homage to the will of the dragons. Village Chief Farn unhesitatingly led the little girl Nora and the elderly grandmother to prostrate themselves on the ground. The knight's decisive action triggered a chain reaction. When people are confused, they will subconsciously follow the first person to make a decision and take action. So, instantly, the crowd rippled, and the others also knelt down. The kobold soldiers with their swords and spears also knelt facing the fluttering flag, praising the name of the dragons. The bronze dragon Alina's sharp eyes watched the reaction of everyone in the crowd, while she said, "And I, Alina, as the leader and chief administrator of the newly appointed New Reclamation Land Reclamation Corps, announce that you will all be under my jurisdiction. As the first legion established in the Dragon Horde's territory, you will all become members of the New Reclamation Land Reclamation Corps and be subject to military law. The territory will provide you with food, housing, and farming tools, but you will first be regarded as serfs, reclaiming wasteland and building cities for the territory." Alina's words shocked everyone. Although these migrants and slaves did not have high expectations for the future, becoming lifelong serfs would be a terrible future. The crowd began to stir, and many people, disregarding the supervision of the surrounding kobold soldiers, whispered to each other. Even Farn was worried about his future. This seemed different from what the bandit mercenary groups had said. "Quiet down," the bronze dragon Alina's clear voice suddenly rose, and the dragon's might flashed past, but the pressure from the young dragon made everyone shut their mouths. The noisy crowd instantly fell silent. Even village chief Farn's current strength was not enough to resist the pressure of the young dragon's might. A long time ago, the prophets on the earth led the people to part the sea, and walked in the wilderness for decades before leading the people behind them into the promised land of the gods. The bronze dragon Alina raised her voice, like the priests of the gods' churches preaching to the lost lambs, proclaiming the doctrine for the gods, announcing to everyone with an unquestionable will, and the generous and tolerant dragon lord, the supreme ruler of this place, the powerful Red King, Kalen Kogmora, you should thank him, because of his grace, you only need 3 years. Village Chief Farn's expression changed slightly. The words spoken by the woman calling herself Alina were similar to the stories preached by the church, except that Alina used them on the dragons. This woman, or rather this dragon, knew a lot about human knowledge. The bronze dragon Alina's voice was carried by the breeze that swept across the camp to everyone's ears. In the presence of the Dragon Lord and the will of the Dragon Horde, I, Alina, at this time and in this place, will make an agreement and promise with you. After you work as serfs for the Dragon Horde for 3 years, you will be able to regain your status as free citizens. This is also the Dragon Horde's promise. And at that time, you will be qualified to redeem the land you have opened up with your own hands, or you can choose to open up the land again and become self-sufficient farmers with your own land. Or you can enter the New Reclamation Land Reclamation Corps with your excellent performance and become members of the Legion serving the Dragon Horde, with a unique status and treatment. But in any case, after you gain freedom, you will automatically become the first generation of free citizens in the city you built with your own hands. The crowd stirred. Although some words were not very clear, these migrants and slaves knew that as long as they worked for the territory for 3 years, they would gain freedom. The fear and worry in their hearts faded, and they began to look forward to the future 3 years later. Only Nora, with a worried look on her small face, looked at her elderly grandmother. Her grandmother had told her that as long as she lived well, she would always find a way to survive. The young Nora was not afraid of the coming serf life. She was only afraid that her elderly grandmother would have a hard time getting through it. Now, salute the dragon flag, recite your name, in the name of the dragons. Swear allegiance. After the bronze dragon Alina finished speaking, she inserted the flag into the soil in front of her. Although the bronze dragon Alina felt that it would be more ritualistic and solemn to have everyone come forward to swear individually, there were too many of these migrants and slaves. This batch of people sent here numbered about 3,000, and it might take a whole day for each person to swear individually. But time was quite precious for the bronze dragon Alina now. She couldn't wait to prove her ability, make some achievements, and make the Dragon Horde look at her with new eyes, proving that she had not let down Kalen's trust. Village Chief Farn immediately took the lead, lowering his head and reciting his name. I, Farn, in the name of the dragons, offer my loyalty, thank the Dragon Lord for his generosity, and thank the dragons for their virtue. The others lowered their heads one after another, learning from Farn, reciting their names, and swearing allegiance to the dragons. For a time, the camp was filled with voices. Very good. Next are some policies and regulations related to your future lives. I hope you pay attention to your future and don't miss this knowledge. The bronze dragon Alina signaled everyone to get up, and then handed a thin booklet to the human scribe standing beside her, signaling him to announce the future policies of the legion. The human scribe was an old mercenary. Although he didn't have deep knowledge, he knew most of the common language, and he had experienced many adventures. Even when facing so many people, he still didn't change his expression and recited fluently. Most of these slaves and migrants didn't have much culture, but since it concerned their future lives, they still pricked up their ears and listened. For these policies and regulations, these migrants automatically summarized them in their hearts into terms they could understand. For example, after becoming free citizens, they could choose to reclaim wasteland again, and the wasteland they reclaimed would belong to them, and they would not have to pay taxes for 6 years. If they redeemed the wasteland they had opened up during their 3 years of serf life, they would have to pay a certain amount of tax. Moreover, they could apply to the territory for livestock such as cattle, horses, and dragon beasts to help with farming, and the territory would provide grain seeds for cultivation within 10 years. Moreover, the opening up of land was rewarded based on area. 1 hectare would earn the territory a reward of a chicken or duck-like poultry, and 2 hectares would earn livestock such as pigs and dogs. 3 hectares would earn rewards of large livestock such as cattle and horses, 4 hectares could apply for dragon beast rewards such as earth dragons, and 5 hectares or more could become low-level agricultural officials in the territory based on the merit of opening up land, enjoying certain tax reduction rights. There were also policies to reward childbirth. Every child born to a serf, regardless of when, would automatically obtain the status and rights of a free citizen and would no longer be regarded as a serf. If a girl was born, the reward would be 2 barrels of wine and a pig or dog. If a boy was born, the reward would be 2 barrels of wine and a cow or sheep. If a third child was born, the territory would also provide a dedicated wet nurse, and they could also apply to use animal milk to raise the child. Moreover, as long as a child was born, they would receive assistance from the territory. Not only would they be rewarded with 2 acres of cultivated land, but the child would automatically enroll in the Dragon Academy and would enjoy the right to free food and lodging in the future Dragon Basic Academy. Don't underestimate this. In a life where polarization is extreme and the common people are extremely separated from the noble upper class, materials are extremely scarce for these common people. Often, a family of 3 only has 1 thick leather jacket for winter. When someone goes out in winter, they wear this thick leather jacket, and the rest can only huddle in the house to keep warm. And the rewards issued by the territory are enough to make these migrants and slaves excited. Even Farn, the former leader of the Knights Templar, after living in the wilderness for a long time, heard these policies rewarding childbirth and was wondering whether he should find a wife to get by with in the coming time. There were also some other regulations. The old and young would provide support for the legion's development on the logistics line, including grazing flocks of chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, etc., washing clothes, cooking, and receiving supplies. This put Nora, who had been listening intently, at ease. She patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Although her elderly grandmother was deaf and blind, she felt that she could take on the work of 2 people, as long as her grandmother could stay by her side all the time. When everything was announced, the bronze dragon Alina immediately directed the kobold soldiers to divide the crowd into queues and head towards their destination. These kobold soldiers would also become the first generation of guards in the new city, responsible for guarding the people who were opening up the wasteland. As the first pioneering legion in the Dragon Horde's territory, Alina also received a lot of material support. One after another, huge, tamed, and docile dragon beasts pulled long trailers, which contained materials transferred by the giantess Fafnir from the Golden City's warehouse. Most of them were food and tools made for reclamation. Of course, the carrying capacity of these dragon beasts was amazing. In order not to drag down the journey, some of the old and young were able to rest on the dragon beasts' trailers. They followed the roads opened up by the Dragon King, stopping and going along the way, and it took nearly 10 days to reach the place specially selected by the bronze dragon Alina for the new city. This was because, on the one hand, the team was too large, with old and young, and the speed of travel was not fast. On the other hand, Alina also took this opportunity to register everyone's identity for management purposes. Along the way, they also passed several small villages established by free people, which were inhabited by humans who had voluntarily settled and pioneering immigrants who had been recruited earlier. Under the hard work of these people, pieces of wasteland were developed, living along the river. Now, the land that had been opened up was already planted with various crops, a green patch. There were also vegetable fields opened up in the villages, with a variety of vegetables. Some gourd vines even climbed up the wooden houses in the villages, a pastoral landscape, quiet and peaceful. There was also the land opened up by the Dragon King on the other side of the river, where some kobolds and gnolls lived together. Occasionally, human children and the cubs of these monsters would make an agreement, then row small boats and gather together to fish in the shallow waters on the shore. But before long, they would be discovered by the adults on both sides, but the reactions of both sides were different. The human parents were scolding the children to be careful, lest they encounter danger. Although the river had been cleaned up, there might be ferocious species swimming in. And those gnolls and kobolds were laughing, ridiculing whose cubs were too weak and were knocked over in the water by the fish's tail. And the bronze dragon Alina pointed to the villages and said to everyone, "Look, that is life, peaceful and beautiful, and it is also your future life. This is my agreement with you, and it is also the promise given to you by the dragon clan." Seeing this harmonious and beautiful scene before them, the entire team quickened their pace unconsciously, and the faces of all the people were no longer confused. What was on their faces at this moment was a yearning and longing for a better life in the future. Many young children would even pester their parents, arguing about what kind of pets they would raise in the future. On the 20th day, the firstborn Pathfinder Legion finally arrived at their destination. During this period of integration, the team initially came together and became somewhat orderly and disciplined. Under the command of the bronze dragon Alina, they followed the kobolds into the forest to cut down trees and build temporary residences, while the old and young set up tents at the foot of the mountain as temporary rest stops. The bronze dragon Alina, on the other hand, ascended the low mountain, watching the location she had chosen for the new city. This place was where the golden river that ran through the forest had a gentle confluence, with the exception of a few low peaks, the rest were low flatlands and river valleys, with many splashing waterfalls falling from the backs of the low valleys, which could be described as a scenic place of mountains and rivers. A large enough city could be built on the plains of the mountain-backed river valley, and she would build the dragon's palace on the low mountains, the mansion for governing the territory. The land along both sides of the river was also sufficient to open up many fertile fields, and through the connection of the Golden River, the connection between the territory and the dragon's nest was very convenient. In the future, as long as small and medium-sized ships used in the river area are built, they can travel between the dragon's nest and the territory, which is not only convenient for the transportation of materials, but also river transportation is more convenient than land transportation. Therefore, when the bronze dragon Alina asked Kaelin for instructions, she named the new city Bayflow City. Kaelin's huge body was mostly buried in the hot, boiling magma, with only a large head exposed, quietly listening to the chattering of the copper dragon Alfred. The copper dragon and the red dragon have similar habits, and both like to build nests in warm places, but the copper dragon does not have the innate physical conditions of the red dragon to soak in magma for a bath, but the heat of the red dragon's nest did not make the copper dragon Alfred feel uncomfortable. Only the increasingly powerful field pressure made Alfred feel uneasy, and this was still the result of Kaelin deliberately restraining himself. However, in order to occupy a nest on the top of the mountains, the copper dragon went all out and endured the powerful pressure to talk with the red dragon. "I've thought about it, Kaelin. My other skills are not outstanding compared to the dragons of the dragon clan, but I like to tell stories, I like to talk, and I am good at making friends, so maybe I can become the diplomat of the dragon clan's territory? Although it may not be a great contribution to the dragon clan." The copper dragon Alfred cautiously probed the red dragon's reaction. In his own opinion, even this characteristic is not a special skill. Once Kaelin refuses, his thoughts will be in vain. Kaelin narrowed his eyes, pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, "No, Alfred, maybe you can play a much bigger role than you think." Kaelin knew that in addition to the economic base and armed forces, there was another point that was especially important for the stability of a kingdom, and that was cultural awareness, which was an indispensable foundation and the basis for uniting all the forces of the kingdom. Moreover, cultural awareness can be expressed as cultural public opinion propaganda in some aspects, which is a basic position that must be grasped by the dragon clan. It can not only unite the internal spiritual will of the kingdom, but sometimes it can also carry out a wave of reverse cultural output. However, the territory was newly established before, and there was no foundation and energy to manage this aspect. Now it can be influenced and manipulated by the copper dragon Alfred to make some simple preparations. "Alfred, sometimes telling stories can also influence other people's opinions and viewpoints and make them change their minds," Kaelin said. "I will appoint you as the chief officer of external cultural exchange in the dragon clan's territory. Next, write down the stories I tell. I will let you spread these 2 stories. Remember to find those bards and let them spread them together, and they can be printed into books and sold cheaply." The copper dragon Alfred nodded solemnly, took out a small notebook, and began to prepare to record. "These two stories are called The Dragon and the Game of Thrones, and The Ogre and the Princess," Kalen said in a low voice. He began to slowly tell the stories in the memories retrieved by the sub-brain cluster. Kalen replaced all the dragon characters in The Dragon and the Game of Thrones with the 5-colored dragons, and positioned these 5-colored dragons as being moved by humans and invited to voluntarily form partnerships with humans, wanting to end the era of flying war, and some details were distorted and adapted. Anyway, it was done in a way that would benefit the dragon clan's image. As he spoke, even the copper dragon Alfred felt sorry for them and shouted, "How can those dragons sacrifice their precious lives for the despicable humans to fight for power? It's a pity for the dragon. These humans are too hateful." Kalen shook his head and smiled. "These two stories are mainly to weaken the evil nature of the 5-colored dragons and strengthen some of their shining points, and they cannot take up too much space, otherwise they will appear particularly deliberate. Regardless of how the other 5-colored dragons react, as long as he and the dragon clan can benefit from it." There is also the story of the ogre and the princess. These are Kalen's simple attempts at cultural propaganda, and they are also conducive to the integration of various races within the kingdom in the future. Regardless of whether others believe it or not, cultural propaganda should be like brainwashing. Over time, personal inherent views will always be affected. Moreover, Kalen also has some interesting games in his memory, which can also become one of the unique cultural activities in the Dragon Clan's territory. Imagine walking down the street in the future and a group of people suddenly opening their mouths to invite you, "Hey, do you want to play a game of dragon cards?" Kalen suddenly thought it was quite interesting. While Kalen was thinking about possible ideas for the future in his mind, he was distracted by the sub-brain cluster to tell stories to the copper dragon Alfred. After a long time, the voice finally stopped. Kalen finally told the copper dragon, "Alfred, you can also create similar stories in the future, and those bards can be rewarded with some gold coins for their outstanding performances. You can start preparing to establish your own department. Also, remember to promote some of the shining points and unique features of the territory." "Alfred, I believe in your vision and ability. You will definitely be able to do this well." The copper dragon Alfred nodded excitedly and shouted, "Kalen, I am already excited. I can't wait to do something. Don't worry, I won't let you down. If you stay any longer, you will not only be excited, but the dragon meat on your body will also emit a smell," Kalen said with a smile, looking at the copper dragon whose scales had been scorched yellow by the high temperature. "Ah, damn it, my scales are so beautiful. If they are burned, how will I pursue those arrogant female dragons in the future?" The red dragon's nest suddenly resounded with the copper dragon's earth-shattering cry. Chapter 109. The autumn wind swept across the boundless grassland, over the mountain peaks where the dragons dwelled, making the fiery winds that perpetually surrounded the dragon nests more temperate. Even the red dragons, submerged in the scorching magma, keenly sensed the slight change in temperature, despite being enveloped by boiling lava flows. Ironically, the red dragon's flesh and blood were inherently yang and vigorous, brimming with fire, yet they were averse to cold and loathed the frigid winter. Should a red dragon venture into extremely cold regions, their strength would even diminish, leaving them vulnerable to being beaten by opponents far weaker. Similarly, the red dragon's influenced subordinates were wary of launching conquests in winter. While the cold winter affected most races and creatures, the red dragon's followers were disproportionately impacted. Karen had previously struggled to understand why ordinary tigers, not particularly powerful and possessing fur no stronger than a red dragon's scales, could withstand the harsh cold. Those ordinary tigers never feared the cold winter, even thriving in it, while the mighty red dragons, a species nearing perfection, were inferior in this aspect to even a common tiger. However, as Karen gradually mastered his body, he discovered the real reason. Nearly all dragons constantly emanate their power and bloodline aura, intertwining with the material world, which is one source of the dragon's nest influence. But this also implies a form of consumption. When encountering cold auras or extreme cold forces, it transforms into resistance and suppression, further exacerbating the red dragon's depletion. A single red dragon cannot contend against the entire world. The heat and sulfurous fumes constantly emanating from every red dragon, from the gaps in their scales, serve as evidence. However, Karen differed from his red dragon kin. His talent, bloodline solidification, mind overclock, enabled him to gradually perfect control over his body. Through prolonged control practice and the aid of his bloodline talent, Karen could now freely control the opening and closing of every scale on his massive body, constricting every minute pore on his skin. Not a wisp of chi and blood could leak from Karen's skin pores without permission, and not a trace of aura could escape his body. All bloodline radiation and field effects lay dormant under Karen's will, like the evil dragon blood within him. Moreover, it was foreseeable that as Karen approached adolescence, with his reproductive organs maturing and gaining the ability to procreate, he could even freely control his joyous moments with partners and spouses. Although such control was entirely unnecessary given the dragon's physical prowess and abundant energy, Karen still unilaterally felt a sense of proud accomplishment. Karen's body at this moment resembled a colossal furnace and energy pile, sealed off from all flames and energy. All chi, blood, and bloodline energy were contained within him, forming a unified whole, completely lacking the cold aversion of other red dragons. In extremely cold environments, Karen would not be weakened by this flaw. His highly condensed power would only intensify the reaction and resistance upon release. Only when Karen unleashed his full power would he exhibit the characteristics of other red dragons. Normally, only the smell of molten lava and sulfur clung to his scales, a result of prolonged immersion in magma. At this moment, Karen's body was immersed in magma, and deep crimson scales, each the size of an adult's palm, slowly shed from his body, floating and sinking in the rolling lava flows. Dragons share some similarities with snakes. Generally, dragons only shed scales in rare instances, similar to how snakes shed their skin as they pass through life growth cycles, entering new stages of life. Dragons also shed scales and regrow new, perfectly adapted scales during slumbers that mark the transition between age stages, a process driven by spontaneous adaptation and evolution within their bloodline. However, Karen, constantly immersed in magma, experienced accelerated growth and change in his body and bloodline due to the excessive energy and magic. Since scales are relatively fixed structures on a dragon's body, they often couldn't keep pace with Karen's bodily changes. Therefore, Karen proactively shed his scales periodically, regrowing new ones that better suited his body. Once the last of his old scales had shed and new ones had grown, Karen emerged from the scalding magma. He carefully collected his old scales and placed them in his treasure hoard. Now, a pile of shed red dragon scales had accumulated in a corner of the hoard. Though faded, these scales remained invaluable treasures in the eyes of most creatures. Even other dragons would covet the scales shed by Karen. These scales carried certain qualities of the red dragon, making them ideal magical materials for bearing earth, metal, and fire elements, and they possessed innate magical resistance to these three elements. Their texture was also extremely durable, making them suitable not only for crafting magical artifacts but also for creating armor and shields with defensive capabilities that would entice countless warriors. Based on a red dragon's innate ability to appraise treasures, each scale on Karen's body was worth thousands of gold coins. Selling all these old scales would make Karen a wealthy dragon. However, Karen wouldn't be so wasteful. He could easily acquire ordinary gold coins without resorting to selling his scales, and the rewards would far exceed the act of selling them. He planned to preserve these dragon scales and craft them into medals or special tokens of honor to commend those who made significant contributions to the dragon territory and kingdom. This would be a unique reward and honor of the dragon kingdom, which would also enhance the loyalty and sense of superiority of his subordinates. A sense of superiority is an indispensable element of a mature social system, a manifestation of social status and class division. Karen would make everyone understand that as long as they contributed to the dragon king, they would certainly be rewarded. After counting the treasures gradually accumulating in his hoard, Karen climbed out of the hoard with a satisfied expression, then spread his wings and flew into the sky, heading toward the forest. Karen needed to hunt for food. Until a team was established to provide and inspect food specifically for dragons, Karen and the Dragon King needed to hunt for themselves. Although a dragon's powerful body could resist and digest most poisons in the world, it wasn't completely immune. Karen trusted his subordinates but wouldn't entrust his safety to them without a mature food supply team. Moreover, he was not only going to hunt for food but also to inspect the area selected by the bronze dragon Aliena for the new city. Showing himself before the first group of pioneers would demonstrate his regard for Aliena and benefit his rule. The fact that a dragon was willing to protect them with his mighty power would also be enough to reassure people. The red dragon's massive body flew across the low sky, its broad, 31-meter wings and sturdy body casting a vast shadow under the sunlight. He was in no hurry, as he was also inspecting the territory, so his flight speed wasn't fast. Even so, the flapping of his enormous wings still stirred up a strong wind. The dragon keen at the foot of the Dragon Nest Mountain were already accustomed to the sight of the dragon, merely looking up and watching their dragon master fly by. Occasionally, some dragon keen would raise their weapons and cheer, praising the red dragon's mighty power. In some places, there were sudden, violent explosions. Karen looked down and saw soot-covered goblins scrambling out of a half-collapsed house, while a strong dragonborn was propping up the other half of the house's rafters for the goblins. The goblins were driven away from the center of the goblin camp and lived near the edge of the camp. With the help of other dragon keen, they had several laboratories specifically for experiments. Just now, the goblin had destroyed another laboratory. Karen's figure continued to sweep across the forest, flying toward the Golden City. Although the main urban area of the Golden City was some distance from the coast and the harbor, tall watchtowers were built on the reefs protruding from the original coastline to provide early warning and evacuation measures for the harbor. According to the suggestion made by the Kraken Fafnir, the future Golden City administrative official residence and castle will also be built outside the city near the sea, and this place will become the most heavily guarded place. Fafnir wanted to block the most likely place of danger at the gate of the Golden City, which had a kind of administrative official defending the city gate, and nobles dying for the country. The expanded Golden City was extremely wide, even Karen could now stop on the street to visit, but Karen did not land, but patrolled in the air. His eyes swept over the growing number of giant dragon basic schools, which were the foundation of the giant dragon kingdom and an indispensable part of building the kingdom system. Then he swept over the tall arena being built in the center of the city, where many prisoners who did not obey the rule of the giant dragon and strong defeated will be placed in the future, as well as various ferocious beasts and strange creatures. This is the proof of the martial style of the giant dragon kingdom, and it will also be a means to resolve civil disputes. There are also opera houses, libraries, and bath houses still being planned, as well as shops specializing in selling the unique products of the giant dragon territory and some special equipment produced in the future, which are gradually being improved and repaired. Karen expressed his satisfaction with the workability of the Kraken Fafnir. At least the will of the Red Dragon has been steadily implemented by Fafnir. Although many people in the Golden City have long been accustomed to the figure of the giant dragon, this Red Dragon, the highest will ruling this place, is the only powerful giant dragon with a title in the outside world among many continental kingdoms and other civilizations, and it is still relatively mysterious. Except for the battle to drive away the Sawamur men, the figure of this Red Dragon rarely comes to this Golden City, as if this Red Dragon does not want its too hideous and huge appearance to disturb the people here, with the natural sense of mystery of the superior ruler. Therefore, even the residents who have lived in the city for a long time, like the creatures of various races who have just come to this city, stared wide-eyed at the Red Dragon patrolling the territory. When the giant dragon dependents all knelt down and saluted the giant dragon in the sky, this atmosphere drove other people, so everyone put their hands on their chests and saluted the giant dragon in the sky. Praise the Lord of the Dragon Clan who rules this place, the mighty Red King, the incarnation of flames, the master of earth and metal. People echoed the crowd, and the noisy voices reached the high sky, and the enthusiasm and atmosphere infected the Red Dragon in the sky. Roar! The huge red dragon let out a dragon roar that shook the wilderness, and then its figure went away into the distance. At this time, Countess Bartoli, who was stepping on the deck of a giant ship in the harbor, withdrew her gradually eager gaze and said to the squinting mage Huser, who was also looking up and staring beside her, "What an incredible creature, Huser, do you say that this red dragon is just a juvenile dragon now? I thought he was a young dragon, no wonder even your teacher is very confident in this red dragon." Huser shook his head. He said with a smile, "Wrong, Bartoli, we are confident in Karen not only because of his strength, but also because of his characteristics and rational wisdom, a red dragon with rationality and wisdom, tisk tisk, just thinking about it makes me feel that his future will be very unexpected." The beautiful and tall short-haired Countess Bartoli looked at a blue-haired woman next to her. The voluptuous and tall Countess, wearing delicate deerskin flat boots, was a full 1.78 meters tall, but this blue-haired, fair-faced and indifferent-looking young woman was a full head taller than Countess Bartoli. Countess Bartoli smiled at the blue-haired young woman and said, "Kaylet, it seems that my spending a huge price to redeem you was an extremely correct choice. If Karen Gogmora is really as Huser said, then the rewards I can get will satisfy me." The human-shaped Kaylet shook her head and said in a flat and indifferent voice, "You are wrong, Bartoli, I have long abandoned the Dragon Clan, and the Dragon Clan has also abandoned me, no longer regarding me as one of them. Those dragon cubs can't wait to tear me apart, even Karen will not allow the existence of traitors, maybe you will only get disappointment." The young short-haired countess was heroic and a slight smile appeared on her beautiful face, then she shrugged her shoulders and spread her hands, and said indifferently, "It doesn't matter, you are just an attitude that I used to show to the dragon clan, even if this attitude is a bit too expensive, but I, Bartoli, never feel regret for my choices, that's me." The figure of the red dragon flew over all the populated areas within the territory, and he also passed by the villages located in the forest, and the various crops that were gradually covered with full fruits made him feel happy. Fully reclaiming wasteland and planting food is the most important goal of the dragon clan territory now. On the one hand, it is to prevent the development of the territory from being restricted, and on the other hand, it is because of the growing dragon clan. Ordinary animals, hunting beasts, taking tigers as an example, in areas with general species resources and scarce prey, the area of activity and hunting territory required by a tiger is generally between 100 and 400 square kilometers, and particularly powerful tigers can even reach 900 square kilometers. In areas with abundant species resources and fierce competition, even female tigers need at least 10 square kilometers of hunting territory to ensure sufficient food supply. Male tigers, which consume more than tigresses, require at least 30 square kilometers. These tigers not only hunt various wild deer, wild sheep, red deer, and wild boars, but also consume berries, many large insects, and numerous small animals and beasts in the autumn and winter. Although the world of Icania is rich in magic and the dragon clan's territory is exceptionally abundant in species resources, supplying the increasingly powerful dragon clan requires even larger territories, because the dragon clan cannot recklessly destroy the ecological balance through predation. That's something even the most foolish and cruel chromatic dragons wouldn't do. At Kairon's current size, he needs to eat at least 3 giant antelopes, each averaging 3.5 meters in length, to maintain his daily activity energy. Although he has ample magic to nourish him, dragons are not purely elemental beings. And if he wants to go without eating for several days or even 10 days, Kairon must eat several times that amount. The growing juvenile dragons also have extremely terrifying appetites. The amount of meat consumed by each dragon daily is enough for a family of 3 to eat for a long time. Moreover, the dragon territory also has an increasing number of followers and residents to support. Relying solely on grain purchased from other continental kingdoms in the northern land and hunted food can only sustain them for a while. That's why Kairon places so much importance on the foundation of agriculture, and the current territory is putting all its efforts into cultivating land and planting grain. Once the first batch of grain is harvested, those followers will not have to compete with the dragons for resources and can use the grain to replace hunted food. The dragon territory will also no longer be controlled by the various kingdoms and nobles of the northern land. Kairon landed with joy in front of the fruit-laden vegetable garden. The villagers in the village had long been alarmed by the dragon's massive figure and were now trembling and prostrate on the ground, not knowing what this dragon wanted to do. The village's elderly elder was pushed forward and tremblingly knelt before the red dragon, saying, "Honorable Dragon Lord, I don't know what brings you here. Our village also respects the rule of the dragons and has never done anything beyond the laws of the territory. Moreover, the village is very poor now and has not accumulated any gold coins or wealth." Well, it seems that these ordinary people still hold the inherent impression of dragons. With the dragon's nature of not visiting without a purpose, they must think I've come here to plunder treasure. These things still require long-term publicity and long-term changes in life. Kairon looked at the villagers who were stuttering due to fear and said in a gentle tone, "You don't need to be afraid. I'm just happy to see the results of your hard work. Go and pick some melons and fruits from the vegetable garden for me to taste. I see that those melons and fruits seem to be ripe." The elderly villager quickly had several young men pick a large bunch of melons and fruits, all kinds of them. Tomatoes larger than an adult's fist, green-skinned oil fruits, and a pumpkin larger than a wash basin. Even some melons and fruits that could not be eaten raw were picked by these panicked young people, each with oily skin and shining brightly, emitting a fragrant aroma. Kairon's eyes lit up. He took the melons and fruits from the villagers' clothes and swallowed them one by one. The dragon's stomach didn't care about some of the melons and fruits that couldn't be eaten raw, he just wanted to taste the flavor of these melons and fruits. The mixed fragrance of melons and fruits spread in his mouth, but what arose was a sense of solid accomplishment, rather than the feeling of satisfying his appetite. Kairon squinted his eyes, spat out a silver coin, and then laughed loudly, "You have done well. This is the money to buy those melons and fruits. Remember, as long as you obey the rule of the dragons, then the dragons will protect your safety and do rights." The red dragon hadn't finished speaking when he had already taken off, and his massive figure quickly disappeared into the distance. And those villagers who originally wanted to refuse the red dragon's silver coin could only kneel on the ground, each with red eyes, kowtowing and shouting loudly, "Thank you, great dragon, thank you for the protection of the dragon clan, we will always support the rule of the dragons." Hey, these ordinary people's requirements are so simple, just to be able to live well. Chapter 110. The red dragon spread its wings and flew over his territory. After continuous expansion, the dragon's territory has become extremely vast, more than 10 times the size of the original dragon family's territory, especially with the newly conquered kobolds, whose aggressive nature under Yug's leadership is exceptionally strong. Even while accepting the tasks of reclaiming wasteland and protecting farmland, they would still take the time to sweep through areas outside the surrounding territory. Now, the distance from the easternmost Gold Coast to the Dragon Nest Mountains is about 400 miles, and the distance from the Dragon Nest Mountains to the westernmost forest area of the Dragon's territory is about 1,200 miles. And with the Dragon Nest Mountains as the central point, the distance to the Bay Stream City, chosen to be close to the southernmost part for settlement, is nearly 900 miles, and this is only the forest territory under the actual control of the dragon. Such a territory area has surpassed many duchies, and even some small kingdoms cannot compare to the vastness of the dragon's territory. As for the vast grassland, the dragon has not estimated it, but the area marked by the dragon on the grassland is even wider than the forest. Due to a severe shortage of manpower, the grassland has always been in a state of free range, only serving as a hunting ground for the dragon and its minions. Even the forest, which the dragon pays special attention to, has most of its area in a vacant state, desolate and uninhabited, with only some powerful creatures occupying the territory being subdued or driven away by the dragon. Karen looked down at the situation of the territory from the sky, and the sub-brain cluster was operating to continuously estimate the population needed to turn the current territory into a substantial control. Now, the dragon's territory, including all active population, including the dragon's minions, adds up to less than 50,000. Scattering them into the territory is like pouring a few basins of water into the river, only splashing a few drops. It seems that with conventional means, it will take at least 10 years to wait for the population to grow to an ideal state. Karen thought silently, the population is not only the foundation for mastering the territory, but also equivalent to one of his sources of power. Fortunately, the minions accepted are all from that exceptionally fertile bunch, not to mention the green-skinned goblins and kobolds, even the most powerful centaurs, although their fertility rate is slightly lower than that of humans, are enjoying the pleasure of reproduction almost every night and day. In a stable environment, newborns will definitely increase. Karen has almost become accustomed to the state of multitasking. The sub-brain cluster is thinking about the development of the territory, and his main brain consciousness is scanning the forest under his feet, trying to find a prey that meets his goals. Now the red dragon's mental power is very strong. With the perception released, the situation within a few miles is clearly visible in his perception. If he explores in a fixed direction with all his strength, then the distance of his perception will be even farther. A subtle arc suddenly cracked on Karen's thorn-covered cheeks, and thick, long, white fangs flashed under the moonlight like the cold light of a sharp long knife. He found a prey, and this prey was targeted by him. Under the bright moonlight, tall stone tablets stood in the jungle. Some of the hundreds of stone tablets have been eroded and weathered by wind and rain, while others are like being directly broken in the middle by a huge force, revealing stone stubble of varying sizes. But without exception, these stone tablets are engraved with many strange totems and symbols. A huge and thick python coiled under these tall stone tablets, its body constantly rubbing against these tall stone tablets, as if scratching an itch, or molting. Every scale on the body of this python, as thick and long as a water tank, exudes a black light that can devour even the moonlight falling from the sky. Under this thick and huge python, in the stone tablet jungle, countless white bones are spread all over the ground, with all kinds of creatures, including some fresh skeletons, which look very similar to the physique and shape of those trolls in the forest. Unlike ordinary snakes, this giant python, which is more than 20 meters long, has countless fine sharp teeth in its mouth in addition to 4 particularly thick and long fangs. A pair of yellow vertical pupils on the giant python's thick head are indifferent and full of animal nature, and at this time, it is vigilantly staring at the red dragon that casts a large shadow from the sky, showing its fangs and making a low, threatening hiss. Titan Python, Karen's memory inheritance has an introduction to this creature. This creature belongs to a natural transcendent beast, not the kind that grows from ordinary beasts into ferocious species, and then accidentally evolves into a beast. But unlike other beasts, all beasts have their own magical abilities. The only talent that the Titan python has in exchange for its magical abilities is the ability to devour almost all substances in the world to grow. This is somewhat similar to the characteristics of dragons, but dragons cannot do what Titan pythons do, using all material energy to strengthen their bodies. This is the growth path of Titan pythons, so Titan pythons can even compete with some dragons in terms of physical strength. Almost every Titan python can grow to a body length comparable to that of an ancient Titan. This is a kind of gatekeeping pet and war beast especially favored by ancient Titans. Due to the specialization in physical growth, the scales on these Titan pythons have excellent magic resistance and physical defense capabilities. In the many wars between ancient Titans and dragons, many Titan pythons were tamed by the Titans, wrapped around those ancient Titans, and fought with them. They were used as meat shields and spell shields by those Titans, and the Titan python's great strength could also repel the dragon's attacks. However, this kind of creature is rarely seen in the main plane and generally only exists in special planes. Karen looked at this Titan python. The patterns occasionally mixed on the black scales showed that it was not a purebred, but a hybrid giant python. No wonder it's so small. In Karen's view, a Titan python with a body length of more than 20 meters also belongs to the category of malnutrition. Snakes and dragons have different growth linearity. A Titan python of more than 20 meters is only as thick as a water tank, which is considered a relatively weak one. If a dragon has a body length of more than 20 meters, then you may be facing a dragon that can fight against legends. The red dragon spread its wings and hovered in the air, and the intense dragon power spread out, but the Titan python on the ground was not afraid at all, but hissed and roared to warn the red dragon not to overstep. It's a pity, this kind of creature is too stupid, probably its muscles blocked its head. Just like some mastiffs, although once tamed, it is extremely loyal, only recognizing one master in its life, and is a suitable pet for guarding the door, but this hybrid Titan python is already an adult and difficult to tame. Karen hovered in the air, and the wind of magic gathered on his thick dragon claws. A tentative spell was thrown out by the red dragon and landed on the Titan python's thick body. This is a slowing spell, used to slow down the activities of creatures, but the magical energy of this spell seemed to encounter some kind of obstacle and then be decomposed and absorbed by the python's scales. Tisk, it really is excellent magic resistance. You must know that under the red dragon's abundant and immeasurable magic power output, the power of the spell is one level higher than the spell intensity released by ordinary mages, but for this hybrid Titan python, low-level spells should be difficult to work. Although he knew that low-level spells and cantrips probably wouldn't work on the Titan python, Karen still kept waving spells from between his claws. Frost Ray, Death Strike, Touch of Fatigue, Magic Missile, Fire Blade, Acid Arrow and other spells were used by the red dragon, like a magic bomber, constantly bombarding the Titan python, which was coiling its body, ready to go, and hissing in a low voice. Although the Titan python's magic element resistance is extremely outstanding, some scales still had slight imprints under Karen's spell bombardment. For Karen, this is equivalent to a spell practice. It is usually difficult to find a live target like the Titan python, and Karen has to make use of it. Moreover, Karen usually uses his prey to constantly practice some of his abilities and skills when hunting, on the one hand, to provide the sub-brain cluster with the opportunity to collect information data, and on the other hand, Karen does not allow himself to be too lazy, seizing every opportunity to grow. Moreover, although this Titan python is powerful, some young dragons may capsize, such as some white dragon species, but in Karen's eyes, it is just a relatively thick and long spicy stick. The red dragon has a way to deal with it. Karen can easily crush this Titan python with physical strength alone. It seems that for opponents with outstanding physical magic resistance, those spells targeting the spirit and will are very effective. Karen slowly flew around the Titan python, and the Titan python's head also turned with it. Although it was annoyed by the spells constantly waved by the red dragon, its beast pupils gradually filled with tyranny, but it was still extremely cautious and insidiously looking for opportunities. At this time, a spell fell from Karen's hand. This was a dizzying spell and a frenzy spell targeting the creature's wool, which immediately caused a reaction from the Titan python coiling its body. The Titan python's thick body shook and stretched out, like a spring, its upper body bounced up, its vertical pupils were full of rage, and it opened its mouth in vain to bite at the red dragon in the air who was waiting leisurely. Clang, clang. The python's upper and lower teeth staggered, making the sound of metal clashing. The red dragon had already pulled away. Even if this Titan python suddenly attacked, it failed to touch a single hair of the red dragon. Under the rage, the Titan python's thick tail beat around, directly breaking the tall and thick stone tablets, and many huge stones splashed like charged cannonballs, breaking the thick trees in the surrounding jungle and smashing deep pits in the ground. But the red dragon didn't care. Spells appeared between the red dragon's dragon claws, continuing to bombard the Titan python that was raging and attacking, but to no avail. In this spell bombardment, an idea suddenly flashed in Karen's mind. Each spell requires the mage's mental power to outline the spell model, and then urge magic power to output magic power according to the spell model, and then a complete spell can be released. Generally, mages can only release one spell at the first time. Mages with strong enough mental power may be able to release 2 or 3 spells at the same time, but after all, there are serious restrictions. Moreover, the strength of a mage, apart from the level of power, lies in how many spell models the mage can remember and skillfully outline. But even the most powerful mage has a limited number of spell models that he can learn, remember, and skillfully outline, and this spell release also requires a certain reaction time. In some dangerous moments, many mages do not even have time to react, and are attacked and killed before they can release their magic. This is also the reason why many mages carry a large number of protective magic treasures and protective magic. Not every mage is proficient in instantaneous magic skills and has the ability to react immediately. Even high-level mages and even holy-level mages, not many mages are proficient in this advanced magic skill. Karen thought of the bronze proof on the nobleman Will Clarence in his heart. The power seed born from this ancient practice method has obvious advantages and characteristics, and can be released as soon as it is thought of. Moreover, it can also absorb the power of the same origin to temporarily supplement and enhance its strength. If the magic runes that cover most of the magic can be condensed into a magic power seed like the power seed of the bronze proof, then when needed, these magic runes will condense into spell models under the drive of the mind. This can not only release magic instantly, but also release more than one spell, and can instantly release a torrent of spells, turning into a dragon-shaped magic bomber. It seems that I also have to embark on the path of a strange mage. At least I have to have a laboratory for experiments, and some good quality experimental products. Karen stopped releasing spells and scratched his chin thinking. The Titan python, which was still in a state of rage below, did not escape because it was too stupid or too stubborn. Instead, it triumphantly coiled its thick body around the tall stone tablet and raised its head to hiss. But Karen, who was inspired in this spell practice, was already impatient to continue playing with this giant python. He retracted his wings, and his huge body fell directly like a meteorite from the sky. In the next moment, the Titan python, with its thick body and enormous strength, was held down on its huge head and overturned to the ground by Karen's outstretched claws. And Karen's hind limbs accurately stepped on the fatal joint of the giant python, which is also the fatal 7 inches of all snake-shaped creatures. This is an unavoidable defect of snake-shaped life. No matter how powerful it is, the defects of the body structure will always exist, unlike dragons, which are relatively perfect creatures and have no obvious shortcomings in their body structure. This giant python probably realized that the moment of its life's end had come, so the second half of its body frantically fluttered, but the shortcomings of the body structure were revealed at this moment. The Titan python's thick tail could not touch the red dragon's body at all. And the red dragon's sharp dragon claws, which could treat hard rocks as tofu, had deeply grasped into the Titan python's spine. No matter how hard the giant python's scales were, they could not help the Titan python, which had been overturned and exposed its belly. The Titan python's last dying struggle was only a moment, but most of the stone tablets in the entire stone tablet jungle were broken by the giant python. And Karen unhesitatingly pierced the Titan python's head with his forelimb claws, from the mandible upwards. Bang! The giant python's heavy body fell to the ground, shaking up jumping stones and dust. Karen began to enjoy his supper. He used his dragon claws to cut open the Titan python's tough abdominal skin, and then, according to the habits he had developed since childhood, he first cleaned up the inedible internal organs of the giant python, and then began to eat. However, Karen did not cut and throw away the Titan python's stomach bag. This creature's stomach bag, like the dragon's storage stomach, has a certain spatial magical property, and is larger in capacity than the dragon's storage stomach, making it a good material for making some spatial magic equipment. This stomach sack can be given to future mages with the ability to create spatial magic equipment to produce spatial storage magic items. Whether used for transportation within the territory or for sale, they would be extremely valuable. Karen didn't want to swallow the dirty stomach sack into his own storage stomach, so he kept this titan python's stomach sac. Therefore, Karen was especially careful when eating in the abdomen, as he didn't like the taste of 9 turns large intestine. Karen didn't use his dragon fire to roast this titan python. The flesh and blood of this magical beast contain a lot of energy and nutrition. Roasting with dragon fire would cause a lot of energy and characteristics of the flesh and blood to be lost. Perhaps some characteristics could still benefit the dragon's body, so Karen rarely chose to eat this supper raw, like giant serpent sashimi. The titan python's flesh and blood energy were extremely abundant, and the flesh and blood also suited Karen's appetite. Therefore, Karen unconsciously dug out half of the giant serpent's body before he was full, revealing the snow-white, jade-like, thick spine covered with bone spurs inside the giant serpent's body. The giant serpent's spine is very hard and can withstand the weight of the giant serpent's huge body. It is conceivable the density and toughness of the bones. Therefore, Karen planned to cut off a section of the spine as his teething stick. During this period, Karen's body grew a little fast, so his teeth had been feeling itchy. He had gnawed a large gap in his volcano nest with his teeth. As for the remaining flesh and blood, Karen planned to leave these flesh and blood for the pioneering army of Bay Stream City to taste, as a reward from him, the Lord, to his army. Also, the giant serpent's scales and skin, these materials with excellent magic element resistance, are excellent materials for making magic weapons and armor. Karen would not discard them here. Now Karen doesn't have the slightest idea of wasting anything. He tries his best to pursue perfection in the utilization of resources. After all, every day he wakes up and thinks that a large group of people in the territory are waiting for him, he feels a headache. To put it bluntly, in the initial development of the territory, even if the familiars ran out of toilet paper, they would want to find him to solve it. Of course, this is just an exaggeration, but there is no doubt that if you want the territory to develop, the pressure and responsibility he bears as the territory's highest decision-maker are enormous. Fortunately, he has now delegated most of the things to other dragons and more capable familiars. The troubles are now other people's, and Karen can enjoy a rare moment of relaxation. However, the habits he had developed were still retained. Karen enjoyed the satisfaction after eating. A faint white light appeared between his thick claws. These white lights were like a closed cage, trapping a phantom of a python inside, struggling and bumping back and forth. This was the soul of the titan python he had killed. It is difficult for ordinary people to touch the souls of dead creatures. Even powerful mages with strong mental power find it difficult to detect traces of souls. This requires special abilities to perceive and touch the realm of souls, and Karen has this special ability. The faint white light permeating his thick dragon claws is the key to his ability to touch souls. This is the power of the heart, but it is not the power of the heart provided to Karen by other creatures. Rather, it was born from the combination of Karen's body, flesh, and spiritual will with the heart, under the long-term influence of the power of the heart provided by those creatures. It is a power unique to Karen, with a strong personal imprint and will, even many times more prominent than the dragon's own field radiation effect. The heart power born from oneself is still weak, but it is very magical. This power, born from the combination of flesh and blood, spirit and mind, seems to be nurtured by these things together. The stronger the body, the stronger the heart power, and the firmer the mind and spiritual will, the stronger and sharper the heart power. However, Karen has not yet explored more ways to use this power, but the ability to contact souls is self-taught. The red dragon looked at the soul trapped in his claws. Although he wanted to explore the mysteries of the soul, which is said to be a field that only gods can touch, with many magical knowledge and rules about the true origin of the world. But he knew that the time was not yet ripe, and his ability was not enough to bear the risk of getting involved in the soul realm. Even these dead magical beasts, their souls also have their own belonging in the world, or some natural spirits in charge of souls, this magical creation nurtured by the souls of creatures, whose power is even equivalent to the incarnation of the gods in the main plane, which is an existence that the current red dragon cannot afford to provoke. Or the legendary garden of beasts outside the plane, in the endless astral world, which is also a behemoth that the red dragon cannot currently contend with. Alas, my strength is not strong enough, Karen sighed, released the heart's restraint on the soul, and watched the titan python's soul disappear into the real world, whereabouts unknown. Even if Karen fully spread his perception, he did not detect any trace of the soul. Karen shook his head, stopped paying attention to this matter, and began to clean up the traces of eating on his body, and then prepared to take away the remaining body of the titan python, but at this time two subtle life fluctuations appeared in Karen's naturally emitted perception. He walked towards the source of the life fluctuations, in the center of the stone tablet jungle, where the rubble and broken stone tablets covered half of the dark cave entrance. Karen dug away the rubble and broken stone tablets blocking the cave entrance, revealing a deep cave exuding a fishy smell. 2 life fluctuations, which were weak relative to the red dragon, came from this cave. It seems that this titan python is not stupid and stubborn, but has something that needs it to protect with its life, Karen felt in his heart. But he didn't have the slightest sense of guilt. The law of the jungle prevails, even dragons will be treated as prey in front of some powerful legendary creatures. Although the cave entrance in front of him is quite large for ordinary creatures, the red dragon's body is too large at this time. If he forcibly squeezes in, the entire cave will probably be squeezed down by the red dragon, and it would be a pity if the snake eggs were smashed. So Karen had to widen the cave carefully, sticking his butt up like he did when he was a child, and at the same time used magic to slightly reinforce the top of the cave to prevent it from collapsing. After widening the passage, Karen retracted his wings, pressed them tightly against his back, and then sneaked in, crawling and opening up the passage. After walking like this for dozens of meters, he reached the depths of the nest. This distance is actually the length of a titan python's lunge. Obviously, this titan python is the most powerful creature here. It doesn't need to dig its nest too deep to hide its tracks, it just built this nest to shelter from the wind and rain. 2 huge black snake eggs stood upright on a thick layer of animal skin. Although these 2 snake eggs were not as big as dragon eggs, they were similar, just a little thinner. Karen's eyes lit up, and he carefully swallowed the 2 snake eggs into his storage stomach. He planned to take these 2 snake eggs back, find a way to hatch them, and then use them to guard his treasure trove, or the treasure trove of the dragon group. This kind of magic python is extremely loyal. As long as it is tamed, it will only obey the master's orders. At that time, except for Karen and those he allows, no one can cross the treasure trove's gate. Moreover, the titan python's ability is not weak after it grows up. Ordinary characters are just appetizers in front of it. In addition to these 2 snake eggs, Karen also found some crude utensils in the cave, stone-carved snake statues and some polished ornaments made of naturally generated gems, and some gold ornaments engraved with snake patterns. Maybe the titan python I killed is the guardian magic beast enshrined by a certain tribal group in this area, the magic god of sacrifice. Karen had some guesses in his mind. These gold ornaments and statues are proof, as well as the animal skins covering the ground. Of course, the term magic god is just a general term for some powerful creatures. In the wilderness, many weak tribes will seek the protection of powerful creatures around them and regard these creatures as magic gods to worship. Moreover, even if the titan python is a magical beast with some wisdom, it cannot do these things that require precise operation without hands. But Karen is too lazy to explore now. This place is outside the dragon group's territory. His hunting range is no longer limited to his own territory, and he is not interested in conquering these tribes now to expand his territory. He has not yet digested and consolidated the existing territory. Even with the red dragon's greed and desire to conquer, he knows that blind expansion will only drag down his pace. He doesn't need to shrink back into his territory like before. The red dragon's range of activities can be said to be infinitely large now. With his speed, it is difficult for any creature to catch up with him now, unless he encounters a legendary mage. Otherwise, even if he encounters a legendary warrior, he can only eat dust behind his ass. Karen swallowed these gold ornaments in one gulp, abandoned the remaining stone statues, then drilled out of the cave, grabbed the titan python's thick body, spread his wings and flew away. Chapter 111. The southernmost province of the former Cathay Empire has now become the Duchy of Carol. The former lord's fortress of the southern province has now been rebuilt into the Duke's castle of the duchy, about 40 meters high and wide, with some city walls and sentry towers removed, making it look more grand than the original lord's fortress. The former emperor of the Cathay Empire, now Duke Carol Caesar, loves to stand at the top of the Duke's castle every day, overlooking everything in his territory, his remaining elite corps, his existing people, and his loyal generals. And his most loyal warrior, the most valiant general, Care, is standing beside him, side by side with him. This is a transgressive behavior that he never allowed before. Obviously, Duke Carol Caesar has changed a lot in this long period. How was your inspection, Care? Duke Carol Caesar, with his sturdy forearms exposed under his wide robe, rested on the castle railing, his expression calm and his eyes deep. Your Majesty, based on the population potential of the 2 provinces, 2 full corps can be raised within 3 years. Any more than that would be unaffordable, and it is necessary to ensure that each household in the territory retains an adult labor force in order to maintain the territory's normal basic production and food supply. If conscription is carried out by any means, 4 more corps can be mustered, but in that case, the territory will fall into a state of collapse, and many people may flee from the territory, which would be terrible. Without the supply of food, even the original directly subordinate elite corps will inevitably defect. Although he has been demoted from Emperor to Duke, General Kerr still refers to Duke Carroll as Your Majesty in his daily address, and he is obviously worried that the former Emperor is too impatient. A faint dark green light flashed from the Duke's eyes. He was silent for a long time before slowly opening his mouth and said, "Let's take our time. This time we will learn from the last lesson, no longer retain the privileges of those lords and nobles, and re-establish a kingdom that is clean enough and strong enough." The Duke, who had stepped onto the battlefield since he was a teenager, suddenly became heroic. He laughed and said, "It's just another time. I was able to succeed in the past, so can't I do it now that I am stronger? Care, let's do it again together, we are still young anyway." A trace of surprise flashed in General Kerr's eyes, but he lowered his head and said, "I will always follow your Majesty's steps to rebuild the kingdom." Duke Carroll Caesar nodded with satisfaction and turned to walk into the castle. A girl in a white lace dress was waiting for Duke Carroll Caesar in the castle. This was the former imperial princess, who had now grown into an outstanding young woman. The former golden-haired, playful girl had now become quiet and ladylike. Seeing her father come over, she did not rush up like she did when she was a child, but elegantly lifted the hem of her skirt slightly with her 2 white and slender hands and bowed her head in salute. "Haha, my most beloved girl is here." Carroll Caesar strode forward, took his daughter's hand and then laughed, "I wonder if my pure angel has any good news to tell me. I seem to see joy on her face." "Father, the bounty issued secretly has already been taken up. Their identity is the famous dragon-slaying team, the Scarlet Rose," Leah said with joy on her face. Her lively movements, sweet voice when speaking, and the 2 rabbit teeth that occasionally appeared made the girl particularly playful. Obviously, her demureness was only on the surface. Carroll Caesar nodded, suddenly gripping his eldest daughter's hand tightly. Suddenly, a feeling of pain came from her wrist as it was gripped tightly, as if the bones were about to break. The playful girl couldn't help but cry out. "Damn it, I was distracted by some things just now and accidentally hurt my pure angel. Someone come, check Leah over." Carroll Caesar seemed to come back to his senses at this moment and hurriedly summoned servants to come. Teary-eyed Leah shook her head, widened her eyes and said, "I'm fine, father, don't bother those people." Carroll Caesar nodded, suddenly said, "Leah, I suddenly thought of some things that still need to be dealt with, you go back and rest first." Teary-eyed Leah nodded, watching her father walk into the study in a hurry. She always felt that her father had been a little strange recently. Although his personality hadn't changed, he was always mysterious most of the time. Huff, huff. Carroll Caesar closed the heavy door of the study made of precious sandalwood, leaned against the castle's solid wall and gasped for breath. Under his wide robe, blue veins bulged, and his once majestic body was stained with a faint dark green light. And in his eyes, the deep green light was as thick as the deepest emerald, and whispers like the bewitchment of demons echoed in his heart and mind. "Carroll, why don't you dedicate your most beloved angel, your favorite daughter, to me as well? Dedicate her to me, just like you dedicated your eldest and youngest sons to me. Your favorite pure angel is also my beloved soul angel. Dedicate her to me, and you will not only gain more lifespan, but also gain stronger power. Dedicate her to me, Carroll Caesar. A pure soul can take you a step further. Please me, and maybe I will grant you the covenant of godhood." Voices like the most evil demons and the most bewitching succubi from the depths of the abyss echoed in Carroll Caesar's entire mind, bewitching his will, disturbing his spirit, and making it difficult for him to distinguish between reality and illusion, truth and falsehood. Bang! Carroll Caesar suddenly turned around, faced the wall of the castle, and slammed his head against it. The skull of a saint-level warrior collided with the solid stone wall, making a muffled sound. A sharp pain came from his head, and a stream of blood oozed from his dented forehead. The pain also made Carroll Caesar's will regain consciousness. "Shut up, shut up, shut up for me!" Carroll Caesar's eyes were filled with unimaginable rage. He roared in a low voice, "I am the Emperor of the human empire, my will is supreme. Don't try to manipulate my will, you lowly demon who only dares to hide in the corner and bewitch people's hearts. I am the emperor of mankind. Even evil gods need to submit to my will. Hehe, even the covenant of godhood that you promised, I don't care about. I will become the god of mankind, not a demon god like you. Sacrificing my children was my choice, a choice I made to survive, but Carol Leah is my last pure land, not to be touched. My free will not allow you to taint it either. Remember, demon, you are just a tool of Carol Caesar. If there is a next time, I will take you into the church, even at the cost of everything I have. Carol Caesar's spiritual will gradually became firm, and his will also regained its free tranquility, but the spiritual communication was more resolute than ever before. Okay, the voices, as if illusory, overlapping, and as if coming from outside the real world, said intermittently, "Don't be nervous, Carol. I was just too happy to see the pure soul. I guarantee there won't be a next time. There definitely won't be a next time, definitely." Carol Caesar's eyes were firm, and he straightened his body again. The dented skull also slowly recovered under the agitation of power. He returned to being the Duke, the Emperor, with a heroic spirit and the will to rebuild the world. It's just that in a place that Carol Caesar couldn't even detect, a familiar voice rang out. This voice chuckled, "Hehe, the more determined a person's will is, the more fulfilling it is to tame them. Carol, my dear little darling, when you learn that those so-called human gods have long been unable to protect themselves, I hope you can still have the will to resist me. It really makes me look forward to it." Tuck, tuck. The small door of the courtyard was knocked lightly, the unique rhythm code relaxed the people huddled in the courtyard. A nimble figure flashed, leaping over the high wall, landing on the ground, lightly and silently, showing the person's excellent control and flexible skills. This was a handsome young man with black hair, named Bill, the assassin master of the famous dragon-slaying adventure team, the Scarlet Rose, and also a rare saint-level assassin, a stealth master proficient in shadow techniques. At this moment, the handsome young man Bill had a sunny smile on his face, and a small dimple appeared on his left cheek, looking like a particularly harmless next-door brother, looking particularly approachable. Bill raised a delicate parchment in his right hand, smiling and showing the dimple on his cheek and laughed, "Woohoo, we have work to do, everyone. I received a big job, enough for us to break up and go home after this one, and enjoy a happy retirement life." "What big job, Bill? Don't just pick rewards casually. We can't capsize on our last one." The cautious team leader, the blonde high-level mage, looked over. The rest of the team also looked over. This team was a relatively mature team, with a mage, assassin, warrior, priest, as well as an equipment logistics manager, and a druid. Hehe, it's that big job. Who doesn't know that the former emperor of the Cathay Empire, Carol Caesar, hates that group of dragons to the bone, as well as the nobles and mages who betrayed him, but those mages are not easy to deal with, and they are not easy to provoke, and the rewards given are too small, only the rewards for those dragons are generous enough. The young, handsome, but particularly approachable assassin said with a smile. "Are you crazy? Bill, stick your head over here and let me see what you're thinking in your head." Another saint-level member of the team, also the team's breakthrough player, the team's solid shield, the saint-level warrior stood up, his face changed drastically, and he asked loudly. This saint-level warrior's whole body was bulging with muscles, and his standing height reached about 2 meters and 3, but even the gifted centaur warriors were overshadowed by his sturdy figure. "That's a lord dragon, and unlike the wandering, lone dragons we've hunted in the past, he's not those wild dragons. He not only has his own dragon group, but also countless dependents. Even a team led by a legendary warrior wouldn't dare say they could complete this task." This saint-level warrior said in a muffled voice, "Although the power of a saint-level warrior is strong enough, and the destructive power of an explosion is enough to harm ordinary young and even adult dragons, not specifically referring to white dragons. But that doesn't mean he can directly compete with a young dragon. The gap in individual qualities will always exist. The dragon's body is much larger than him, so his strength is far from enough to compete with it, unless this saint-level warrior enters the legendary realm, involving some edges of the rules. In that way, the legendary warrior may be able to compete with the dragon head-on. And this saint-level warrior has also seen the magic record crystals circulated by those mages, and the red dragon in the picture showed that its power was obviously not fully exerted, and so much time has passed, who knows how far this red dragon can grow. If this task is accepted, it means that the team will inevitably face the dragon group head-on. According to the team's previous tactics, he will definitely need to temporarily resist the red dragon's attack as the team's shield, and then the other members will gradually cut out the red dragon's claws and fangs and the dragon group, and finally concentrate their fire to kill the red dragon. The problem is that this saint-level warrior himself is not sure that he can withstand the red dragon's attack. Competing with a red dragon head-on, even a warrior with a head full of muscles can't do such a thing. What's more, this red dragon is a lord dragon with countless dependents. At that time, just those dependents will be able to leave the entire team there. The team leader, the blonde mage, also spread his hands and said helplessly, "Why do you think this reward has been hanging for so long and no one has taken it, Bill? Were you stunned by the snow-white breasts of those girls?" "Boss, didn't we decide to stop doing it after this one?" Bill smiled lazily on his face, making all the members of the team couldn't help but give him a punch. "The amount of this reward is so large that, how should I put it, each person gets a deposit of 20,000 gold coins." Bill raised the sheepskin in his hand and winked at everyone. "Anyway, we've decided not to do it anymore. Why not take this money? We can go to the dragon's territory and take a look around. If we have a chance, we'll do it. If we don't have a chance, we'll go home and retire. As for the name Scarlet Rose, do you care?" Bill asked the mage. "Or do you care a lot?" he asked the warrior again. "Or are you very concerned about this title?" Bill asked everyone one by one with a smile. Everyone fell into silence. After a long time, the blonde mage sighed, clapped his palms, gathered the attention of the entire team, and then said, "Tisk, let me calculate, Bill, this order is planning to sell the reputation and name of our entire Scarlet Rose for, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 people, 20,000 gold coins per person, that's 200,000 gold coins to sell. But I personally think this deal is very profitable. Does anyone want to object?" The blonde mage's eyes swept over everyone in the team. "Hey," the saint-level warrior grinned. He laughed, "Boss, why should we object to this kind of business that can make money without spending any effort? Whoever objects, come and try my fist." A burst of laughter suddenly rose in the courtyard. People who have been able to wander around the world for a long time and still get away with it have never been trustworthy and kind. On the top of the mountains, the dragons gathered here. Except for Kaelin and Alina who were far away, all the dragons gathered on the top of the mountain, and even the red copper dragon Alfred was invited. This is the Dragon Council, and also the highest council of the future. Although the overall system of the Dragon Kingdom is still under discussion and consultation, the supreme rule of the dragons has long been established. The future Dragon Kingdom will implement a relatively democratic system under the dictatorial rule of the Red Dragon. Below the Red Dragon is the highest level Dragon Council. Only dragons recognized by the dragon race can join this council, possessing the highest power to control the kingdom. Below the Dragon Council are the organizations of various kingdoms and various departments and institutions. Although the copper dragon Alfred has not yet obtained permission from the dragons to build a nest in the mountains, he has been recognized by the dragons as a future member because of his personality, so almost no dragon will dislike him. However, although Alfred was invited, he was very self-aware. He has neither qualifications nor has he made any contributions yet. It can be said that a fart he makes now is more useful than what he says. So he just stayed quietly at the end of the dragons, watching the dragons argue and discuss. The blue-haired blue dragon Kaelit, along with the young Countess Bartoli and the young squint-eyed mage Hughes, stood in front of the dragons, waiting for the dragon's decision and judgment. And the blue dragon Kaelit, now with indifference and calmness on her face, wrapped her heart in a piece of ice. Since she betrayed her dragon race, she cannot be accepted and recognized by the dragons. This is a betrayal that all dragon families cannot tolerate. Even the dragon family composed entirely of blue dragons would execute this blue dragon after learning of Kaelit's behavior, and hang Kaelit's head at the highest point of the dragon's territory to warn the dragons who come later. This is the order and rule that even the chromatic dragon Queen Tiamat cannot stop. I think Kaelit should be killed. Her head hung on the top of the mountains, her flesh and blood used as fertilizer for the dragon's orchard, and her scales and bones will become the dragon's collection. The blue dragon Doss's azure pupils flashed with subtle lightning patterns, and there were also irritable electric sparks jumping between his breaths. Obviously, the betrayal of this fellow race made the blue dragon Doss feel deeply ashamed. He looked at Kaelit, who had a calm face, full of killing intent, and the faint indifference aroused his surging killing intent even more. Kaelit, she doesn't even have the slightest remorse, nor does she apologize to the dragons. She deserves to die. Even Axe, the former simping dragon, this teenage blue dragon, didn't dare to help the blue dragon Kaylet speak. He now identifies more with the dragons. As for Kaylet, Axe believes that the increasingly powerful dragons will definitely not lack mother dragons in the future, and he will not hang on one tree. However, the blue dragon Axe did not kick her when she was down. He just looked at the former goddess dragon indifferently. After abandoning the halo that he had attached to himself, he realized that Kaylet was nothing more than that. The black dragon Rosani agreed with the blue dragon Doss's opinion. Black dragons are the most cruel and bloodthirsty dragon species among the chromatic dragons. Although red dragons are violent, black dragons simply like to kill. The black dragon Rosani raised his dragon claw and agreed with the blue dragon Doss's opinion. I agree with Doss's statement that traitors are unforgivable. The dragons must punish sins and reward merits. This is also our habit. The green dragon Antagina didn't care about this matter. She just focused on holding the small pixie raven with her two dragon claws, occasionally licking the pixie's cheek, which exuded a very tempting fragrance for the green dragon. Although the pixie raven was not included in the Dragon Council, she now has a prominent official identity, Deputy Minister of Agriculture. While other departments have not yet been determined, the Department of Agricultural Affairs has already been finalized first. This is the most important thing, the foundation of a country. The pixie raven is now starting to fool other pixies to come and serve the Dragon Kingdom. These pixies all have a talent for plant affinity, and they will soon become specialized masters in the field of agriculture. Karen once fantasized that the scene of these pixies waving small hoes and sparking might be realized. Although these pixies will not go to the fields to farm like farmers, pixies who like to plant flowers will also become gardeners in the dragon's garden in the future. The red dragon Kleineria had no feelings for Kaylet. She even looked forward to challenging this blue dragon, who was the leader of the dragon family, when she grew up, and then creating a red dragon family. She would be the noble red dragon matriarch. But the current Kaylet is no longer in her eyes. Her goal is only to catch up with Karen's footsteps. This kind of mediocre and ordinary dragon is just a road dragon in her eyes and is not worth paying attention to. Only the white dragon Jermot, the young dragon who was once respected by many as the White King, stood up. The white dragon Jermot walked out of the dragons, and then stood in the middle of the dragons. His rational eyes full of peace and wisdom scanned the pupils of all the dragons, including Kaylet, Countess Bartoli, and the Mage Hughes. I have read all the history in the dragon's inheritance, and I have realized that tolerance is never a sign of weakness, but a powerful quality. Jermot's voice was low, sonorous, and powerful. How many of the chromatic dragons can openly and fairly be active in the world now? We should absorb every force to strengthen ourselves. The white dragon Jermot's eyes lit up. He said loudly, of course, tolerance does not mean indulgence. Kaylet should also pay the price for her choice. The white dragon Jermot turned to face the blue dragon Kaylet. He raised his head and looked down at the blue dragon. Kaylet, you now have two choices. The first choice is to be expelled from the dragons and never be allowed to set foot in the place where the dragons are. No matter how far the dragon's territory expands in the future, and wherever the dragons step, you need to retreat to show your fear and respect for the dragons. If the dragons find your figure, then you will become the enemy of all the dragons, our prey. We will mercilessly regard you as an invader, kill your body, and let your soul return to Tiamat's kingdom forever. The blue dragon Kaylet's calm face finally showed color, like a blank piece of white paper suddenly being stained with other colors. She raised her head and stared into the white dragon's eyes, waiting for his words. The second choice is to atone for your behavior. Before you are forgiven and pardoned by the dragons, you will always remain in a sinful body and will not be able to transform into a dragon. You will need to rush to the front in every battle that the dragons take part in, holding your weapon, wearing your armor, and cutting open the flesh and blood of the enemy for the dragons. You need to charge ahead in the most dangerous places, and you need to be the first to do the most arduous work, in order to atone for your sins, until you have lived a life as a mortal, with a time limit of 100 years. It has to be said that the white dragon Jermot's approach is different from most dragons. The two choices he gives to the blue dragon Kaylet are actually only one choice. If Kaylet chooses the first path, then she immediately falls into the white dragon's language trap and becomes the target of hunting by all the dragons. I'm afraid that as soon as she steps out of the dragon's territory, she will find several dragons following her. The blue dragon Kaylet is not a gifted dragon. Facing the siege of the dragons, there is only a 30/70th chance of winning, and Kaylet will turn into 7 pieces in 3 seconds. And the second path is the blessing path of 996 that the white dragon customized for her. Even if they become humanoids, dragons have strength that most creatures cannot compare to. Kaylet is more useful than ordinary humans whether she is a warrior or responsible for other work. Because dragons are energetic and almost never get tired, it can be said that they are flesh and blood robots. This is also the point where the white dragon Jermot is different from other dragons. He more rationally assumes the identity of a ruler, rather than simply acting based on the instinctive preferences of the dragons. This is also the reason why Karen did not release the other dragons, like the bronze dragon Alina, to open up cities and develop territories. In Karen's view, the chromatic dragons who have not received enough experience and transformation are only suitable for big events, but not suitable for doing big things. Many chromatic dragons want to do one thing with another, taking care of the head but not the tail. It is difficult to say whether they are developing the territory or messing up the territory. And the white dragon Jermot has now gradually stood out from many young dragons. Even the blue dragon Das, who has a more stable personality, cannot compare to the white dragon in this regard, a white dragon who knows how to learn knowledge and knows how to summarize history. I choose the second path, the blue dragon Kaylet made her choice. She had no other choice. Not being executed immediately was already the best result for her, the betrayer. Very good, the white dragon Jermot nodded like the red dragon. He turned to the dragons and asked, "Everyone, my brothers, what do you think of my approach? Can we reach a unified opinion?" "I have no opinion," the blue dragon axe raised his claws first. He suddenly discovered Kaylet's beauty again. He felt that the blue dragon Kaylet could be saved again. "I have no opinion either," the white dragon Kamid lazily raised his long tail. This white dragon would only support Karen and Jermot's ideas without reservation, and he didn't care about other things. He was even sleeping just now, and he didn't even open his eyes. Because Kamid heard Karen say that the teenage years are the most important time to grow, you should eat more, sleep more, and it's best to watch less mother dragons. "I have no opinion either," the green dragon raised the pixie, and Kleineria also expressed her affirmation of the white dragon's approach. The blue dragon Das watched all his companions agree, so he also raised his dragon claw and agreed with the white dragon's proposal. The copper dragon Alfred finally said in a low voice, "Then, I agree too." The white dragon Jermot achieved satisfactory results. He turned back to the young countess and mage who had been waiting quietly and said softly, "Your attitude has won the friendship of the dragons. Please allow me to express my gratitude to you on behalf of the dragons. Next, it's time to talk about your affairs with the dragons." Karen's huge body stood on the top of the mountain, quietly overlooking the pioneer corps lined up in a long line at the foot of the mountain. His body was like a mountain on a mountain, blooming with shimmering brilliance under the sunlight, like a divine halo surrounding his body. Loud, rough, wild, and varied songs rose from the crowd at the foot of the mountain, and even the red dragon on the mountain could hear it clearly. The bronze dragon Alina spread her wings and raised her head below, and under her leadership, everyone raised the wooden bowls in their hands and sang loudly. "Sing with joy, descendants of the dragon. Sing the beginning of the first world. Created in chaos, color gives beauty. Sing the platinum dragon god Bahamut. Sculpting majestic shapes for mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas. Sing the myriad-colored dragon god Tiamat. Painting a colorful appearance for the endless world. They awoke together from the darkness. And worked together to create the world. Sing with joy, descendants of the dragon. Sing Sadavo's birth into the world." The dragon gods followed their own appearance, carving his image with ruby. The firstborn dragon and the two dragon gods laid the foundation for the dragon race. Metal dragons and chromatic dragons. Sing with joy, descendants of the dragon. Because he was given at the beginning of creation the power to inject life into you. Sing with joy, descendants of the dragon. Sing the visit of the outsiders. The gods set off a raging war. The number of mortal descendants is vast. They came to the first world to seek homes for many followers. With powerful magic and numerous armies, the invading gods finally achieved victory. The noble Bahamut was knocked to the ground. And Sadavo hid in the heart of the world. Sing with joy, descendants of the dragon. Sing Tiamat's current appearance. Burning with anger for a hopeless victory. She will never run away or surrender. She will fight until the claws of death fall. However, the gods who started the war imprisoned her. She will not usher in death. Only pain will bury her. She will never see the light of day. bound by the usurping gods who stole creation. Sing with joy, descendants of the dragon. Sing the outsiders who tamed the world. Their people are thriving in the new world. Like seeds sprouting and growing on the earth. Elegant elves live in the vast forests. Stubborn dwarves dig into the towering mountains. Crude orcs occupy the canyon caves. Cunning goblins are divided into barren borders. Halflings cultivate green fields. Lizard races hide in the deep swamps. And humans spread in all directions. Sing with joy, descendants of the dragon. Sing Bahamut forging peace. He was invited to the mountain paradise. And was revered as the Holy King by the Platinum Holy Knights. Sing his journey of exploration. Understanding the new gods and their descendants. He yearns for Tiamat to regain freedom. Mourning that she no longer walks in the halls of the world. Sing with joy, descendants of the dragon. Sing Tiamat breaking free from her shackles and returning to freedom. Describe her summoning many children, ordering the chromatic dragons to spread chaos. Sing her fire of revenge. Lightning venom, frost flames, strong acid corrodes bones. Now the dragon god has 5 heads. Terrible in shape, to its great power. She set off a catastrophe for the world. Bringing destruction, unstoppable. Sing with joy, descendants of the dragon. Sing the past first world. Falling apart into boundless reality. Sing Bahamut and Tiamat. Mourning that their hard work was destroyed in one fell swoop. Also sing Sativo. His divine sense scattered into tiny fragments. Sing with joy, descendants of the dragon. You shall inherit the great cause of the dragon god. Reign over the past first world even though it is a broken past. The dragon song is not original. It comes from the officially published Fizban's Treasury of Dragons. It should be a translated version by some bigwig, with slight modifications. Chapter 112. Karen stood atop the mountain peak, the usually calm nexus of psychic energy receiving a massive influx of feedback, countless streams of psychic power surging in at that moment. Though still faint, their quantity encompassed almost everyone. The hymns and songs from below the mountain grew louder and clearer. The bronze dragon, Arena, flew in the air, like a singing angel leading the choir, guiding the songs. The red dragon also ceased his sensing activities, moved by the increasingly fervent songs and hymns. He couldn't help but spread his immense wings, raise his head, and join in harmony, his deep draconic voice echoing throughout the mountains. I shall inherit the dragon god's great undertaking. To reign over the first world of old. Even though it is a shattered past. Whoosh! The red dragon's body was enveloped in a light like the halo of a god descending, his colossal form soaring into the clouds above the 9 heavens, disappearing within, nowhere to be seen. Only the lingering, unfinished hymns echoed in the mountains, resonating for a long time. Even the members of the pioneer group who didn't understand the meaning of the poems were immersed in the somewhat epic atmosphere of the moment. A strong sense of belonging and unity arose in the hearts of the pioneer group members, as if at this moment, they had completed their oath of allegiance to the dragon, regarding themselves as people of the territory. After a long while, the lingering echoes dissipated, and the quiet clearing in the forest became lively again. One large pot after another was set up on the smoldering remains of the fire, with only faint flames licking the bottom of the pots. Each large iron pot was produced by the dwarven artisan Kragan's smithy, emphasizing sturdiness, durability, and large capacity. The iron pots were full to the brim, with many chunks of meat floating in the slightly boiling, thick broth. A rich, meaty aroma wafted from the steam rising from the iron pots, tantalizing everyone's taste buds. That was the meat of transcendent magical beasts, even ordinary nobles didn't have such good fortune. The long, white bones hanging on the huge trees exuded an aura that ordinary people couldn't directly face, proving how precious the meat in the iron pots was. Just look at Arena, the bronze dragon, the leader of the firstborn pioneer group, also holding a large bowl and cutting in line. Several kobold guards stood behind the iron pots, using large iron ladles to distribute meat soup and chunks of meat to the crowd. They wore cloth skirts and sleeves on their hands. These were sewn from washed and dried animal skins by the little girl Nora and other logistics personnel, to prevent some unhygienic kobolds from contaminating the food. If it weren't for the workload of distributing food to thousands of people being too great, and the iron ladles produced by Kragan's smithy being too heavy, these elderly, young, and women wouldn't have entrusted this task to the kobolds. After all, this was a lucrative job, and they could secretly let their acquaintances eat more food by casually spilling some soup. Every working adult received a large bowl full of meat soup, a solid chunk of meat, and a blob of sticky staple food. After this period of communal living, they had become familiar with each other, squatting in the shade of the trees with their bowls of soup, chatting and laughing, enjoying a rare holiday. Karen's arrival brought the pioneer group half a day of rest and the meat of precious transcendent magical beasts, so most of the pioneer group members were very happy about the red dragon's arrival. Hey, what if the red dragon Sama came here every day? We would be so comfortable, not only getting to rest but also enjoying a feast. You know, even the earl in my former earldom wasn't so extravagant as to use transcendent magical beasts as food. A young man with a bald head and a bare upper body squatted on the ground, muttering to the man next to him while slurping the thick soup. He felt a warm heat flowing into his body along with the soup, reaching his limbs and bones, and his whole body immediately felt refreshed. Farn glanced at the bald head. They were both the same, wanting to save the best for last. He smacked his lips, savoring the wonderful taste of the soup, and said, "Don't be too greedy. Although life is a bit hard now, we can always eat our fill every day, and good days are yet to come. I feel a great sense of satisfaction in personally developing a city, watching a city slowly rise from the wilderness. It makes me feel great. Yeah, it's a bit tiring now, but before, under those nobles, it was not only tiring but also we couldn't eat our fill, and we could be trampled to death like pigs, dogs, chickens, and ducks at any time. It's better now, although we have to be serfs for a few years, we feel at ease, and we often get to eat some meat, hee." The young man wiped his already greasy bald head with his oily hand, and then, ignoring the sweat on his hand, picked up the remaining piece of meat in his bowl and gnawed on it. The endless forest never lacks prey. Under the protection of the dragons and their kin, these pioneer group members don't need to worry about attacks and injuries from beasts. What they should worry about more are those ordinary beasts. After all, not only these ordinary people of the pioneer group coveted their flesh, but the dragonkin and dragons also regarded them as indispensable food. Yeah, a peaceful life, that's really rare. Farn was stunned for a moment, and suddenly felt that after taking off the responsibility of being vigilant on the wasteland, he was living a much easier life now. Farn sighed inexplicably, then lowered his head and started gnawing. The elderly, young, and women in logistics were at the end of the line. They didn't need to engage in heavy physical labor, so all resources needed to be given to the main members of the pioneer group. The little girl Nora had become darker in these days. With being able to eat her fill every day, the little girl's body grew rapidly like the willow branches in spring. She held 2 large bowls, stretched them out in front of the iron pot that was larger than the little girl herself, and tried to reveal her head covered with fluffy, yellow hair, her black eyes staring at the kobold guard distributing food. Her small, thin cheeks already showed traces of cheekbones, but she still tried to squeeze out a smile and called out, "Kobold uncle, is there any meat left? I want a piece of magical beast meat for my grandma. It is said that magical beast meat is very good for the body, even a small piece of shredded meat will do." The kobold soldier looked at the long line behind him, rolled his eyes, and said impatiently, "Hurry up and go, don't block the way for those behind." The long iron spoon gently scooped down, and Nora only felt her small hand sink. A large piece of meat with some bones was scooped into the bowl. The smile on her face quickly widened, and she ran away, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Nora carried the 2 full bowls and ran to her elderly grandmother, then tore the meat into small pieces and fed it to her grandmother. The elderly grandmother ate the minced meat and drank half a bowl of meat soup, and immediately felt that the heat in her body seemed to stimulate and replenish her remaining life energy. Her previously blurred vision actually became slightly clearer. The elderly grandmother took a breath, her gaze more bright than before as she looked at her young granddaughter. During this time, Nora not only needed to complete her work of grazing sheep but also needed to take on her own additional tasks. She usually had to take care of her old woman, and the burden on her shoulders was too heavy, so much so that a few white hairs had grown among Nora's yellow and fluffy hair. She sniffled, allowing her already light body to stand up, and a long unseen blush appeared on her cheeks. "Nora, okay, you eat it yourself, I'm already full. And I feel my body has become lighter, thank you for the dragoness grace. Maybe I can stay with you for a long time, little Nora, and watch you live a good life." The little girl nodded happily, with a smile on her face. "That's great. Arina-sama said that as long as I raise the sheep, for every 3 lambs born to the ewes in the future, I will get 1 lamb as a reward, so we can live a good life soon." Whoosh! The clouds above the sky were broken by the red dragon, scattering and overflowing. Karen patrolled the edge of the dragon's territory to deter the surrounding beasts and tribes. Bayflow City was very important in his plan, belonging to the southernmost gate of the dragon's territory for the time being, guarding the southern border of the dragon's territory. In the future, new cities would be built successively on the various borders of the dragon's territory, surrounding the entire dragon's territory within a complete defensive circle, allowing the dragon's territory to develop with peace of mind. And what he brought this time, the dragon song jointly revised with the dragons, or called the dragon poem, was created by him and the dragons according to the knowledge inherited by the dragons and the stories circulating in the endless world. Normal kingdoms need historical records to prove their legitimacy and gather the sense of identity of the citizens within the kingdom. In the subsequent process, they also need to compile the kingdom's development history, founding history, and biographical records of the kingdom's rulers, as well as determine the era name calendar and other related operations. And the dragon song was the beginning of everything. It would make the dragon's rule tend to be orthodox, no longer those wild monster kingdoms, and, on a grander scale, it could be said to be the declaration of the dragon's rule over the world. As the dragon song gradually fermented, Karen could say that the dragon god's orthodoxy was in Icania. As long as the dragon's rule gained legitimacy, it would not be regarded as a chaotic monster and evil country in future exchanges or confrontations with human countries. At that time, with the support of righteousness, Karen and the dragons would hardly be jointly besieged. It would just depend on their means to see who was stronger. Those metal dragons couldn't arbitrarily impose some unwarranted charges on Karen and the dragons. After all, Karen flattered the platinum dragon god in the dragon song, and those metal dragons still had to take into account the meaning of the boss above. This was also some preparation that Karen made for the future. Although the endless mountains of that dangerous monster gathering place blocked the direct connection between the dragon's territory and the human countries, it was always right to plan ahead. In Karen's vision, the dragon song would be used as the kingdom song that would appear in all major celebrations in the territory in the future. Karen would not establish the so-called dragon kingdom in advance and create a national title. Only when every city in the dragon's territory sang the dragon song would the kingdom ruled by dragons naturally be established. Moreover, vigorously praising the platinum dragon king Bahamut, the five-colored dragon queen Tiamat, and the gem dragon god Sardir in the dragon song also meant to let several dragon gods take some time out of their busy schedules to promote their little brother. Karen wouldn't feel ashamed of being a dragon for things that could be benefited from flattering him, but only feel that it wasn't enough. Anyway, as long as Karen developed to a certain stage, the dragon's kingdom would definitely attract the attention of several dragon gods. The red dragon didn't worry about the peep of the evil dragon god Tiamat. In his opinion, as the creation of the dragon god, whether you were an aberrant dragon or not, the relationship with the dragon god was complementary. As the creation of the dragon god, no matter how much fame you made in the endless world, it would indirectly bring some publicity to the dragon god. Although the dragon gods were powerful because of the dragons, no gods would refuse to increase their faith. This was also one of the reasons why the five-colored dragon gods didn't kill those dragons who showed extraordinary contempt for her in many circulating stories. Of course, Karen wouldn't put his safety on the expectations of others. If there were benefits, Karen could believe in these dragon gods, but if it exceeded the price of 2 copper coins, the red dragon wouldn't agree. The red dragon's 2 brains were running, the sub-brain node was thinking, the main brain was controlling the body, and the perception was constantly extending. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and a suitable target for the residents of his yet-to-be-built laboratory appeared in his perception. It was a chimera, living in a low mountain cave a few miles away. Even the ancient races like dragons, who appeared at the beginning of the creation of heaven and earth, couldn't explain the origin of the chimera. There were legends that this evil creature was created by the demon lord of the endless abyss, the 2-headed baboon Demogorgon. There were also legends that it was a guardian race created by a goddess of hunting, but later it was modified by some black hands, dividing the chimera race into good-faced chimeras and evil-faced chimeras. The chimera in Karen's perception was only about 8 meters long, with a pair of wings like a dragon, the 4 limbs of a lion on the prairie, and the hind limbs of a goat in the forest. It also had 3 heads with different appearances. The 3 heads were the head of a lion, the head of a goat, and a dragon-like head similar to a low-level dragon. But Karen felt that this creature should change its name to Ugly Mara. The ugly appearance of this creature made it impossible for the dragon to find any beauty, just like a stitched monster, and the terrible smell on its body made the dragon have no desire to eat, just like the 10 times the smell of goat mixed with the stench of a rotten corpse. This ugly creature is also worthy of having a dragon-like head? No, I have to beat it up first, it makes the dragon unhappy. Karen's red dragon nature was exposed, and the arrogant red dragon didn't allow this low-level stitched monster to have dragon characteristics. The chimera's 8-meter-long body lazily curled up. Although its size was far inferior to Karen's red dragon, this monster was one of the most powerful existences in this forest, standing at the top of the food chain in this area. The thick layer of white bones piled on the ground of the cave could show the strength of this monster. This monster was not as clean as a dragon. The chimera was more enthusiastic about laying the bones of its prey and predators in its cave, showing its strength and prestige. This chimera was lying on these thick broken bones with its head, immersed in its powerful fantasy, but the next moment, the strong dragon power interrupted its fantasy, making it jump up from the ground like a frightened hare. Bang! A massive red dragon spread its wide wings, completely blocking the cave entrance. The dragon's fearsome and majestic head stretched into the cave, its crimson eyes radiating terrifying power, gazing at me as a giant would at an ant. An intensely powerful mental pressure crashed over me. Even the bravest lion head on the chimera, as if kicked by its owner, whined softly and desperately tried to shrink back, as if to escape the gaze of the terrifying red dragon. The other two heads were in even worse shape. The goat and dragon heads hung down like dead dogs, not daring to move, even their usually heavy breathing ceased. Woof, 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 the chimera retreated until its body hit the deepest wall, with no way to escape. It stopped, nervously watching the red dragon, which had not uttered a word or launched an attack. Come here, walk over here yourself, little doggy. The red dragon's massive body blocked the cave, its thick head stretching in, speaking with an undeniable tone. A woo, woof, woof, the chimera, which understood some draconic and could speak common, couldn't even form a coherent sentence, just whimpering like a dog, shaking its three heads desperately. Crack! The red dragon's body cracked the seemingly sturdy cave entrance. It bared its long, sharp fangs, and said calmly, if you don't come out now, you won't have another chance when I come in. I submit. Master. The three heads of the chimera drooped to the ground, and it slowly crawled toward the red dragon. Seeing the red dragon's size, it knew that its cave, though dug into the solid mountain, couldn't withstand the red dragon's dragon fire and claws. Whoosh! The red dragon's nostrils spewed 2 puffs of scorching sparks, showering the chimera, which was prostrate at its feet. The intense sparks burned pockmarked holes in the chimera's wings, but its body didn't move. The chimera thought its submission would please the red dragon, but the next moment the red dragon stretched out its dragon claw and grabbed its dragon-like head. Shryak! The dragon head, along with a thick section of its neck, was torn in two by the red dragon. Gushes of foul-smelling blood spurted out. An intense, sharp pain made the chimera scream, the sound carrying far away. The chimera's scream startled all the beasts and creatures in the forest. They turned their gazes toward the distance, wondering what trouble had caused the incredibly powerful monster to cry out so miserably. Pick up your head, the red dragon said, satisfied, retracting its dragon claw. It knew that the chimera wouldn't die from this kind of injury. After some rest, the chimera could even grow a new head. This was partly due to the red dragon's brutal and arrogant nature, but it was also related to Kalen's own consciousness. When facing brutal opponents, Kalen would choose even more brutal means to suppress them. He was like a mirror reflecting all emotions and actions of his opponents. Follow me. If you can't keep up with my speed, find a place to be your own grave. The chimera tremblingly held its severed head in its lion mouth and followed the red dragon's pace. The red dragon spread its wings and took off, with the two-headed chimera following behind, like a hunting dog following its master's footsteps. Kalen, with his newly acquired dog and experiment, embarked on the return journey. He was very satisfied with this territory inspection, which proved that some of his methods were correct and effective. He was now like an old farmer who had sown seeds in the spring, looking forward to the autumn harvest in his territory. When Kalen landed on the mountain peak with the chimera, he saw the figure of the white dragon Gamot waiting. The white dragon's usually calm face showed a trace of anxiety. Seeing Kalen landing on the mountaintop, he hurried forward. I was only gone for 2 days. Did something major happen in the territory? But even if things are bad, Gamot, never show your emotions. Kalen kicked the cowering chimera, kicking the monster down the mountain. This was where the dragons gathered, and this kind of monster wasn't worthy to be among the dragons. Kalen, Antagina's birds spotted a wandering red dragon yesterday. White dragon Gamot followed the red dragon's instructions, and the anxiety on his face returned to calm. Did you find out where this red dragon came from, and what its strength is? Kalen's tone was unhurried. As the leader of the dragons, the highest ruler of the territory, he couldn't panic no matter what decisions he made. Calmness was the best way to face a crisis. White Dragon Gamot shook his head. He could only say uncertainly, Antagina's birds aren't very smart, even dumber than Kamide. They only know that the birds spotted the red dragon in the west of the forest. But according to the bird's description, it's probably at least a juvenile red dragon, maybe even a young adult. White Dragon Gamot certainly didn't look down on his fellow brother, but he had been in the habit of teasing Kamide since childhood. The fact that Gamot could make this kind of joke now proved that his mind had indeed returned to calm. A juvenile wandering red dragon isn't much to worry about. If all the dragons attack together, no ordinary red dragon can resist. If it's a young adult, it's a little troublesome. Kalen's dragon claw unconsciously scratched his chin. The young adult stage is the stage where a dragon's strength increases the most, and it's also the age range where the strength difference within the dragon group is the greatest. Excellent dragons at the peak of their youth can have the power to fight legends, but this kind of dragon generally only appears in the gold dragon race. After all, gold dragons are a dragon species that is especially favored by the platinum dragon king Bahamut. Although red dragons are generally not as good as gold dragons with their innate bloodline, their powerful talent is also firmly ranked second among all metallic and chromatic dragons. Once a young red dragon begins to awaken its spell-casting abilities and possesses talent spells that match its mental characteristics, coupled with the red dragon's powerful body, it will be a terrifying enemy. Even though the dragon group already has 10 dragons, it needs to be treated with caution. Young dragons like White Dragon Kamide and Black Dragon Rosani, whose bodies are weak, would suffer heavy damage the moment they came into contact with a young red dragon. If they fought head-on, they might even be torn apart by the young red dragon. Among the current dragon group, only Kalen, the oversized red dragon, and Copper Dragon Alfred and Bronze Dragon Alina have the capital to fight against a young red dragon. Even the juvenile blue dragon Octas can only wander on the edge, waiting for an opportunity to enter. First, don't publicize this matter in the territory. Let Antagena and Rosani send birds and beasts to investigate the places where the wandering red dragon has appeared. Kalen's eyes flashed with light. It had been a long time since he had encountered a powerful opponent, and the red dragon's naturally warlike blood was reviving and boiling in his body. If this wandering red dragon has no intention of invading the territory, then leave him alone. If he tries to seize the territory we have worked so hard to build and take our fruits, I wouldn't mind killing him myself. Kalen's crimson eyes flashed with boiling flames. He wasn't afraid of being punished for killing a red dragon. Although dragons try to avoid killing each other, it's not impossible to kill. Even if Tiamat descended, she wouldn't be angry for the life of a red dragon who invaded someone else's territory. This is a consensus that all dragons have beyond religion and divine edicts. Chapter 113. White Dragon Jermit came in a hurry, and left with exceptional ease, retracting his wings, which were gradually growing with white frost patterns, and waddling away with his turtle-like steps. He still needed to take that unfortunate two-headed chimera down the mountain and hand it over to the gnolls who specialized in taming beasts for temporary care. Before Karen's laboratory was built, this two-headed chimera still had to drag its severely injured body to work like a beast of burden for the territory. White Dragon Jermit immediately thought of bringing the chimera into the forest to serve as a laboring animal for tilling the land. The chimera, possessing intelligence and the ability to communicate, was even more useful than those tamed wild cattle and dragon beasts. Now, all the dragon's energy was almost entirely focused on this aspect, so it's not surprising that the white dragon had this subconscious idea. Even Blue Dragon Carlet, who had transformed into a human, was now swinging a heavy hoe in some corner of the forest, making it smoke. Blue Dragon Axe, who used to be a model worker, now even volunteered to switch shifts with other dragons, patrolling the dragon's territory for half a month straight. Karen shook his head, shaking out the thought of wanting to be lazy and hide in the magma nest for a good sleep. To be honest, even in ancient times, during the era when the dragon race ruled the world, the Red Dragons and his dragon group were definitely the most diligent dragons in managing their territory. Every dragon in the group should be awarded a labor trophy cast in gold and decorated with various precious gems. Green Dragon Antagena and Black Dragon Rosani controlled the birds in the sky and the beasts on the ground, and needed to listen to the news from these dragons' eyes and ears every day to ensure the safety of the dragon's territory. In fact, the benefits of this had already been demonstrated. The newly arrived stray red dragon near the territory was a result of this intelligence network's defensive system. Blue Dragon DOS was originally assigned to be responsible for all matters related to cooperation with the human pioneer camp, but now the relationship between the two sides had changed. The entire pioneer camp had become a city ruled by dragons, and the ogre giant Fafnir was responsible for the affairs of the Golden City. Logically speaking, the burden on Blue Dragon Das should have been lightened, but on the contrary, Fafnir was only the executor of the dragon's will, and the highest decision-making power for many decisions still needed to be determined by the dragons. Moreover, due to the proposal of Bronze Dragon Alina, the future system of the Dragon Kingdom and the relevant structure of the specific kingdom government also needed to be considered by Blue Dragon Das. After all, blue dragons were known among the five-colored dragons for their extensive knowledge, and Das's calm personality was also suitable for doing this kind of thing. Blue Dragon Das also frequently traveled between the Dragon Nest and Bay Stream City to discuss with Bronze Dragon Alina, and although Karen had knowledge of various mature political systems and national structures in his mind, he never thought that the knowledge in his mind was necessarily correct. He preferred to adapt to local conditions. The Dragon Group's territory had its own unique circumstances, and it was impossible to copy and apply things rigidly, so he only gave Blue Dragon Das some suggestions for reference, allowing Blue Dragon Das to refer to this knowledge to formulate a kingdom system that was in line with the Dragon Group's rule. This also led to the claw marks on Blue Dragon Das's forehead not disappearing for a long time, and Karen also discovered that some small scales on Das's head had also disappeared, similar to baldness in humans. Fortunately, the dragon's scales could regenerate, avoiding the fate of the blue dragon becoming a bald dragon. Crania was in charge of all the Dragon Keen, and this was because the power of the female red dragon could suppress those strengthened Dragon Keen. However, after everything was on the right track, these Dragon Keen would be absorbed into the Imperial Guard, which was established to guard the Dragon Nest. The power of each Dragon Keen was enough to serve as the captain of the Imperial Guard, and including the Dragon Keen Centaur Chiron and the Dragon Keen Warg Saha, the Imperial Guard already had nearly 20 captains, each with only 10 soldiers under their command. Because these Dragon Keen were influenced by the dragons, they were unwilling to recruit members who were thin and weak. They only recruited big guys who were over 3 meters tall and had outstanding strength. If humans who had undergone trials wanted to join the Imperial Guard, the minimum requirement was a height of 2 meters. Therefore, although many dependents were enthusiastic about signing up to join the Imperial Guard, the green-skinned goblins and kobolds had been blacklisted by these Dragon Keen. They could only select members from the centaurs and Noel barbarian soldiers who had not yet joined the cavalry regiment. However, the Imperial Guard not only needed to meet the strength standards, but also needed to test their loyalty to the dragons, so they had recruited very few members so far, and could only lead some outstanding soldiers to put on a show. According to the plan, the first batch of Imperial Guards would be expanded to at least 3,000 members in the future. Each current Imperial Guard captain would be promoted to Imperial Guard Centurion, leading his 100 Imperial Guard members to become the Imperial Guard while guarding the dragons. Blue Dragon X's responsibilities remained the same, but Karen still added some burdens to him. This rare model dragon in the Dragon Group was now responsible for registering the household registration of all the people in the territory and creating a register for recording. This was an essential step in ruling a territory, and the workload was also huge. It just so happened that Blue Dragon X was now inspecting the territory himself, which also made it convenient to supervise the completion of this work. Only White Dragon Jermit, in Karen's view, this White Dragon's way of thinking had changed, becoming more organized and more complete than the other 5-colored dragons. He planned to send White Dragon Jermit out, like Bronze Dragon Alina, to open up new cities and develop the surrounding territories. This was an experience that every dragon in the Dragon Group would need to go through in the future. Only through personal experience would they understand how to truly govern a kingdom, instead of being high above and making unrealistic demands and policies. The purpose of White Dragon Jermit's experience was not too far from the Dragon Nest, just on the land opened up at the foot of the Dragon Nest. Although the best and most prosperous place in the Dragon Group's territory was now the Golden Coast City, the foot of the Dragon Nest would eventually become the most central city in the Dragon Group's territory in the future. This was the future center of political power, and perhaps also the economic center of the Dragon Kingdom. After all, this would be the largest and tallest city in the future, with convenient land and water transportation and a superior geographical location. This would not change with the dragon's will, unless the dragon changed its nest. Otherwise, the wide open space at the foot of the dragon would gradually evolve into a central city sooner or later. Rather than letting this city grow wildly and evolve freely, it was better to incorporate it into the plan from the beginning and guide the city's establishment and development. Red Copper Dragon Alfred's work in the future would also be a key point, but because the Dragon Group's territory did not have talents in this area, it could only rely on Alfred to start from scratch. Karen also had a series of plans waiting for Alfred to run around for him. The Red Dragon looked at another mountain peak. Ogre slaves and troll slaves, who had been captured in the knoll's constant sweeps, were adding bricks and tiles to the dragon's castle day and night. Those huge dragon beasts carrying stones quarried from the quarry slowly climbed up the mountain. With the help of these large creatures that could transport stones, the construction speed of the castle had been much faster. Perhaps by the end of winter, this castle, which had been built continuously for a long time, could be completed and welcome its owner. The foundation is still too weak, which has led to me, as the leader of the dragon group, not even having a good place to receive others. I can't always receive others on this bare hilltop, that's too rough. When the dragon castle is completed, there will be no such embarrassing and simple situation. The red dragon turned around and flew towards its nest. Karen did not soak in his favorite warm magma bath, but instead went into his treasure cave. Now, the edge of Karen's nest volcano and the edge of the treasure cave had grown a dense circle of plants. These were all magical plants similar to dragon saliva grass and dragon blood red flame grass, which were born under the influence of the red dragon's field radiation and bloodline power. These magical plants grew vigorously around the volcano nest. Occasionally, under the stems and leaves of these plants, Karen would also find a kind of beetle-like animal with a black carapace, only as thick as an ordinary person's little finger. This animal fed on the sap of these plants and the tiny worms mixed in the volcanic ash, and the excrement it excreted further promoted the growth of these magical plants. Under the red dragon's long-term influence, the red dragon's nest was changing towards a super small ecosystem. Even the red dragon would not know how the environment would evolve in the future. This was the natural change of the world, full of many unknowns and wonders, but Karen felt that observing these changes might also give him some inspiration for a corner of the world's truth, so he did not intend to harvest these magical plants, which were considered extremely precious by outsiders, but instead let them grow freely and evolve freely. The treasure house was now considered to have a rich collection, with all kinds of gold, gems, magic crystals, and elemental crystals, as well as many magical minerals and products that were washed up from the depths of the earth by magma and lava flows. Some things even lacked relevant knowledge in the dragon's inheritance. However, the dragon's treasure appraisal talent allowed Karen to know that these were all good things, so they were all collected by the red dragon in the treasure house. In the red dragon's treasure house, gold was almost the lowest value collectible, and was the basic unit for measuring value. Sometimes Karen looked at his treasure house and even felt that he should divide the treasure house into several areas. Low-value collectibles like gold should not be mixed with other high-value collections. He felt that he was a very tasteful dragon. 2 huge snake eggs, nearly half a person tall, with shells as rich as the deepest night, were spat out by Karen from his storage stomach and placed in the corner, staying with the old scales shed by the red dragon himself. These were the 2 snake eggs that Karen brought back from the Titan Python's nest. In this magic-filled treasure house, he believed that these 2 snake eggs should not be malnourished. The red dragon's shed old scales carried the red dragon's taste and aura, which could not only allow the life in the snake eggs that had not yet hatched to familiarize themselves with the aura of their master in advance, but also bring protection to these 2 snake eggs. After all, the field pressure covering the red dragon's entire nest was becoming more and more terrifying. Now, even the little female dragon Crania was not willing to come here to rub magma baths. Without the protection of the red dragon's aura, the 2 snake eggs might become dead eggs. Karen also spat out the treasures he had seized from the Chimera Cave and the Titan Python Cave and piled them in the corner. The dragon's storage stomach space was not very large. Now, Karen's storage stomach only contained some high-level mithril and some refined divine iron excavated from the depths of the earth's core. Karen planned to keep these things for the future to create exclusive magic weapons or secret treasures, so he had been keeping them in his storage stomach, using his power and bloodline to nourish these precious materials all the time. Dragons could use magic weapons and magic secret treasures, but they were usually different from other races. Dragons could have some of the abilities and characteristics of these weapons and secret treasures as long as they swallowed these magic weapons and secret treasures into their stomachs. Because they could not fully exert the power of magic weapons and secret treasures, they could only get some abilities and characteristics added, and there were restrictions. Dragons could only choose the blessing of one magic secret treasure. Too many would cause conflicts and even invalidate them, so most dragons did not care about these things. Even the ability characteristics added by legendary weapons and secret treasures had a negligible effect in the eyes of the dragon clan that had grown to the later stage, and artifacts were not something that ordinary dragons could peek at. Therefore, many dragons just put some magic weapons that were suitable for them into their treasure house as collections even if they snatched them. But Karen wanted to make some different attempts. He did not yet understand whether it was a natural restriction or because dragons did not use mental power to control magic weapons and secret treasures. These were worth exploring. Even if he failed, he would only lose some materials. If he could succeed, he could not only increase his understanding of the rules of the world from the side, but also give Karen some more methods. It seems that there are still many things to explore on the road to transcendence. Fortunately, although knowledge is infinite, my life can also be boundless, until the end of time. Karen stood at the top of his nest, looking down at the endless green fields, and expressed his feelings. Then he spread his wings and swooped down. This land had ushered in autumn. Although the climate was still warm, the bleak autumn wind still dyed the endless grasslands and parts of the forest yellow. Karen saw in the air that the cultivated farmland in the distance was covered with full fruits that had bent their waists. Many farmers were naked, waving sickles, and working hard to harvest the crops. Occasionally, they looked up and chatted and laughed. There were also many children fighting and playing by the fields, or women falling behind to pick up the lost grain and tie up the crops on the ground. Those dragon dependents on the other side of the river were much rougher. They buried their heads and raised their butts, waving their sickles and slashing wildly. Many lost and remaining crops were no longer cared about. The pixies who were following behind to supervise the harvesting of grain were so angry that they flapped their little wings and sparks came out, muttering and flying around to scold those careless kobolds and gnolls. These pixies were both male and female, and each wore hats and garlands woven from wheat ears or chestnut stalks, which represented their identity as agricultural officials. These were all from the same clan that had been coaxed over by the pixie raven. The pixie was even worse than Karen, the red dragon, in terms of not being human. She even suggested not paying these pixies, as long as Karen promised to protect the pixie clan forever. Well, they also needed to be fed. Although the dragon's nature of loving bargains made Karen want to agree, Karen needed to build a kingdom with normal order. This kind of behavior was not good, and it would also easily make those pixies lazy, so Karen rejected this proposal. However, Red Dragon felt that the salaries of these pixie sprites were still open to negotiation. Anyway, the one taking the blame would be the sprite raven. In Karen's view, good friends are meant to take the blame. A little black pot won't break the small waist of the sprite raven. Karen landed in front of the orchard that the dragon group had cultivated in their youth. Now, this orchard was already full of fruits, with countless kinds of fruits emitting various fragrances, refreshing Karen, who smelled volcanic magma and sulfur all day long. Karen's huge body gradually changed under the agitation of the magic power in his body, transforming from a red dragon nearly 16 meters long with a wingspan of 32 meters into a humanoid monster 6.5 meters tall, with scarlet horns pointing to the sky and covered with dense red scales. A pair of wide wings also changed and shrunk, turning into a red dragon style that matched the body proportions, naturally and relaxedly fitting against the back of the red dragon's tall body. The entire huge head shrank proportionally, becoming more streamlined, with thick thorns growing from both cheeks, and thorns on the broad, thick shoulders rising to the sky like shoulder armor. Sharp thorns also grew on the elbows of a pair of arms, and the hands also presented 5 flexible claws like those of a dragon descendant. These scales and thorns on the body could be freely hardened or softened under Karen's subjective will, and the claws on the hands could also be freely extended or retracted. When not needed, he could hide his claws like a big cat, and when needed, they would pop out immediately, turning into a sharp weapon for reaping lives. This was the humanoid form that Karen transformed into using the transformation technique learned from his inheritance. In Karen's current aesthetic, this was the beautiful humanoid form that suited him. As for the human appearance, in his opinion, it was too delicate and did not conform to the majesty of a dragon. Only those sissy green dragons and silver dragons particularly liked to appear in the form of humans and elves. Although Karen now preferred his dragon body form, this humanoid form was also transformed for the convenience of some activities. After all, the red dragon's body was growing larger and larger, making it inconvenient to go anywhere. Moreover, in the future, many humanoid races, including humans, would become citizens of his ruling kingdom, and the humanoid form would also make it easier to gain recognition in some situations. After all, when a huge red dragon stares at you with indifferent vertical pupils, no one will not have some terrible thoughts in their heart. This was the last compromise Karen made for his kingdom. The trees in the dragon group's orchard were very tall, 2 or 3 times taller than their counterparts in the wild. No one knew how many ghostly things the green dragon Antagena and the Noel Yugu had buried underground in the orchard during this time. Karen's tall body stepped into the orchard, slightly frowning. Even in his current humanoid form, his 6.5-meter tall body seemed quite restricted. And the 6.5-meter humanoid form was the lowest limit for the red dragon to transform into a human form. In this form, Karen could exert most of his power. Although Karen's original form did not appear clumsy like other dragons, shrinking the body also meant an increase in relative flexibility. It could be said that Karen's strength was not much restricted. This was also the lowest limit for Karen's use of transformation. He was unwilling to reduce his strength in order to transform into a humanoid form. In his opinion, this was a behavior of abandoning the fundamentals. With a thought in his mind, the newly born heart energy in his body agitated between his flesh and blood, and his body gradually became shorter, and the entire form shrank proportionally slightly, until about 3.5 meters, Karen realized that his body had reached the limit of control. Crack! Karen's claws clenched tightly, feeling the power of this form, which was slightly reduced compared to the previous power, but not significantly reduced. Among the dragon's inheritance, there are two kinds of knowledge, transformation and body transformation. Transformation is a spell that dragons can use to transform into any form of creature they know, while body transformation is a spell that dragons can freely enlarge and shrink their bodies. However, body transformation is more difficult than transformation, and not every dragon has the knowledge of body transformation. However, Karen's current change was not achieved by using the dragon's body transformation technique, but by using his heart energy to control his body's flesh and blood. This power, born between Karen's body and flesh and blood, and highly unified with Karen's mind and spiritual will, was extremely magical. According to Karen's experience, he found that the reaction of heart energy was faster than the reaction of the bronze certificate on the former noble Will Clarence. The power seed of the bronze certificate could achieve the speed of thought, which was already a super first-class reaction speed, which was countless times faster than a mage agitating magic power to outline a spell model and then releasing magic. This was also one of the reasons why some warriors could face mages. However, the heart energy on Karen's body was almost spontaneous, and it moved as soon as the heart moved, without any reaction time at all. The release was even faster than the Red Dragon's bloodline talent spells, perhaps because this power was born between the heart and the spirit. Tisk, it seems that I have discovered a remarkable ability. Karen strolled in the orchard, feeling a different vision. He was used to seeing the world with the vision of a dragon, but now it was a bit strange. He walked along the tree-lined avenue into the depths of the orchard. These tree-lined avenues were all trampled out by the young dragons in the past, and they were also considered wide for the current Karen. In the depths of the orchard stood a tall stone pavilion, which was where the young dragons used to rest. For the current dragon, the function of this pavilion was probably just to rub against the scales and give the dragon an itch. Karen's gaze looked at the stone pavilion. Two people were sitting on the crude stone table in the pavilion, one was the young squint-eyed mage Hughes, and the other was the beautiful Countess Bartoli with black-red short hair and clear blue eyes. A male pixie sprite was fluttering its wings beside the two, and 2 glasses of honey fruit wine with a sweet scent were placed in front of the two. "Oh, it's Lord Karen," the pixie sprite discovered Karen's figure and quickly greeted him. This magical creature did not rely on appearance to identify other people's identities, but relied on a unique aura, so it was easy to find Karen's true face. "Go, get me a glass of honey fruit wine too, super size." Karen waved away the pixie sprite. The squint-eyed mage Hughes and the short-haired Countess Bartoli also stood up. Hughes looked at Karen's humanoid form, and the eyes that were squinting finally opened a little bit, and exclaimed in surprise, "Karen, you are indeed a magical genius. It is rare for a red dragon to master transformation in his youth." Countess Bartoli gave Karen a noble etiquette and said, "Good day, honorable lord of the dragon group." Karen nodded calmly. He had no good feelings for the squint-eyed mage. Even though he had cooperated with him before, he had suffered a loss from the mage's calculations. Before he could beat the mage, he had no special enthusiasm for treating this mage. "It's rare, after so long, Hughes, you still haven't learned to open your eyes when you speak. That's disrespectful to others." For Countess Bartoli, he was slightly better, and responded, "Good day, beautiful lady." The calm face of the squint-eyed mage suddenly showed a constipation-like expression, and his neck also swelled a bit. The Countess Bartoli next to him laughed suddenly, watching with interest the scene of her smart brother rarely being deflated. "Sit down, don't be polite." Karen motioned for the two to sit down, as if he was not the one who had just made sarcastic remarks. "Hughes, I heard from Gamot that the conditions you proposed this time are unusually generous." Karen looked at the squint-eyed mage's eyes that had returned to calm, and tapped the cold stone table lightly with his red claws and asked, "You said you can open a magic academy in my territory, and you can incorporate the magic academy into the Dragon Academy, and teach magic knowledge for a fee. You will also donate the small inventions made by your mages during experiments, and the improved papermaking and printing technology to the Dragon Group for free. I don't believe you are just trading with me to earn some gold coins to pay these prices. Tell me, what is your real purpose? Or, are you here to ask for the return of your previous investment?" Karen's eyes suddenly became stern, staring at Hughes's eyes, and said solemnly, "Don't use other excuses to perfunctory me, unless you think dragons are fools." "Of course not, Karen." Hughes's expression also became solemn. "Our investment in you is only because we are optimistic about your future. We mages don't care about the interests of those gold coins. This investment is just to enhance our relationship." The mage Hughes stood up, took a deep breath, and then said, "Karen, I can tell you something, which is also the root of our scholars and mages. This is our attitude and sincerity." The expression on Karen's face softened, and he nodded. "In a distant era, that was the era after the dragons ruled the world, just like the era when elves and dwarves ruled the world. There was an era created by many great mages. In that great age that all mages yearned for, magical civilization was extremely prosperous. Those legendary mages created a great empire, the Magic Empire, and the ruler of the empire was called the Magic Emperor, and there was also a supreme magic council that only legendary mages could be promoted to." The squint-eyed mage Hughes could not help but bring some fanaticism in his tone. He waved his arms, as if he was giving a speech on stage. "In that great magic empire, there were hundreds of legendary mages, and even mages who stepped into the demigod realm were not in the minority. With the development of exploration and civilization, the Magic Empire conquered one plane world after another. These mages were no longer satisfied with building mage towers in the terrestrial realm. So they used great knowledge to build countless sky tower groups, and endless floating cities floated in the sky of endless worlds, ruling all living beings. Their great power was even comparable to the divine light of the gods." The squint-eyed mage's eyes also widened, and endless longing and envy appeared on his face. At the most peak moment, these mages even drove the sky tower groups and endless floating cities into the void and chaos to explore endless knowledge and mysteries. They even dared to reach out to the gods, block the beliefs and divine power of the human gods, and tried to cut off the gods' kingdoms to study. Some crazy mages even planned to capture the gods alive and study them by slicing them. The mage said here, his face suddenly became a little frightened. However, at a certain moment, this extremely powerful magic empire suddenly collapsed overnight. The Magic Emperor was also killed by the gods himself. The Supreme Magic Council fell apart. Endless sky tower groups fell like rain, falling between the earth and the ocean. Infinite floating cities also fell into the endless abyss. The entire magical civilization was instantly wiped out, and the history of its existence was also covered up by time. This memory only exists in the memories of some ancient gods and lives, and no records can be left in the world." The mage Hughes swallowed, stopped his words, and looked dryly at Karen, who looked like he was listening to a story. "It's a pity, a great civilization." Karen came back to his senses, but according to his idea, although this magical civilization was courageous, it was obvious that the heads of those who studied magic were burned out. Even the dragons, a powerful race that spread throughout all the worlds, did not dare to easily attack the gods. Although the dragon race has declined today, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Even if there is only one ancient dragon in each plane, the endless planes combined are definitely stronger than this magic empire. Although the strength of the legendary mage is currently out of reach in Karen's eyes, it is estimated that the gods will not pay attention to it. After all, the legendary mage only touches the rules and masters the rules, while the gods themselves are almost equivalent to the origin of the laws. "So, you scholar mages are the descendants of the Magic Empire, the remaining civilization?" Karen asked. "Almost," the mage nodded. "We summarized history and realized that a pure magician civilization is crazy. Magical civilization can be used as the pillar of civilization, but it cannot be too pure. So, what is your purpose in finding me?" Karen seemed to understand. "There is a part of the reason, and the other part of the reason is that we have discovered many lost knowledge and civilizations of the Magic Empire that have sunk in other planes through the remaining memories of history." The mage Hughes talked eloquently, but the situation in each plane is different. Only dragons, creatures that existed at the beginning of the creation of heaven and earth, will not be severely suppressed and affected by various planes like other creatures. In this regard, even legendary mages are not as good as you dragons. Karen nodded. This is why dragons are called perfect creatures. Not only can they survive in all environments, but almost all planes have their figures. Even some creatures stronger than dragons cannot do it. For example, the legendary creature that regards dragons as prey, the thorned mountain cat. Chapter 114. Huff, the flowing wind in the sky swirled into subtle air vortices under the huge wings of the red dragon, and the strong wind pressed down the thick branches entangled with ancient vines in the forest. The red dragon landed on a low mountain in the forest with a gust of wind, and then sniffed around, finding no signs of other intrusions or destruction, before retracting its wings and turning over the top of the low mountain. The red dragon's 4 claws clung to the stone wall of the low mountain, and it lifted the dense vines covering the cliff of the low mountain, revealing a wide and deep cave, and then burrowed into it. Kadilas is the name of this red dragon. It has now passed through the most dangerous and highest mortality rate period of its life, the cub stage, and has entered the youth stage, the second highest mortality rate period in a dragon's life. The former is because they are weak. Although dragons are born with a higher starting point than most other races, in the cub stage, well-coordinated elite adventurers can easily defeat 5-colored dragons if they are equipped with sophisticated weapons. Even some powerful extraordinary magical beasts can treat ordinary 5-colored dragon cubs as prey. The dragon's might of young dragons cannot scare those wild monsters. The youth stage is because they are reckless. At this stage where the dragon's strength leaps forward, many 5-colored dragons who reach the youth stage experience a surge in confidence, greed, and the strong aggressiveness of 5-colored dragons along with their soaring size. Many dragon-slaying tragedies on the continent of Icania mainly involve 5-colored dragons in their youth stage. According to incomplete statistics from those bored human mages, only about 1/5 of each generation of 5-colored dragons can survive the youth stage. In this 1/5 ratio, black dragons who like to nest in swamps and blue dragons who live in groups in the desert account for the vast majority, and green dragons who only like to stay in their forests as twisted gardeners also account for a portion. The highest mortality rates are for red dragons and white dragons, far exceeding the proportion of the other 3 chromatic dragon types. The reason for the death of red dragons is obvious. Red dragons, who love to be bandits, are often defeated by swarming dragon slayer teams and adventurers after invading a few human towns, and then become commodities on the market and collectibles in other people's treasure houses without even seeing the princess. White dragons, even if they hide in those uninhabited glacier lands and like to dig and live in the corners of remote glacier lands, their lives seem too humble. There are always countless dragon hunter teams and adventurers who come to make trouble for them, dragging them out of their sleeping caves and slaughtering them like pigs. This kind of dragon not only fails to gain the respect of other dragons who are also true dragons, but is also despised by other races. After being driven out of the nest by his dragon mother in his adolescence, Kadilas, the red dragon, passed by the extremely distant grassland, the polar glacier land covered with ice and snow all year round. He persuaded a juvenile female white dragon with his reasoning, and enslaved her as a servant. His daily activities were to enjoy the white dragon's prey and the white dragon's body. Life was very comfortable for a while. If the glacial climate hadn't been unsuitable for red dragon growth and brought negative effects to the red dragon, Kadilas would have wanted to build a nest and live in the glacier. Tisk tisk, the red dragon Kadilas showed a lewd smile that only dragons could understand, while smacking his lips. His body, which had just passed through adolescence and reached more than 18 meters, swayed involuntarily, obviously recalling some good things. It's a pity for that obedient white dragon dog. I shouldn't have eaten her to replenish my consumption during hibernation, Kadilas muttered to himself, with a trace of flesh and blood debris still hanging on his white fangs from the prey he had just hunted. Solitary dragons always have all kinds of quirks. The red dragon Kadilas, who likes to talk to himself, is considered a relatively mentally healthy dragon. But there is more than one female dragon in that dragon group. Lord Kadilas can't wait to enjoy their wonderful taste. A strong possessiveness was revealed in the red dragon's deep red eyes. Wandering and solitary dragons are always more cautious than dragon families living in groups. The red dragon Kadilas has also developed this habit during his years of solitary wandering life. He will not stay in one place for more than 3 to 5 years when he establishes a nest. Once it exceeds 3 to 5 years, the red dragon's aura will leave strong traces in that place, making it easy to be tracked. But Kadilas has been nesting in this place for 6 years. The red dragon, who should have abandoned his nest and left, changed his mind when he entered the youth stage. He felt that his powerful strength could make him the lord of this place. He wants to build a monster kingdom of his own, enslave all the creatures he sees, squeeze all the slaves, and vent his animal desires on all the females. This is the idea of most red dragons, and Kadilas is no exception. But before Kadilas could start his conquest, his territory was invaded by other dragons. The expansion speed of Kalen's dragon group territory has been too fast in the past 2 years. In the past few years, Kadilas was still in his adolescence, so he was relatively low-key, and his territory was not adjacent to the dragon group's territory, so neither side discovered each other's information. But now Kalen's dragon group has gradually expanded to the doorstep of this young red dragon Kadilas. Although dragons don't need to leave a puddle of dragon urine on the edge of their territory to mark it, the black dragon Rosani and the white dragon Kamid have done this a lot. These two nasty guys marked the entire edge of the territory adjacent to the red dragon Kadilas with the smell of urine. Fortunately, the red dragon Kadilas's brain hasn't been completely filled with magma. When he occupied the territory in his adolescence, he didn't dare to mark the territory carelessly, but tried his best to hide himself. How dare these weak young dragons come out to mark the territory alone? This red dragon guessed with his not yet fully solidified head that there must be a dragon family behind these young dragons. Maybe the dragon family is behind an adult blue dragon. Only those guys like to pick up the eggs laid by dragons of various colors and hatch them, and then raise them to adulthood. But in his subsequent observation, he found that the most powerful dragon in this dragon group was just a juvenile blue dragon. That blue dragon, as the leader, was quite diligent, and would fly over the dragon group's territory every few days to patrol their territory. And in the smell of marking the territory, the aura of this juvenile blue dragon was the most intense, which proved Kadilas's idea. Tisk, observe for a few more days. If it is determined that the leader of that dragon group is that weak blue dragon, then this dragon group is not worthy of occupying such a vast territory. They should all become powerful red dragons, my vassals, Kadilas. Only the great red dragon is worthy of those beautiful and coquettish female dragons and that fertile territory. The red dragon Kadilas still maintained the caution of a solitary evil dragon. He squinted his eyes slightly and muttered, at that time, should I directly challenge that weak blue dragon and then become their leader, or should I directly rush in and knock them all down? Let me think, what should I do to be more majestic and show my Kadilas, the demeanor of a great red dragon? The red dragon smacked his lips, his thoughts jumping to the entanglement of which female dragon to fuck first. Even so, I will not easily take risks. It is very dangerous to rashly enter other planes, Kalen shook his head. Although dragons are naturally gifted in adapting to the world, and entering other planes is almost unaffected by severe suppression and influence. But Kalen never believes that dragons are invincible, especially since he is just a young dragon with a lot of bright growth space and future. There is no need to take risks for some lost magical knowledge. The benefits gained and the risks faced are not proportional at all. If the benefits gained far outweigh the risks faced, Kalen might consider it for 3 more seconds before refusing, but now, Kalen almost refused directly without thinking about it to the squinting mage Hyacer's suggestion. Kalen, of course we will not ask you to rashly enter those powerful and dangerous planes. In fact, based on some historical remains we have retrieved, we have mastered many plane coordinates. Under our sorting and combing, these plane coordinates have rough records and hazard level classifications for the planes they represent. We will first explore the lowest level planes, and we can share this knowledge with you. The mage Hyacer began to agitate his lips and tongue. Red dragons are natural conquerors, with endless conquering desires. Although Kalen is not driven by the will and desires of red dragons, the instinct of desire always exists, unless Kalen is not a red dragon. And the first target we explored was specially chosen for you, Kalen. Hyacer's squinting eyes tried to widen, wanting to show his sincere gaze. This plain is named Green Wild Forest by us. Due to the limitations of the Green Wild Forest native plain, almost no strong people like the Saint level have been born in this plain since the exploration of the Magic Empire. It belongs to the lowest level and danger level among all plane coordinates. In theory, your mages can easily explore such a plane. You have a lot of high-level mages, wouldn't they be able to walk sideways in that plane? High-level mages should not be greatly suppressed. Kalen narrowed his eyes slightly, finding a loophole in the mage's words. The squinting mage shook his head and said, although that plane is very small and its strength is average, almost all the land in all plains is covered by dense forests. The number of natives in the forest is almost endless. Those natives are all variants of the original elves born from the plain, and their strength in the forest is also increased to a certain extent. Under this terrifying number, even high-level mages, if they are not careful, will be killed by arrows and spears that come from nowhere. After all, the mage's magic power is not endless, and mental power will also be consumed. Kalen nodded. Such a situation is indeed very troublesome. Even if a saint-level archmage goes there, it is useless to kill hundreds or thousands of native creatures with one spell, unless they can have the great power to suppress the entire plane, otherwise the endless consumption will be enough for these mages to drink a pot. In such a situation, dragons and dragons' dependents have a great advantage. As long as the dragons' dependents put on sophisticated iron armor, they can slowly sweep those native residents one by one. Under the magical blessing and enhancement of these mages, they don't need to be afraid of the spellcasters born among those native residents. And dragons, if the situation is really as the mages said, the arrival of dragons is no different from the arrival of war machines. The defense of the scales on Kalen's body is so outstanding now that even his own claws need to spend a lot of effort to cause damage. This is still because the dragon's attack is naturally accompanied by magical attributes of the same blood origin. Moreover, the red dragon's surface protection is not only that layer of scales that looks like a work of art, but also an elemental protection layer and a magic shield. This is the quality that a dragon who studies magic should have. There is also the red dragon's dragon breath and spells, which are naturally restrained by this forest environment. Of course, what makes the red dragon a little tempted is the almost infinite native population of that plane. What the current dragon group territory lacks most is the population. A sufficient population is the basis for territory development. Without a sufficient population, any idea is just empty talk. But the mage's next words made Kalen instantly moved. Most importantly, that plane is a paradise for forests and plants, so many trees of life have been born. There is a tree of life growing about every 500 or 600 miles, and those trees of life, Kalen, we can give them all to you, just need one as a research material. The mage spoke words comparable to the temptation of the devil, and Kalen instantly felt his heartbeat speed up. The tree of life is a sacred object unique to the elf race. Other benefits don't need to be seen. Simply planting these trees of life will turn the area affected by the tree of life into a prosperous place. Not only will crops grow prosperously and be able to obtain more harvests, but even the newborns born in the territory will become smarter, their physique will be stronger, and the infant survival rate will be higher. This is simply the best auxiliary for territory development. The elves' use of the tree of life is simply a waste of natural resources. They are always thinking about that little bit of leaves, branches, and water of life. In Kalen's view, those elf tribes are another form of freeloading, but what they are freeloading on is the tree of life. Kalen's red claws tapped on the hard stone table. If the situation in that plane is as the squinting eyes said, then he can indeed find a chance to go there. All primitive capital accumulation is accumulated through plundering others. It takes a long time to develop slowly by relying on the dragon group territory. Although Kalen is a dragon, belonging to the long-lived species that mortals look up to, he will not refuse the shortcut to development. And if he can successfully gain a foothold in the green wild forest, he can use the resources of the entire plane to supply the dragon group's territory. It was okay if Kalen didn't make a decision, but once he made a decision, his ambition would not be so small. He would not only be satisfied with the knowledge and inheritance left by those magic empires, as well as those native elves and trees of life. He wanted to swallow the entire plane and treat the entire green wild forest plane as the territory's back garden and resource reserve base. I have to say, squinting eyes, you convinced me, you successfully moved my peace-loving heart, Kalen said with a smile, completely unaware of how to write the word shameless. Excellent. With your cooperation, our exploration will definitely be smooth. Archmage Hughes was overjoyed, completely disregarding the words squinty eyes in Karun's words. However, I have two requests. Karun raised two fingers, he said with a faint smile. The first request is that the location for establishing the planar portal will be chosen by me, as well as the departure time. No problem, Archmage Hughes readily agreed to this condition. The mage was sincerely seeking cooperation and did not care about these minor details. The second request is that after entering the green wild forest plain, every exploration activity and behavior you all undertake must be approved by me. I don't want to be burdened by teammates who are as stupid as pigs. That's also no problem, Archmage Hughes agreed without hesitation. These cooperation conditions were not harsh, which secretly relieved the mage who was prepared to be heavily fleeced. Well, that's good. But recently I want to build a laboratory for magical experiments. I don't have any experience, and I'm not comfortable leaving the territory before the laboratory is built, Karun sighed softly. Here it comes, as expected, you can't overestimate their moral standards when making deals with dragons, the squinty-eyed Archmage Hughes's brow twitched. A mage's laboratory is not cheap. If a laboratory is built according to complete specifications, even these wealthy mages will be shocked by the speed at which those shiny gold coins disappear. This of course, we will help you, Karun. Archmage Hughes gritted his teeth and still agreed to the Red Dragon's polite request. Very good, then, happy cooperation. Karun clapped his hands with a smile, stood up, and prepared to leave. Wait, Karun, Lord of the Dragon Clan, Countess Bathory, who had been listening quietly, stood up and stopped Karun from leaving. She raised her head and strode to Karun. Her tall figure of nearly 6 feet is considered a good height among humans, and even more so among women, but in front of Karun, who is about 11 feet tall, the Countess can only look up. Oh, do you also have something to discuss with me, beautiful lady? Karun stopped and looked at the voluptuous lady in front of him, openly admiring the unique voluptuous beauty of the female form. Countess Bathory raised her head, her short hair falling back, revealing a pair of round and fair ears like ingots. She said, I wish to pledge allegiance to you. As my sincerity, I can lead all the soldiers and people in the earldom who are loyal to me to submit, hoping to obtain a certain position under the Dragon Clan. Karun's eyebrows rose. He really didn't understand why Bathory, as a human noble, and still a high-ranking noble countess, would give up everything to pledge allegiance to him. Even if the Red Dragon was confident, he didn't think these humans would be like those monsters, able to easily submit to the Red Dragon's majesty. So Karun asked, but the answer he got was unexpected. She has fallen into the void of life and is sliding towards nothingness. Who told her to not be smart enough but like to think wildly, so she needs another life to seek the meaning of life, in short, she is too full. Archmage Hughes spread his hands helplessly, preemptively answering for the Countess. Bathory smiled, revealing a mouthful of crystal-clear white teeth, but her eyes, like ripples of emerald water, revealed a hint of madness. She said softly, I like exciting lives, I hate boring lives, but I am unwilling to give up the decency of a noble and become those grey-faced adventurers. Okay, Karun nodded. He was familiar with this idea of doubting the meaning of life. He was in this situation for a while when he first came to this world, until his free will gradually strengthened, and he abandoned those negative thoughts, and a more determined goal was born in his heart. Maybe in the future, there will be a battle group organization formed by women under my command, Karun thought to himself. In the northern countries that advocate martial valor, those women are not weaklings. Ordinary thieves who dare to underestimate these women will have their brains blown out by these sturdy women. Moreover, the situation in the Dragon Clan's territory is even more so. Not only are there many female adventurers and powerful female warriors, in addition to reproduction, never deliberately distinguish between men and women. But I don't need you to bring back all the soldiers and people who are loyal to you. You should bring those who are neutral and opposed to you. Karun raised the corner of his mouth at a strange angle, and he stared at the short-haired countess's beautiful green eyes and said, when you bring those people back, it will be the moment to swear allegiance to me. Countess Bathory obviously did not expect the request made by Karun. Although her big eyes were a little doubtful, she still lowered her head slightly, revealing her white and slender back neck. Yes, I will do as you wish. Karun turned around, his wings spread out behind him, leaped into the sky, and then dispelled his dragon-born form in mid-air, transforming back into a huge red dragon. Whoosh! The strong wind from the red dragon's flapping wings bent the fruit trees in the orchard, and his body swept past the foot of the mountain, over the heads of the newly established Imperial Guard. These tall Imperial Guards, each wearing iron armor, even their heads are covered in sealed helmets, only revealing a pair of eyes. The weapons they carry are also heavy broadswords. The Imperial Guards stand at the foot of the mountain, watching every creature that tries to approach the dragon's nest. Although the number is small, they have an indomitable aura. Bring Yugu to see me, the red dragon's deep dragon language accompanied his huge body, and then rose up, straight to the top of the mountains. The turbulent wind blew the red cloaks behind the Imperial Guards, like red flags fluttering. Yes, the Imperial Guards knelt on one knee with their broadswords, and shouted in unison in the clanging sound of the iron armor. Chapter 115. The Knoll Chieftain, Yugu, received a message from a flying bird, informing him of the red dragon's summons. He immediately led the warriors patrolling the territory back without stopping. Eager to prove his worth and ability, he led his strongest warriors on constant raids during the tribe's rest periods from cultivating the wasteland. His activities extended beyond the southernmost Bay Stream city, though closer to the coast. Many of the troll slaves building the dragon's castle in the mountains were acquired thanks to him. Several smaller ogre tribes were also conquered by Yugu, this highly aggressive individual, and sent back as slaves. Karen had also been watching Yugu's performance. In his view, it was good for his subordinates to have ambition. The most important thing was whether the person had the ability to create value for him. Now, Yugu's opportunity had arrived. Karen decided to send Yugu to the Green Wild Forest Plain to establish an outpost and investigate the situation. Within the territory, the other vassals, led by the powerful dragon descendant centaur Chiron, were currently the strongest troops under the dragon. Their combat power was superior to that of the gnolls, and they were accustomed to living and fighting in the forest, their excellent archery skills rivaling even those of the elves. However, Karen did not plan to deploy the centaur warriors. On one hand, the territory needed these loyal warriors to guard it. The loyalty of these warriors had already been proven, and Karen trusted these centaurs even more than the kobolds. On the other hand, the newly subdued gnoll vassals were inherently aggressive. Karen believed these fellows needed to shed blood and expend their bodies for the territory to better integrate into it. After all, fighting for a specific goal would make these guys more likely to develop a sense of belonging to the territory, rather than currently being forced into the territory due to the dragon's frightening power and strength. This also aligned with Karen's principle of employing talent. You are highly aggressive, very good, I will give you a chance to invade another world. Someone like the bronze dragon Alina, who preferred to govern the territory, Karen would not send Alina to the battlefield, even during the upcoming hunt for the unidentified wandering red dragon outside the territory. Karen did not believe anyone was omnipotent. Even gods, as great as the platinum dragon god Bahamut, had things they could not do. But for a ruler, as long as they made the best use of their people, they could be considered an excellent ruler. Karen would not easily trust the mage Shiu-Sier's words just because of their previous relatively harmonious cooperation. Moreover, endless years had passed, and no one knew what changes might have occurred in the Green Wild Forest. He would not rashly step into the Green Wild Forest without intelligence. Yugu and his warriors, after running dozens of dire wolves to death, finally arrived at the foot of the mountains. At this time, 2 more dragon nests were being built on the summit of the mountains. The copper dragon Alfred and the bronze dragon Alina were demonstrating their worth to win the recognition of the dragon group. With the improved papermaking and printing techniques brought by the mage Shiu-Sier, the Golden City's administrator, Fafnir, had already publicly recruited artisans in the Golden City. Paper mills and printing workshops had gradually been set up, currently prioritizing Alfred's propaganda efforts. Alfred had also organized and revised the stories told by Karen. The first batch of story novels had already begun to be printed. They were being promoted through the Golden City's channels and were intended to be distributed and sold by the merchant groups to other human kingdoms. In this situation, Alfred had little time to build his ideal dragon nest, only selecting his mountain and residing next to the bronze dragon Alina's dragon nest. The bronze dragon Alina was a workaholic, not only leading the pioneer corps in reclaiming wasteland and building cities in Bay Stream land, but also taking the time to build her own nest. Under Alina's diligence, the mountain she selected resembled a mountain pillar. The tip had been flattened, and the entire flat top of the mountain had been excavated into a huge, deep pit, like a huge, deep lake. The bronze dragon Alina planned to wait until the entire lake nest was filled with rainwater before making the final modifications. Now, there was a third waterfall cascading from the summit in the mountains, also a beautiful scenic line in the mountains. Now, not only did the dragon's vassals like to come to the pool formed by the falling waterfall at the foot of the mountain in the afternoon to rest and play, but also many adventurers who had heard of the fame of the Golden City came here to watch. The green dragon Antagina, who was calculating every penny, had already planned to charge those who came to watch, but fortunately was stopped by the white dragon Gremot. The white dragon Gremot did not like the dragon nest becoming like a circus. Free viewing was fine, only needing the forbidden army to guard the steps to climb the mountain. Stop, Noel, only you can go up to the dragon lord's summons. The tall forbidden army, clad in full refined iron armor, like a tin can, stopped the gnoll team. The red cloak and the armor attracted all the attention of this group of gnolls. The gnoll Yugu's unique talent and tall body were only average in front of the forbidden army. Saliva almost dripped from the corners of his mouth, like other dirty gnolls, greedily watching the fully armed forbidden army warriors in front of him. These are the fucking elite warriors. The warriors in the tribe are like goblins picking up scraps compared to these warriors. The gnoll Yugu had envious thoughts in his mind. He told his warriors to stay where they were and wait, while he excitedly went to the high mountain. After climbing to the top of the mountain, the gnoll Yugu saw an unexpected figure, a short and thin green-skinned goblin listening to instructions in front of the tall red dragon. In the eyes of the gnoll Yugu, these goblins were not as good as the strong cubs in the gnoll tribe in combat power. Besides yelling and rushing up in a swarm during battle and then dispersing in a swarm, there was no other use. In the past, the gnoll tribes regarded this kind of creature as spare food. The green-skinned goblin in front of him could actually receive the dragon's personal audience, which made him curious. He respectfully stood aside and pricked up his ears to listen to the dragon's instructions. Your most important task at present is to find a foothold in various kingdoms, establish branches of the merchant group, and collect and summarize their intelligence while establishing trade relations with other kingdoms. You don't need to be responsible for these things, just hand over the intelligence you hear to the person in charge of intelligence. Karen looked at the thin goblin in front of him. This goblin was called Shan Shan. He was currently the most business-savvy goblin talent in the goblin tribe, and was also the temporary person in charge of Karen's preparations for establishing a merchant group belonging to the dragon. As for whether he could be promoted to a full-time position, it would depend on the goblin Shan Shan's own ability and performance. Your merchant group doesn't need to deliberately inquire about intelligence. Remember, never actively expose your intentions, just let it happen naturally. The most important goal of the merchant group is to earn profits and develop trade relations for the dragon. Karen pondered for a moment, and then added, remember to go to Alfred before you leave and communicate with him about the agreed time, and then allocate a portion of resources to establish a store specializing in selling books. I want your dragon's bookstores to exist in all cities and towns in those human kingdoms. This matter, you can disregard losses. The goblin Shan Shan's eyes, shining with shrewdness, turned around and boldly patted his bone-revealing chest to guarantee, don't worry, my lord, I, Shan Shan, can't do anything else, but I can make money. I will definitely not let the dragon's bookstore suffer losses. This is my lord's order, I, Shan Shan, will definitely make it shine like a gold coin. Karen's lips curled up at the goblin Shan Shan's somewhat incoherent words. Having been in contact with humans a lot, he preferred to deal with these crude and direct monsters. At least he didn't need to use his brain to guess the other party's thoughts. Speaking of which, humans were simply more contradictory and complex than all the creatures in the world. Once humans stopped acting like humans, the devils in purgatory and the demons in the abyss would also marvel and admit defeat. But among humans, souls as pure and holy as light could also be born. They were saints that other races admired, and they were also the favorite souls of all believing gods. Very good, I am very optimistic about you, Goblin Shan Shan, I remember your name, I hope your ability is as you say, then you will get the reward you deserve. The huge red dragon deliberately restrained his voice, fearing that he would blow the thin goblin Shan Shan directly off the top of the mountain with a breath. And his movements were also very light, gently covering the goblin Shan Shan's ugly head with his dragon claws, and the sharp dragon claws also restrained their sharpness, for fear of accidentally killing this goblin. When facing the dragon and these vassals alone, Karen never used the transformation technique to transform into a dragon descendant form. Different objects must have different responses. For these creatures who only respect power and violence, Karen will establish an impression of absolute rule with power and posture that surpasses them. Dong, dong, dong. The goblin Shan Shan knocked his head out of rhythm, and then happily retired. Being valued by the dragon was the best way for these vassals to surpass their social class, and he was already very satisfied. Master, Noel Yugu has received the summons and has come to pay his respects. Noel Yugu knelt on one knee, hammered his chest hard with his hand, and bowed his head. The red dragon's thick head lowered, and his thorn-covered cheeks almost touched the top of the gnoll's head. A pair of gradually deep red eyes scrutinized the bowing gnoll leader. Karen could feel the gnoll's body trembling unconsciously, which was caused by the red dragon's increasingly powerful majesty and pressure. Yugu, if the dragon needs the gnolls to shed blood, what will you do? Karen's words were like a blow to the head for the gnoll Yugu. The gnoll didn't understand if he hadn't done enough to make the dragon abandon the gnoll tribe. But he didn't dare to hesitate at all, and answered decisively, if the dragon needs the gnolls to shed blood, then the gnolls will cast the dragon's glorious emblem with their own blood. My lord, your will is the oracle that the gnolls should believe in. Hee, the red dragon raised his head, and the powerful pressure disappeared instantly. Karen laughed thunderously, then I will give you a chance, Yugu, to find the dwarf craftsman, the territory's craftsman officer Kragan, and let him provide your gnolls with 300 sets of iron armor and weapons. I allow you to establish a warband, select your bravest warriors, and your most capable casters. Your warband will follow me on an expedition to another weak plane. This is your opportunity to prove yourself. If you perform well, you will get the reward you want. The red dragon looked down at the gnoll and said. At this time, the gnoll Yuga felt like he had been hit with a sap and eaten a big sweet date. The dragon's words made his mind dizzy with surprise. Karen was treating the gnolls like training a dog, and it seemed the result was not bad. The gnoll Yuga did not suppress his excited mood. War was nothing to fear for the gnolls. Many gnolls even became adventurers in order to taste the flesh and blood of other races. As long as the gnolls restrained their desire to eat humans, those human adventure teams would also accept these bloodthirsty gnolls. Where your will points, that is where the gnolls fall. Gnoll Yuga did not hide his bloodthirsty gaze. For himself, even sacrificing the entire gnoll tribe was not enough. As long as he existed, the gnoll tribe would not disappear. It could be said that Yuga was a character among monsters, and it was also the selfish nature of all monsters. The overjoyed gnoll Yuga wanted to step forward and kiss the red dragon's toes, but was immediately kicked to the ground by the red dragon at an extremely fast speed, falling face first. Yuga, this is not what you should do. A warrior should have the demeanor of a warrior. Karen took 2 steps back. Although the gnoll Yuga was as clean as if he were not a gnoll at all, he still subconsciously rejected this behavior. Only fragrant and soft bodies like the ogre giant Fafnir were qualified to approach him and make such actions. This was the red dragon's open rejection and discrimination. He didn't care about his current psychology. He frankly accepted that he also had a mean and vulgar side. He was not doing it as a saint. He was a red dragon, a believer in dictatorial totalitarianism. Then Karen instructed the bewildered gnoll on another matter, which was about the wandering red dragon around the territory. He needed these gnolls to take some actions to attract the red dragon out. This wandering red dragon was a threat to the territory. If Karen didn't plan to explore the green wild forest, he would be too lazy to care about the red dragon. After all, Karen would become stronger every day. Karen's growth rate was unmatched by other dragons. As long as Karen passed his adolescence and entered his teenage years, he was confident that he could easily solve it even if the wandering red dragon was a young red dragon. Although it was a bit tricky for Karen now, the squinting mage Shiu-Sir and other high-level mages had arrived one after another, and it would be a waste not to use them. Therefore, Karen planned to set the location of the plane teleportation gate on the western periphery of the dragon group's territory, which was exactly where the wandering red dragon haunted. When the plane teleportation gate was built, Karen would tell those mages about the existence of the wandering red dragon. In order to ensure the safety of the plane teleportation gate, those high-level mages would also take the initiative to take action. Of course, it would be even better if the rogue red dragon appeared ahead of time. Even if that rogue red dragon was in its youth and had awakened its magical abilities, it would be tied up like a dragon-shaped rice dumpling under the siege of a group of high-level mages and dragons, at the mercy of Kalen. Kalen wanted to deal with this red dragon before he started exploring the plains, and also arrange other things to eliminate all unstable factors. Go, Yugu, this matter brooks no failure. Kalen waved his claws, dismissing the gnoll Yugu, preparing to reorganize and build his legion. The gnoll Yugu accepted the order and retreated, while Kalen flew back to his lair and burrowed into the treasure vault. The entrance to the treasure vault, hidden under the vigorously growing dragon blood red flame grass and various magical plants, had become a bit narrower. To avoid trampling on these valuable magical plants, the red dragon had to activate the bloodline magic in his body and transform into a dragonborn form. Kalen ignored the rest of the treasures and went straight to the 2 huge black snake eggs. The 2 snake eggs were now gathering the magic power of the entire treasure vault. With the nourishment of sufficient magic power, the life fluctuations in the snake eggs were gradually increasing. Kalen was looking forward to seeing what these 2 titan pythons would look like in the future under the radiation of his bloodline and the infection of his aura. In Kalen's view, the dragon's bloodline was a kind of derivation and coverage of a certain rule with extremely high priority. He didn't know what rules the dragon god of creation had put into the dragon bloodline. Some creatures that seemed to have the same bloodline as the dragon could also be infected by the dragon under the long-term influence and become monsters with dragon characteristics. The research on the expansion of this bloodline would also be one of the topics in Kalen's future laboratory. The two snake babies who had not yet been born might rather never be born than learn that they had been listed as experimental products by the Red Dragon. Kalen felt that his future laboratory might be many times larger than his lair. Just the research on the bloodline alone would require collecting the bloodlines of many unique creatures, and the more the better. It would be best to have living creatures for Kalen to study, and at worst, specimens would be needed. Kalen could imagine how terrifying his laboratory would be in the future, perhaps regarded by many creatures as the most vicious and inescapable hell. After checking the condition of the two snake eggs, Kalen began to search in his treasure vault for the magic crystals condensed from pure magic power. He picked and chose, selecting those magic crystals the size of fingers from his treasure, and then arranged a positioning teleportation magic circle in his treasure vault according to the knowledge of magic arrays. The knowledge of space magic was too profound, and he didn't have that much energy to get involved in plain teleportation magic arrays yet. This positioning teleportation magic array was improved by him. It was a positioning teleportation spell formed by combining the dragon's inherited spell, Egg of Protection, with ordinary teleportation magic. The spell, Egg of Protection, awakened from the inheritance of the dragon's bloodline, allows the dragon to enter a gap space between the void in place when it encounters life danger. At that time, the dragon cannot use any spells or abilities. After the spell expires, it reappears in place, but under Kalen's spell positioning, once Kalen enters a dangerous state and is forced to use the Egg of Protection spell, this positioning teleportation gate will teleport the entire Egg of Protection to the treasure vault, realizing another form of plane teleportation. This was also thanks to the subbrain cluster. The current subbrain cluster is equivalent to a biological computer that is constantly running. In the case of summarizing a large amount of magical knowledge and spell models, the subbrain cluster will improve the spells suitable for Kalen according to Kalen's needs and ideas. Although Kalen could not create spells like those talented mages, improving spells and combining different spells was something that other mages could not match. Kalen felt that this was the basic quality of a mage, instead of those fanatical mages who held a big fireball all day long and exploded everywhere. Those fanatical fireball cults were vulgar heretics. Buzz, buzz. Along with the vibration of the air caused by the activation of magic power, a series of magical auras bloomed from the magic circle. Kalen knew that this improved spell had been successfully tested. In order to maintain the uninterrupted operation of the magic circle, Kalen needed to test how much magic crystal it would consume to operate the magic circle for a day before he could configure the operating time of the magic circle. Tisk tisk, no wonder it is said that mages are a money-burning industry. Just maintaining the operation of this magic circle can bankrupt those wandering mages. Kalen raised his dragon claw, stroked his chin, and constantly observed the changes in the magic crystal. If it weren't for the abundant magic power naturally possessed by the magic node, the mage's magic towers would be burning gold coins every moment. Kalen thought of the old mage Lap's white tower. The exterior was already tall and wide enough, and there were endless folded spaces inside the white tower. How many gold coins would it cost to maintain the operation of such a magic tower's magic circle for a day? Kalen was a little surprised by the wealth of those mages. He even had the idea of robbing several mages' magic towers. Perhaps the wealth accumulated in a mage's magic tower could be worth the income that those small nobles had worked hard for a long time. Kalen shook his head and tried to shake this dangerous idea out of his head. It must be the instinct of the red dragon that made him have such a greedy but stupid idea. A mage's magic tower is equivalent to a mage's war fortress. Kalen doesn't want to use his body to fight against spells named after disintegration and annihilation that may appear. Even adult dragons don't want to try this kind of spell. At the foot of the mountain, the Noel Yugu and his subordinates reunited, and then told these loyal and powerful subordinates the red dragon's thoughts and orders. A tall Noel barbarian raised his hand and said, "Boss, I think our battle group should be called the Brave and Invincible Noel Legion." "Bah, you have no culture at all. It should be called the Bloodthirsty Noel Group," another barbarian shouted. The Noel Yugu shook his head and kicked over two silly guys. He spat and said, "I've decided, my battle group will be called the Wolf Pack from now on. Also, we have to find a way to lure out that damn rogue red dragon who doesn't know what god's guts he ate, so that Lord Kalen can deal with it." Then how to lure the red dragon, the Noel spellcaster next to him came over. Bang! The Noel Yugu kicked him out again, kicking the Noel spellcaster away. He shouted, "Then hurry up and use your big butt to think, and quickly come up with a way for me, otherwise I will send your big butt to those horny dragon beasts, and you are not allowed to leave the beast circle all night." Chapter 116. The young red dragon, Kairos, quietly lay prone in the burrow he had dug out himself. Only his large red head was visible, and he had camouflaged it with torn thick vines and weeds, a crude disguise he had learned during his solitary wandering life. It was indeed crude. He was completely unaware that the thick horns on his head had already pierced through the disguise of vines and weeds, sticking out like two thick carrots growing upside down. Tall trees grew above and beside him, their dense branches filled with rows of birds. Among them were ravens, woodpeckers, jays, magpies, and cockatoos, some of the smarter birds. On another branch perched several falcons and kites that preyed on ordinary birds. These birds, which normally wouldn't coexist, were gathered in one place. The chirping, loud hawk cries, and noisy raven croaks mixed together, almost bursting Kairos' eardrums. Yet, he was completely unaware that many birds and beasts had recently begun frequenting the edges of his territory. He was simply delighted that he had more prey and that his territory was becoming richer. Caw, caw. 2 parrots and several ravens stared at the exposed thick carrots with their small eyes, then squawked loudly to the other birds. The rest of the birds responded to the parrots and ravens' calls with chaotic caws, except for the proud falcons and kites, which held their heads high, watching the red dragon's movements with sharp eyes, paying no attention to the others. The parrots and ravens didn't dare provoke these raptors. Even though they were all under the command of the green dragon Antagina, these mighty hawks and kites often caught a colleague or two for a snack. The green dragon Antagina didn't bother to interfere. Dragons preferred magnificent and beautiful birds, or larks with beautiful songs. Squawk, squawk. The parrots and ravens cried out twice, spread their wings, and flew towards the nest of mountains, where the dragon clan resided. The red dragon Kairos ignored the birds' movements, focusing instead on the foothills below the distant cliffs. He strained his ears to listen to the jackal men's chatter, trying to figure out the purpose of these creatures who bore the aura of other dragons. For the past half-month, these jackal men had been building a simple camp at the base of this low mountain cliff. In the days that followed, a group of mages came to the camp, directing the jackal men in a flurry of activity, constructing some kind of large-scale project. Although the red dragon Kairos himself hadn't mastered the technical knowledge of planar portals, he could still recognize one. Dragons with draconic heritage, if they were willing to spend time learning, could become erudite scholars. But that alone was a tall order for some dragons. In fact, given the generally lazy nature of most dragons, the vast majority of them allowed this knowledge to gather dust in their heritage, only enjoying the feeling of lottery-like knowledge flashing across their cerebral cortex while they slept. Draconic heritage was in the blood of these dragons, like a library whose doors had never been opened. Some knowledge required delving into their bloodline to obtain, while much could be learned simply by pushing open the door, but dragons never cherished it. Haha, that plain is just as the boss said. Not only are the creatures inside weak, but there are also plenty of white-skinned women with big butts, big breasts, and long legs. A burly, tall jackal man warrior shouted, as if afraid others wouldn't know. Once we take that weak plain, won't we each get 5, 6, 7, or 8 tender, juicy white-skinned women, boss? And so many life trees. I think we could even soak life tree leaves in water to drink every day, just like those sissy human nobles. The jackal man warrior thrust his hips and made a vulgar gesture, laughing loudly. We can enjoy the life of human nobles too, haha. And enslave those weak natives, making them mine for our dragons. Those fools don't even know to pick up the gold lying on the ground, as tall as mountains. They've really become goblin idiots from eating leaves. Bang! The talkative jackal man warrior was kicked over by the jackal man leader, Yugu. Ever since he was kicked by the red dragon, he had picked up the habit of kicking others. Brainless fool! Yugu scolded. The juiciest and most tender women should be chosen by the dragons first. You fool! You think you'll get 7 or 8 women? You'll be lucky to get 2 males. Hee, males aren't bad either. The thick-skinned jackal man warrior scrambled to his feet, his eyes wide, drool unconsciously flowing from his mouth. Huff! The red dragon Kairos' breathing suddenly became rapid. A dragon's keen ears allowed him to hear the jackal men's voices from afar, especially since they seemed to have megaphones in their throats. Indeed, I knew it. These people must have discovered a treasure, but I didn't expect them to find an entire weak plain. That's much more precious than a mere treasure. A grand plan arose in the red dragon Kairos' mind. He would seize this alternate plain, enslave all the creatures, and establish his own monster kingdom. Perhaps one day, I, Kairos, will become a great red dragon with an exclusive title in the endless astral plane because of this great conquest. The wandering young red dragon's greed instantly shattered his slight rationality and caution. He arched his body, shook off the thick vines and weeds covering his burrow, and flew into the sky. It had to be said that these jackal men's plans were simple and crude, but quite effective against chromatic dragons, almost a racial exploit. The contradictions inherent in all creatures were magnified in these dragons. All chromatic dragons, especially red dragons, could only escape the chaotic nature lurking in their blood since birth upon reaching the ancient dragon stage. Before reaching adulthood, especially during their youth, red dragons had a high mortality rate due to their frenzied, agitated minds, insatiable greed, reckless behavior, and overestimation of their own abilities. This moment of greed directly shattered the slightly cautious habits that the wandering red dragon Kairos had developed in his solitary life. He stretched out his sturdy wings, and his massive body descended from the sky, landing on the cliff of the low mountain. The intense dragon might of a young dragon spread, enveloping the entire outpost camp. Jackal men, and those human mages, submit to me. Submit to the great red dragon Kairos. I will generously spare your lives, giving you the chance to become my obedient dogs, ha ha ha. The young red dragon laughed heartily, his powerful dragon might pressing upon the minds of all creatures, the dragon's mad laughter echoing in their ears. The mages building the planar portal in the camp were led by a high-level scholar mage, with 10 mid-level mages as the main force, and 20 low-level mages with their apprentices. These mages' mental strength was sufficient to resist the young red dragon's mental pressure, but even the high-level mage Lumen didn't dare make any rash moves when facing the red dragon at such close range. At this distance, the young red dragon named Kairos could kill all the mages with a single pounce. Even with a high-level mage's magical shield, he wasn't confident he could withstand the continuous output of the young red dragon's fiery breath. Damn it, how could a wild young red dragon appear in this place? The expression on the high-level mage Lumen's face instantly paled. He looked at the other mages, and sure enough, fear was evident on all their faces. Only the jackal men, led by Yugu, remained calm and composed. Although still somewhat afraid, they didn't seem worried and prostrated themselves directly towards the young red dragon. Ah, mighty red dragon, Lord Kairos. Your body is so magnificent, your scales so beautiful, your majesty so terrifying, your greatness like the undying stars in the sky. We jackal men are willing to submit under your noble wings, but we jackal men are the kin of other dragons and dare not betray them casually. Yugu praised the young red dragon's figure in a chanting tone, word by word, all spoken in stumbling draconic. It took him several minutes to finish the series of words, as he was trying to stall for time. Damn it, these monsters are indeed untrustworthy, they have no loyalty at all. The high-level mage Lumen looked disdainfully at the bowing jackal men, feeling some dissatisfaction with Karen as well. One still can't overestimate these chromatic dragons. They actually entrusted such important matters to these fickle monsters, and they didn't even realize that their territory was quietly invaded by other dragons. What a failed, foolish lord. Although the mage Lumen was a high-level mage like Hughes, he hadn't been included in the Scholar Corps sequence. He wasn't aware of many things about the cooperation between his mages and the dragon clan, so he still harbored prejudice against chromatic dragons. After all, the outside world's inherent impression of chromatic dragons was too deep. Ha ha ha, you don't need to worry. The young red dragon Kairos laughed wildly, his words revealing a strong sense of disdain. Those dragons are just lambs to the slaughter in my eyes. If they are smart, I will allow them to become my slaves. If they are not smart, humph, I, Kairos, will send them back to the god realm of the chromatic dragon god, to repent for endless years in the god realm for daring to oppose me, Kairos. Ah, mighty Lord Kairos, but those dragons are a dragon clan, there are many dragons, and there is also a juvenile blue dragon. I wonder if Lord Kairos is confident. Yugu's slender, scarlet eyes flickered slightly, expressing his doubts about the young red dragon in front of him, and intentionally or unintentionally highlighting the juvenile blue dragon Axith. You dare doubt the power of the great Kairos. The young red dragon spat out angry sparks from his nostrils. He shouted, Jackal man, I should have burned you, who dared to doubt the power of a dragon, to ashes in one breath, but now I will let you watch those dragons be defeated by me and then trampled under my feet, so that your once high and mighty masters will also submit to my power. It's just as well to conquer the dragon clan's territory together today. Today is destined to be the day of my, Kairos, the future great evil dragon of the astral plane, rising. The young red dragon spat fire, turned his head, and his fiery pupils looked down at those mages who didn't dare make any extra movements. As for you humans, obediently open your minds, let me plant a contract of enslavement, become my lackeys, and serve me. Otherwise, I don't mind tasting the flesh of mages. The young red dragon Kairos grinned, opening his mouth to reveal his long, jagged teeth, stained with a hint of blood. The flesh of mages, full of magic, must taste to my satisfaction. Kairos's body, over 18 meters long, stepped forward, his thick claws crushing the front of the low mountain cliff under his feet. Chunks of broken rock and soil rolled from the cliff, crashing into the edge of the camp. The high-level mage Lumen's face showed a bitter expression. He even thought of fleeing alone, diving into the planar teleportation magic circle. But the activation of a huge magic circle also took time, and it couldn't be running all the time. Even a mage as wealthy as he was didn't want to bear the cost. He could only put down his pride and step forward. He bowed his head to the young red dragon and said, "We are willing to submit, mighty Lord Red Dragon, but I demand the respect due to a high-level spellcaster." Hee. The young red dragon folded his wings, jumped down from the low mountain, and his heavy body crushed the soft soil, creating 4 obvious deep dents. The young red dragon slowly walked to the high-level mage, suddenly reaching out his dragon claw to flick the high-level mage, who dared not move, sending him tumbling to the ground. Respect? In the presence of the great red dragon, all creatures deserve only to bow their heads and become obedient slaves, even if you are a spellcaster. The young red dragon's scarlet pupils revealed his pride and contempt for the mage. Unless you are more powerful than me, otherwise shove that idea of seeking respect back into your big ass. Obeying is the prerequisite for your survival, mage. Don't say such stupid things in front of me again, or I will crush you directly. The young red dragon's grim tone and brutal character were evident, which was also the character and performance of most red dragons. Perhaps the other dragons that the high-level mage Lumen encountered in the dragon clan's territory gave him a wrong impression. Karen and his dragon clan were completely different. On the issue of maintaining his pride or choosing his life, the high-level mage did not hesitate. He bowed his head deeply again and replied in a low voice, "Yes, mighty Lord Kairos." The young red dragon paced contentedly and planted a contract of enslavement magic on the high-level mage. This contract magic used the dragon's bloodline to enslave others, and the mental burden on the dragon was not great. In the past, it was used by dragons to enslave other powerful warriors, because not all of the dragon's kin were as loyal to the dragon as the dragonborn. Even those dragonborn monsters affected by the dragon's bloodline or created by the dragon had many acts of rebellion against the dragon. In many dragon traditions, there were even many examples of powerful dragons being betrayed by their dragonborn and then killed by the dragonborn. The scales on their bodies become the Dragon King's armor, their teeth and claws become the Dragon King's weapons, and their bones become the Dragon King's collectibles. Interestingly, white dragons still top this list. The most famous example is a case where an adult white dragon was defeated by their own Dragon King in a one-on-one duel. Then, this adult white dragon was killed by their Dragon King, who then seized their lair and territory. This Dragon King is the famous king of dragon wings, Dismason, known for his enormous black dragon wings. Rumor has it that King of Dragon Wings, Dismason, has the bloodline of a certain abyssal demon, which awakened after becoming a Dragon King. His massive wings can fan the flames of destruction, and his true name, hidden within the blood of the dragon and the blood of the awakened demon, possesses the power of devouring. After the King of Dragon Wings seized the white dragon's lair and killed the adult white dragon, several dragons of unknown colors attacked King of Dragon Wings, Dismason's lair one dark and windy night. The details of the battle are unknown, but 5 ancient dragons of unknown colors, along with King of Dragon Wings, Dismason, and the entire area within thousands of miles of the lair, fell into the endless abyss and never appeared in the main plane again. This incident is regarded as a disgrace by all who know of it among the chromatic dragons and is inscribed into the dragon's bloodline inheritance to warn future dragons. The enslavement magic used by the young red dragon, Kairos, was jointly developed by some ancient dragons of unknown colors after these vivid examples occurred, specifically to enslave powerful subordinates with potential and talent. This was also Kairos's good fortune, awakening the spell from his slumber between adolescence and youth, which also matched the young red dragon's personality of regarding all creatures as slaves. However, among everyone present, only this high-level mage was worthy of the young red dragon, Kairos, using this spell on. Although the high-level mage could harm the young red dragon under favorable circumstances, the young red dragon was not afraid of that, but rather afraid of the high-level mage escaping. The young red dragon touched the tip of his claw to the forehead of the high-level mage, Lumen, piercing a bloody mark. The overflowing blood, under the young red dragon's spell, actually began to squirm as if it were alive, and subtle runes danced in the blood, outlining a tiny magic circle, which finally re-entered the high-level mage Lumen's forehead. Then, a dragon horn mark appeared on the high-level mage Lumen's forehead, the dragon horn mark looking exactly like the horns on the young red dragon Katarosa's head. Anyone who tries to lift the contract on the high-level mage will suffer a counterattack from the red dragon's bloodline power. Good, it seems today is my Katarosa's lucky day, the young red dragon retracted his claws, ignoring the high-level mage Lumen's bankrupt-looking face. And looked at the knoll beside him and said, "Go, take me to find those dragons. Today, I will defeat them all and trample them under my feet. If you behave well, Knoll, I will allow you to live." The Knoll leader, Yugu, smiled and looked at the horizon. A scarlet-white line cut through the sky, rolling in with boundless wind and thunder. He could see the layers of white clouds above the high altitude being torn apart by this scarlet-white line, and the noisy gale far behind this scarlet line that shattered the sky, and the white line behind it was like the tail flame of the scarlet-red line. At first, the sound was very subtle, but the rolling wind and thunder sounded like thunder flashing and exploding in the dark clouds. The next moment, it came to the ears, booming and exploding beside everyone's ears. Before the person arrived, the sound was heard first. Even the young red dragon, Kataros, noticed this movement. He raised his head and looked up at the sky. Eyes sharper than the eagles in the sky stared at the sky surging like a wave. He didn't notice the Knoll leader Yugu's whispered murmur, "No need to go, he's coming with the dragon group, Kataros, don't be afraid." The young red dragon, Kataros, saw the true face of the scarlet trace that cut through the sky. It was a red dragon, more beautiful, more ferocious, and more majestic than himself, even though he was unwilling to admit it in his heart. The red dragon's body, blazing with fire, broke through the air's resistance, and its wide wings broke through the wind's resistance for the dragon group behind it. One dragon after another came with a gale behind the red dragon's wings. Red, white, blue, black, green, and even a bronze dragon. The young red dragon involuntarily opened his mouth. Even with the strength he held in his youth, Kataros couldn't help but be shocked by the formation of the dragon group rushing towards him. Damn it, there's even a copper dragon, a metal dragon, mixed in with the chromatic dragons. What strange things are in this dragon group? This situation could only be seen in ancient times when dragons ruled the sky and the earth. The young red dragon, Kataros, spread his wings and soared into the air. Although he felt that his strength far surpassed the opponent, he would not be foolish enough to stand still and accept the impact of the dragon group. He would take the initiative to attack, and as long as he shot down the arrowhead of the dragon group's formation, that pitiful red dragon, the entire formation would collapse without being attacked. Whoosh! The young red dragon, Kataros, stirred up a gale in the air, flapping his wide wings to accelerate, while taking a deep breath, brewing a terrifying dragon breath. The power of the dragon breath spewed by the young red dragon after his slumbering evolution had increased several times, already belonging to the advanced dragon breath. Under the scorching of the advanced dragon breath, even the fire elemental lord would be harmed. The young red dragon, Kataros, did not think that the young red dragon opposite him could withstand his dragon breath, although that young red dragon's physique was too abnormal. But every dragon can roughly distinguish the age group of the dragon. This is not only based on the physical characteristics of the dragon but also a unique perceptual connection between true dragons. Whoosh! The body of the young red dragon, who had accelerated to the fastest speed, had already burst into flames, and countless sulphurous fumes rising from between the scales enveloped his entire body. He was like a shell of a heavy cannon, rapidly impacting in the air, directly crashing into the triangular wedge-shaped formation of the dragon group. And the mages and gnolls on the ground could see clearly that although the young red dragon's speed was already extremely fast, it seemed a bit slow compared to the dragon group's formation, like an old car rushing towards a speeding heavy truck. The impact between the two sides was getting closer and closer, and the momentum of the dragon group's impact was getting more and more vast. Under the leadership of Kalen, the entire queue was actually a little faster. Wherever the dragon group passed, the gale surged, and countless dense and tall forests were blown down by the gale, like a huge snake path crushed by a giant python. Close, close, this distance is enough, the young red dragon, Kataros, stirred the magic power on his body. At the moment of approaching the dragon group's queue, he prematurely spewed out his dragon flame full of destruction and burning everything to ashes. Rolling dragon fire, crimson red closed to dark red dragon fire spewed out from the young red dragon's mouth. The violent sound of breaking wind was mixed in with the explosive sound of burning and exploding the air, and the dragon fire impacted towards the dragon group. In the eyes of the mages and gnolls on the ground, the sky was also distorted by the burning of the blazing dragon fire, and the expanding and exploding cyclone exploded in the air with a prestige comparable to thunder. Some mage apprentices even covered their ears with their hands to reduce the terrifying sound. The next moment, a huge magic shield shrouded all the dragons in the dragon group. The source of the surging magic power of that huge magic shield came from the high-level mages, headed by the squinting mage, who were firmly fixed on the copper dragon Alfred. Crack, crack! The young red dragon's dragon fire burst into a violent reaction at the moment of contact with the magic shield, like a blazing fire encountering hot oil. The collision between each other was rapidly consumed, making a crackling explosion. And Kalen flipped his body, which was much more flexible than other dragons, rose upwards, avoiding the direct collision with the young red dragon and the young red dragon's pouncing claws. And the dragon group behind him also spread out to both sides under his command, passing the young red dragon's body on the left and right sides. Roar! Kalen roared, and the four claws wrapped in heart energy stretched out and popped out. At the moment of missing the young red dragon Katarosa's body, the sharp claws, comparable to enchanted armor-piercing weapons, tore the scales on the young red dragon's back, cutting a long and deep gash. And the dragons passing the young red dragon's body on both sides also launched an attack at the same time. Although the green dragon Antagena and the black dragon Rosani had also grown, their power was too weak compared to the young red dragon. The claws scratched the scales on both sides of the young red dragon, only scratching a white scratch, without breaking the young red dragon's defense. And the white dragon Gamot and the white dragon Kamid were much smarter, Gamot because he was really smart. And Kamid was because although the white dragon was the weakest of the chromatic dragons, he possessed the most outstanding hunting skills of all the chromatic dragons, as could be seen from the first hunt of the wild boar king in the dragon group's childhood. The claws of the two white dragons scratched the young red dragon's wings, tearing the young red dragon's wings, like a tattered sail. The blue dragon axe and the blue dragon Dose not only stretched out their claws at the moment of missing the young red dragon but also sprayed their lightning dragon breath on the young red dragon, flowing all over his body along the young red dragon's scales. Only the young copper dragon Alfred, although he could not defeat the young red dragon in a head-on confrontation, his claws and strength were enough to break the young red dragon's body, leaving several wounds on the right side of the young red dragon's body that were no less than those created by Kalen. This series of actions only happened in an instant, but in this instant, the young red dragon Katarosa's body suffered a serious blow. A large amount of boiling dragon blood burst out from the wounds on his back and sides in an instant, causing the confident young red dragon to let out a huge roar of pain. And the damage to his wings also made it difficult for him to maintain his balance, and he was still maintaining the posture of rushing forward. In the next instant, he fell like a broken winged rock, and dragon blood spilled across the sky. Chapter 117. Boom! The young red dragon, Kedairos, crashed to the earth with his massive body and boiling dragon blood. The force of his forward momentum and the impact of the fall created a deep, concave pit in the soft forest soil. Terrifying shockwaves radiated outwards from the center of the pit, like a violent hurricane. Dirt flew everywhere, and the leaves of the surrounding tall trees shook and rustled. Several old trees near the pit snapped at their roots, their entire trunks uprooted and toppled outwards as if by a tornado, their thick, broken roots exposed in the loose soil. Even the mages and gnolls in the camp, farther away from the battlefield of the dragon's impact, felt a gust of wind on their faces, ruffling the mage's long hair and the gnoll's manes. Is this the power of a dragon? Even with just its body, it can stand at the pinnacle of the world. No wonder these dragons always look down on mages. The prideful heart of the high-level mage Lumen instantly settled after witnessing this impact. The gnoll leader, Yugu, had a similar thought. Even with his strength, falling from such a height would only leave him with a chance of surviving by luck. If he was unlucky, he would enter the abyss on the spot, becoming a toy and war soul weapon of the Gnoll King, Yugu. Not to mention that the young red dragon's massive weight would only amplify the force of the fall, but Kedairos didn't seem to be seriously injured. The young red dragon Kedairos climbed out of the pit, the scattering dust and smoke unable to conceal his enormous, 18-meter-long body. Streams of fiery, boiling dragon blood sprayed from his back and right ribs, splattering and dripping onto the blackish-grey soil, corroding it and producing a sizzling sound like cold water on hot oil. Then, under the young dragon's powerful healing ability and muscular control, the wounds on his back and right ribs gradually closed, leaving only a few deep, narrow, blood-white wounds, with only a few drops of dragon blood leaking out. Very good, you have successfully angered me, angered the great red dragon Kairos, the young red dragon said, his image slightly disheveled. His wings, like tattered sails, drooped, and scales around several narrow wounds on his body had burst open. Some parts of his scales had even fallen off, revealing the dragon's bare skin, like a red fish with its scales removed. But the young red dragon's tone was still arrogant, and the fury of the evil dragon's blood grew fiercer, taking over the red dragon's entire mind. His blood grew more and more turbulent, and hot steam and a strong smell of sulfur emanated from the young red dragon's scales, enveloping the entire area of the pit in a cloud of heat. The entire sulfur-colored and scarlet cloud of heat quickly thickened, like some kind of diluted swamp, completely enveloping the area within 100 meters of the young red dragon. These clouds of heat were extremely corrosive and hot. Everything they touched was corroded, becoming charred and withered. Even the soil underfoot turned into dry, scorched earth, as if all the moisture had been drawn out and all the heat had been absorbed. And the young red dragon Kairos laughed wildly in the dense cloud of heat. You ignorant, insignificant dragons, I will no longer hold back, nor will I give you the chance to become my slaves. I've changed my mind. Today, all the dragons must die, as well as those damned mages who deserve to die 10,000 times over. I will burn all of your flesh and blood to ashes and devour your bones, except for those 2 female dragons, ha ha ha. The wounds on his body gradually began to truly heal under the nourishment of the hot cloud of heat, and the dragon language in his mouth began to chant loudly. The young red dragon, who had awakened his bloodline magic, had decided to disregard his territory and unleash his innate bloodline spell. The soaring dragon language came from the cloud of heat, the dragon language carrying a peculiar rhythm and cadence. It was like an echo from an endless corridor of time and space, layer upon layer, yet it was difficult to hear clearly. The chanted dragon language was like the call of elemental spirits in a dream, and these echoes resonated with a certain rhythm of the world, triggering the resonance of elemental power. Elemental power began to deviate from its original trajectory in the real world, spontaneously gathering. The earth began to shake, the loose soil and small stones trembling, and infinite magic power began to be absorbed and gathered in the resonance of the dragon language. An elemental storm was about to gather here. This was the magical ability that the young red dragon Kairos had obtained after his transformation into the youth stage, which could trigger and control the magma under the ground to surge upwards. This power from the world was enough to break through the magic shields released by those high-level mages, completely exposing the bodies of the dragon group in front of the young red dragon. And the young red dragon could bathe in the sea of magma and fire to obtain energy replenishment and spell enhancement. At that time, the young red dragon was confident that he could tear the dragon group apart one by one. This was also the reason why the young red dragon Kairos chose to build his nest here. The underground here contained almost endless geothermal energy and magma, which was the red dragon's favorite nest and battlefield. However, the only flaw of this spell was that it was too slow to activate. The young red dragon could not control the earth like Kalong. He could only use magic to guide the endless magma and molten flow to break through the thick and solid obstacles of the earth. But the dragon group obviously would not allow the young red dragon to do as he pleased. Not only was the earth shaking at this time, but the sky was also shaking, the wind was howling, and the air was twisting. Kalong led the dragon group in a rush, then circled into the sky and turned back again, diving down. Whoosh! Bang! At this time, the dragon group swooped down from the sky, carrying a more terrifying momentum than before. The sharp sound of breaking wind exploded across the entire sky, and one cloud ring after another appeared on the dragon's bodies like exploding clouds. At this time, under the leadership of Kalong, the dragon group briefly broke through the resistance of the air and the limit of sound in a diving posture. The dragon group was like a falling meteor, cutting through the sky and arriving in an instant. Upon entering the cloud of heat released by the young red dragon, all the dragons in the dragon group, including Kalong, actually felt a slight sense of stagnation in their rapidly advancing bodies. Those clouds of heat seemed to have the density of water, able to slightly slow down the impact and speed of the dragon group. Even the magic shields that enveloped all the dragons, shimmering with magical light, could not completely isolate them. However, under Kalong's lead, the speed of the dragon group's charge was too fast, and these effects were insignificant. In the next instant, the dragon group led by Kalong broke through layers of dense clouds and faced the young red dragon Kedairos directly. Damn it, how did these guys react so quickly? The young red dragon Kedairos's throat organs vibrated. He chanted dragon language magic, and the dragon spewed out a terrifying dragon fire from his mouth, rushing towards the dragon group. At the same time, the young red dragon lowered his head and braced his horns, his limbs deeply embedded in the soil, his gnarled leg muscles ready to unleash the power of his entire body, and his thick tail charged up, ready to deliver a heavy blow. Rumble! At this moment the ground trembled, and deep cracks began to appear. In the deep cracks, endless dark red and golden yellow intertwined magma and molten flow were about to break through the barrier of the Earth's crust and release the power accumulated by the world for many years. But in the next moment, boundless purgatory suddenly descended with the impact of the dragon group, and the surging heat and flames burned away all the heat and clouds from the young red dragon. The endless magma was also blocked by the rehealed earth, vainly impacting the thick earth. This was because the control of elemental power and magic power had been taken away by Kalong's domain and his own bloodline talent. Many of the silence spells of mages had some commonalities. The dragon group's attack also arrived at this moment, and Kalong, carrying the momentum of falling from the sky, was not afraid of a frontal impact with the young red dragon. He lowered his head and arched his thick horns to collide head-on with the young red dragon. Bang! A heavy crash sounded suddenly, and the magic shield released by the high-level mage and the protection he had added to Kalong shattered instantly. Then, the thick dragon horns wrapped in mind power and earth power directly broke off the young red dragon Kedairos's horns. Then, Kalong's thick dragon horns directly pierced into the young red dragon's hard skull, knocking the young red dragon Kedairos's entire body over, like a ball rolling in the air. The young red dragon in midair crossed his head and tail, flying out like the sky was falling. With a loud bang, Kalong's body also stopped its forward momentum in the impact of the heavy collision, but the dragons behind Kalong had already charged forward. The female red dragon Clynuria on the left roared angrily, her sharp dragon claws slicing across the young red dragon's scales and then deeply embedding themselves in the young red dragon's body. The juvenile blue dragon Akats, on the right wing of the dragon group, pierced his dragon claws into the wound that the young red dragon had previously been scratched, and flew forward with the red dragon Clynuria, grabbing the young red dragon's body. The juvenile blue dragon Das and the juvenile green dragon Antagena filled in the gap at this moment, each using sharp dragon claws to tear the young red dragon's wing membrane and then grab the young red dragon's wing bones, working together. The white dragon Kamit and the copper dragon Alfred also rushed up in an instant, flying to the young red dragon Kedairos's back, and 8 claws fiercely grabbed into the young red dragon's back in the slowly healing wound. The claws went deep into the spine, firmly grasping the young red dragon's spine, and flapped their wings. Only the juvenile black dragon Rosani, the thin black dragon who had originally fallen behind with the white dragon Kamid, fell behind with a lewd smile on his face, reaching his claws into the young red dragon's chrysanthemum gate below his tail. How! The young red dragon Kedairos suffered so many attacks in the moment he was knocked away by Kalong, and his whole body was already in excruciating pain, especially when he grabbed his spine. The pain was bone deep, making a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. But the loss of the chrysanthemum gate made him change color in horror, making a scream. However, the young red dragon with the spine controlled was no longer able to resist the dragon group's ravages, and even the thick tail that was difficult to swing on the wretched black dragon Rosani only scratched the black dragon's itch. Whoosh! The dragons joined forces and lifted the young red dragon into the sky with great effort, and then the blue dragon Das and the green dragon Antagena broke the small wing bones on the young red dragon's wings, and suddenly shouted. In an instant, the dragons simultaneously let go, throwing the young red dragon Kedairos from the sky. Whoosh! The young red dragon was like a heavy weight, unable to resist, and was no longer able to flap his wings. Like a big cat falling from a tall building, he kicked his feet and fell from the sky, weakly making his miserable cry. At this moment, the young red dragon Kedairos actually felt a feeling called acrophobia. Boom! The young red dragon fell to the earth again, and his huge, tattered body was covered with deep wounds, especially the wounds on his back, which were already deep enough to see the bones, and the white, thick spine was exposed between the blooming flesh and blood. His huge body spewed boiling dragon blood, staining the entire ground black. Glug! The young red dragon Kedairos's eyes were dull, and he was dying in the big pit, and a pungent dragon blood overflowed between his mouth and nose, and a blood bubble popped out between his nose. Bang! 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 The dragons landed beside the young red dragon, a little excited. The powerful young red dragon was a difficult existence to defeat in the eyes of these dragons. But now he was defeated by the dragon group, which undoubtedly greatly boosted the confidence of the dragons and gave them some training. Kalong also swayed his head with some stars and walked up, standing in front of the young red dragon, overlooking the red dragon Kedai Ross, who was difficult to move for a while. And those high-level mages who had firmly fixed themselves on the copper dragon Alfred with magic, including the squinting mage Huser, were all pale and horrified, jumping off the dragon's back, and then vomiting wildly. The squinting mage Huser vomited out his breakfast while weakly saying, "Damn it, how can mortals have the beautiful dream of becoming a dragon knight? Very dirty, don't want to ride on a giant dragon anymore. If there is a next time, Huser, will be raised by goblins." But no dragon cared about those mages. The black dragon Rosani stepped forward, smiled, and then patted the young red dragon's head with his front paws. Then he smeared the filth on his claws on the young red dragon's head and smiled, "Hey, why are you not rampant, young red dragon? Tisk tisk, great. I also wanted to kill all the dragons in the dragon group, but there are more noble existences in the dragon group than you." The white dragon Kamid learned Kalong's usual way of thinking, with a thoughtful look on his face, and gave the young red dragon Kedairos a definition. He looked up at the sun in the sky and said deeply, "Well, this is an ignorant fool, not even qualified to carry Kalong's claws." The copper dragon Alfred also sighed, "It's still good to be in the dragon group. If I were a single dragon facing this young red dragon, I would definitely run away without thinking about it. Hey! Copper dragons and yellow dragons are slightly different among metal dragons. Although they can also be raised by their elders, they are not as united as other metal dragons. Fighting also depends on their respective dragon vein circles, and they are not as closely connected as the dragon group. Kalong, what should we do with him? This young red dragon said before that he wanted to kill us. It seems that he didn't have any good intentions in the first place." The white dragon Germit walked to Kalong's side. The white dragon's way of thinking has deviated from those chaotic five-color dragons, and he thought about how to deal with the aftermath as soon as the event ended. "We should just kill him directly. He wants to invade the dragon territory, kill dragons, and enslave them. Even if we kill him, the other dragons won't trouble us," the female red dragon Kleenie said, her temper as fiery as ever. It wasn't just that the young red dragon wanted to invade their territory, his words implied he wanted to treat her and the green dragon Antagina as toys. As a red dragon, she knew these fellow dragons' nature all too well. Not every red dragon was like Karen, able to control the chaos and desires of the corrupted dragon blood. Even Kleenie, who had embarked on reviving the bloodline of her predecessors, couldn't do it. The green dragon Antagina also agreed with Kleenie's opinion. She furrowed her brow, her beautiful fine scales resembling green jade, and habitually moved closer to Karen, like a chick hiding under a rooster's wing. While looking at the quiet Karen with an ingratiating gaze, she said with a hint of disgust, "Karen, my king, you must not spare this detestable red dragon. This chaotic and overestimating fellow will bring a lot of trouble to the dragon king." Karen was thinking. Of course, he wouldn't spare this young red dragon. Letting go of an enemy with great growth potential was something no sane person would do, but he didn't want to kill the young red dragon directly either. In his opinion, the decline of dragons in various planes wasn't just due to the hunting by other races, excessive infighting was also a major reason for the dragon race's downfall. He didn't want his dragon king to fall into this situation. Most importantly, he wanted to squeeze out every last bit of value from this young red dragon. Directly killing a dragon was, in Karen's mind, a huge waste, considering his resource utilization perfectionism. Even sending this young red dragon to the dwarven artisan Kragan as a windblower or flamethrower would be better than directly killing him. Moreover, he thought he could use the corrupted dragon blood of this red dragon to cultivate some dragon spawn and turn him into a dragon-shaped machine for creating dragon spawn. Although his own dragon blood would create more loyal dragon spawn, Karen wasn't worried about rebellion. Not to mention that the Chinook energy, born from the connection between Karen's mind and flesh, allowed him to perceive the general and simple emotional activity of all beings around him. Just Karen's own growth speed could suppress all congenitally deficient dragon spawn, preventing them from having any other thoughts. As for the rest, it would just take time for ideological education. Anyway, this was a measure that the territory would have to implement in the future. The blue dragon Dose saw Karen's thoughts. From a young age, the blue dragon had understood the red dragon's personality very well. Dose stepped forward, "Karen, how about we bring this young dragon back, forge an indestructible chain, lock him up, and then have him guard the Dragon King's treasure vault. The blue dragon Dos's large pupils flashed with the wickedness of a dragon. He laughed, let this red dragon look at the treasure vault every day but not be able to touch it. He wouldn't want other creatures to be able to touch the Dragon King's treasure vault. For dragons, this was indeed an extremely serious punishment. Looking at the treasure vault in front of them but not being able to possess it was a torment. This red dragon might even be driven mad by such torment. Karen couldn't help but be amazed by the blue dragon's idea. You dragons always manage to come up with new tricks for me. But Karen felt that this wasn't foolproof. An indestructible chain wasn't truly indestructible. He was thinking about how to safely utilize this young red dragon. At this time, the Gnoll chieftain Yug came with all the Gnolls to pay their respects to the dragons, and the mages also ran over under the leadership of the High Mage Lumen. The High Mage Lumen wore a mournful face. Seeing the dragons was like seeing his own family. He grabbed Karen's thick forelimb and cried, Lord Karen, you must make this detestable red dragon release the contract on me. I, Lumen, have contributed to the Dragon King, shed sweat for the Dragon King. It was fortunate that Karen didn't know the High Mage Lumen's previous thoughts, otherwise he might have couldn't help but retort, why the sudden change of attitude? But he still pushed the High Mage's body away with a look of disgust. But it wasn't surprising that the High Mage Lumen was so humble. This kind of enslavement magic originating from the bloodline couldn't be lifted even by a saint-level mage. Unless Lumen's entire core bloodline was extracted and replaced with a new body. Or unless a bloodline nobler than the corrupted dragon blood in the dragons was found to replace Lumen's bloodline, washing away the contract from the depths of his bloodline. But such an act could probably only be done by gods and some extremely terrifying legendary figures. Although the High Mage Lumen was high and mighty among ordinary humans and could be considered a genius, he couldn't even see the feat of these terrifying legends, even if he looked up to them. What contract? Let me see. Karen concentrated and looked at the High Mage Lumen. A lifelike dragon horn mark, as if naturally grown in the flesh, was engraved on the High Mage's forehead, just like the mean nobles engraved slave marks on the most conspicuous parts of slaves' bodies. Oh, isn't this the enslavement contract spell that only exists in the White Dragon inheritance? The White Dragon Gamot brought its small head closer, its white scales covered with a faint layer of cold air, the white frost scales gradually transforming into the appearance of ice cubes. Hearing this, Karen glanced at the young red dragon lying on the ground slowly recovering. The inheritances of the 5 colored dragons were not connected to each other, they were all knowledge engraved in the bloodline by their predecessors. And the white dragon's inheritance spell appearing on the body of a dragon of another color was possible in 2 cases, but only one case for a red dragon. That was that the young red dragon's predecessor had killed a white dragon with this inheritance spell and then plundered the spell into its own hands. As for the other situation, it would never happen, that was that the red dragon had combined with the white dragon, and the young red dragon was a hybrid of a red dragon and a white dragon. But Karen could sense the pure red dragon bloodline of this young red dragon. Moreover, the proud red dragons, even during their heat, would only treat white dragons as toys and would never let a dragon of an inferior dragon species in the eyes of the red dragons give birth to their offspring. As for the white dragon forcing itself on the red dragon, well, it wasn't impossible. Karen's dragon claw touched his chin, and several white dragons with great reputations in the Endless Star Realm appeared in his mind. But this spell solved Karen's problem. He temporarily ignored the High Mage's cries and patted the young red dragon lying on the ground with his dragon claw. Stop pretending to be dead. If you dare to pretend to be dead again, I'll kill you, Karen said in a rather indifferent tone. He knew that although the young red dragon's injuries were very severe, the dragon's vitality was not so fragile. Moreover, the Dragon King hadn't caused any fatal damage to the young red dragon, only crippling his mobility. Hearing this, the young red dragon Kadiros turned over in one clean roll and barely squatted up. Although his spine was exposed, it was not broken, so he could still control his body. What kind of monster are you? You are definitely not a red dragon. If it weren't for your domain suppression, I would never have lost so miserably. The young red dragon Kadiros was now completely without the arrogant aura he had before. Instead, he seemed to have lost confidence after being beaten. Even those red dragons who have grown to adulthood may not necessarily have their own domain abilities. You are just a juvenile dragon, why do you have a domain? Are you a bloodline left by the dragon god in Acania? The young red dragon Kadiros widened his eyes. He was confident that he was a red dragon with outstanding talent, but he couldn't even touch the edge of the domain when he reached his youth. On the contrary, this juvenile red dragon already had his own domain. Kairon's huge head shook slightly. He was too lazy to answer the young red dragon's question, and too lazy to ask the other party's name. He just said coldly, "Hand over the knowledge of that spell, Dragon's Grace." "Damn it, you should respect the noble red dragon." The young red dragon Kadiros was angered by Kairon's condescending tone and couldn't help but roar. Bang! The little female dragon Kleeni's slender tail swept over like a heavy siege hammer, knocking the young red dragon Kadiros to the ground, and then Kleeni's thick dragon claw stepped on the young red dragon's head that had fallen into the dust. The female dragon showed her fangs, and 2 puffs of sparks spewed out from between her nostrils. The dragon claw under her feet pressed hard on the young red dragon's head, and she roared in a low voice, "Watch your words, you stupid fellow. Kairon is 10,000 times more noble than you. Don't let me have the idea of crushing your head again." In the end, Kairon, like a gentleman, only needed to speak and did not act, and obtained this spell that made him quite excited. With this spell, if he encounters some stubborn dragons or dragons without the same interests in the future, he will have a proper way to deal with them, and he will not need to be stained with too much dragon blood. He doesn't want to have things like dragon-slaying aura or dragon-slaying prestige on his body. The young red dragon Kadiros was dragged back to the dragon nest by the dragon Keen like a dead dog. Originally, these dragons were going to fly back with the young red dragon, but because there were no treasures accumulated in the young red dragon's lair. It was also because the dragon Keen were too used to the life of a lord dragon. They never thought that these wandering solitary dragons could survive safely and develop all day long. How could they have the opportunity to accumulate treasures? So the young red dragon was dragged back by the disappointed dragon Keen, holding his tail. Along the way, there were dragons cursing and mocking the young red dragon for being a poor ghost dragon, among which the copper dragon Alfred cursed the most fiercely. It was not easy to experience the first dragon Keen loot sharing process, but he was greatly disappointed. The copper dragon who likes to tell stories is quite a cultured dragon in the dragon Keen. Various folk slang emerges one after another. Unlike the white dragon Kamide, who only repeats those few words, "Poor ghost, idiot, eyes are growing in the big butt." Kairon followed behind the dragon Keen, and the sub-brain cluster continuously analyzed the model and the principal information of the Dragon's Grace spell. He had to master this spell as soon as possible, not necessarily proficiently, just need to be able to use it. Then he can bring the young red dragon under complete control. In this way, he can safely pass through the plane portal with the mages and start his exploration and looting journey without any worries. Chapter 118. The morning sun rose, its light scattering over the vast green forests at the foot of the mountains, penetrating the gaps in the dense leaves, and casting small patches of light on the dark earth. The cool morning breeze rustled the leaves, dispersing the mist that lingered in the forest treetops, and a chorus of unknown birds filled the air. The villages at the foot of the mountains, inhabited by centaurs and kobolds, servants of the dragons, were still asleep, with only a few night watchmen patrolling quietly and vigilantly. Clang, 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 clang. A series of noisy vibrations came from the mountains, like a giant dragging iron chains through the misty peaks, the chains clashing and scraping against the solid rocks. Occasionally, angry roars echoed from the depths of the clouds, like the low growls of a giant, or the deep rumbling of a dragon. This sound, like the bells that chimed daily from the tall clock tower in the Golden City, awakened the quiet villages. The sleeping villages seemed to come alive instantly, as half-naked centaur warriors emerged from their houses, stretching their bodies after a night of potential battles. Kobolds barked and yipped as they scurried out of their small wooden houses, many of the new generation of kobolds possessing stronger physiques than their predecessors. The vitality radiating from them also surpassed that of the previous generation, causing them to run around excitedly from early in the morning. As for the green-skinned goblin camps, although the goblins had not yet managed to invent steam engines and magic furnaces in a short time, the resources of the dragon territory were being deliberately channeled towards them, and several clever goblins had been favored by the dragons and were forming merchant guilds for the dragons. These obvious changes meant that the status of these green-skinned goblins was no longer as humble as before, and they were gradually regarded as normal members of the territory. Moreover, under the iron and blood discipline of the kobolds, these green-skinned goblins had gradually learned to obey orders and were no longer as chaotic as wild goblins. Only the ogre camps saw human artisans leading teams of dragon guards, whipping all the able-bodied ogre slaves out to work early in the morning. These ogres were mixed with slaves of other races, and they had to build castles for the dragons every day. At the foot of the mountains, smoke rose from chimneys, and the sounds of people increased. In the distant river regions, windmill mills and water wheels for irrigating the fields stood in rows, creaking and swaying in the gentle morning breeze. More diligent than these dragon servants, the humans were already active in the cultivated fields. After harvesting wheat, millet, and other crops, they still needed to tidy the fields and sow new seeds. The climate here was warm and frost-free all year round, and even the wasteland reclaimed in the first year could yield 2 or 3 harvests a year. But these farmers were transforming the original land into paddy fields in order to plant a new type of grain introduced into the territory from the distant southern continent, rice. This grain crop was offered by a merchant from the southern continent. According to the reward treaty previously issued by the Dragon Territory, this merchant exchanged 2 bags of grain seeds for more than 300 pounds of gold. And the warm, water-rich areas on both sides of the Golden River became the most suitable areas for planting this grain crop. Several farmers whose fields were close together, stripped to the waist, swung hoes to dig the ridges, sweating profusely. Only the women were slightly more conservative, but they also bared their arms and rolled their trousers up high. When they felt tired, they stopped, walked to the ledges of the fields, and sat down, men and women together. The women each took out their prepared gourds or waterskins, took a big gulp, and handed them to their men, starting to chat and laugh. "Hey, Setting, how much grain did your family harvest this year? Your wheat looks great." A dark-skinned farmer wiped the sweat from his body and asked a yellow-haired farmer with a short brown beard with a smile. "Hee, it's the first year, the land isn't fertile yet. 1 acre only yields about 300 pounds of wheat. Counting all the land, I guess we'll harvest about 1,800 pounds of grain this year." The yellow-haired farmer Setting smiled, his face full of satisfaction. In the first year of reclamation, most of the time was spent on repairing the land. Setting's family of 2 laborers had reclaimed a total of 3 acres of arable land in the first year. According to the yield of 300 pounds per acre, they could harvest 900 pounds of wheat per season. In the first year, they only had enough time to plant 2 seasons, so the final harvest of 1,800 pounds of grain was just right. "Hey, my family's harvest is about the same, not much different from yours, just half an acre more, haha." The dark-skinned farmer laughed loudly. No matter what social class, people always like to compare unintentionally, even these farmers were no exception. But more than that, it was the joy of harvest and the anticipation for the future. "Hey, but it's hard to say about this season. The authorities want to convert the land into paddy fields to plant those rice grains. I don't know if the yield will be better than wheat." Although Setting was worried, his expression did not change much. "Don't worry, we don't need to hand in grain for the time being anyway. Even if it's worse, it's still better than the old days. In my opinion, these dragons are much better than those nobles who only know how to extract marrow and drink blood." The dark-skinned farmer said carelessly. Setting nodded. The current days were solid enough for them and full of hope. He now supported the rule of these dragons more than anyone else. Now, those dragons of various colors that often flew across the sky were not only not scary in their eyes, but also felt very majestic. Many new generation human cubs liked to stick 2 branches on their heads as their dragon horns, and the branches that looked more like dragon horns were more majestic. "Hey, have you heard? Some time ago, the dragons caught a giant who was a scourge to the territory and locked this man-eating giant in the mountains. The screams we occasionally hear every morning are the screams of this giant." At this time, the topic had shifted under the guidance of Setting's wife, heading in the direction of gossip. "It's not a giant." Another burly, sturdy farmer woman chimed in. She said mysteriously, "I heard those kobolds say that what the dragons caught and locked up was a dragon, a powerful red dragon. As long as you are at the foot of the mountain, when the weather is sunny and the clouds on the mountain are blown away by the wind, you can see the red dragon, tens of meters long, locked by chains thicker than a dragon." "Ah," the dark-skinned farmer asked in confusion, "isn't that locked red dragon also the same dragon? Why did the dragons catch him and lock him up?" "Silly." Setting finally found a chance, he said, "There are good and bad dragons, just like there are good and bad people. This red dragon must have had bad intentions like those evil 5-colored dragons and wanted to come to the territory to plunder us, so he was caught by the Lord Dragons. Damn it, don't let me see this red dragon, otherwise I will have to use my dung fork to stab his butt hard." Farmer Setting's big talk made all the gathered farmers laugh. Their laughter was sent to the distance by the morning breeze. "Unless that red dragon is a female dragon, Setting, your dung fork will be as useful as your big stick, ha ha ha. Roar. Let me go, I, Cadillos, am a noble true dragon, a respected red dragon. Isn't it enough for you to enslave me? Damn it, Kalen, I want to see you, Kalen, how can you lock me up and not dare to see me? The deep dragon roar came from the mountains, angry, aggrieved, and humiliated. Even creatures that did not understand the dragon language could hear these emotions from the dragon's roar. At this time, the young red dragon Cadillos, rumored to be tens of meters long, had his limbs and neck shackled with iron rings. Several thick red iron chains locked the iron rings at one end, and the other end was deeply nailed into the solid rocks. He was like a locked hound, on the highest peak of the mountains, guarding the nest for the owner of the mountains, that hateful young red dragon. This made the always proud young red dragon feel humiliated. The first thing he had to do every morning when he woke up was to shout and yell, walking around the mountains like a defeated dog with long chains. Kalen, you have already learned the dragon's favor and signed a slavery contract with that red dragon. Why not release that noisy red dragon? He's making noise in the mountains all day, making it hard for everyone to sleep in. Anyway, with the slavery contract, he wouldn't dare to disobey the will of the dragon group. At this time, the dragon group gathered in the orchard that had been continuously expanded by the green dragon Antagina. On the one hand, the dragons felt that the young red dragon Cadillos was too noisy, and on the other hand, Kalen needed to explain some things to these dragons because he was about to step into other planes. This was equivalent to the highest council in the territory, the Dragon Council. Even the highest ruler in the territory was among them, except for the bronze dragon Arena, who was busy in the distance. Kalen was now lazily lying under a pear tree, looking languid. His huge body surrounded the tree like a big cat, using his long tail as a cushion to support his broad chin. The other dragons were lazily lying around the red dragon. Only the copper dragon Alfred, this kind of daily gathering of dragons was relatively new to him. He directed two pixies flying around to peel oranges for him, while peeking around. Kalen scratched his itchy teeth with his dragon claw. He really wanted to bite something to grind his teeth at the moment. But he still resisted the idea and looked at the black dragon Rosani who had just spoken. The dragons were now wealthy, with enough food and their own treasures, which could help the dragons grow to some extent. So even the weakest black dragon Rosani and white dragon Kamet in the dragon group had now reached 9 meters in length. However, the black dragon Rosani was still thin, which was the characteristic of the black dragon itself. In the future, the black dragon would become more and more like a skeleton, which, in Kalen's eyes, was undoubtedly an ugly dragon. Kalen shook his head slightly. He had been unconsciously influencing the young dragons in the dragon group since he was a child. In some form, this red dragon was equivalent to the enlightener of these young dragons, guiding them to generate some ideas that did not exist in the dragon bloodline inheritance, or that they had never had. In human society, every man is the pillar of the family. Women and children can be careless, but men can never do this. Kalen said with a very solemn expression, and we are all the pillars of the dragon group's territory and cannot make such mistakes. Of course, people are not omnipotent, and neither are dragons, but we can try to avoid making such mistakes, Rosani. Before we have determined for a period of time that the young red dragon named Cadillos has a way to crack this spell, we cannot be careless. Kalen did not tell these young dragons his plan. Even for these 5-colored dragons, the act of treating a dragon as a dragon offspring manufacturing machine and squeezing evil dragon blood was too evil and cruel. But once he decided to do something, he didn't need to ask for other people's opinions, and after he completed it, the dragon group would naturally become his accomplice and would naturally accept it. The black dragon Rosani nodded honestly. After experiencing hardships together, these dragons' trust in Kalen had reached an extremely high level, and the facts also proved that Kalen's wisdom, standing on the shoulders of his predecessors, was also correct. The female red dragon Kleinia sneered, "Our dragons don't distinguish between male and female, only ability. Kalen, don't underestimate female dragons. Our abilities are no worse than male dragons." The little female dragon Kleinia was not only stubborn, but also had a hard mouth. She occasionally liked to refute Kalen's words a little to maintain her self-proclaimed status as the eldest sister. Kalen ignored her. Kleinia's awkward personality had been like this since she was a child. He just shook the pear tree beside him, which was full of fruits, with his thick dragon claws, opened his mouth and caught a few fruits that fell, and smacked his mouth to taste the sweetness of the fruit. Kalen liked fruits, but he didn't like those fruits that needed to be peeled. Although with the dragon's appetite, it didn't matter to eat the peel together, the taste was not very good. Now, Every time Kalan ate, the food was prepared according to the various nutrients needed for Kalan's growth and development, as determined by the subbrain cluster. In the analysis and research of the subbrain cluster, Kalan only needed to eat 200 white-horned wild cattle on the grassland to improve some of his muscle toughness. If he ate some fish with it, the calcium, phosphorus, iron and other nutrients contained in the fish were more suitable for the red dragon's body, which was in a state of rapid development. The trace element supplements of some fruits were also needed by the red dragon, so now Kalan ate several pounds of fruits every day to ensure that his rapidly developing body could be nutritionally balanced, so as not to have defects and deficiencies in some places. Kalan. The copper dragon Alfred crawled up like a big lizard. The first batch of printed books has been ordered and sold, but the sales in the Golden City have not been high, and only some traveling bards and curious merchants have bought them. As for the sales in other places, it is estimated that there will not be many. After all, it is just the beginning of setting up the stalls and has not had time to develop. The copper dragon Alfred looked a little worried, feeling that perhaps his abilities were insufficient and he wasn't doing well enough. Karen nodded, which seemed normal to him. The territory had just gotten on the right track, and everyone was busy making money and living, with little energy to spare for culture and entertainment. Even when it came to culture and entertainment, they preferred to find those soft and sweet ladies to have a drink and a chat. Don't worry, Alfred. Everything we're doing now is just laying the foundation for the future. The red dragon's calm expression and words offered some comfort to the copper dragon, who was eager to achieve results. These things take time to nurture the results we want. Don't be impatient, Alfred. Steadily follow our goals, and time will always be on our side. Karen lazily stretched out his wings and patted the copper dragon's shoulder as a sign of comfort. Encouraged by the red dragon, the copper dragon Alfred quietly retreated, opened his mouth, and swallowed dozens of oranges peeled by the two pixie sprites, revealing a satisfied expression. The blue dragon Dose squeezed over, a blue dragon horn on his head covered with scratches from his own claws, looking worried. He said, Karen, the 300 suits of full-body armor to be delivered to the gnolls are far from complete. Only a little over 100 suits have been completed so far. The gnoll Yugog has already come to me to complain, but there's nothing I can do. I don't know how to forge armor. The red dragon's brow furrowed slightly. The 300 warriors of the gnoll Yugog had already been selected, along with 600 kobold soldiers as auxiliary guards, but the armor had been delayed for so long. I know that the craftsmen forge armor slowly, but didn't I tell the dwarf Kragan about the small method of assembly line manufacturing? How come the armor hasn't been forged yet after so long? Karen's tone was a little dissatisfied. In his opinion, this kind of small matter should be resolved quickly. The blue dragon Dose shook his head. He said, I summoned the dwarven craftsman Kragan to ask him. He said that the small method of assembly line manufacturing is convenient, but because there are no unified specifications, those less skilled blacksmith apprentices of various races cannot accurately forge armor that can be well pieced together. Many places are either too big or too small, too wide or too thick. He can't do anything about it. These craftsmen need long-term practice and training. Moreover, the dwarf Kragan has already written to his people, hoping to bring some dwarves over to help him. The blue dragon's tone was also a little helpless. If he simply formed a family like other dragons and lived a primitive life, it would be fine. But once he wanted to step onto the path of civilization, he suddenly felt that he had to worry about almost everything. The blue dragon was already missing the carefree days of his childhood, when he only knew how to eat, drink, and have fun. As for power, he felt too tired to love it. Karen was also a little helpless. He felt that his time should be spent on exploring the world, exploring power and exploring magic, and should not be wasted too much on managing the territory. But having already decided to build a civilization ruled by dragons, he couldn't let go. After thinking for a while, Karen had the idea of establishing an organization similar to a cabinet, where the large and small affairs within the territory could be discussed and handled by the cabinet council. Only when encountering unsolvable matters or important events would the dragons come forward to handle and resolve them. This also aligned with the bronze dragon Alina's suggestion to the dragons, to establish the territory's kingdom system and administrative system as soon as possible. We still need more talent and more population, Karen thought, finding it a real headache for a lazy dragon to build a territory from almost scratch. And these chromatic dragons, were not like gold dragons and other good dragons, who could use their faces to gain the lowest level of trust from other races. Let's publicly recruit from the world, Karen said. We can recruit talents in an unconventional manner. As long as they have relevant talents, they can come to the territory for assessment and appointment, regardless of race. Even a slime monster can be employed as long as it follows the will of the dragon clan and the laws of the territory. When the talents we cultivate in our territory grow up in the future, we can then decide whether to replace or dismiss them. Now, we should first let the territory operate normally and smoothly. As for the armor issue, let's give Kragan some time for now. Anyway, my laboratory hasn't been built yet, so there's no need to rush, Karen said. The blue dragon dose nodded and left contentedly. He no longer had to listen to the loud voice of the dwarf Kragan or see the Noel Yugog pretending to be a victim. Next, the dragons all threw the difficult problems that they couldn't solve to Karen. Karen had to endure the restlessness in his blood and respond to them one by one. As Karen's bloodline grew, the influence from the evil dragon blood became stronger. However, Karen was already familiar with taming his evil dragon blood, but occasional restlessness was still unavoidable. Even the legendary Buddha would be tempted at times, let alone Karen, a red dragon. After the other dragons received Karen's answers, they went back one after another. Only the green dragon Antagena, without any scruples, leaned against the red dragon's scales and boldly and wantonly breathed in the masculine aura and sulfur smell on the red dragon's body. As their bloodlines gradually matured, and the dragon's reproductive functions slowly developed, the green dragon Antagena was obviously a little restless. She naturally regarded the most powerful head dragon in the dragon clan as her mating partner, but now it was the green dragon who was constantly making overtures to the red dragon. Karen didn't make any other movements, just lazily lying there, and then announced the end of the meeting. The red dragon's calmness impressed the copper dragon Alfred. Tisk, if I had a beautiful and majestic body like Karen, Alina would probably throw herself into my arms like this little female dragon. The copper dragon Alfred couldn't help but fall into some kind of fantasy. The other dragons left the orchard one after another, either returning to their nests in the mountains or continuing to endure the pain that chromatic dragons shouldn't have to endure, the responsibilities of the territory. Karen was always the last to leave, just as he was often the first to arrive. But as he stepped out of the orchard gate, Karen noticed the ogre titan Fafnir standing quietly not far away. Fafnir had obviously been waiting here for a long time. The dew of dusk had stained her thin clothes, revealing her round and shapely curves. Fafnir had also grown taller during this time. The ogre titan, who had always been charming, now resembled a plump and ripe juicy peach, as if a gentle press would squeeze honey out of this ripe peach. Fafnir, do you also have something to report to me? Karen stopped his steps, lowered his head, and looked down at this stunningly beautiful succubus. The red dragon's blood was roaring, urging Karen to forcibly possess this beautiful stunner, but Karen treated it as if mosquitoes were buzzing. The current Karen was already close to being able to control his instincts with his will. As long as he had no thoughts, his body's instincts could only subside, and as long as Karen had thoughts, even if his body was weak, his body's instincts could still prop up. This was similar to Karen's bloodline talent mind overclocking, both of which were about the control over the body reaching a degree far beyond ordinary people. I have nothing to report, but as a female slave, I feel that I should come to see you, my king. Fafnir was graceful and charming, but her words were like a soft murmur. She slowly twisted her body and walked to Karen's front, then bent down and saluted. Completely disregarding the fact that her round and white peaches, like the round moon in the sky, were faintly exposed in the red dragon's sharp vision through the thin veil. Karen looked at the glamorous Fafnir in front of him, her slender white fingers and crystal clear, rounded toes were painted with pink nail polish, which made Fafnir's jade-like skin even more lustrous. And between the red dragon's nostrils, he smelled a unique fragrance. This fragrance was not the scent of any spice or perfume, but the scent from Fafnir's body itself. The red dragon's pupils flickered with a gleam, and he said in a low voice, Fafnir, although you are my female slave, you only need to use your abilities to create value for me. You don't need to try so hard to please me. I don't care about these things. Even if you give your body, I won't think highly of you because of it. The red dragon's mouth revealed his white fangs, and he smiled, Fafnir, your status is determined by your ability. The ogre titan Fafnir raised her head, turning her beautiful face towards the red dragon. A pair of naked, crystal clear jade arms hugged the red dragon's forelimbs, squeezing her full and bursting breasts out of shape. Her pair of watery eyes blinked, and a sentence full of endless reverie and temptation was uttered from her pink lips, like a lazy sigh after some lingering. Ah, my king, my master, what if Fafnir herself wants to please you? Whoosh! The red dragon, with his massive body, lowered his head, sniffing the fragrant and suddenly rich scent on the ogre titan. He opened his big mouth and chuckled, Fafna, provoking a red dragon like this is not something you should do. I don't mind eating you. For Karen, he didn't mind venting some of his desires on the ogre titan. For most creatures, the separation of desire and emotion is also normal. Ah, master, the ogre titan Fafna showed a look of panic on her beautiful face, twisting her plump and rounded body and softly calling out, how are you going to eat me? Chapter 119. Ha, you think I'm joking with you? The red dragon's thorn-covered face revealed a strange ferocity, its snow-white fangs gleaming with a cold light, and its scarlet eyes devoid of any desire, filled with complete rationality and indifference. Fafna, the reason I let you manage the Golden City isn't because I value your flesh and beauty, but because I value the bit more intelligence you have than a monster. Now it seems your intelligence is only a tiny bit more than a monster's. Karen's eyes were calm as he looked down at Fafna's changing expression. The giantess felt like prey being watched by a predator on the prairie, a chill rising from the base of her spine straight to the top of her head. Next time you use such crude methods instead of having important matters to discuss, I will really eat you, Fafna. I'd rather you come to me to claim credit and rewards, rather than trying to influence me. Hoping to use your beauty and body to achieve some purpose. Karen's pupils grew brighter, with faint flames flickering in his eyes. His dragon might gathered and descended, causing even the exceptionally strong-willed Fafna to turn pale. If Karen didn't value the psychic energy Fafna provided in her diligent management of the Golden City for the dragons and himself, lacking merit but not effort, he would have long ago sent this giantess back to the slave camp to add bricks and tiles to his and the dragons' castles. He was a red dragon, and if he had such needs, he would certainly not lack beauty. Even the green dragon Antagena, although the green dragon's dragon form wasn't considered beautiful in the red dragon's aesthetic, he could have Antagena transform into an elf, whose beauty might not be inferior to the giantess. Even if his tastes were more unique, he could even use the magical knowledge he learned from those mages to summon succubi from the abyss of hell. Although Karen knew the charm brought by his appearance and power, his will was always clear, and he keenly noticed the giantess Fafna's sincerity mixed with a bit of deliberate flattery and fawning, which must have other purposes behind it. My master, king of the dragons, the voluptuous Fafna knelt down, her body hanging with heavy, full, and moist fruit, like a delicate flower swaying in the wind. Fafna trembled and said, your gaze is like a torch that illuminates all darkness, my thoughts cannot hide from you. I have come here because I have reached adulthood, and the bloodline talent from the ancient demigod, the three-headed sea siren Dakaritz, is driving me to find a powerful being sufficient to bear my bloodline talent. The talent of the ancient demigod, the three-headed sea siren Dakaritz. Karen's mind flashed with the memories of the dragon heritage. The ancient siren who occupied the North Sea among the seven seas of the Icania world was a powerful demigod existence. This demigod enslaved countless creatures in the sea and liked to devour the souls and flesh of countless passers-by and creatures. She was the ruler of the North Sea in ancient times. She formed a partnership with a giant king, advancing and retreating together. Even when facing the overlord of the sea, the bronze dragon clan among the dragons, she never retreated half a step. In ancient times, after the Titans and Dragons' long war, in the Giants' war against the dragons, this demigod siren and her partner, the hill giant king, were both torn apart by the great creations of the five-colored dragon god Tiamat, the powerful five-colored dragon princes, and their souls fell into the endless abyss. It is still rumored that deep in the North Sea, there exists the palace and ruins of that demigod siren. However, Karen didn't know what kind of bloodline talent this ancient demigod, the three-headed sea siren, possessed, but from the rumors and his psychic roots counteracting of the ogre giantess Fafna's bloodline induction, it must be related to the mysterious soul. Sure enough, as the giantess Fafna recounted, Karen was able to truly understand the bloodline talent of this giantess, which was quite powerful. The giantess's soul-devouring talent can be said to be more overbearing than the dragon's enslavement spells, capable of devouring and accommodating the opponent's soul, forming a master-slave symbiotic relationship, allowing the giantess to be like an extra head, capable of possessing all the abilities of the devoured object. Moreover, most of the other party's qualities and attributes would be supplemented to the giantess, allowing the giantess to gradually possess the same qualities and attributes as the other party. In other words, Fafna can evolve in the direction superior to herself based on the symbiotic relationship of the soul. Karen was also a little surprised by the talent possessed by the giantess Fafna. He guessed some of Fafna's thoughts, and also had the tempting dragon idea of simply throwing Fafnir into his laboratory as an experimental product. His scarlet pupils stared at the expression on the giantess's face, and he asked, "So, you are coveting the power of that red dragon, Fafnir?" "Yes, my master, I beg your grace, let me use my talent, in order to better serve you and the dragons." Fafnir dared not use her charm ability anymore, but chose to sincerely and directly state her purpose. This trick had never worked in front of the red dragon, even if she had entered adulthood and her charm ability had been enhanced, it had never shaken the will of this red dragon. At this time, Fafnir was a little suspicious whether the other party was really a brutal, lecherous, greedy, and chaotic red dragon who couldn't control himself. Even if his will was firm, how could there be a creature that could completely control its instincts? Karen didn't even take a second to think, he rejected the giantess Fafnir's request. Even if this giantess's talent was quite useful to him. A fierce light flashed in the red dragon's eyes, and his tone became a little fierce. "Fafnir, I think these days of comfortable life have made you forget some things, even if that red dragon is reduced to my prisoner, only dragons can enslave dragons. A trapped dragon is not something you can overstep," Karen said, and his long tail swung out, whipping Fafnir, who was kneeling on the ground, like a whip, sending the beautiful and moving female demon flying. The giantess Fafnir spat out a mouthful of blue blood in midair, and then fell to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Karen's huge body stepped forward, walked to Fafnir who was lying on the ground, looked down from above, and said indifferently, "Fafnir, put away your little thoughts. I am already tolerant enough to allow others to make mistakes, but if there is another time, you can only be crushed by me. Go back and think about how you can use your abilities to create more value for me. When your merits are enough, I will not be stingy with rewards for you." Whir. Karen left the ogre giantess stunned in place, unfolded his wide wings that could block all of the giantess Fafnir's vision, and rose straight into the sky on the wind. Karen flew in the air, faintly hearing the farmers returning home in the twilight, humming dragon songs and some adapted songs about dragons as they returned to their homes. These songs, similar to country folk songs, sung by the bards recruited by the copper dragon Alfred, had begun to spread in the densely populated areas of the territory, and even some human children and the cubs of the dependents would occasionally sing a few lines. Some diligent peacock sprites, wearing hats woven from wheat ears and chestnut stalks, were still urging the overly hard-working farmers to return to their homes in the fields. Even though this place was only a few dozen miles away from the mountain dragon nest, many wild beasts still came out at night. Although these wild beasts were only small animals and food to dragons and their dependents, they were still a fatal threat to ordinary farmers. When Karen flew over the Golden City, the bells were ringing on the tallest bell tower in the Golden City. The melodious bell sounded like a timer switch, and in an instant, lights lit up all over the Golden City. Among the myriad lights, there were occasional songs sung loudly by the bards in the city. Seeing this scene from the clouds in the sky, the red dragon felt a sense of accomplishment rising in his heart. At the pier, large and small ships were docked in the port. Under the guidance of the guards in the shore sentry towers, many ships were queuing up to enter and exit in an orderly manner. Even in the evening, the flow of people in the entire port still seemed a bit hurried. Karen looked down from the clouds and actually saw a large ship with the flag of the Orc Kingdom hanging on it. Many fox girls, famous for their beauty in the human countries of the continent, were curiously looking at this emerging city on the ship. There were also many leopard men guards on the ship, and many pig men as slaves, surrounding an orc with a tall and burly figure, yellow-brown skin and a face somewhat similar to a human, but more like a hybrid of a human and a pig, with a few protruding teeth protruding from his lips. This was the orthodox bloodline of the ancient orcs, and the leopard men, pig orcs, and fox girls were said to be the bloodlines bred by the ancient orcs mating with extraordinary creatures of other races or some magical animals. Karen couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder when he saw this. He felt that the tastes and aesthetics of those ancient orcs seemed to be comparable to those of the dragon race. At this time, many pigmen slaves pulled a long string of slaves tied with ropes from the cabin, including not only orcs, humans, but also some lizardmen and barbarians. It seemed that the business of the dragon territory had gradually become famous, and even the orc kingdom across the sea far away had already learned about it and wanted to sell slaves to the dragon territory. Karen originally just glanced over, but among the slaves tied with ropes, a human with messy golden hair caught his attention. It wasn't how surprising this human's appearance was, but in Karen's naturally dispersed perception, the life aura on this human's body was as messy as the hair on his head, with more than 10 different life auras floating all over his body. This human looked about 60 years old. In the human world, he was already considered an old man. But in Karen's eyes, the vitality in this human's body was more vigorous than those of teenagers in their teens and 20s, but this human didn't have the aura of the seed of power and magic. This human is an ordinary person, but has extraordinary performance. Karen's mind flashed with this thought, and he also developed curiosity and interest in exploring. However, many things didn't need Karen to do himself now. He temporarily put this matter aside, schemed over the harbor, and plunged into the sea after flying dozens of miles out of the sea area. According to the now tailor-made diet, Karen's dinner tonight was sea fish from the sea. Karen's body swam in the sea water. Although the red dragon didn't like the aquatic environment, he didn't hate it either. And Karen quite liked the feeling of swimming in the sea. His strong body shuttled freely in the sea without any effort. Although his speed was not as fast as those of bronze dragons and sea dragons who were accustomed to aquatic life, it was still faster than many sea fish. He searched for his target. Sea fish of ordinary size were just snacks in front of his huge body, and they couldn't even make up for the consumption of hunting. Karen wanted to taste the taste of the Sahuagin that the bronze dragons and blue dragons loved. Last time when the Sahuagin invaded, he was only focused on killing and didn't have time to taste the taste of this creature. As for whether this monster belonged to the category of intelligent creatures, Karen directly turned on the double standard mode of the bronze dragon. Anyway, it wasn't a humanoid creature, and he didn't have any psychological reaction when he ate it. However, Karen was unlucky today. After the Sahuagin's tribe was scattered, they were originally in awe of the dragon territory. In addition, the dragon territory had issued a racial hunting reward for the Sahuagin. Now, within a few dozen miles of the dragon territory's sea area, there wasn't a trace of a Sahuagin to be seen. Karen had no choice but to reluctantly catch a 7-meter-long marlin. This marlin was quite fierce. After failing to escape, it actually thrust its head forward with its slender, spear-tipped upper jaw to counterattack the red dragon, but it was slapped unconscious by Karen. However, just as Karen was feasting, his naturally released perception detected a peeping gaze in the sea watching him. He remained silent, while continuing to enjoy dinner, while quietly condensing his perception and exploring towards the source of the gaze peeping at him. But the other party was obviously very alert. When Karen's perception found the other party's trace, he only saw a long blue tail disappearing into the sea. The tail of this mysterious creature was somewhat similar to the tail of a dragon, but the tip of the tail had a pair of webbed wings similar to those of fish. Could this creature be the sea-dwelling dragon that Dos and Axe had mentioned? Karen didn't see the other party's full appearance, and he wasn't sure. The world was too big, and many magical animals wouldn't be recorded even in the dragon heritage. It seems that the other party has been secretly watching the dragon's territory, but it doesn't seem to have any malice. Karen shook his head and didn't bother with it for the time being, but he had already planned to have the blue dragons Dos and Axe increase their attention to the sea. The red dragon swallowed his prey and then resurfaced, flying towards his dragon nest. In the following month, Karen basically spent his time exploring magic and inspecting the territory. Now many things in the dragon territory have entered the right track. Although many are just roughly setting up some frameworks, fortunately, next, he only needs to continuously supplement and expand on the basis. The blacksmith shop of the dwarf Kragan had gradually expanded in scale, and had moved outside the city to establish a dedicated iron casting workshop. The letter from the dwarf Kragan had not yet been replied to, but the dwarf had recruited 3 dwarf blacksmiths from those adventurers. Under the teaching of the dwarf blacksmiths, the apprentices had gradually grown up, and their forging and smelting technical experience had become richer, greatly increasing efficiency for a time. Even specialized institutions for raising and taming beasts have been established, named beast gardens, dedicated to artificially breeding and optimizing meat-producing species for the territory, and cultivating and optimizing various poultry and labor animals. Many wild horses, wild cattle, and wild sheep from the grasslands, which breed quickly and can be used for both meat and labor, are captured and domesticated. This place is also a favorite of the black dragon Rosani. During this time, Karen's exclusive laboratory was also completed with the generous donations of those mages. It's just a rather simple laboratory, located in the canyon surrounded by the dragon nests in the mountains, which was once the location of the young dragon's nests. However, what Karen cares about is not the laboratory itself, which is entirely made of stone, but the precious magical instruments and equipment used for research and exploration, as well as the knowledge to use them. If Karen had to raise these things himself, even spending several times the amount of gold coins, it wouldn't necessarily be more complete than what these mages brought. So, during this time, Karen also had to take some time to ask the mage Hughes for this knowledge, which is essential for his future research. In these busy days, Karen almost forgot about the human man who aroused his curiosity on the orc ship. Fortunately, he had instructed the Imperial Guards guarding the Dragon's Nest to notify Fafnir, the governor of the Golden City, to buy all the slaves from the Orc Kingdom. However, he doesn't have time to explore the secrets of this man for the time being, because the Noel Yugu sent a message that the fully equipped exploration team has been assembled and is waiting for Karen's order. So Karen instructed the Dragon Group to maintain normal operation of all affairs after he left the territory, and the Dragon territory would be temporarily supervised and managed by the White Dragon Germit and the Blue Dragon Dose. The Red Dragon flapped its wings and came to the cliff in front of the plain magic teleportation gate. At this time, a team of heavily armed warriors had already stood in formation under the leadership of the Noel Yugu. In Yugu's training, the Noel barbarians already possessed the same discipline as ordinary human soldiers. Each of these tall Noel barbarians is wearing full-body iron armor, making them look twice as tall. The Noel leader Yugu is also wearing a heavy set of armor, only revealing his head with thick blood-colored mane. Each iron-clad Noel warrior held a sharp hunting gun. Although the hunting gun seemed a bit long in the forest, it was the fastest weapon that could be made in the dragon territory, requiring only a simple flat gun head and a sturdy wooden pole. These Noels also hung several ironwood short spear javelins on their waists, and held a wooden tower shield half their height in their right hands. With such comprehensive protection, unless they encounter a close-range volley of crossbows or a large number of magical torrents, these elite Noel barbarians can be dealt with. But the several mid to high-level mages and Noel casters standing behind these elite Noel barbarians are not to be trifled with. If it weren't for the need to leave many mages to maintain the operation of the plain teleportation gate, there would be even more casters entering the green wild forest together. Then there were hundreds of kobold soldiers carrying follow-up food and supplies. Although these kobolds also carried weapons, Karen didn't expect the kobolds' combat effectiveness on this trip. The role of these kobolds is to guard and maintain the outpost base where the teleportation gate is located in the green wild forest plain. And to make preliminary probes, after the life probes of more than a dozen kobold dependents, these mages finally determined the specific location of the plain teleportation gate, choosing a place where there was no one. Karen's huge body descended from the sky, and then transformed into a dragonborn form. Although the upper limit of strength of this exploration target plane is not high, Karen's huge body is also easy to become a target of concentrated fire. Before personally determining the situation in the alien plane, Karen chose to act in a low-key manner. When those dragon dependents saw the figure of the red dragon, they saluted and shouted excitedly, "Our king!" Karen nodded and greeted the squinting mage Hughes and his party who came over. Karen, the squinting mage Hughes asked for the red dragon's opinion. Although the exploration was proposed by these mages, the person in charge became the red dragon. "Let's go, I also want to appreciate the demeanor of the alien plane," Karen responded. Those mages injected their magic power into the magic circle of the plane teleportation gate. In the huge magic circle, the magic crystals, each the size of an adult's fist, were lit up one by one, and a tall teleportation gate slowly rose in front of everyone. The Noel Yugu took the lead, leading the Noel barbarians who raised their tower shields into the plane teleportation gate, and teams of fully protected warriors stepped into the plane teleportation gate. Then came hundreds of kobold auxiliary soldiers carrying supplies and Noel casters, and finally Karen and the 8 mages including Hughes. When crossing the plane teleportation gate, Karen could feel that his consciousness appeared to be briefly stagnant and blank, but he subconsciously urged his heart energy to wrap his soul and consciousness. In the next instant, his consciousness, which seemed to be frozen by time and space, returned to normal operation and gradually became active. But Karen's eyes could not see anything except the endless, distorted curtains of time and space woven from various messy light and space-time curves, and his perception could not extend out, turning into a bird trapped in a black cage. Karen didn't know how long it had passed, it seemed like only a few seconds, and it seemed like several days. In this distorted sense of time, he had crossed a long space of immeasurable distance. When Karen regained his normal perception and 5 senses, what came into view was no longer those chaotic and dazzling curtains, but blue sky and white clouds, and green fields and forests. The forest was extraordinarily quiet, and there seemed to be an invisible sound barrier covering all sounds from the outside world. But the moist and gentle breeze came, which made Karen know that a new world had unfolded its mysterious veil in front of him. Chapter 120 Those Jackal warriors who had stepped out of the plane portal earlier were nonchalant. The temporal confusion brought about by traversing the plane portal didn't have much impact on these monster familiars. Their strong bodies also allowed them to quickly recover their blocked and shielded five senses. Now, under the arrangement of the Jackal Yugu, they were standing in place to rest, surrounding and protecting Karen and those weaker spellcasters. Karen turned his head and looked at this outpost base. Under the construction of these 2 months, this simple base built with wood was not small in scale, and it was more than enough to accommodate more than 1,000 people. Outside the base, rows of defensive measures similar to chevaux de frise surrounded the front entrance of the entire base, while on the watchtowers on both sides of the gate stood several kobold soldiers who were dutifully guarding and looking into the distance. After seeing Karen's figure appear, the kobolds who sensed the familiar aura immediately barked like dogs, and the entire quiet camp suddenly became lively. Behind the base, which was built against the cliff, a watchtower for observing the wind was also built at the highest point among the short mountain forests. It seems that these familiars have already learned some common sense of war defense within the territory. A 2-person high white lighthouse stood in the central open space of this outpost base. It was a plane beacon for precise positioning, and also the key to connecting the plane portal. At this moment, on the top of this not-so-tall plane beacon lighthouse, the huge magic gem inlaid was emitting a faint glow, supporting the soundproof magic barrier covering the entire outpost base. Karen looked at the twilight sky and those spellcasters who were a little listless, waved his hand, and asked the Jackal Yugu to take these Jackal soldiers back to the base barracks to rest. Next, they may have to face many battles, so they must first keep all the warriors full of energy. How about it, Hussar? You should rest for 1 night first, and start positioning and exploring tomorrow. Karen looked at the squint-eyed mage who was silently casting several spells to enhance his physique and cleanse his mind. Before departure, Hussar had reminded Karen of relevant precautions, but Karen's body was fine, but these mages seemed listless. Then let's rest for 1 night first. Now our spirit is not suitable for using magical positioning instruments to detect this world. The squint-eyed mage's spirit was slightly lifted. These scholar mages inherited the legacy and technology of the ancient magic empire not completely. The current plane portal is not as perfect as when the ancient magic empire conquered endless planes, so these mages were affected. Karen nodded. He can only be glad that he is a dragon, and his strong physical fitness allows him to avoid many effects. The current red dragon is not only basically immune to many negative effects such as toxins, dizziness, and paralysis, but also corresponding spells, if they are not extremely strengthened, cannot affect the red dragon's body. It can be said that the current Karen is basically immune to most of the control spells, and has nearly complete immunity to fire elemental resistance and strong resistance to earth and metal elements. And with the 7 layers of magic barrier shields and the protection layer of Chinook energy that Karen now routinely puts on himself, basically stacked with the thickest armor, the red dragon already feels that he is qualified to tease the whiskers of those holy tier powerhouses. As for attack power, the dragon's powerful body is the strongest attack power. Even the small group of people standing at the top of the sanctuary dare not let any young dragon's claws attack their bodies, even the weakest white dragon is no exception. Of course, the curse of stacking the thickest armor and taking the most poisonous beatings was not in the red dragon's heart. It was impossible to be beaten. If he was accidentally ganged up on, Karen would naturally activate the red dragon's innate skill, revenge later. No one can catch up with his current speed. Of course, this is also Karen's occasional little pride. Although he is not afraid of those holy tier powerhouses, now legendary powerhouses are still quite threatening to him. He doesn't want to try the near creator-like thinking coverage and cognitive subversion of legendary powerhouses. Even if each legendary powerhouse has distance and time limits for this kind of method, these abilities also need to consume the legendary powerhouse's mental power, but Karen doesn't want to be as stubborn as Kleineria, and only knows to stand upright after being beaten. Karen's thoughts were a little divergent for a while. He felt that it might be some sequelae left over from crossing the plane channel. After all, he looked directly at the lines of time and space turbulence intertwined and changing. That scene is still deeply engraved in Karen's heart. Maybe, I can try to use this method to contact the laws about the change of time and space in the future, but it is a bit too ambitious for me now. Karen frowned and stepped out of the soundproof barrier of the camp, while trying to disperse the chaotic and beautiful lines engraved in his heart. The existence of these imprints somewhat hindered the concentration of his consciousness, making him always freely and autonomously notice those dazzling and chaotic lines. As soon as he stepped out of the boundary of the camp, a damp and cold breath and a stronger life breath than in the dragon group's territory rushed towards him, making Karen's mind clear. This breath exists in every environment of the forest in front of him, and is the influence brought by the climate of this plane. Although the red dragon can survive and move in all environments, he still dislikes this long-term humid environment. The location of the camp is a bit desolate, and there are very few trees growing, like a sandy land that is difficult to appear in the forest. But in the distant forest, there are dozens or hundreds of different trees growing, and these trees are covered with drops of dew. Karen stepped into the forest, ejected his claws from his palm, and gently slashed at a tree near him, and a fluorescent green tree sap oozed from the crack in the tree. But then, under Karen's observation with eyes comparable to precision instruments, the bark near the crack of this tree had already begun to slowly heal, and the sap secreted by the tree was also promoting the healing speed of the tree. Well, the density of the trees here is far greater than that of ordinary trees, maybe it's just a single species, I have to try other types of trees again. Karen waved his claws and slashed at other trees, and the results were similar. Without exception, the density and healing speed of these trees were far greater than those of ordinary trees of the same species in the world of Icania. It seems that although the power ceiling of this plane is low, the vitality of the life-born is quite considerable, and the vitality is generally stronger than that of ordinary beasts in the world of Icania. Walking out of the camp for dozens of miles, Karen had already caught more than a dozen different animals and did simple experiments on these beasts. Karen is now stepping on this jungle leopard. The wounds on the leopard's body scratched by the dragon's claws have almost healed, and only a few red marks are faintly visible on the wild and beautiful fur. Karen let go of the leopard. He has always had a good impression of this beautiful cat, and he is not hungry now, so he let the beautiful leopard leap into the depths of the jungle with agile steps. The beautiful big cat finally looked back curiously at Karen, who looked very strange in her eyes, and seemed to be curious why this powerful predator would let her go. Karen ignored it. He had already noticed the strangeness of this plane. Not only can plants grow quickly, but also the vitality of those ordinary beasts is much higher than usual. It is difficult to achieve this level by relying solely on the nourishment of the tree of life, because within Karen's perception range, there is no tree of life growing, which proves that this area is not within the direct influence of those trees of life. A bit interesting, is this the fun of exploration and adventure? Karen became interested in the existence behind the scenes that caused all this, and aroused the desire to explore. Karen didn't feel that this plane had any serious impact and suppression on him. At most, the red dragon's fire spells and breath were slightly weakened in this humid and cold environment. But this didn't weaken the red dragon's strength much, which is also the source of his confidence. Even in Karen's current dragonborn form, not to mention his own physical fitness, his magic casting ability is much stronger than that of high-level mages. The power of the spells released by those mages is difficult to compare with the power of the red dragon's spells. With Karen's current control over magic and elements, his spells are equivalent to being doubly blessed with potentiation and ingenuity, accurate and powerful. Karen shuttled through the forest. At this time, he had already crossed the defense line formed by the kobold soldiers sent out by the camp to explore and stand guard, and walked nearly 100 miles to the southwest of the camp. A somewhat fishy and smelly breath made the red dragon stop. He looked intently, and a snake lizard-like monster more than 7 meters long was emerging from the dense forest. 4 claws with sharp claws firmly clung to the low hill, and a faint mist emerged from the dense black scales on its body. A pair of beast pupils were full of the cruelty of a predator, and were staring at Karen covetously. Obviously, this snake lizard-like monster regarded the red dragon as its prey. The red dragon was a little surprised, and then thought that he was now tightly locking all his breath and magic energy in his body, and in the eyes of these beasts, he was just an ordinary monster that was tall. If this ability to converge breath and energy is combined with some shadow stealth spells, Karen can completely become an incredibly terrifying red dragon assassin. Moreover, in Karen's inherited knowledge, there was also an example of a red dragon becoming an assassin. Imagine, a red dragon sneaks up to your side, and then suddenly bursts out. That kind of horror is no less than the horror of being approached by a legendary warrior. Karen shook his head. Although his time is almost infinite, his energy is limited. It is impossible to study shadow spells again. He only needs to roughly understand it in the future. He looked at the snake lizard monster. The snake lizard monster was spitting out a forked tongue, searching for the relevant pheromones of the red monster in front of him. But the monster in front of him was like a stone on the ground, a tree in the forest. It didn't collect any information, and could only capture some weak smells, which was a faint smell of sulfur. The snake lizard monster, which had slightly developed wisdom, suddenly raised its head like a lizard, but with a single horn growing on it, and was stunned for a while. It seemed to realize something was wrong, turned around, and wanted to escape while wagging its thick tail. Karen unhurriedly took out a gold coin from under his scales, but after thinking about it, he put the gold coin back in his hand and took out a copper coin. This copper coin was spinning around at Karen's fingertips. Driven by Karen's magic power, it suddenly flew towards the fleeing one-horned snake lizard monster with a whistling sound that pierced the air, and instantly caught up with the one-horned snake lizard that was sprinting with its 4 limbs. The black mist between the scales of the one-horned snake lizard suddenly became rich, like a cold air wanting to freeze and corrode the copper coin that was coming. But the next second, this copper coin with a whistling sound quietly turned in the air and directly nailed into the beast pupil of the one-horned snake lizard, penetrating the head with one blow, bringing blood and white all over the ground. This is a magical method that Karen himself tried to develop by using the magic of moving objects and mental power. Karen named this magic object manipulation magic. Now it seems that although the power of this magic cannot see how high the limit is, it is still very convenient to clean up this kind of small fry. Karen even envisioned in his research that if he was besieged one day, maybe he could fly all the gold coins hidden in his scales to strike the enemy, then, this spell should be renamed All or Nothing. The copper coin stained with blood flew back to Karen's body. Karen looked at the copper coin with some disgust. He wanted to throw away the copper coin stained with fishy and smelly blood, but the red dragon's instinct controlled him. A spray of water spurted out from between Karen's fingers, washing the copper coin clean. This is an improved version of the cloud and mist technique after sub-brain cluster analysis. Ordinary mages can only gather a cloud of mist when using this spell, but in Karen's hands, the cloud and mist technique can gather the surrounding water vapor and then extract it for use as clean water. Karen hid the cleaned copper coin in the gaps in his scales. This is a technique that every dragon can easily master. Some dragons who are not very wealthy use this to store all their belongings on their bodies, such as that poor ghost red dragon, Cadillos. Then Karen walked to the one-horned snake lizard whose head was pierced but its body was still shaking and twitching, picked up the tail of this monster, and dragged its body back towards the outpost camp. Although he is not very hungry, this one-horned snake lizard has stepped into the ranks of monsters, and the blood and flesh essence on its body is very beneficial to the young dragon. And it would be nice to share some blood and meat with those familiar soldiers, and it would be nice for each familiar to get a sip of meat soup. Anyway, Karen didn't kill this one-horned snake lizard because he thought it was too ugly. However, before leaving, Karen's eyes glanced intentionally or unintentionally over this jungle. In the depths of this jungle, on a tall pine tree, stood an owl with a white beak, yellow claws, and black-brown feathers. This owl looks ordinary, like an ordinary owl, and there are no magic fluctuations or abnormal aura on its body, but a pair of eyes are particularly agile, as if the body of the owl hides the soul of a wise life. When Karen's eyes looked over, this ordinary owl quickly restrained the spirituality in its eyes, pretended to be an ordinary owl, spread its wings, and called out. Karen turned his face expressionlessly, but he wanted to laugh a little in his heart. Owls generally do not spread their wings when they make a sound. They usually spread their wings when facing enemies or prey. At that time, the owl's call is not so peaceful. Looks like this is still a novice druid. They don't seem to have much experience. Karen dragged the basilisk's body and slowly disappeared into the jungle. The strange owl didn't think she was strange at all. Seeing that Karen's figure had disappeared, she jumped off the treetop, landed, and transformed into a beautiful jungle leopard, disappearing back into the jungle. However, the fur on this beautiful big cat's butt was slightly bald, as if the wound had healed but new fur hadn't had time to grow back. After a long time, Karen's figure reappeared in the jungle. He sensed the anima he had left on the female leopard. Now, Karen had made it a habitual instinct to use anima for defense and to strengthen his attacks. Naturally, the jungle leopard he had scratched also carried this unique energy. As the sensed location grew farther and farther away, Karen could no longer perceive the specific location of the anima, but he could still sense the general direction and range. The jungle leopard stopped about 200 miles west of here. Clearly, that general area was the tribal camp where these creatures, perhaps druids, were gathered. Unfortunately, although druid spells are very similar to transformation spells, they are ultimately not the transformation spells from the dragon inheritance. Transformation spells belong to the category of spell application. Druid transformations are more like the wild shape ability obtained through communication with nature. Karen's true vision cannot yet see through the true form of this creature. Although the gnolls had once fabricated stories about this plain being full of big-breasted, big-buttocked, long-legged white-skinned women to lure out the red dragon Kairos, Karen didn't think it was such a coincidence. The information the mages possessed only indicated that the natives of this plain were a variant of elves, perhaps wood elves. However, with this information about the gathering place of these native creatures, it would be easier for Karen. Once he completed the exploration with the mages, he would try to contact those native residents, either to conquer or to assimilate them. Karen's cheeks, covered with tiny thorns, cracked into a grin as he disappeared into the jungle in the twilight. A jungle leopard covered in beautiful patterns moved nimbly through the jungle. Along the way, those thick vines and branches blocking the path automatically parted, as if consciously making way for this beautiful creature. And everywhere this jungle leopard appeared, a shadow flashed along with its body. Many beasts only felt a breeze passing by their side, never imagining that there was a creature hidden in the shadows. This jungle leopard was extremely fast, and soon ran more than 200 miles, arriving at a camp surrounded by giant ancient trees. These giant ancient trees sensed the aura of shadow lurking. Faces like human faces emerged from the ancient trees, and thick branches twisted, as if guarding against danger. The jungle leopard quickly leaped out of the shadows, rolled forward, and transformed into a tall female elf with green hair and a glowing green skin. "Oh, it's little Aya," one of the particularly tall ancient trees guarding the camp made an old voice, "Come in quickly, the great elder is worried about you at this moment." As he spoke, the human-like faces on these tall ancient trees disappeared back into the tree trunks, as if they had never appeared. The female elf named Aya nodded to the surrounding ancient trees, and then responded to the tallest ancient tree, "Okay, Elder Enbu, I happen to have something to ask the great elder." The tallest ancient tree received a response, and its face also sank into the tree trunk. Aya stepped into the tribe. There were also many tall trees in the tribe, and some elves with green hair and white skin with a hint of green walked under these trees. Among them, the tallest giant tree had a trunk tens of meters thick. Looking up, the canopy of this giant tree almost covered the entire sky. All the trees in the tribe grew in the shade of this giant tree. This giant tree already had the demeanor of the legendary sacred object of the elves in the main plain, the Elven World Tree. On the trunk of this giant tree, the elves followed the naturally growing tree holes and branch veins on the giant tree, and built wooden houses of various sizes. Layers of wooden steps spiraled around the giant tree's body. The elf Aya did not greet the other members of her clan, but instead climbed along the spiraling steps, all the way to the top of the giant tree. There was a simple but spacious wooden house there. The elf Aya covered her butt and pushed open the door of the tree house. In the tree house, sat an elf who looked very young. Chapter 121. This seemingly young elf only realized upon closer inspection that her once lush, forest green hair, full of life, had become somewhat dull. The seemingly youthful face also had fine wrinkles creeping around the corners of her eyes. Elves originally belonged to the long-lived race, with each ordinary elf living for at least hundreds or thousands of years. Elves born in elf tribes with the Tree of Life have even longer lifespans. This tribe not only possessed the Tree of Life, but the Tree of Life they possessed was vastly different from ordinary trees of life, bringing an astonishing effect of increased lifespan to these elves. Coupled with the long-term consumption of the essence of the water of life, which could increase lifespan, the great elder of this elf could live for long years unimaginable to those short-lived races. Even so, this elf was already showing signs of aging, making it impossible to guess how many years she had lived in this world. She saw the elf druid Aya walk in, then stood up from the soft cushion woven from leaves fallen from the Tree of Life on the ground, and asked with concern, "Aya, you are back. Have you found any good news?" "Great elder," the young elf druid Aya's tone was full of respect for the older elf. She lowered her hand covering her buttocks and gave a salute to the older elf. "Those creatures that appeared in the barren god ruins are very weak. I have been observing their behavior and traces during this period, and found that they do not seem to be the minions of the barren god. They have order and rationality, and do not like killing and chaos." The young elf druid Aya replied. "Not like the minions of the barren god? That's good, this is really good news." The older elf elder's face showed a smile, and she exhaled a long breath, smoothing out the wrinkles tightly locked between her eyebrows. "The barren god, this is a powerful existence that can stand shoulder to shoulder with many gods, also known as the primordial one, or the primeval god. No one knows how many barren gods exist in the world, including the gods in the god realm above the astral world. But in many legends circulating in the endless astral planes, there were hundreds of barren gods naturally created from heaven and earth at the beginning of the universe. In the ancient years of endless time, the barren gods once had a great war with the many gods high above the god realm, not only across planes, but also across crystal wall system. Although this war eventually ended with the victory of many faith gods, the legendary king of gods, the primordial dragon god Io, was also cut in half by the powerful barren god Erechos, the king of fear, using that terrifying god-slaying great axe. And the platinum dragon god Bahamut and the evil dragon god Tiamat, in a certain legend, were born from the divided body of the primordial dragon god Io, and are the first-generation dragon gods of the dragon bloodline inheritance, and the highest point of bloodline recovery, the blood of the first-generation dragon gods. The leader of the barren gods, Erechos, the king of fear, was also beheaded by Bahamut, the north wind dragon king, and Tiamat, the five-colored dragon queen, who were born from the primordial dragon god. But these barren gods are enemies that only many gods can fight against, so even if they are just some unknown minions of the barren god, they are also a natural disaster that this weak plane cannot resist. It's no wonder that the long-lived elf, who has countless years of composure, couldn't help but show a happy expression when she heard this good news. If they are not the minions of the barren god, then I can rest assured. After all, in the entire world, none of the tribes have given birth to an elf child who can obtain the recognition of the sacred artifact. If the minions of the barren god break through the barrier of the world again and invade, it will be difficult for us to resist those chaotic and bloodthirsty monsters. It seems that they are just outsiders who accidentally came to this world. Well, let's not contact them for the time being, and continue to observe their movements to see what they want to do. The older elf elder sat down again, her expression returned to its ancient and waveless appearance, and her dark green eyes also dimmed. If they are found to want to step into that forbidden area, let them act as they please, and let them weaken the scale of those corpse ghost monsters. Hundreds of years ago, this plain, named the Green Wilderness Forest by the mage, was discovered by a small part of the barren god's minions wandering in the starry sky. At that time, the elves were still scattered in small tribes, and a dozen elves could form a tribe, free and dispersed. Under the leadership of the monster leader, those barren god's minions tore apart the plain barrier, wanting to turn the entire Green Wilderness Forest plain into a barren god's nest and transform all creatures into barren god's claws. Fortunately, at that time, there was a gifted elf who not only received the recognition of the will of the endless forest, but also received the blessing of all the trees of life, and obtained the recognition of the sacred artifact inherited by the elf tribe in this world. Under the leadership of this elf, all the elves united and bravely resisted the invading barren god's minions, paying countless lives. Finally, in the last battle, the elf sacrificed his own life and used the passed-down holy spear to nail the leader of the barren god's minions to death on the battlefield. The blood that flowed from the leader of the barren god's minions who was nailed to death by the holy spear turned the originally lush forest into a sandy land, and even after hundreds of years of recovery and nurturing, it is still difficult to restore the original state. And the sacred spear that killed the leader of the barren god is still nailing the monster's corpse deep in that barren sandy land, and no one can pull it out. That tragic battlefield, which has turned into a barren sandy land, is now occupied by countless corpse ghost monsters formed from the corpses of the elves and barren god's minions who died in battle that year. However, I also discovered a strange creature. The young elf druid's face showed a hesitant expression, and she told her discovery. That creature seems to be with those weak monsters. His body is covered with scarlet scales, and he has dragon horns on his head. He is not only excellent in strength, but also can use magic. He seems to be a dragonborn like the stories you told us when we were young. Speaking of this, the young elf Aya unconsciously touched her buttocks. The healed wound seemed to still transmit bursts of pain at this time, as if some kind of power existed and had not been removed. Dragonborn? Aya, are you sure it's a dragonborn? The older elf elder's waveless face twisted again. She stood up with a whoosh and asked somewhat hoarsely. The young elf nodded, and she stammered, if the stories you told us before are correct, great elder, then what I encountered should be a dragonborn. This is troublesome. The appearance of the dragonborn must mean that there is a giant dragon behind him. The older elf great elder was no longer calm at this moment, and her dim eyes flickered again, pacing back and forth in this spacious tree house. In the elf elder's memory, thousands of years ago, when she was still young, there were also giant dragons in this plain. Those big guys with green scales and crowns on their heads occupied the entire plain and regarded all living beings as slaves. At that time, the elves also lived in fear under the shadow of these terrifying creatures, and needed to regularly offer pure elf beauties and the water of life to the dragons. The passed-down elf holy spear was also once a collection and ornament in the dragon's lair. Many talented elf children also turned to ashes because of the dragon blood of those giant dragons, just because the giant dragons wanted to create their own dragonborn legion and eternally rule the entire plane. However, for some unknown reason, thousands of years ago, the leaders of those giant dragons suddenly disappeared from this world, and the remaining giant dragons also disintegrated, left this plane, and went to other worlds. Therefore, the elf Great Elder, who had once had a slave life, was extremely shocked by this news. The barren god's minions certainly wanted to exterminate all living beings in this plane and turn the world into a barren god's nest, but the giant dragons were not much better. The elf Great Elder still remembers the impression that many gathered large tribes gradually declined because they offered their clansmen to the giant dragons, and many small tribes were even exterminated because of this. In the elf Great Elder's heart, the harm of the giant dragons is not as great as that of the barren god's minions, but it is not far from it, and it can be said to be a natural disaster and dragon scourge for the entire plane. No, this matter should be notified to other tribes. Aya, go and call Buka and the others. Later, you need to send my handwritten letter to the major tribes and let them come here to discuss how to face that dragonborn and the giant dragon behind it. The elf Great Elder said decisively, turned around and took out a few wide leaves from the wooden shelf in the tree house, and imprinted her information into them. This matter is no longer something that their tribe can solve alone, and may be related to the future direction of the entire plane's destiny. Yes, Great Elder. The young elf bowed and exited the spacious wooden house, then jumped down from the height of the giant tree, transformed into an owl in mid-air, flew down hundreds of meters, landed at the bottom of the giant tree, and then transformed back into the elf's original form. That night, Kalen dragged this one-horned snake lizard magical beast back to the camp, but he only dug down the one-horned and heart of this beast. One-horned as the root of the magical power of this snake, can be regarded as a small treasure. The heart was swallowed by Kalen as a small sweet spot for nourishment. The rest of the flesh was distributed to those followers, but the blood essence of this one-horned snake was extracted by Kalen and put into the magic space pocket in his stomach, for future research. He plans to collect the blood of every transcendent creature he encounters, the more samples the better, so that future studies can have multiple sample comparisons. The magic space pocket was made by the mage's shoeseer using the stomach bag of the Titan python he hunted last time. Although the space is not large, only about 100 cubic meters, which is equivalent to a house of 7.4 meters long, 5 meters wide and 2.7 meters high. A more vivid description is equivalent to a one-bedroom apartment, but it is more than enough to hold some ordinary items. Although the mixed Titan python's stomach bag is not as powerful as the pure Titan python, the volume of the space bag made is also a bit small. Kalong suspects that these mages secretly deducted some materials as some kind of handling fee and fire consumption. Moreover, the dragon's stomach also has some kind of spatial attribute, but it can accommodate other spatial magic equipment. This is some kind of magical characteristic of the dragon's body. Moreover, after accommodating this magic space bag, Kalong also obtained some characteristics of this magic equipment. That is, his storage capacity has also become larger, but this feature is better than nothing in the eyes of the red dragon, slightly a chicken rib, something of little value or interest. After resting in the camp for one night, the chaotic imprints in Kalen's mind have calmed down a lot. Perhaps he has begun to get used to the existence of these imprints. At least these chaotic and gorgeous lines have made it difficult to affect the red dragon's concentration. When Kalen was used to sleeping enough and stepped out of his barracks again, the Squinting Eyes mage had already built a teleportation magic circle in the camp with other mages. This magic circle is used to teleport in this world. Once the mages and Kalen encounter irresistible or accidental danger, they will use the teleportation circle to return to this camp, and then return to Akane through the plane teleportation gate. Kalen also received a teleportation seal engraved with complex runes. When he encounters danger, crushing the seal will activate the power of the teleportation gate and teleport him back to the camp. Although Kalen has his own methods, he cannot guarantee that there will be no accidents, and it is a good thing to have an extra method, so he accepted this teleportation seal. However, this kind of treatment is limited to Kalen and several mages. The Knoll soldiers and Knoll leader Yugu who will embark on an exploration trip with them did not get the teleportation seal. The unevenness of the world is always reflected unconsciously. Although Kalen does not want the power of his subordinates to be damaged, he has already prepared for this. I have to say that with sufficient time to prepare for these mages' methods are always diverse. Just like a certain Batman in Kalen's memory. Perhaps the famous saying about that person is quite appropriate for these mages, that is, never fight a mage. In addition to the teleportation gate, those mages were also whispering and discussing in front of a strange magic instrument. This strange magic instrument looked like a mixture of a globe and a compass. A long pointer moved up and down on a small ball, constantly changing direction. Kalen, you finally woke up. The squinting eyes mage saw Kalen's figure, left the mage group, and walked over. How is it, Shuseer, do you have any clues about your exploration target? Kalen moved his body. In this plain full of rich vitality and humidity, the red dragon felt that his fire had diminished a lot. The blood that used to be restless every morning when he woke up now seemed very peaceful. The squinting eyes mage nodded, we found 2 targets, but the directions of the 2 targets are completely opposite. The closest target to us is behind us, about 1,000 miles away. The mage's finger pointed to the back of the camp, the barren sandy land where the jungle gradually thinned. Then his finger pointed to the southeast direction of the camp and said, the other target is in that direction. Although it is farther away from us, the reaction of the magic instrument is more intense, so we are temporarily hesitant. Kalen nodded. Although he would stand up and dominate in some things, he would not interfere with the choice of these mages in the direction of exploration. After all, he did not know which choice was correct and which choice was wrong. As long as these mages do not propose the choice of dividing their troops to explore this world-shattering wisdom, he will not stop the other party. Ultimately, the mages decided to explore the closer locations first, without proposing any splitting of forces. Karen nodded and instructed Yug to gather the many Knoll warriors, leaving 50 warriors and the remaining kobold soldiers to guard the camp. The rest of the Knoll warriors, with each other's help, donned heavy armor. In this humid plain, the armor became damp overnight, making it prone to rusting. Therefore, many Knolls who treasured their armor smeared grease on it, making the armor appear black and shiny. When worn by the tall and sturdy Knoll barbarians, they looked quite elite and valiant. Once all the warriors were equipped, the Knoll spellcasters released the ravens and vultures they had brought with them, sending them to scout ahead. Then, the group left the camp, following behind the scout birds at a slow pace, while hundreds of kobolds pushed wheelbarrows loaded with the Knoll soldiers' supplies and provisions. The path chosen by the mages initially had sparse forests and some active animals and beasts, but as the exploration team advanced, the environment became increasingly desolate. After traveling about 20 miles, the surrounding environment had changed from sparse forest to a gobi desert with only wild grass growing. The weathered sand absorbed most of the moisture in the area. Traces of animal activity were rare, and even the birds in the sky had disappeared. Only burrowing worms and tiny creatures existed beneath the sand. However, Karen liked this environment. It was dry, and the temperature was not as cold and damp as in the forest. In this place, the red dragon's abilities would not be affected. As they went deeper, the temperature began to rise. The Knolls, covered in armor, lifted their faceplates to breathe more easily. Scattered bones began to appear in the sand. Eroded by the wind and sand, they were already broken. Many bone fragments swirled in the wind, revealing more complete bones underneath. When the team advanced beyond 50 miles, the bones in the sand became more numerous, and the bones buried under the sand became more complete. There were also many broken, weathered, and rusted weapons that looked like they could be snapped with a little force. Some of the skeletons were missing their heads, clearly beheaded by enemies. Others had their sternums pierced, with a large hole and many broken ribs. Still others were split in half at the waist, showing various signs of death. Karen and the squint-eyed mage walked in the center of the group, his senses constantly scanning. Although there was no negative energy accumulating on these scattered bones, they could tell that the bones had been in this area for a long time. Even if buried in a coffin, they should have decayed into dust long ago. It was unreasonable for them to be preserved in such an easily weathered place. Therefore, everyone became cautious, but no one was afraid to retreat. Not to mention the abilities of these high-level mages, but for Karen himself, even if these bones turned into undead creatures, they would not be more resistant to the red dragon's flames than some dry firewood. Even the Knoll's armor was like an ironkin that these bones could not bite through. Only the weak kobold soldiers were a match for these bones, but these kobolds, before Karen's defeat, would always be more courageous than any dragon's minions. Eventually, before dark, the exploration team did not encounter any emergencies. Karen chose a leeward sand dune in the Gobi Desert as the campsite for the night. He had all the kobolds surround the entire camp with wheelbarrows loaded with supplies and food, using them as the outermost defense. Then, he used his ability to unearth all the bones under the selected camp and burn them to ashes with a dragon's breath. He then solidified the ground of the entire camp with the power of the earth, ensuring that no bones could emerge from under the camp before stopping. The other mages, seeing Karen being so cautious, also set up magical wards and took out magical gems from their magical rings, setting up a defensive magic circle around the camp, making the entire camp like an iron bucket. Karen nodded in satisfaction. These generous mages did not care about this consumption, also showing their attitude that they did not want Karen's subordinates to be easily damaged. After arranging the guards for the night watch, these people entered into rest, and the Knoll soldiers in heavy armor fell asleep. Karen also closed his eyes, leaning against the solidified sand dune, silently resting. On the sand dune with the high watchtower, the kobold soldiers on guard duty were meticulously scanning the surroundings of the camp. The bright moon in the sky allowed the kobolds, who already had some night vision ability, to see farther and clearer. Fortunately, nothing happened in the first half of the night. The night gradually deepened, and the bright moon in the sky was gradually obscured by the clouds, and the cold of the late night swept across the entire earth. Suddenly, in the endless wilderness, bony hands broke out of the sand. Chapter 122. The chilling wind sweeping across the desolate sandy land seemed to awaken the dormant, buried, endless white bones beneath the earth. Skeletons, broken and incomplete, broke free from the shackles of death within the sand and stood up, swaying. Bang! A massive white bone hand clawed out of the earth, its jagged surface adorned with numerous long bone spurs, pressing down on the ground. Immediately following, 3 pairs of enormous bone wings abruptly unfurled from beneath the desolate sand, cradling a skull split in half. With a deafening boom, sand shot skyward as a colossal skeleton with a single white bone horn protruding from its skull rose from beneath the desolate sand, brandishing a time-corroded, broken long-bladed war sword high above. The gaping hole in its chest, nearly the size of a human head, merely signified the piercing and fracturing of its entire heart within this bone giant. At this moment, an almost infinite, immeasurable number of bone undead emerged from their respective places of slumber, one after another stepping out of the shadows of death, grasping broken, corroded weapons. There were countless humanoid skeletons, as well as countless bizarre, unimaginable forms of bone undead. Before emerging from the desolate sandy land, these bone undead seemed unaware, just like their appearance, soulless dead objects. In the next moment, the chilling wind, rolling in from the deepest reaches of the desolate sandy land, almost solidified into a deep black aura, injecting its soul into these ignorant, unconscious bones. Torches of ghostly green flames suddenly erupted from the empty eye sockets of these skeletons in that instant, and the soughing wind carried layers upon layers of voices calling for the return of souls, echoing in the ears of these skeletons. That voice, seemingly resounding directly within their souls, echoed with shrill laughter, "Awake, awake! My warriors, my servants! Go forth and extract the vital organs of those living beings you crave and hate, drink their hot blood to satiation, offer their corpses as sacrifice, and I shall grant you eternal liberation." In that instant, the entire earth resounded with the cries of countless souls, the souls of those who had died in battle in the past, stepping out from every corner of the earth, taking residence in their lifeless bone bodies. The eerie, cold, green ghost fire in the empty eye sockets of all the skeletons suddenly flared up, and then the endless, infinite skeletons turned in unison, staring blankly at the only place where life existed on this land. Woof woof woof, the kobold soldiers' urgent barking echoed through the late-night camp. It had discovered the abnormality of the skeletons and shouted at the top of its lungs, "Enemies, undead, bones are attacking." The kobold screams awakened the quiet camp, and pairs of eyes gleaming with strange light lit up in the dark side of the camp behind the sand dunes. These were the eyes of gnolls and kobolds opening, these warriors were waking up. A pair of pupils like crimson lanterns also opened. Kalen slowly stood up and looked out at the vast expanse of the world. The squinting-eyed mage, Hughes and the high-level mages who were not accustomed to sleeping on the sand were also awakened in an instant. SA with Macron, SA with Macron, SA with Macron. In the next moment, countless bone undead, wielding rusty, broken weapons, silently charged forward, and those skeletons that approached the camp crashed headfirst into the magical barrier hidden in the air, emitting invisible fluctuations. Bang, bang, bang! The collision of these bone undead with the magical barrier stirred up bursts of transparent ripples, which were the fluctuations triggered by the magical barrier. The first bone undead to rush over crashed into the magical barrier, and its fragile bone body was shattered, with bones flying everywhere and scattered all over the ground. The undead that rushed over later stopped in front of the barrier. The bone undead with weapons waved the weapons in their hands, slashing at the thin, transparent magical barrier in the air, stirring up bursts of fluctuations. The bone undead without weapons picked up the bones of the bone undead that had scattered on the ground earlier and smashed them at the magical barrier. The other skeletons waved their bone claws, scratching at the magical barrier, creating a sound like fingernails scraping across an iron plate. The bone undead whose bodies had been shattered earlier, even if only a skull remained, were driven by the cold ghost fire in their empty eye sockets to roll their heads and crash into the magical barrier. In this short period, the area around the camp had been heavily surrounded by a vast expanse of bone undead, and these bone undead were doing everything they could to deplete the magical barrier. "How long can the barrier hold, Hughes the red dragon asked, looking towards the squinting-eyed mage who was approaching, his tone calm and even, without any fluctuations despite being surrounded. The squinting-eyed mage's expression was quite serious. Although these mages could easily shatter the bone undead in front of them, they would consume mana whenever they used magic. The mana of these mages was limited, and the bones in front of them, at least for now, seemed almost infinite. Even if the mages could replenish their consumed mana through magic crystals, if they consumed too much, they were very likely to face a situation where replenishment could not keep up with consumption. If the magical barrier is not broken by a powerful force in an instant, then the duration of the magical barrier depends only on the consumption rate of the magic gemstones in the magic array, Hughes responded, squinting his eyes, and then looked at the overwhelming, vast expanse of bone undead outside, almost filling all the space he could see. Kalen nodded slightly. It seemed that the magical barrier would not be broken in a short time. Although the dragon blood in his body was urging him to spew out dragon fire and burn these vile creatures that dared to offend the dragon to ashes. But he was not in a hurry to attack. The revival of bone undead of this scale must have a leader behind it, either some kind of peculiar life or some kind of peculiar rule phenomenon. He was looking for the leader hiding behind the scenes. As long as he solved the leader behind the scenes, it would be a permanent solution. Otherwise, with this number of bone undead, even he would have to spend a lot of effort to get rid of them, and he didn't want to waste his energy. Kalen's perception rapidly spread out, his vision bypassed these ordinary monsters, searching for his target. The mage Hughes saw that Kalen was no longer speaking, so he ordered 2 mages to check the magic gemstones in the magic array in order to replace them at any time. The remaining mages gathered together, preparing to attack. The Knoll warriors, under the command of the Knoll leader Yuku, had erected tall tower shields behind the unicycles surrounding the camp, gripping their weapons and ready to move. The remaining kobold soldiers also protected the mages and Kalen, preparing to coordinate with the Knoll warriors at any time. For a moment, the entire battlefield fell into a strange silence, with only the sounds of the bone undead colliding with the magical barrier. Kalen's true vision swept over the bone undead. The source of power and core of these bone undead were almost entirely in the ghost fire in their eye sockets. In Kalen's vision, the auras of these bone undead were mixed yet independent, and there was no special connection between them, simply a gathering of the same aura. But Kalen knew that even a goose flying by would leave traces. As long as there had been a connection, there would definitely be a mark left in the world. If he couldn't find it, it might prove that this place was driven by a special rule. Conversely, if he found some traces, then he could learn from the behavior of a great being who created the Analects and find the road to his opponent's home in the morning, and the enemy could die in the evening. Kalen's powerful spirit, with the rapid operation of the auxiliary brain, analyzed every trace seen in his true vision. Countless souls naked in the bone bodies were all in plain sight in his vision, and the trajectories of the flow of powerful or weak soul auras also appeared one by one in his eyes. Those intertwined trajectories in Kalen's eyes were like rapidly swiping information data. Finally, Kalen discovered a dozen of the most powerful souls behind these countless bones. The trajectories of the flow of those powerful soul auras faintly pointed in the direction of a certain existence. It was the aura and traces of a soul left in the real world by a spell once driven by some kind of soul power. This soul aura was cold and dark. While Kalen recorded this soul aura, he also vaguely sensed the location of the owner of this soul aura, which was hundreds of miles away from Kalen's group. The red dragon, face with sharp thorns curled into a ferocious smile, revealing his white fangs. His tone was cold and filled with killing intent. "I found you, little mouse." At the same time, the dozen or so most powerful souls hidden among the endless bones, seemed to have become impatient after a long time without success, and came out one after another. "PA with Macron, PA with Macron, PA with Macron. The bone giant with a white bone horn growing on its bone head strode forward, crushing the bone undead blocking its path, wielding a huge broken blade in its hand, and suddenly slashed down at the still indestructible magical barrier. BA with Macron NG. At the moment the huge broken blade was swung down, a layer of cold white ghost flames suddenly rose up, heavily hitting the magical barrier. The huge force and the ghost flames carrying corrosive power caused the entire magical barrier to produce violent fluctuations, and the giant blade rebounded by this force smashed the bone undead beside the bone giant into pieces on the ground. The bone undead with 3 pairs of bone wings and only half a skull flapped its leaky wings, staggering into the air, and a ghostly green fire eye flickered non-stop. A powerful death aura and yin energy were transformed into a glowing green fire, spewing out from the bones of this bone undead, hitting the shaking magical barrier. The collision and reaction between the energies made a sizzling sound in the air, like water droplets falling into hot oil. Another bone undead, like a giant snake skeleton, quietly darted out of the bone undead tide, and its huge bone tail suddenly lashed out, and the force like a siege hammer extracted a sharp burst of air, and the bones around the barrier were also lashed into powder. Then, carrying a huge force, it heavily slammed on the tottering magical barrier. In this short moment, the seemingly indestructible magical barrier had fallen into a precarious situation and seemed likely to break at any time. The 2 mages watched the rapidly consumed magic gemstones, their faces changed, and they quickly extended their hands and injected their magic into the gemstones to barely maintain the stability of the barrier. The remaining mages also withdrew their wands and scrolls from their magic rings, or other casting items, and looked at Kalen with serious expressions, waiting for the Red Dragon, decision. The Knoll leader Yugu stood out with a murderous aura, and asked with high fighting spirit, "My king, do you want to take the initiative to attack?" In the distance, in a bloody desolate sandy land, shrouded in lingering thick fog, it could be vaguely seen through the bright moonlight that in the depths of this fog-shrouded land, a huge golden divine spear was diagonally inserted into the ground, like a sharp mountain standing for eternity, firmly nailing a monster corpse with 6 wings, 6 arms, and 3 heads onto the seemingly loose bloody desolate sand. The chest of this corpse was pierced by the huge golden divine spear, and the entire heart was also pierced by the golden divine spear. The dried blood turned the entire land into bloody sand, and there were still countless dry traces of blood flowing on its body. But strangely, even after countless years of destruction and exhausting the blood of the body, this body still looked vibrant without any signs of dryness. Just as Kalen said that sentence, the nailed corpse suddenly opened its eyes, and the black eyes seemed to be constantly rotating chaos, and there were no pupils. At this time, a thick lightning bolt suddenly struck down from the sky, flashed on the golden divine spear, and submerged into the corpse that opened its eyes. Rumble. Kalen stretched out both sides of his claws, raised his palms slightly upwards, and the land and desolate sand slowly rose under the control of this red dragon. The ground rolled and heaved, the surroundings lifted, and the outside recessed. Countless bone undead attacking the magic barrier were trapped in the sand under their feet and could not stand firmly, tumbling to the ground. And the endless desolate sand gathered into a tower, sand towers connected into walls, and sand walls surrounded into a city. In an instant, a low city solidified of desolate sand stood up around the camp. Only a tall wide city gate faced Kalen and opened. Even when facing the upcoming battle, the mages could not help but be amazed by the power mastered by the red dragon before them. Even though these high-level mages were talented, they all needed hard study and diligent learning to have the power they have today. And the red dragon before them did not cast spells, but just relying on their own talent, rose from the ground, built a small city. The mages who saw this scene, even if their minds and will were the best choice among ordinary people, could not help but sigh the injustice of the world. Squinting Eyes Mage also sighed in his heart. When the red dragon was in his childhood, he could still feel that he was stronger than the other party, but now that this red dragon has stepped into adolescence for a few years, his strength is enough to let himself only see the other party's tail tip. Only those dragon dependents had long been accustomed to, before Kalen completely entered failure, the red dragon would always be the supreme god in their hearts. So the Knoll warriors and Kobold just excitedly looked at their master, howling and barking, wanting to take the initiative attack and smash the group tasteless bones. Leave 50 Knoll warriors and 200 Kobold warriors, guard the camp, Yugu, take the other warriors, follow me attack. The red dragon's crimson pupils flickered with excitement. First clean up these little mouse cubs. Howling, barking. Knoll warriors threw down the tower shield in their hands, and gathered with the Kobold warriors in front of the red dragon. A series of spells and shaman magic from the mages and knoll casters fell on these warriors. Strength, agility, speed, courage, recovery, various blessings and enhancements shimmered upon the warriors, making them fearless. Whoosh! The constantly shaking magical barrier finally shattered under the relentless assault, but before the skeletal undead could surge into the small, low-walled city, the living warriors clad head to toe in iron armor, charged out led by the Knoll Yug. Dragon Legion, attack! The Knoll Yug roared, taking the lead, charging ahead like a one-dog army, his iron armor crashing into the bone pile like a sturdy tin can. He wielded his solid iron spear like a club, creating a tremendous whistling sound as he swung it. One sweep shattered the skeletal undead crowding at the front. Hundreds of warriors followed closely behind, fearless, rampaging through the tide of bones, smashing skeletons and crushing the ghostly flames in their eye sockets into fragments. And Karen, transformed into his true form and soared into the sky. The massive red dragon spread his wings, flying low across the desert, forcibly extracting and gathering the depleted magical energy to fuel his deep breaths. His eyes blazed with surging flames, and a bright line of fire instantly shot from his abdomen to his chest, then through his throat. Whoosh! A violent, destructive dragon flame, burning everything in its path, erupted from Karen's mouth, the raging flames accompanied by a torrent of magical power. The two forces converged and reacted, scorching the air until it warped, and with a sharp, explosive whistling sound, descended upon the endless tide of skeletal undead. Rumble! Extremely intense heat and terrifying flames that incinerated everything arrived simultaneously, and Karen's domain bloomed at the same moment. In that instant, the souls within every bone covered by dragon fire seemed to see a fragment of the sun falling to earth. The blazing flames and intense heat instantly turned all the bones into charcoal, which then scattered into ash in the warped air. The flames spread along the air and magical energy, and the frigid negative energy acted like grease and dry tinder, fueling the flames. Explosions resounded within the flames, and a line of fire swept along the aura of energy, instantly engulfing a wide area. The red dragon in the sky was like the grim reaper harvesting these skeletal undead, wantonly sowing the flames of destruction, flying and breathing fire, circle after circle, again and again. In less than a quarter of an hour, flames spread everywhere across the land. The skeletal undead were instantly reduced to ashes, without even a chance to think about fleeing. And the skeletal undead in the distance, upon witnessing this scene, scattered across the desolate sandy land like panicked rabbits pursued by hounds, carrying the lingering warmth of the flames. Countless souls were also liberated from the bones. Many souls showed smiles in the air before being burned into nothingness by the dragon fire. There were also many strange souls that dissipated with the wind the moment the bones turned to ash, as if they were originally attached to the bones. A fiery hell everywhere, ashes in all directions. Chapter 123. Far above the sky, a massive red dragon stretched its immense wings, like a draconic volcano, spewing an endless stream of molten lava from its mouth. The vast shadow cast under the moonlight stretched across the desolate sandy earth. The entire perimeter around the encampment was already engulfed in raging, destructive dragon fire. The moment those skeletal undead came into contact with even a trace of the flames, the yin energy within them would erupt into an even more intense blaze. Countless wailing souls were released from the bones, uttering their last cries in this world, before being burned into nothingness by the all-consuming dragon fire. In the sky, the dragon rained down destructive fire, while on the ground, its minions wielded blades of death, liberating these souls that should have long been at rest. The dragon fire, covering the heavens and earth and spreading through the surrounding void, was so intense that both the mages guarding the small town and the dragon's minion legions felt as if they were inside a giant furnace. The surrounding air grew thin, and the already depleted magic became impossible to sense. The mages and knoll spellcasters in the town could only stimulate their own magic, raising a magical barrier shield above the entire small city to isolate it from the high temperatures emitted by the fiery hellscape. The skeletal undead, originally surrounding the innermost layer of the camp, were temporarily spared because the red dragon chose to maximize its damage by starting from the outer perimeter. Relying on their numerical advantage, several times greater than the Dragon Legion, they launched a fierce offensive. They hoped to defeat these tin cans encased in iron armor and retreat into the city untouched by the flames. The violent dragon fire, capable of easily destroying souls untouched by ordinary forces, and the extremely terrifying high temperatures sweeping in from all sides and behind, gave these skeletal undead a deadly sense of threat and urgency, emotions they hadn't felt in countless years. But this rare experience drove these long numb souls mad. The eerie green flames flickering in their empty eye sockets blazed fiercely, and they actually let out sharp roars from their skeletal bodies. Led by a dozen particularly powerful skeletal undead, countless skeletal undead continued their assault, engulfing the dragon's legion. Boom! A giant with a long, bony horn growing from its skull slammed down its great blade, creating a whistling sound. Looking for death? Gnoll leader Yuga roared, his blood-red eyes burning with flames similar to the red dragon's. Unwilling to be outdone, the blood-colored mane on his neck stood up like needles. His muscular left arm, wrapped in thick iron armor, was thrust out like a shield. Clang! The two collided, sparks flying. But the next moment, the spear held tightly in the gnoll's right hand pierced the skull of the skeletal giant. The gnoll's power, transmitted through the spear, shattered the skeletal giant's head, along with the two eerie green ghost fires, into dust. Whoosh! Just then, a great wind came from the side of the gnoll Yugu. A powerful undead with 3 pairs of bone wings reached out its sharp claws, grabbing towards Yugu's head. The claws burned with a strange white ghost fire. This strike would have been enough to pierce iron armor and tear 5 bloody holes in the gnoll's head. But an even more violent gale descended from the distant sky at this moment. A terrifying shadow covered the chaotic battlefield. A pair of thick, long, huge, and sharp dragon claws, shimmering with a faint cold light, fell from the sky, instantly tearing the powerful skeletal undead, strong enough to fight the gnoll leader, to pieces. The 3 pairs of huge bone wings were broken into fragments, falling to dust, and the particularly vigorous soul was also trampled into several pieces by the red dragon's descending claw. The red dragon's descending air current directly blew away many surrounding skeletal undead. With Kalen's addition, this final battlefield quickly became a one-sided slaughter. Those dozen or so most powerful skeletal undead were singled out and killed by Kalen one by one, leaving only the last one, like a giant skeletal snake, pinned under Kalen's foot, unable to struggle. The remaining skeletons could not turn and escape into the endless sea of fire still burning around them, and could only fall one by one under the encirclement of the mages and the Dragon Legion. This battle did not last long. In just half an hour, the overall situation was decided, and the remaining time was used for cleanup. The Dragon Legion warriors collected the shattered bones and piled them together, then burned them to ashes. Kalen wanted to interrogate the skeletal undead under his feet, but even with the soul strength of this skeletal undead, which was already more resilient than those high-level mages, its wisdom and everything else had been worn away in endless time. Only some instinctive reactions remained. Kalen could only stomp it into fragments and then spit out dragon fire to burn it to ashes. However, Kalen made an unexpected discovery. This strange skeletal undead was different from many humanoid skeletal undead. The soul of this skeletal undead seemed to be rooted in its own bones and flesh. After death, unlike other creatures in the world, its soul would not leave its body and go to the place where all souls in the world return, the legendary river Styx flowing with the souls of the departed. Interesting. The world is full of wonders. Kalen's dragon claw faintly glowed with white light, imprisoning a scattered fragment of soul within it for careful observation. These skeletal undead are different from most skeletal undead. Perhaps they are not primitive creatures born in this plane. Mage Hughes, with his squinting eyes, also came up and said. But the mage's face now carried a respect that even he hadn't noticed. The dragon fire slowly extinguished after burning the skeletal undead, but the once barren sandy land had now become a shimmering ground radiating high temperatures. The sand and soil were melted by the red dragon's flames, and now the entire land was like a shallow lake, with flowing, translucent magma everywhere, resembling a giant mirror under the moonlight. Even some saint-level powerhouses who were skilled in destructive spells and attack power would find it difficult to create such a scene. Ordinary people always have their limits, but the power contained within this red dragon seemed to have no limit. Very likely. It seems that before us, this plane had more than one group of visitors, and unwelcome ones at that. Kalen nodded, his massive body squatting down. The mage at his feet now had to jump to reach the red dragon's knee. Although these large numbers of undead were burned to ashes by your dragon fire, they also left behind some valuable things, the squinting mage said, opening his palm. A transparent crystal, the size of a sesame seed, lay in the mage's slender, pale hand. This is a soul crystal. Kalen lowered his white head, staring at the sesame-sized transparent crystal in the mage's palm. These soul crystals were only born in some very special places, from resilient and pure souls. Soul crystals had the same uses as magic crystals, which were condensed from pure magic, but soul crystals were more often used for matters of the soul and spirit. However, although soul crystals were pure enough, they couldn't be directly absorbed. The soul was one of the most wondrous creations in the world, and every creature's soul was unique. Even the demons transformed from abyss worms, their appearance changes and the races they evolved into later were determined by their unique soul characteristics. Once a soul crystal was absorbed casually, although it could directly strengthen the soul's power, it would also be affected by these souls. Even so, soul crystals were still a rare treasure. Many creatures whose souls were not strong enough, in order to enhance their soul strength, would create various methods of using soul crystals to minimize the impact they received. After all, a strong soul meant a threshold to becoming a legend. A strong soul and spiritual will might not necessarily lead to becoming a legend, but a soul and spiritual will that were not strong enough would definitely not lead to becoming a legend. This was the common understanding of all creatures striving to become legends. Of course, for those creatures who wanted to transform into liches, these soul crystals were the best sacred objects, the top-grade supplements. After transforming into a lich, most of one's strength depended on the original soul strength of the creature. If Kalen sold these soul crystals to those dragons who found it difficult to get through the ancient dragon stage and wanted to transform into dragon liches, a soul crystal of this size could be exchanged for at least 20,000 gold coins. 20,000 gold coins in the eyes of a dragon. Moreover, soul crystals were a hard currency in the abyss and hell, more popular than ordinary souls. Kalen could even use soul crystals to hire those chaotic devils and demons to work for him, if he collected enough soul crystals. Yes, soul crystals. Kalen, you can have your minions collect this kind of thing on the battlefield. This kind of thing is quite precious even in the hands of those legends, or rather, only in the hands of those legends can it exert its greatest value. The squinting mage Hughes spoke out some of the knowledge he knew. Legends construct their own cognitive system about the world, and then touch the laws of the real world based on their understanding. A strong soul is an indispensable foundation. And once they can successfully construct and perfect their cognitive system and inject the laws they have comprehended and mastered, they will form a unique domain. Some powerful domains are even comparable to the divine kingdoms of weak gods. Mage Hughes's small eyes revealed a trace of envy. The prototype of the domain that the red dragon now possessed had already given this dragon a ticket to step into that threshold. Many legendary powerhouses explore the endless astral plane, study the rules and mysteries of various worlds, and construct and perfect their cognitive system in order to condense a domain and become a god on earth with their own divine kingdom domain. Unfortunately, even with the lifespan and strength of legendary powerhouses, very few people can take this step in their entire lives. Just like many great creatures trying to ascend to godhood, only a very few lucky ones can succeed. The two similar but different paths are almost equally difficult, with the former being even more difficult. I saw in a magic book that in ancient times, a powerful mage was able to use the soul power burned by magic crystals to help himself study the laws and mysteries of the world. Unfortunately, that method was not recorded in the book. The squinting mage's eyes revealed a look of regret and regret. If he knew this method, perhaps Hughes could also use the soul crystals in his hand to help himself get closer to the door of legend in the future. Kalen didn't feel any regret. His secondary brain cluster was prepared for this, and the goal had been determined in the initial strengthening, not aimlessly. However, he remembered the power of faith needed by the gods, which also seemed to be extremely important and related to the soul. Those seemingly powerful and omnipotent gods of faith, once they do not get enough nourishment from the power of faith, will also fall into sleep on the astral plane. Perhaps these soul crystals are more precious than I thought, Kalen pondered. In his impression, this kind of thing was also a very expensive currency in the abyss and hell. It could even make those chaotic and evil devils and demons obey the orders of a paladin, as long as the paladin could pay enough soul crystals. The red dragon then ordered all the minions to disperse and enter the battlefield, which had gradually cooled down and solidified into a crystalline surface, to search for these soul crystals. The moon sank, and the sun rose in the east. At this moment, the earth had changed its appearance, and it looked a bit dazzling in the morning sun. Kalen and his party continued to move towards their destination. His magic space bag already contained 42 soul crystals, the result of the dragon minions' hard work for half a night. Kalen did not pretend to be generous and distribute some of the soul crystals to the mage. He and his minions had contributed most of the effort in this battle, so it was rightfully his loot. Not confiscating the soul crystal in the squinting mage's hand was already considered extremely generous by Kalen, especially for a dragon. Along the way, the dragon minions shattered all the bones they saw into powder, but when it was time to rest at night, many skeletal undead would still appear one after another from afar, constantly harassing the party, as if hindering their progress. However, with the experience of the first night, now everyone would only walk for most of the day and then set up camp to rest. Every night when setting up camp, Kalen would use his power to condense the sand and soil into a city, and then let the mages defend based on the small city. He himself would slaughter the invading skeletal undead with his minion warriors. Just like that, they continued to walk, and after several battles, the seemingly endless skeletal undead became fewer and fewer. The bone undead tides that came at night became visibly sparse and scattered. The mages were very happy, finally about to reach their exploration goal. The minion warriors were also very happy. Their nature was to love killing and fighting. Being well behaved in the dragon's territory had already made their bones rust. Kalen was also very happy watching the soul crystals in his magic space bag increase day by day. The only ones injured were those skeletal undead and the person in charge behind them. On the 10th day of stepping into the barren sand, the mages finally saw their target. Kalen also looked forward with a slightly solemn expression. Even at noon, when the sun was high, that area was still shrouded in a faint black mist. The black mist was layered, and the center was even like a deep night. Even Kalen's gaze could only barely penetrate the barrier of the black mist and see a looming scene. A huge golden divine spear pinned a corpse into the earth. That golden divine spear emitted a vast sea-like life energy and an extremely contradictory destructive power that made the red dragon feel a little palpitated. These two forces coexisted on this divine spear, contradictory yet harmonious. Karen's expression was somewhat grave, his massive body blocking the mages who wanted to cast spells to test the waters. Be careful, don't act rashly. This place is a bit dangerous. One of the mages quickly dispelled the magic gathering on his staff. Throughout the battles they'd faced, these mages had developed immense trust in the Red Dragon's abilities. If even the Red Dragon felt danger, then this was definitely no simple place. Caution is a good habit, wise dragon, a faint human figure formed within the black mist, like a transparent soul, cutting through the mist's obstruction to reveal a path towards the golden divine spear. Only then did the others see the scene inside, and they couldn't help but gasp. The thick golden divine spear was about the size of an adult's thigh, its long shaft embedded in the enormous corpse on the ground, with over 10 meters of the spear's length exposed. And the corpse on the ground was even more gigantic, like a dragon lying down, with 6 wings, 6 arms, and 3 heads. Each head looked different, lacking the characteristics of ordinary creatures, like some kind of primal bestiality and divinity from the beginning of the world, fused together. Even after being dead for endless years, this corpse still exuded terrifying pressure and aura, clashing with the aura of the massive golden spear, overwhelming everyone and making it difficult to breathe. The aura from this corpse was what Karen had sensed as the mastermind, but now it seemed that this wasn't a small mouse, but an elephant. Legendary! Mage Hughes blurted out in shock. The unintentional majesty emanating from the two entities put more mental pressure on everyone than even a dragon's might, even from a considerable distance. Hughes had sensed this kind of pressure from his teacher, the saint-ranked mage Rupus, but it wasn't as oppressive and penetrating as the corpse before him. Indeed, you mages, who are disliked by other creatures, are always knowledgeable and possess a great deal of information, the transparent soul said calmly. Who are you? An elf? Karen asked solemnly, already preparing to retreat. At this moment, the flames around him condensed into a thin layer of flame domain, formed from his own domain. The oppressive force had no effect on him, and the mental pressure was completely blocked by the domain. The transparent soul looked very much like a male elf, with pointed ears and a body with elven features, but its appearance within the eerie black mist made Karen uncertain. An elf? That's just one of my avatars, the male elf's soul chuckled softly, then pointed to the massive golden divine spear and said, that is my true form. You are the soul born from this divine spear. Karen frowned. He had never heard of a weapon being able to give birth to its own soul. Perhaps some powerful magical alchemical weapons could possess some simple spirituality, but it was never a complete, vivid soul. Perhaps only artifacts held by gods could give birth to perfect souls. But although the golden divine spear before him had a powerful aura, it was far from being a divine artifact. The male elf shook his head. His calm tone suddenly wavered slightly. That divine spear was created from the heartwood of the world tree, and I am the soul accidentally born from the world tree. Those mages felled the world tree, using it for research, and the world tree's heartwood was refined into a magical creation capable of transforming between life and destruction. Chapter 124. Cutting down the world tree, Just for research? I wonder what kind of research those mages want to do that they'd be so wasteful. That thought flashed through Karen's mind as he focused his gaze on the mages. Karen had been pondering what the squinting mage, Hughes, had said. Those once incredibly powerful mages, because they wanted to research the gods, blocked the faith of the gods in the mortal realm, which resulted in the gods taking action and the powerful magic empire collapsing overnight. Karen thought that even if those mages were crazy, they wouldn't block the faith of all the gods. They probably only blocked the faith of the gods they had targeted. But that provoked all the gods of faith to take action together and destroy the magic empire. Karen thought that perhaps it was because of this overly crazy action that these mages were feared by the gods. Putting aside everything else, just cutting down the world tree for research, Karen wanted to poke a few holes in those mages with his dragon claws. The squinting mage was being stared at strangely by the others, even the gnolls were looking at him with strange expressions, and he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He muttered in a low voice, "Those mages are indeed a bit much, but it has nothing to do with me. I am a proper scholar mage, a theorist, do you understand?" Karen ignored the squinting mage's sophistry. He asked the one who claimed to be the world tree about his curiosity, "What exactly do those mages want to research that they would cut down the world tree? What is the origin of that creature you nailed to it?" The male elf's soul shook his head, his tone returning to its usual calmness, "I am just their experimental subject. Even the seeds of the world tree were sown in this world by those mages. How would I know the mage's purpose? But ultimately, what those mages want to research is nothing more than the laws and essence represented by the world tree. As for what the mages want to do with the essence and laws of the world tree, perhaps the group of mages behind you have their own ideas. As for that corpse, it is an extraterrestrial creature that invaded this world hundreds of years ago, and also a descendant of the wild gods who wander the endless starry sky," the male elf said calmly, as if this corpse, which still exuded a powerful aura even after death, was nothing more than an ordinary beast. "Although I am a life form born from the world tree planted by the mages, many life forms in this world were born because of me. They regard my remaining body as a guardian deity, helping me to condense my soul consciousness, so I naturally have to shoulder the responsibility of a guardian deity." The responsibility of a guardian deity. Karen felt a sense of admiration for the soul before him. Those many gods of faith, although more powerful than this life born from the world tree, rarely showed behavior of protecting their believers, and only a very few special souls could gain the favor of the gods. Even Tiamat, the dragon god who claimed to love red dragons the most, would only favor those red dragons worthy of her attention. The countless red dragon corpses that were slaughtered as evil dragons were enough to prove this. As for the descendants of the wild gods, almost every dragon knew of the existence of such creatures, but the form of these creatures was not fixed. So it was reasonable that Karen didn't recognize it. In the subsequent conversation, Karen gradually dispelled the doubts in his heart. He had originally wondered if the soul before him was the soul of that corpse disguised. Even a red dragon with true sight would not blindly believe that his ability could see through all disguises. He also learned from the soul named Naughties that this plane once had a powerful dragon race, and they were green dragons among the 5-colored dragons. The green dragon's dragon nests are in the sky, on a floating island that once fell from the astral plane. You can go and take a look, maybe you can find something. The green dragons once drove the elves, but there is always strength and weakness in the world. Experiencing some hardships can also prevent those elves from becoming complacent, so I have been silently observing. The male elf's words made Karen feel that this soul seemed to belong to the plane consciousness born in this plane and possessed a bit of humanity, similar to some kind of rule. In most cases, it was impartial, treating everything as equal straw dogs. So, there are no mages' remains here, just a battlefield. The mage Hughes finally couldn't help but ask, after all, the goal of their exploration this time was the legacy of the former magic empire. The elf Naughties shook his head and said, "The mage's former tower stood next to the remains of the world tree, far from here. You were able to find this place probably because of the world tree's heart. In that case, we should go back." Karen decisively made a decision, turning around to instruct the gnolls to prepare to return to the camp. "Wait, Red Dragon, I have a small request," the slender elf Naughties called out to the turning red dragon. He was puzzled that this red dragon didn't even glance at the golden divine spear before turning around to leave. You should know that the former green dragon leader even hugged the golden divine spear as a pillow when sleeping. Moreover, the gnolls and mages were all looking at the golden divine spear eagerly, wishing they could immediately take it for themselves. Only this red dragon, the 5-colored dragon known for its greed, didn't seem to have any fluctuations in its eyes. If you can grant my request, I will give you a gift you can't refuse. Noddy's offered his conditions. A condition I can't refuse. These words made Karen stop in his tracks. Tell me your request first, Noddy's, and then I'll decide if your condition is something I can't refuse. Red Dragon, the souls of the wild gods are naturally combined with their bodies, and cannot be separated even after death, so their bodies are even stronger than dragons. Noddy's finally stepped out of the black mist, his slender soul body almost transparent. He said, my body remains here to lock his constantly reviving vitality, and my soul has to be trapped here to suppress the soul in his body. I hope you can forcibly extract his soul and then destroy it, freeing my soul. I saw your battle that night and know you have this ability. If Noddy's was just a world tree, he might not have made this request, but Noddy's now has a complete, vivid soul, and also has the emotions and feelings that a soul should have. He also feels lonely. Especially in order to lock the soul of the wild god's descendant, he has been constantly suppressing the other party, and his range of activity is not large, limited to this barren land, which has gradually made him feel lonely. And as my return gift, I will give you the seed formed by the condensation of all the life energy when the world tree entered its demise. I only hope to follow you out of this small world and see the vast sky outside. Noddy said with a solemn expression. Although this small world is full of vitality, it is still too weak for Noddy's, who was once the soul of the world tree. It is difficult to raise a real dragon in shallow water. Even the world tree, which can penetrate countless worlds and even crystal wall systems, is malnourished in this world with imperfect laws. What's more, Noddy's doesn't want to be a tree that always stands on the ground. He is more eager to become a creature like those elves, who can run, jump, and move freely. Karen shook his head so hard that it created an afterimage. What a joke, although he had the ability to destroy souls, he didn't want to test the weight of a legend, even if the other party had been stiff for hundreds of years. Moreover, although he had dispelled his suspicion of Noddy's, he would not easily believe his words. I refuse, Noddy's. Maybe when I am strong enough in the future, I will try to do this, but I will not take this risk now. Even if it is as precious as the world tree's seed, it is not worth my risk. Karen's vertical pupils narrowed, and then he changed his tone and said, but in the civilized world, you have to pay a deposit to ask someone to do something. You can give me the world tree seed first, and I promise to come and free your soul in the future. Believe me, I grow very fast. Noddy's soul was silent, quietly looking at Karen, who was showing an honest face. He found that this red dragon really regarded him as an honest person who had never seen the world. The red dragon's vertical pupils turned, turning into round pupils. He raised his dragon claw and patted his strong chest, and said loudly, don't you still trust the dragons? The proud dragons disdain to lie. I guarantee with the dragon's credibility that as long as I am strong enough, I will definitely come back to rescue your soul. In Karen's eyes, the dragon's credibility is the dragon's, and Karen's credibility is Karen's. In case there is any mistake in the future, it is not his Karen's business, purely those shameless dragons ruined their reputation. Noddy's soul continued to be silent. The dragon's credibility, if you say you have it, then there is a little bit. But what does that have to do with you five-colored dragons? At this time, the red dragon finally looked like a shameless five-colored dragon in his eyes, but he couldn't be happy at all. Open the hole, the young female elf, Aya, accompanied a tall, vigorous young male elf, and ordered the elf guarding the tree hole door. An elf warrior wearing gorgeous patterned leather armor emitted a green light in his hand, gently tapping on the tree trunk. The iron thorn vines hanging down in front of the tree hole, blocking the entrance of the tree hole, immediately drooped softly and separated to both sides. The poisonous vines covering the entire tree hole entrance also wriggled like snakes, revealing a passage. This is a natural tree hole, going more than 10 meters deep under the tree. Following the winding and twisting thick roots of the giant tree, the two elves finally came to the flat ground of the underground cave. Here, countless roots of the tree of life curled and hung down, dividing the entire underground space into isolated small spaces, which are natural prisons for the elves to imprison some prisoners. Now each small compartment is imprisoning 1 or 2 kobold soldiers. These kobold soldiers were sent out as scouts from the outpost base and were captured by the elves in the past few days, becoming prisoners. Each kobold soldier was covered with vines full of thorns. Countless vines pierced into their bodies from their mouths and noses, sucking blood and flesh to grow in their thin bodies. Only one kobold was intact, with his hands and feet tied, constantly barking. Although the language is not understood, these elven druids can use spells to sense the meaning of the kobold's words. Woof woof, you wait, the great red dragon will burn you to ashes. When the kobold dies, he will return to the red dragon's kingdom. I am the red dragon's dog in life, and the red dragon's undead dog in death. Woof woof. The kobold soldier's noisy cries echoed throughout the cave. The male elf frowned, and a strong feeling of irritability rose in his heart. After discussions among the major elf tribes, no one was willing to become a dragon's servant, so they decided to test the dragon's strength first. If the dragon's strength is not strong, these elf tribes will join forces and drive the invading dragon away. If they cannot resist, the elf tribes will choose to migrate with the Tree of Life. At that time, in the vast forest and sea of trees, it will not be easy for the dragon to find these elves. But it is really difficult to pry out information about the dragon from the mouths of these weak dragon dependents. These seemingly weak creatures are particularly fanatical. Even if countless companions die tragically in front of them, they will only stubbornly clamor, as if they are not afraid of death at all. These elves find it difficult to understand the kobold's fanaticism for dragons. Only another powerful dragon can make the kobolds open their mouths. And the male elf is already unable to endure the kobold's barking, and irritably ejected 2 green seeds from his slender palm, shooting them at the kobold warrior who was barking in front of him. The 2 seeds seemed to have life, and instantly grew green buds with thorns at an incredible speed. The green buds automatically found the kobold warrior's mouth and nose, and then drilled into the kobold warrior's body. In just a few seconds, these short green buds turned into slender vines, and the vines were covered with sharp thorns that were more than 10 centimeters long, piercing through every soft organ inside the kobold warrior's body. Then these vines began to rise and bulge, like living things with breathing, sucking the kobold warrior's flesh and blood, making gurgling drinking sounds. The kobold soldier's loud scolding turned into miserable and painful howls. The female elf Aya frowned with some reluctance, but soon relaxed. Now that they have decided to go to war, then both sides are enemies, and even if Aya is naturally kind, she will not be soft-hearted. The kobold warrior's screams quickly weakened and then disappeared. But the skin, which had been drained of all flesh and blood, did not dry up, but was supported by vines growing under a layer of skin. The stems and leaves of the vines quickly stopped growing, but the wriggling did not stop. Soon, flowers as red as small trumpets bloomed between the branches. Aya and the male elf walked past these flowers growing in the flesh and blood, and a slight barking sound came from the trumpet-like flowers. As if alive. Chapter 125. Recently, many changes have suddenly occurred around the outpost established by the Red Dragon's followers. The sparse jungle had become lush overnight, with countless thick vines and ancient trees seeming to grow in place, reaching their prime in a single night. The entire outpost camp had been surrounded and submerged by the tall jungle. Many beasts and animals suddenly appearing in the forest were constantly wandering around the outpost camp day and night. Even on moonless nights, pairs of eerie green eyes in the forest were watching the movements of these monsters. They seemed to be observing. One after another, the kobold scouts sent out from the outpost camp disappeared into the jungle and never returned. Not even a message was sent back. This caused the entire outpost camp to fall into a tense atmosphere. Fortunately, these dragon followers were not ordinary human soldiers. They were naturally thick-skinned and never felt fear about things that had not yet happened. They were just faithfully executing the Red Dragon's orders, guarding the passage to the world of Icania, that dimensional teleport beacon. The young elven druid, Aya, transformed into a lithe jungle leopard, darting through the forest. She crossed the giant trees and poisonous vines that the elves had moved over using tree-manipulating spells, and after walking for about a few miles, she saw a tall war-ancient tree standing in the forest. Although this war-ancient tree was only at level 15 according to ordinary strength judgment, and had not yet touched the door to the holy rank. But the war-ancient tree's uniquely large body and thick, tough skin allowed it to exert strength in large-scale battles that was no less than that of the holy rank. Beneath the tall war-ancient tree stood many elven warriors and elven druids, surrounding the elven elders who held the power of speech in those tribes. After this period of discussion, the 5 largest tribes closest to Aya's tribe had decided to unite and drive the dragon and its followers out of this world. The elves, who had experienced a long period of freedom, were unwilling to become slaves again, and they were only fighting for their freedom. Even the Tree of Life was supporting these elves with its will, the will of the forest was on the elves' side, and they had enough courage. Aya leaped forward and transformed into her elven form, walking towards the many elves. Cough, Aya, what's the situation in that dragon's camp? The elder of Aya's tribe asked the young elf. Elder, that camp is almost entirely filled with the dragon's followers, and there are 2 humans, but the dragon's figure has not been seen, and the dragon king who once appeared has also disappeared. Perhaps they have returned to their own world through the invasion gate. The elven druid Aya reported. Moreover, the dragon's followers have never crossed the range of the camp these days, except for those sentries. Maybe they are not here to enslave and conquer. We can try to communicate with them. A dragon is a dragon, they won't give us a chance for equal communication. Reese, a male elf who once stood side by side with the female elf Aya, stood up and looked at Aya coldly, refuting her. Reese was also an elven druid, who had obtained the approval of the Tree of Life's will in his tribe. In the endless forest, he could exert multiple times his strength, and could be called a child of the forest. These children of the forest all possessed considerable status in their respective tribes. The elven elders' council that would govern the tribe in the future would be selected from these children of the forest. So he was able to interrupt and speak in this gathering, and the elven elders of the surrounding 6 tribes would not feel offended. It's even better if the dragon isn't there. We just need to kill all these dragon followers and destroy their invasion gate. The male elf Reese, who was obviously a warmonger, stood up, raised his arm, and shouted, even a dragon can't have an endless stream of followers. If he doesn't learn his lesson this time, then we'll kill his followers every time he comes. Sooner or later, that dragon will have no more followers to use. Can he challenge our entire world alone? The young elven druid's words, coupled with his inspiring momentum, were very infectious. Aya opened her mouth to speak, but she ultimately did not refute him. She dared not and could not bear the consequences of making another choice. Not to mention that she was just a child of the forest, even the elders in the tribe needed to listen to everyone's opinions. Soon, the elven elders of several large tribes made their decision. Then kill all these monsters, just like the claws of those wild gods in the past. Use the lives of these monsters to warn that dragon that this world belongs to the elves. An elven elder spoke. Then let's begin, starting today. Another tribe's elven elder also agreed. Crack, crack. Along with the elven elder's words, the tall ancient trees around suddenly came to life, and faces like human faces appeared on the tree trunks. Under the elves' tree-driving spells, these ancient trees pulled their huge roots out of the soil, twisting the strands together to form limbs like human legs, and headed towards the dragon's outpost camp. One by one, elven archers leaped onto the branches of the war-ancient trees, like birds perched on the ancient trees. The elven druids transformed into beast forms, jungle leopards, forest boars, eagles, falcons, all kinds of beasts and animals followed behind the war-ancient trees. More elven warriors flashed in and out of the jungle, rushing towards the outpost camp. Sharp whistles echoed in the outpost camp, and the sentry kobold warriors discovered the forest's movements. At this moment, it felt as if the entire forest was filled with malice towards them, piercing into their bones. The Gnoll warriors in the camp, under the shouts of the Gnoll barbarian captains, hurriedly donned their iron armor and picked up their shields and weapons. Boom! The next moment, the barrier covering the outpost was broken, like shattered glass, with shattered and scattered energy flying everywhere. The jungle outside came alive at this moment. A dozen tall war-ancient trees pulled out their roots and stepped out of the forest. They waved their thick branches and slammed them down hard on the camp gate. The gate, made of wooden bars tied together, was instantly smashed to pieces by the branches of the war-treants, and the sentry tower next to it was also broken by the other war-treants. Bang! A war-treant stepped into the camp, waving its thick branches and slamming them down on the swarming Gnoll warriors. The Gnoll warriors immediately raised their shields to resist, but the war-treant's strength and size far exceeded these Gnolls, and they were incredibly powerful. The thick branches struck the wooden tower shields, sending the Gnolls flying along with their shields. The tower shields in the hands of the Gnolls who were directly hit were snapped in two, and the Gnoll warriors behind the tower shields were sent flying with blood spurting from their mouths. In an instant, the number of casualties among the warriors in the camp reached a dozen. Looking for death, you damned pieces of wood, the Gnoll captain's blood-red eyes bulged with bloodshot veins. He threw down the tower shield in his hand, his whole body's strength surged, and he darted out quickly. The spear in his hand carried tremendous force and directly nailed the face of this war-treant into pieces, deeply piercing into the war-treant's body. Although the war-treant's face was their weakness, it was not fatal. The treant's huge body let out a painful roar, and then the branches on its body twisted, sending the Gnoll captain flying out. Fortunately, the iron armor on the Gnoll's body provided some protection, and the Gnoll captain was not sent flying with broken bones and tendons. The remaining Gnolls swarmed up, chopping off the branches of this war treant, and spears were deeply nailed into the treant's heart. Before long, this treant fell down with a roar, its heavy body crashing heavily on the ground. But more treants were advancing into the camp, and the Gnoll warriors also began to surge with the magical aura of spellcasters. They pounced on each other, and blood and tree sap splashed instantly. Several huge war treants worked together to push the entire camp's wall to the point of swaying, and the entire camp's wall made a grinding sound that made one's teeth ache. Boom! Finally, the entire outpost camp's wall could not bear the weight and was pushed down by several tall war treants, and more war treants stepped into the camp. At this time, the elven archers were also shooting their deadly arrows from the war ancient trees. The arrows, covered in poison, could bring down even a giant elephant. However, the full-body iron armor and face armor covering the Gnoll warriors made it impossible for them to aim, and they could only shoot their sharp arrows at the kobold soldiers who were barking and pouncing up. Swish, 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 arrows fell like rain, but they suddenly split open on the kobold soldiers' bodies, as if encountering some mysterious force field that could deflect the direction of the arrows. At this time, the mage who stayed behind in the camp finally took action, adding arrow protection spells to these soldiers. These short kobold soldiers were like ants in front of the tall war treants. One by one, the kobolds were sent flying several meters away by the sweeping branches, their thin bodies falling to the ground like broken sacks, never to move again. But more kobold soldiers barked loudly and pounced on the war treants, using short knives and spears to cut open the treants' tough skin, and then bit into the treants' bodies. These weak kobold soldiers were like ants, crawling all over the treants' bodies. There were also some kobold throwers hiding in the corners and rooftops of the camp barracks, throwing their short spears at the elven archers standing on the war treants. Swish, swish, swish. The dense short spears hit the elven archers who did not have time to defend themselves, and one by one they fell down, surrounded by the kobold soldiers at the bottom of the tree, and instantly torn into several pieces. But the elven warriors, who were several times more numerous than the kobolds, also stepped onto the battlefield at this time. Although these elven warriors were only wearing leather armor, each of them was several times stronger than the kobold soldiers. They easily killed the pouncing kobolds, and the weapons in their hands were stained with the kobold's blood. Huff! A team of Gnoll warriors dodged the war treants' attacks and rushed into the elven warrior crowd. They believed that these elves were the masterminds behind manipulating the treants, and as long as they killed these elves, the treants would naturally retreat. Clang! 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 The Gnolls in iron armor seemed a bit inadequate when facing the war treants, but that was because the treants were powerful enough and their weaknesses were not obvious. But when facing these elven warriors, the Gnoll warriors were war machines without weaknesses. Their iron armor allowed the Gnolls to recklessly charge into the elven warriors' ranks, and the elven warriors' weapons could only weakly chop at the iron armor, completely unable to break through the iron armor's defenses. The spears in the Gnolls' hands easily pierced through the leather armor on these elven warriors, and their claws could also cut open the elves' bodies, dyeing the dark iron armor into blood-colored armor. The war treants were slaughtering the kobolds, while the Gnoll warriors were slaughtering these ordinary elven warriors. Die, you cowardly insects! A Gnoll captain roared. The spear in his hand was soaked with blood, and he could barely hold it. He gasped for breath and kicked the corpse on the spear away, pulled out his spear, and was about to continue forward. Suddenly, seeds shot out from behind the elven warriors and landed on his body. Then countless vines began to grow wildly, and the blood on the Gnoll captain's iron armor also became the nourishment for these vines, instantly sucked clean by the vines. In a few seconds, it spread all over his body, entangling the Gnoll tightly. These vines were tougher than the toughest tendons on those ferocious beasts, and the Gnoll could not break free from the restraints of these vines, and could only allow these vines to stretch out tentacles with barbs and drill into his body. Before long, the strength of his whole body was lost like flowing water, and the strong Gnoll captain had become an empty shell. Blood-red flowers sprouted from the gaps in the iron armor, blood-red and bright. The battlefield became more and more chaotic, and as more and more elven warriors and elven druids appeared, the entire outpost camp was gradually being compressed. Even the Gnoll soldiers in iron armor could not face the elven druids' magical harassment and the siege of countless elven warriors while fighting the war treants. The two mages responsible for staying behind in the camp had also taken action long ago. Exploding fire rings and a series of fireballs killed several war treants and hundreds of elven warriors, but their magic power was also rapidly consumed in the surrounding crowd, entering some kind of dangerous edge. Let's retreat first, the two mages shouted loudly to the Knoll Overseer who was resisting at the forefront. We should temporarily abandon this dimensional teleport beacon and join the teams of other mages. Anyway, these beacons can be rebuilt, it's just a little more effort. High-level mage Lumen was one of the mages staying behind in the camp. He shouted urgently, they are too far away from us, it will take time for the summoning spells to arrive, we should evacuate, Knoll. The dragon once said, let us guard this gate, the Knoll Overseer roared, the broken spear in his hand pierced into the body of an elven warrior. He retreated slightly and picked up the weapon on the ground. The dragon's warriors will not retreat, his will is watching the gnolls. You go, mage, tell our lord, the gnolls have not betrayed their original oath, the gnolls' souls are forever loyal. The Knoll Overseer's tattered and dented iron armor was already soaked with the blood of the enemy and his own, just like the weapon in his hand, but he still rushed up again without hesitation. Ahead were the snarling, flailing figures of the remaining gnolls. At that moment, the Knoll Overseer's mind flashed back to the dragon songs that always echoed from the mountains in the Dragon Lord's territory at sunrise. The Knoll Overseer roared and shouted, and the dragon song burst from his mouth, plunging into the heavily besieged enemies. Blood splattered, and the song roared. But wars have their endings, and songs have their finales. In the end, this warrior, second only to the Knoll leader Yugu in the Knoll tribe, also fell. The iron armor on his body had long been embedded deep into his strong frame, and the blood in his body had long since dried up and stopped flowing. Thump, the Knoll Overseer's body fell heavily, the dim, blood-colored eyes losing their vitality, and a faint voice faded in his throat. You shall inherit the great cause of the dragon god, even though it is a shattered past. The massive red dragon and the mage stood in front of the camp, the Knoll soldiers and kobold soldiers behind them silent. The broken camp had long since dried the bloodstains, but traces of the great battle still remained. But the corpses of the dragon's kin were not in the camp, but in the forest, on the tree trunks. On those trees, each trunk was hung with the tattered bodies of kobold soldiers, their bodies almost completely fused with the tree trunks, as if these trees had grown from the bodies of these soldiers. There were also Knoll soldiers wearing iron armor, their armor and bodies pierced by countless vines, with many blood-colored flowers growing from their mouths and noses. These dragons' kin had long since died, even their blood and flesh were emptied, and their bodies were completely twisted and deformed. The plants filled the bodies of these warriors, as if these plants had devoured all the kin alive. Karen was silent for a long time before finally speaking, Naughties, I cannot fulfill your promise. These elves, I cannot live in peace with them. Alas, a sigh came from within Karen's scales, it was a wisp of the adamantite Naughties' soul sighing. He materialized from the air, and then with a wave of his hand, scenes appeared before Karen's eyes. The last scene froze in Karen's pupils, it was the Knoll Overseer's roar as he fell. Karen, do what you must do. Although these elves are loved by me, I will not favor them, Naughties' soul sighed, and re-entered Karen's scales. Karen's crimson pupils swept across the area, he could clearly see that there were still many souls left on the battlefield, they were the souls of the dragon's kin, unwilling to sleep in this world, and unwilling to leave, but wandering on the battlefield, confused. Roar, an unspeakable emotion and feeling suddenly surged into Karen's heart. Karen suddenly roared and rose into the air, endless magic and chinic energy spreading from his body, and a draconic magic bloomed from his throat. The world's magic was boiling, carrying the red dragon's roar far away, turning it into layers upon layers of overlapping, surging shouts and calls, the heroic spirits return, the heroic spirits return. A thick, golden divine spear, radiating countless life energies, leaped out of the void, blooming with immeasurable light, like a pillar supporting the heavens. A magical bag exuding powerful magical energy disintegrated in the air, stretching out, and transformed into the ground beneath the giant pillar formed by the golden divine spear. The corpses on the trees trembled, breaking free from the shackles of the trees and vines, and unraveling their forms in the air. Their flesh and skin covered the heaven-supporting pillar formed by the golden divine spear, transforming into a dome. Their bones connected joint by joint, transforming into white pillars supporting the dome and the ground, just like the golden divine spear. Crystals of souls burst in the air, merging into it, stabilizing the dome and the pillars. Pure soul power generated patterns on the dome and pillars, forming murals. Endless magic and chinic energy roared and surged from the red dragon's body, pouring into this hall that was gradually forming behind the dragon. Endless life energy and light flowed from the golden divine spear, mending and patching this flesh and blood sanctuary. This most sacred of halls, forged from the most defiled bones. The red dragon's summoning allowed those confused, wandering souls to find direction. Layers of illusory steps, radiating light like Shinic energy, appeared in the void, connecting this gradually forming hall with those souls. Heroic souls return. Heroic souls return. Souls unwilling to perish, then return to the sanctuary of heroic spirits. You shall step into this sanctuary with the most loyal souls, and enjoy eternal peace. One by one, the confused souls looked up. It was a sanctuary exuding immeasurable warm light, as if the dragon's voice echoed within, summoning them. They did not hesitate, singing the dragon's song, and stepped into the dragon's sanctuary. For more audiobooks, support me in Patreon. The link in the description.